Upon his arrival in this perilous world rife with conspiracies, Roland found himself standing on the vast snowfield outside Winterfell, oblivious to the manner in which he had traversed into this realm. Yet, the Game of Thrones had already commenced across the continent, with slaughter, intrigue, and chaos reshuffling the very fabric of power. Survival became his foremost objective. Chapter 1. Winterfell. Roland feared that he would perish from the cold in this endless expanse of snow. He endeavored to organize the chaotic fragments of memories swirling in his mind, striving to comprehend the reasons for his presence in such a frigid environment. Yet nothing surfaced. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noted the desolate emptiness, clad only in a coarse and flimsy gray linen garment. Suddenly, a gust of biting wind swept through, enveloping him in a chill that made him yearn for warmth, akin to the desperate little match girl. However, amidst this barren snowfield, where ice and snow reigned supreme, there was no refuge to be found. With a resigned sigh, he gazed at the pristine white expanse, only to be struck by a sudden, excruciating pain in his head as a torrent of fragmented memories inundated his consciousness. Still shaken, Roland beheld a sequence of golden letters gradually materializing before him. Quest: The Game of Thrones. Location: Westeros. Time: year 298 AC, the 9th year of a long summer. King Robert is deceased. Schemes and treachery, ambushes and murder surge through King's Landing, heralding an era of tyranny and slaughter. The newly appointed hand of the king, Eddard Stark, cannot escape a fate of severed ties as the War of the Five Kings looms and winter approaches. You must cultivate a loyal faction before the final confrontation. Mission requirements. 1. Participate in the War of the Five Kings as Roland Mormont and seize a castle for yourself. 2. Acquire 6 Valyrian steel swords. 3. Capture a dragon. 4. Survive. Please verify current character information. Name: Roland Mormont. Occupation: Ranger. Identity: illegitimate son of Jeor Mormont the Old Bear, the 997th Lord Commander of the Night's Watch and half-brother to Jorah Mormont. Your mother was sent to one of the 9 free cities, Tyrosh, during her pregnancy. You were born and raised in a foreign land, yet the blood of the North courses through your veins. The illegitimate son of House Mormont, the Forsaken Bear, fight for the North. Profession: Ranger. Specialization: Archery 88, Daggers 60. Fusion points: 1. Using fusion points, you can merge any Valyrian steel items in this world with your body, gaining special abilities. Roland's thoughts stirred having recalled the newly imparted memories. He understood why this bastard of House Mormont traversed the snowfield in such tattered attire. He had wagered with a noble from the north. Should he lose, he would forfeit his freedom and serve as the noble's personal attendant. Conversely, if victorious, he would gain a piece of armor forged from Valyrian steel, draped in a gray linen robe, reminiscent of the garments favored by the Braavosi, and devoid of both steed and provisions. I resolutely endured the frigid expanse of the snow-covered plains outside Winterfell for an entire night, a wager forged at dusk by 2 individuals the previous day. Now, as the sun ascends, I, Roland, fortified by a certain arcane knowledge gleaned during my youth on the far side of the narrow sea, have successfully withstood the biting cold and am prepared to rise and return to the city. The sky over the north is shrouded in a murky gray, while a pristine white line marks the horizon. At the furthest reach of my vision, a magnificent and imposing silhouette looms against this horizon. This shadow is a colossal city, emblematic of the North itself, Winterfell, the ancestral seat of House Stark, who have governed this realm for millennia. It was not until the conqueror Aegon descended from the skies upon his dragons that the Starks yielded to the might of fire and scale. Yet, submission to a dragon is not an act of disgrace. Facing such legendary terrors cannot be met with mere numbers or the bravado of unwavering will. Thus, despite their fealty to Aegon, the Starks remain the most venerable and influential family in the North. Look, is the Ranger. He has returned. He truly fulfilled the wager. A soldier stationed atop the battlements of Winterfell, upon glimpsing the figure advancing across the ice like an ant, erupted in exuberant shouts. Instantly, a stir spread through the castle. Those familiar with the wager clamored to ascend the walls to witness the miraculous sight of the self-proclaimed bastard of House Mormont, who had indeed spent the night in the bitter cold without sustenance or steed, clad in but a single garment. Wyman Manderley mounted his horse with vigor, delivering a sharp crack of his whip against the steed's flank. The horse let out a resounding neigh as it surged forth from the city. The townsfolk of Winterfell erupted in raucous cheers, for this esteemed Lord of White Harbor was the very one who had engaged in the wager with Roland. As Roland staggered back into town, Wyman galloped out to meet him, and all eyes were fixed on what would transpire between them. Roland regarded the approaching Lord of White Harbor, instinctively believing he was about to face the final trial of the wager. Wyman drew near, dismounted a mere 3 paces away, and to everyone's astonishment, the illustrious lord greeted Roland with a warm smile, exclaiming, "Ranger Roland, I have often heard the tale of House Targaryen's true dragons fear not the flame. Thus, I have pondered whether, if some fear not the heat, others might also remain unafraid of the cold. After more than 50 years, I finally witnessed this today. You possess remarkable agility, and I find myself in need of squire. Winning this wager and having you by my side would indeed be fortuitous, however. I now think that losing this wager might not be so regrettable after all. Bestowing the precious Valyrian steel armor upon a ranger who is destined to make his mark upon Westeros is a far more splendid choice." Roland smiled in return, replying, "My lord, I am but an unremarkable ranger. What leads you to believe I may one day achieve renown across Westeros?" Wyman squinted in recollection and remarked, "I can no longer recall which erudite scholar once imparted to me the knowledge that on the other side of the strait lies a secret art, the mastery of which would bestow upon a person an extraordinary acuity of hearing and sight." Unperturbed by the biting cold, Roland expressed mild surprise. "I had not anticipated that your excellency was privy to such obscure lore." Wyman continued, "The scholar ultimately informed me that to grasp this secret art, one must endure 6 months of rigorous training in the frigid depths of the dark river before the age of 6, enduring unimaginable pain and hardship." Roland nodded in understanding. Wyman patted his shoulder and assisted him onto the warhorse, imparting with a weighty tone, "Last night, I received a confidential missive from King's Landing. Events are transpiring that stir beneath the surface of the 7 kingdoms. Hidden beneath a facade of tranquility lies a rising tide of turmoil. You possess extraordinary experiences beyond the reach of ordinary men, and you shall achieve feats beyond their capabilities. The people of the Mander River Basin know well that the Eel Lord of White Harbor never errs in his judgment." Chapter 2. The Enraged Radish. Roland swaggered back atop Wyman's warhorse, while Wyman, burdened by his corpulent figure, trailed behind at a leisurely pace. When the onlookers gathered at Winterfell beheld this scene, their eyes widened in astonishment. Among the crowd, Robb Stark observed the spectacle, feeling not only shock but a profound sense of indignation. A piece of armor forged from Valyrian steel would entice any warrior, and prior to Wyman's wager with Roland, Robb Stark had approached Wyman personally, as the heir of Winterfell and the son of Eddard Stark, to express his admiration for the coveted armor. However, Wyman had responded with the bashfulness of a maiden, offering no clear indication of generous bestowal or polite refusal. With a mindset that good things often encounter obstacles, Robb set the matter aside, only to be informed by his guards less than a day later that Wyman had made a wager with a ranger claiming to be a bastard of House Mormont, the stakes being the very Valyrian steel armor Robb coveted. As he witnessed Roland enter the city amidst the jubilant shouts and throngs of the populace, resembling a triumphant knight, Robb's indignation surged. He was incensed that Wyman disregarded him, while simultaneously enraged that the precious armor was about to fall into the hands of a destitute ranger. To draw a comparison, it would be akin to Robb, as the heir of Winterfell, falling for a breathtaking beauty, only for her to overlook him entirely and swiftly take up with a penniless youth whose lineage and status paled in comparison. Such humiliation would be intolerable for any man. For a fiercely independent wolf like Robb, it is utterly intolerable to allow a wild bear to rampage on his territory. With a resounding clang, he unsheathed his longsword, pointing it at the Ranger Roose below the castle tower, and proclaimed from his elevated position, "Ranger Roose Bolton, I, Robb Stark, as the eldest son of Eddard Stark and heir to Winterfell, hereby challenge you to a duel. Should you lose, you must surrender the Valyrian steel armor that Lord Wyman bestowed upon you. If you prevail, I shall bestow upon you the title of Knight returned from the Sunset Sea." As soon as Robb's words echoed through the air, a wave of astonishment swept through Winterfell, accompanied by gasps and jeers, mingled with the faint sound of disapproving hisses. Everyone knew that Roose had recently wagered his very life to acquire that precious Valyrian steel armor, having endured a night without sleep or sustenance, and suffering from the biting cold, leaving him in a weakened state. While Robb's desire to stake a claim on the armor was not without merit, the timing of his challenge was decidedly unbecoming of a knight. Even a 3-year-old child could discern the utter lack of fairness in such a duel. With Eddard Stark now in King's Landing as the new hand of the king, and his illegitimate son Jon Snow having departed northward with the dwarf Tyrion Lannister, it could be said that the reins of power within Winterfell were virtually solely in Robb's grasp. When he proposed such an asymmetrical duel, the northern lords and nobles standing nearby chose, without exception, to remain silent. Their silence, undoubtedly, served as the most potent endorsement of Robb's actions. Yet, witnessing her son engage in such an unjust act, Catelyn Stark, who had just emerged from the castle, could no longer remain composed. Before Roose could respond to the challenge, she called out loudly, "I've just heard some spectators hiss. I suspect there has been a misunderstanding. The Stark family has always upheld the principles of fairness and justice. Robb's desire for the Valyrian steel armor is well known to me. He even implored me to intercede with Lord Wyman." Catelyn's gaze shifted to Robb, and she continued, "Son, as your mother, I support your pursuit of what you cherish, and I commend all duels grounded in fairness. Therefore, should you not propose an appropriate time for your recent challenge?" Robb scoffed dismissively, responding to Roose, "You heard my mother's words, but I do not know how long it will take for a bastard who fled from across the sunset sea, a meager ranger, to regain his strength. If you wish to delay, perhaps you should set the time yourself." Upon hearing Robb's harsh and unkind words, which afforded him no semblance of respect, Roose felt a surge of displeasure. When he was unhappy, he sought ways to uplift his spirits, even if it meant engaging in actions that would bring discomfort to others. Despite the looming threat of House Stark, the formidable guardians of the North, to Roose, Eddard Stark, the new hand of the king, was merely a headless corpse waiting to materialize in King's Landing, at which point the North would descend into chaos, and the Northern lords would be too preoccupied with their own power struggles to concern themselves with a destitute ranger like him. Rolling dismounted, disregarding the Earl of Wyman's benevolent yet cautionary gaze, and retorted sharply, "I am a wanderer, one who does not adhere to the chivalric codes of honor and justice. I act as my heart desires. However, when faced with injustice and the challenge of a duel, I, like a knight, never shrink from confrontation. Since Robb has issued a challenge, it is customary for the duel to take place at this very moment, without delay." A tumult erupted atop Winterfell, as onlookers gasped in disbelief at Rolling's audacity to accept such an entirely inequitable duel. He dismissed Lady Stark's gracious attempt to intervene, insisting on engaging Robb despite his weakened state. Enthusiastic voices erupted, chanting Rolling Mormont in fervent support. Robb, with an air of haughtiness, lifted his chin, determined to demonstrate who truly deserved the honor of that armor. The atmosphere in Winterfell grew increasingly tense, charged with the scent of impending conflict. The populace was divided. Some fervently wished for Robb's victory as the future Lord of Winterfell, while others rallied behind Rolling, hoping he would prove himself a man of the North. "Young wanderer, I must say your actions are rather unwise. If it is merely for the name of knighthood that you seek this, you need only approach me," Earl Wyman remarked with a rueful smile directed at Rolling. With a smile gracing his features, Rolling replied, "If you do not believe in me at this moment, then surely your earlier words about my future renown across Westeros were mere fanciful musings?" Wyman shook his head, choosing silence. Rolling then turned his gaze to the bewildered Catelyn, inquiring, "Might I request the esteemed Lady of Winterfell to serve as the chief adjudicator for this impending duel?"
Chapter 3. The arrow shocks all. In response to Rolling's proposal, Catelyn graciously nodded in agreement. "Of course, as the chief referee, I shall ensure that today's duel proceeds with fairness and justice." The dueling ground was set within the training grounds of Winterfell. Robb slowly descended from the heights of Winterfell and stepped into the arena, while Rolling, under the care of Count Wyman, donned a set of standard armor. Entering the field almost simultaneously, the citizens of Winterfell were filled with fervor, rallying to support both contenders. Several gamblers, who had long relied on betting for their livelihood, clandestinely opened betting lines. The odds heavily favored Robb, the heir of Winterfell, over Rolling, the ranger, at an astonishing 117, with few placing their faith in the latter. According to the rules of free duel, either contestant could choose from a selection of weapons, bows, guns, swords, halberds, shields, or axes, aiming to incapacitate the opponent or force them out of the arena to claim victory. "Gentlemen, please select your weapons," Catelyn announced from the highest point of Winterfell, her voice resonant. Robb stood motionless in the arena, simply raising his longsword high in the air, signaling that he would fight with the sword at his side. Rolling, unfazed by his ostentatious display, approached the weapon rack and carefully examined several bows. Ultimately, he chose a recurve longbow crafted from sentinel wood as his weapon for the duel. Observing Roling's selection, many knights and northern nobles furrowed their brows in astonishment and confusion. Was choosing a longbow not tantamount to conceding defeat in a one-on-one duel? The longbow's ranged prowess was undeniable, yet within the confines of the arena, a swordsman could close the distance in mere strides, rendering the archer almost inevitably doomed in close combat. Seeing Roling's choice, Rob's face twisted into a mocking smile, akin to that of one who gazes upon a fool. He turned to Caitlin and inquired, "Might we commence the duel, my lady referee?" Caitlin glanced at Roling. "Ranger, are you ready to begin?" Under the watchful eyes of nearly 1,000 spectators, Roling calmly slung his quiver over his shoulder, drew an arrow from it, and knocked it onto the bowstring. His fingers gently pressing against the taut string, feeling its tension akin to that of youthful skin. "We may begin," Roling stated with serenity. With a resounding gong echoing through the air, the duel officially commenced. Cheers erupted from the crowd in Winterfell, reverberating through the sky. Rob swung his long sword, charging toward Roling with the ferocity of a wolf on the hunt. Witnessing Rob's swift advance, Roling felt a twinge of alarm. Fortunately, the distance between them was sufficient at the start of the duel. Otherwise, with such a charge accompanied by a shoulder ram, he would have found himself within Rob's reach. The eldest son of House Stark, though headstrong and arrogant, was undeniably formidable. Faced with the fierce onslaught, Roling mused to himself and quickly sidestepped to create distance. With a mere flick of his toes against the ground, he glided forward, moving as if he were a spectre. As Rob regained his balance after being knocked off balance, he turned his head only to find his pupils constrict in alarm upon seeing a sharp arrow hurtling towards his face. This was the first arrow shot by Roling during his sliding step, an arrow that flew silently and coldly. The unexpected arrow left Rob no time to evade. And after just one exchange, a slender crimson line marked his right cheek. The chilling wind swept in, and the freshly spilled blood was quickly mingled with icy frost. Sensing the formidable threat posed by the longbow, Rob ceased his reckless charges, no longer daring to expose his side or back to the bastard ranger. The situation in the arena grew increasingly tense as Rob hesitated, launching various probing charges, yet each time he approached within 3 meters of Roling, an arrow would force him to retreat. Roling moved with the agility of a nimble hare, darting around the field. As time passed, Rob found himself gradually at a disadvantage, struggling to contend with Roling's relentless barrage of arrows, leaving him with little strength to mount an offensive. His sword, sharp as it was, felt burdensome. Had he not gritted his teeth to hold on, it might have slipped from his grasp at any moment. However, the thought of defeat in this battle, along with the ensuing scorn and humiliation that would befall him and the Stark family, was intolerable to Rob. This unfair duel had been initiated by him, with his own mother serving as the chief judge. Should he lose, what fate would he have to remain in Winterfell? Driven by this realization, Rob let out a furious roar, shielding half his body with his shoulder guard as he charged madly towards Roling. The dire wolf had transformed into a mad wolf. While Roling wore a smile, he danced back with several agile steps, yet his upper body remained taut, unyielding as he unleashed 3 arrows towards Rob. With reckless abandon, Rob launched what would be his final charge before exhaustion set in, unwilling to retreat even for a moment. He bore the brunt of 1 arrow with his shoulder guard, deflecting another with his sword, but the last arrow struck his helmet with a resounding thud, leaving a faint silver dent. Roling fixed his gaze upon this silver mark, aware that he could easily unleash a flurry of arrows to seal off Rob's escape route, forcing him to concede defeat. Yet, that would be too simplistic. He desired to win this duel with flair to elevate his own satisfaction. Unbeknownst to Rob, who pressed on relentlessly towards Roling, he successfully severed the 2 arrows just launched by Roling with a sweeping stroke of his sword, finally closing the distance to within 2 meters of his adversary. However, the fleeting joy lasted but half a second, for in the next moment, Rob witnessed Roling leap high into the air like a hawk, releasing yet another arrow towards him. Thud! The arrow once again collided with his helmet and was deflected. The impact left Rob's head spinning. Yet he recognized that the moment Roling landed would also be his prime opportunity for counterattack. As Roling touched down, Rob raised his sword for a downward strike. But Roling swiftly dodged to the right, prompting Rob to seamlessly transition from a chop to a slicing motion aimed directly at Roling's midsection. The once cacophonous training ground fell abruptly into silence, with all eyes fixated upon the unfolding spectacle. This moment marked the most perilous attack by Rob against Roland since the duel commenced, potentially the decisive blow that would determine the victor. Yet, those who harbored hopes for Rob's triumph were left disheartened. Roland denied him that opportunity. In a remarkable display of agility, he knelt, arching his back to evade the slicing strike, the back of his head nearly grazing the ground as the blade whistled perilously close to his nose. Having narrowly escaped the lethal blow, Roland sprang upright as if propelled by springs, standing merely 2 meters from Robb, and unleashed a volley of arrows. 2 arrows shot forth, one trailing the other. The first met its fate, deflected by Robb's helmet. However, the subsequent arrow struck with a resounding thud, embedding itself within the helmet. A wave of astonishment rippled through the spectators, leaving even Robb momentarily stunned. How could a helmet forged from fine iron be pierced by a single arrow? As the implications dawned upon him, Robb's body slumped in defeat, settling onto the ground. He had lost, and he accepted it with grace. The only conceivable way to penetrate a helmet of such sturdy construction would be through a relentless barrage of arrows aimed at a single point, relying solely on the sheer force of the arrows to breach the material. This was a feat so astonishing it bordered on the impossible. Yet, this vagabond had accomplished it. Chapter 4. Valyrian steel armor. The majority of the onlookers gathered for the duel remained oblivious to the intricacies at play. They could not fathom the exceptional archery skills required to pierce a helm of fine iron with arrows. All they beheld was Robb, slumped within the training grounds, having surrendered his sword, caught in a moment of uncertainty as to whether they should cheer or remain silent. Meanwhile, the northern lords and knights atop the castle walls were stricken with disbelief, unable to comprehend how one could master the energy and time in a one-on-one duel to aim with such precision, striking the same point on the helm with each arrow. Catelyn surveyed the arena, her expression a tapestry of emotions, her gaze flitting between Robb and Rhaegar before finally resting upon Rhaegar. Addressing the crowd, she solemnly uttered the words that a chief judge must proclaim at such a moment. Rhaegar Mormont is the victor of this duel. Let us all cheer for him. A brief silence enveloped the crowd before Winterfell erupted in a cacophony of cheers. Rhaegar. 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 The thunderous applause resonated as Rhaegar waved to the spectators. The Earl of White Harbor, Wyman, promptly approached him, exclaiming, Ranger, you have truly opened my eyes. I have never witnessed such remarkable archery skills. I have seen no one else, aside from myself, who possesses such mastery. Though you have returned from across the narrow sea, you embody the proud and noble spirit of a true Northman. Oh, is that so? I have always considered myself rather humble. Wyman was momentarily taken aback by this response. Then glanced up at the castle. The finest archer in Winterfell is Theon Greyjoy, Eddard's ward. His true father is Bolon Greyjoy of the Iron Islands. But he came to Winterfell as a hostage at a young age and has grown up in the north. Rhaegar followed Wyman's gaze and spotted Theon atop the battlements. Perhaps before my departure, I shall have the opportunity to compete against him. Depart? Where are you heading? I shall leave this place by tomorrow morning at the latest, setting off for the wall. Oh! Wyman exclaimed. I nearly forgot that your father is the current Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. Rhaegar nodded in acknowledgement, then fell into silence. Wyman, presuming that as a bastard, Rhaegar might prefer not to discuss his father, shifted the conversation. The Valyrian steel armor hangs in my quarters. Do you wish to accompany me now? Or would you prefer to come after the knighthood ceremony? Who says I am attending the knighthood ceremony? When Robb challenged you to a duel, he mentioned that should you prevail, you would be dubbed the knight returned from the narrow sea. However, I have no intentions of becoming a knight. I lack the honor, justice, and compassion required for such a title. For now, I feel I am better suited to remain a ranger. Upon hearing his response, Wyman's eyes flickered momentarily before he smiled and said, a person who declines to become a knight due to a profound understanding of himself, once he embraces knighthood, is destined to be a true knight. I eagerly await the day you transition from ranger to knight. Rowling smiled faintly and uttered a perplexing statement that left Wyman somewhat bewildered. I hope you will witness that day. You may be considered my first friend since arriving in this world. Perhaps it referred to his return from the Shivering Sea. Wyman mused with a furrowed brow. Count Wyman's domain lay in White Harbor, and his residence in Winterfell was merely a temporary accommodation provided by House Stark. The lodgings were not shabby, yet they could hardly be deemed luxurious. Leading Rowling up the 2 stone steps built along the street, Wyman entered his abode through the back door, which comprised a reception room and a 2-tiered suite. The decorations within were primarily adorned with fine blades and various pelts and trophies. The least conspicuous room, on the far right of the 2nd floor, was secured with a large lock, yet Wyman unlocked it and pushed the door open. Inside, the room was bare except for a sedan chair placed centrally. Noticing Rowling's slight surprise at the sight of the chair, Wyman chuckled and explained, given my bulky physique, I am unable to ride a horse, thus, A sedan chair has become an essential mode of transport for me, akin to Brandon Stark's wheelchair. At that moment, Luo Ling was too intrigued by the hidden Valyrian steel armor to inquire further about the sudden mention of Brandon's fall that had resulted in his broken legs. Wayman stepped forward and lifted the long curtain of the sedan chair, revealing a neatly arranged suit of armor upon the silk cushion. Unlike the armors forged from fine iron that gleamed with a silver metallic sheen, this armor exhibited a color reminiscent of smoke. The main body of the armor was crafted from a single piece of Valyrian steel, appearing as black as smoke at rest but radiating a golden-red glow during battle. The interior was inscribed with numerous runes, which were said to endow the armor with resistance against magic, though the specifics of its efficacy remained unknown. As Wayman elaborated on the armor, Luo Ling stepped closer to touch it. The armor felt icy to the touch and remarkably light, akin to lifting a silk garment. In contrast, a similarly styled fine iron armor would weigh no less than 40 pounds. What do you think? Are you satisfied? Wayman inquired. It is astonishingly light, Luo Ling marveled. Catching sight of the smile that curled at the corners of Wayman's mouth, he then asked, "Where did you acquire this invaluable armor? And why not retain it as a family heirloom for House Manderley, instead of gifting it away?" Wayman let out a couple of dry laughs and replied, "As far as I am aware, there are hundreds of Valyrian steel swords across Westeros, yet this armor is the only one of its kind. The Manderley family is too small to safeguard such a precious treasure. Thus, the wisest course of action is to give it away to prevent calamity from befalling the family. In fact, I had previously intended to bestow the armor upon Robb, but your arrival disrupted my plans. I hold you in the highest regard, and I do not hesitate to express that I believe you are more deserving of this armor than anyone else." Luo Ling continued to inquire, "What is its origin?" "Rest assured, there is no issue regarding its provenance. This armor was recently seized by the White Harbor fleet from a notorious pirate." Wyman suddenly chuckled, suggesting that if you are not afraid of pirate retribution, you may don it with confidence. Luo Ling solemnly expressed his gratitude and, with Wyman's assistance, donned the greaves, chestplate, pauldrons, and helmet in succession. It must be said that the Valyrian steel armor is remarkably light. After putting it on, he felt no burden whatsoever. After lingering in his abode for a moment longer, Luo Ling bid farewell to Wyman and strolled alone through the bustling streets of Winterfell. Contemplating his next course of action, the Valyrian steel armor is now in my possession, but as Wyman mentioned, its immense value will undoubtedly attract the covetous eyes of many. To avoid protracted troubles, I must swiftly integrate it into my very being. Yet, I wonder if the initial fusion point of one will suffice to meld an entire suit of armor into my form. Chapter 5: The First Fusion with a Mere Thought. The fusion point interface materialized before Luo Ling. You currently possess a set of armor forged from Valyrian steel. Would you like to proceed with the fusion? Confirming fusion. Fusing the leg armor or shoulder guard requires 1 fusion point, while fusing the chest plate or helmet necessitates 3 fusion points. Please make your selection. After a moment's contemplation, Luo Ling chose to fuse the leg armor. A flash of crimson gold light swept through, causing the armor on his legs to vanish without a trace. He then felt a surge of immense power coursing through his legs. Fusion successful. You have acquired a special ability, Shadow Strike. Shadow Strike, utilizing exceptional leg strength. This ability allows one to close the distance to an opponent in an almost instantaneous manner, delivering a surprise attack. For rangers skilled in long-range combat, the ghostly nature of Shadow Strike would undoubtedly catch their adversaries off guard. From the description of this skill, it was evident that fusing the leg armor not only granted me the remarkable ability of Shadow Strike, but also substantially enhanced my leg strength. As Luo Ling pondered this, he made his way towards a blacksmith's shop on the street. Under the martial auspices of the Stark family, Winterfell boasted numerous blacksmiths. The establishment he entered belonged to the Yunong family, a lineage of blacksmiths that had persisted in Winterfell for 7 generations. Currently, the shop was run by Orlando Yunong, a white-bearded old man nearing 60, yet still possessing formidable muscle. Having watched the duel at the training grounds that morning, Orlando recognized Luo Ling immediately. He approached with a smile, saying, "My lord, you have become quite the celebrity in Winterfell. It is an honor to have you visit my humble shop. Please, whatever you need, do not hesitate to ask. As long as it is within my capabilities, I shall do my utmost to accommodate you. I would like a dagger." Luo Ling replied, surveying the weapons displayed in the shop. He pointed to a double-edged dagger in the showcase, adding, "This style looks quite appealing. But I require a dagger that is perhaps a bit longer. How long do you need it?" Luo Ling picked up an iron rod and gestured to his waist, saying, "Approximately 1 foot. When do you need it by?" I will need it by early morning the day after tomorrow. Oh! Orlando exclaimed, that is quite a tight timeline. You may not realize this, but crafting a fine weapon requires countless strikes and multiple tempering processes. Even for a longsword. The fastest I could manage would be half a month. Though you seek a dagger, a week's time is the absolute minimum. Luo Ling replied, unperturbed, you may attempt it. If you cannot produce it, then so be it. I will still pay you. Orlando lowered his head, somewhat abashed. If you insist, considering the reputation of the Golden Dragon, I shall give it a try. However, I must inform you that a dagger produced under such a rush will not compare to those meticulously crafted. That is acceptable. Luo Ling nodded. Do you have any quality recurve bows in your shop? I would like to take a look. I do have bows available, but none that would befit a master archer like yourself. However, I am aware of a bow within Winterfell that would truly be worthy of you, Orlando informed him. What bow? Within the city of Winterfell lies an ancient grove known as the Sacred Wood, at the heart of which stands a venerable fishbeam tree. Recently, a branch of this magnificent tree was severed by a fierce wind, prompting Lady Catelyn to commission its transformation into a longbow. The wood of the fishbeam is renowned for its remarkable resilience and its characteristic of eternal durability. Thus a bow crafted from it would undoubtedly be of the highest caliber. Perhaps the only one worthy of complementing your exceptional archery skills. Rowling managed a wry smile. While the fishbeam bow was indeed exquisite, he had just forged an adversarial relationship with House Stark, and it seemed improbable that Catelyn would graciously bestow such a newly crafted bow upon him. Yet, the thought of possessing Valyrian steel armor without a suitable weapon stirred a sense of discontent within him, compelling him to seek an audience with Lady Catelyn. After departing from the blacksmith's shop, Rowling inquired discreetly and discovered that Catelyn was currently within the Sacred Wood. This shadowy, primordial grove, enveloped in gloom, stood in stark contrast to the towering castle, with ancient trees intertwining around it, their thick, robust black branches twisting overhead to create a dense, dark canopy. Countless sentinel trees and gnarled oaks encircled the center of the Sacred Wood, where the revered fishbeam tree resided. This hushed and profound woodland was a forbidden domain for House Stark, and although Rowling approached, he lacked the privilege to enter. Fortune favored him, as while he languidly paced at the entrance, Lady Catelyn emerged from the depths of the grove. Unlike the distant gaze exchanged earlier that morning from the training grounds atop Winterfell, Rowling was now afforded a close view of the Countess. She was adorned in an embroidered silk gown, her hair elegantly styled, and her movements were both light and graceful. Upon first laying eyes on Rowling, she approached him, and the closer she drew, the more he could sense the formidable presence she exuded. Perhaps you were awaiting me? She inquired. Indeed, my lady, he replied. You performed admirably. It is rare to witness someone win a one-on-one duel using a longbow. I commend you and thank you for imparting a lesson to Robb. Perhaps he shall no longer be so arrogant after this encounter. I have often tried to convey to him that there are always greater talents beyond his own. Yet he remains obstinate in his ways. Catelyn spoke with a calm demeanor, her tone revealing a lack of genuine admiration for Rowling, yet devoid of any animosity or other sentiments. Rowling sensed that in her eyes, he was merely a trivial passerby. As you noted, Robb's defeat was merely an accident. He is accustomed to doing knights and swordsmen, and may not have been well prepared for a ranger's combat style, he responded, stealing a glance at her composed expression. Summoning his courage, he continued, in truth, I have sought you out in the Sacred Wood for a matter of some importance. Oh! A glimmer of surprise crossed Catelyn's face. If it is of significance, we may discuss it back at the castle. It is not of great importance, merely a matter concerning the knighthood. Catelyn abruptly interjected. The Stark family stands by their word. Should you be impatient, the ceremony can be held this very evening. No, my lady, you misunderstand me, Roland replied thoughtfully. I do not desire to be knighted, yet I fear that outright refusal may bring disgrace to House Stark before the many lords of the North. I have come here specifically to discuss a solution with you. You do not wish to become a knight. Indeed. Then what compensation do you seek? Catelyn inquired, her gaze piercing and direct. I have heard from a blacksmith in the town that you possess a longbow crafted from fishwood. Catelyn's expression darkened as she interrupted him once more. That longbow is already intended as a gift for another. And to whom do you plan to bestow it? To my foster son, Theon Greyjoy. He is exceptionally skilled with a bow. A faint smile graced Roland's lips. I have a proposal. Though I wonder if you might be inclined to hear it. Despite an unsettling premonition, Catelyn nodded slightly. Currently, I am adorned in the Valyrian steel armor that Robb covets. It is undoubtedly far more rare and precious than the fishwood bow. I believe that the previous duel was merely a momentary lapse for Rob in adapting to the Ranger's combat style, which allowed me to gain the upper hand. To restore Rob's confidence, I am willing to challenge him to a duel, should he emerge victorious. I shall graciously present him with the Valyrian steel armor and depart from Winterfell at once. However, should fortune favor me once more, I hope you might find a reason to cancel the knighthood ceremony and instead gift me the fishwood bow. What do you think of this proposal? Are you a devil? Catelyn retorted, fixing him with a steadfast gaze. Chapter 6. Theon Greyjoy, are you a devil? Catelyn's inquiry left Rowling feeling quite embarrassed, prompting him to scratch his head and exclaim, My lady, I genuinely wish to compete with Rob once more. Enough, you need not say more. I have endured several brutal battles in my youth, and it is evident that your combat prowess far surpasses that of Rob. The duel between you two, in my eyes, seems unjust due to this vast disparity in strength. However, since you are so eager to claim the Valyrian bow, I shall grant you an opportunity to duel to determine its rightful owner. Then, I presume you have already secured my opponent. Rowling maintained a calm demeanor, though his mind was racing. To prevent her son from suffering the bitter consequences of defeat and falling into despair from being bested twice by the same individual, Catelyn would undoubtedly not allow Rob to participate. Thus, it was clear that this Lady of Winterfell was indeed a fierce protector of her offspring, rivaling even the cunning Cersei Lannister of King's Landing. You excel in archery, and coincidentally, there is a master archer within Winterfell as well. The Valyrian bow was initially intended as a gift for him. Are you referring to Theon Greyjoy? It seems you are familiar with him. I just heard his name mentioned by you, and earlier today, Count Wyman of White Harbor also alluded to him. At the mention of Count Wyman, Catelyn felt a twinge of discontent, yet she concealed it, continuing to calmly inquire of Rowling, Do you wish for me to arrange a duel between you and Theon Greyjoy? Certainly. Let us set the time for tomorrow morning, at the training grounds. However, I believe that a free-for-all duel would be too damaging to your sentiments. A simple contest of archery would undoubtedly be the most fitting choice. Everything shall be arranged according to your wishes, my lady. Rowling appeared cheerful on the surface, but inwardly he was frustrated. Having just returned from across the narrow sea, he had yet to even lay eyes on Theon Greyjoy. What sentiments could possibly exist? Catelyn was indeed astute. She recognized her superior combat abilities and sought to impose restrictions upon herself within the duel's parameters. It was likely she believed that a mere contest of archery would favor Theon significantly. As they walked from the weirwood grove to the cobbled streets outside Winterfell's ancient castle, Rowling and Catelyn discussed the details of the duel set for the following morning, during which she recounted tales of Eddard Stark and Winterfell's history. You are the bastard son of House Mormont, yet you bear the name Rowling Mormont. Since you are a bastard, why do you use the Mormont surname? Catelyn suddenly asked. As far as I know, all bastards born in the north are assigned the surname Snow to signify their status. Rowling fell silent for a moment, noticing his lack of response. Catelyn continued, House Stark also has a bastard, named Jon Snow, rather than Jon Stark. He should be on his way to the wall at this very moment. I was not born in the north. My mother was sent to Tyrosy across the straits when she was with child. Moreover, the name Mormont in my title is not the surname of the Bear family, but rather a nickname bestowed by my mother. Akin to how one might affectionately refer to your child, Brandon Stark, as Bran. At the mere mention of Bran's name, a flicker of sorrow surfaced in Catelyn's eyes. A poignant expression of a mother's heartache that cut deeply. Gazing into her saddened eyes, a sudden impulse surged within Rowling to divulge the entire truth regarding Bran's fateful fall from the tower. However, after a brief moment, reason prevailed over emotion, and Rowling, filled with regret, said, I apologize. It was not my intention to evoke painful memories. I too feel sympathy and sorrow for Bran's plight. Thank you, Ranger, Catelyn replied, wiping away the tears that glistened at the corners of her eyes. I shall uncover the murderer and ensure he pays for his deeds. After bidding farewell to Catelyn, Rowling made his way back to his modest lodgings. His accommodations were simple, a small room in an inn located on the street by the city gate. Yet, as he entered the tavern to ascend to his room, the innkeeper stopped him, saying, Esteemed Lord Rowling, your lodgings are no longer here. Lord Wyman of White Harbor has sent word, instructing you to take up residence at the Manderley Inn on West Street. He has prepared a room for you. Thank you, Rowling replied, turning to leave as he contemplated Wyman's actions since their acquaintance. Perhaps this old fox from White Harbor had sensed the brewing conspiracies within King's Landing, foreseeing Eddard's impending demise, and was unwilling to remain merely an Earl of White Harbor. He likely sought to seize greater opportunities amidst the chaos. The task set forth in this world-esque quest was clear: to capture a city and cultivate a loyal faction. It appeared that Wyman was an ally worth nurturing. The following morning, after tidying himself, Luo Ling departed for the training grounds. Upon his arrival, he found the area teeming with spectators. A testament to the rapid spread of news regarding his impending archery contest with Theon Greyjoy. As he made his way through the throng, the crowd recognized him and parted to allow him passage. Luo Ling observed the scene, and his gaze fell upon the figure of old Orlando, who was raising a fine sandalwood longbow high above his head while calling Luo Ling's name. Approaching him, Luo Ling inquired, "What brings you here, old blacksmith?" Without hesitation, Orlando thrust the longbow into Luo Ling's arms, explaining, "My lord, you need not use those inferior longbows crafted from the Sentinel's timber any longer. Such subpar weapons do not befit your skill. This bow is forged from the rare ironwood of the north. While it may not rival the fishbone bows, it far surpasses those made of sentinel wood. Is there any reward you seek?" Luo Ling asked. Orlando flushed with embarrassment, replying, "No reward is necessary. If you can wield my bow to victory in this contest, it would be the greatest honor for me and surely bring considerable patronage to my forge." Luo Ling smiled and remarked, "So the remuneration equates to me assisting you in garnering some publicity." "Publicity?" Orlando responded with a look of skepticism. "I beg your pardon, my lord. But I do not comprehend what you are implying." "It means I will aid you in attracting attention and enhancing your reputation." "Indeed, my lord, if you are willing, I can offer you a substantial discount on the funds required to craft the dagger." Luo Ling accepted with a smile, taking the ironwood bow from Orlando's family as he entered the training grounds. Theon Greyjoy had been waiting there for quite some time, while Catelyn, as she had the previous day, stood atop Winterfell, presiding as the chief judge. However, when Luo Ling glanced around, he did not see Rob's figure. "Lords and ladies of the north, citizens of Winterfell, today you shall be fortunate to witness the archery contest between Luo Ling Mormont, the Ranger, and Theon Greyjoy. The competition will consist of 3 rounds. The first will test their stances, the second will involve moving targets, and the third will challenge their mounted archery skills. After these 3 rounds, the one who secures victory in 2 of them shall be declared the winner." Upon concluding her announcement, Catelyn looked towards the training ground, and after receiving nods of affirmation from Luo Ling and Theon, she proclaimed in a commanding voice that the contest had officially commenced. Chapter 7: Coercion. You have vanquished Rob, and tales of your unparalleled archery skills echo throughout Winterfell. The words of Theon Greyjoy dripped with sarcasm. Yet one must ponder how many masters of archery have imparted their wisdom upon you, and how many days you have undergone systematic training. Luo Ling cast a cold glance in his direction. Originally, bows and arrows were crafted by the first man for the purpose of hunting. Subsequently, they were adopted by armies to confront foes, only to be trivialized by you nobles as mere toys for showcasing your so-called archery prowess. The most ludicrous aspect is how you have deluded yourselves into creating an array of training methods to master these playthings. You! Theon's complexion darkened. "I shall make you regret your words." Engaging in a war of words was futile. "If you wish to demonstrate your aristocratic archery skills, then defeat me here," Luo Ling declared, casting a haughty gaze towards the 2 targets raised at the far end of the practice field. With a disdainful snort, Theon strode towards the left archery position, while Luo Ling took his place to the right. "The first round will consist of each archer firing 3 arrows simultaneously, with the total score determining the victor," announced the judge. Catelyn, from atop Winterfell. The 2 adversaries exchanged glances and, almost in unison, drew their bows with swift precision. "Release!" At the command of the officer, 2 arrows soared through the air, striking the targets with a resounding thud, their fletchings quivering in the aftermath. The breaths of the many nobles and knights atop Winterfell echoed the tremors of the arrows, as they waited with bated breath for the 2 northern soldiers to announce their scores. 10 rings! 10 rings! The soldiers called out in succession, eliciting a brief applause that quickly faded into a profound silence. In that moment, not a soul dared to breathe loudly, eager to discern the expressions of the dueling contenders. The onlookers were sorely disappointed to find their faces devoid of anything but an expressionless seriousness. Once more, the 2 drew their bows, their movements fluid and captivating. "Release!" The officer's command rang out again, and 2 arrows flew almost parallel, embedding themselves in the very center of the targets. As anticipated, both achieved another perfect score of 10 rings. "This is astonishing!" Gasps erupted from the crowd. Could they truly tie with 3 arrows, each scoring 10 rings? It seems plausible. Theon is a prodigy in archery, while Luo Ling, the ranger, has bested Rob with his longbow in a free duel. What shall be done if they tie? A tiebreaker. Listening to the murmurs of the crowd, Theon slightly raised his arrogant and cynical visage, reveling in their admiration as if it were a tribute to his prowess. The archery contest demanded an atmosphere of absolute silence, and as the chatter gradually subsided, the practice field returned to tranquility. At last, Luo and Theon were poised to release their final arrows. Release! The officer's command echoed once more as the 2 arrows were unleashed. Thousands of eyes fixed upon these 2 slender shafts as they hurtled towards their targets. Whether it was Roland or Sim, the 3rd arrow shot forth, unwaveringly embedded in the bullseye. 10 rings, without a doubt. Count Wyman, standing atop Winterfell, cast a glance at Lady Catelyn beside him. My lady, shall we hold a tiebreaker? Why would we require a tiebreaker? What did she mean by that? Was it her intention to declare this round a draw, while 2 more rounds of competition remained? Unspoken yet palpable, Count Wyman of White Harbor disowned Catelyn's opposition to a tiebreaker. Still, he harbored concerns. Should the next 2 rounds culminate in yet another stalemate, what then? After an intense discussion among the lords and ladies of the North, the first round concluded in a draw, though the deliberation primarily hinged on Catelyn's own wishes. For reasons unknown, Rob was absent today, and the lords of the North held her in the highest regard. The second round of competition commenced shortly thereafter. This round involved the art of shooting at moving targets, with the unique white-browed falcon of the North serving as the target. This small falcon thrived in the harsh snowy plains of the North, preying on rodents. At the onset of the second round, 20 white-browed falcons would be released, renowned as the swiftest birds of the North, vanishing from sight in an instant. For Roland and Sim, who were to aim at these elusive creatures, it was undoubtedly a formidable challenge. Before long, a group of northern soldiers brought forth a number of wooden boxes, scattered across the training grounds. Some of these boxes contained several white-browed falcons, while others were empty, designed to mislead the competitors in their initial judgments. May we begin, gentlemen? The officer, having secured Catelyn's approval, turned to inquire of the 2 competitors. Roland nodded silently, while Sim, with a playful puff on the arrow's tip, signaled readiness. The officer then gestured to the soldiers positioned by the boxes, instructing them to heed his command. The soldiers responded in unison, not daring to exhibit any slackness. Open the boxes. As the grey-white flag fell from the officer's hand, the soldiers uniformly withdrew the wooden lids. In an instant, the wooden boxes revealed the bright white-browed falcons, which erupted into the air. Roland readied his bow, but misfortune struck as he discovered that the box he had aimed at was empty. Swiftly, he redirected his aim to the first white-browed falcon emerging from the adjacent box. Yet, during that brief moment of adjustment, a falcon had already been pierced by an arrow and fallen to the ground. Sim had seized the initiative, despite Roland's subsequent flawless shots, taking down 3 falcons in quick succession. Sim proved equally formidable, maintaining a lead by 1 falcon. As the white-browed falcons scattered further into the sky, soon beyond the reach of their arrows, the prospect of Roland's defeat loomed, provided Sim remained error-free. Destiny, after all, must be grasped firmly in one's own hands. Gritting his teeth in resolve, Roland swiftly drew another arrow from his quiver and pivoted to aim at Sim. Initially startled by his actions, Xian quickly realized the mischievous ranger's intent. He aimed to seize his target. Unfortunately for Xian, although he was quick to react, the cunning Luo Ling was even swifter. With a deft release of his bowstring, the arrow sang through the air with a melodious twang, piercing the skull of the white-browed falcon. In the wake of this, Xian loosed his own arrow, only to find his target snatched away by Luo Ling, resulting in a wasted shot. The score stood at 6-6. Luo Ling had intercepted the falcon that Xian had initially aimed for, leveling the count of felled falcons for the first time. Their gazes clashed. I see determination converging on the final white-browed falcon yet to take flight from the arena. This round would not end in a tie. That falcon represented the crucial fulcrum of victory. Whoever claimed it would emerge triumphant. Chapter 8, The Tongue of the Clan in the Training Ground. The last white-browed falcon soared solitary into the sky. Yet, it was fated to meet its demise, for the 2 most exceptional archers in the North, indeed across the 7 kingdoms, had already set their sights upon it. With a sudden twang of bowstring, at this critical juncture, Theon Greyjoy was the first to release his arrow. Given the prowess displayed by both contenders, it was almost certain that the one who shot first would strike true. And thus, as Theon released his arrow, he was confident of his impending victory. He turned to look at Luo Ling with the proud demeanor of a victor, his expression exaggerated in mockery. Luo Ling, with a cheerful smile, gazed at him as if observing a performing gesture, revealing a playful grin. Did Luo Ling not have the opportunity to shoot first against this falcon, which could determine the outcome? Indeed, he did, but he found it unnecessary. Winning the contest with such clean efficiency was far too mundane. He preferred a more theatrical approach. One that could astonish and infuriate his opponent while leaving the audience in awe, and most importantly, provide him with amusement. Thus, he allowed Theon the chance to shoot first, before leisurely loosing 2 arrows of his own. Theon was stunned by Luo Ling's mischievous smile. He looked up at the sky, where his marked arrow was a mere hand's breadth from striking the falcon. Yet, in the next moment, his hope for victory was shattered. Luo Ling's marked arrow came flying from below, snapping Theon's arrow in 2 at the last moment, while another arrow followed closely, piercing the final white-browed falcon's head with unparalleled accuracy, bringing it down to the training ground. As he watched the falcon descend, Theon felt a chill wash over him, as if doused with a bucket of ice water. Humiliation, resentment, and bitterness festered within him. His eyes blazed with fury as he glared at the ranger no. Rather the brigand who had snatched away the 2 falcons that rightfully belonged to him. I was destined to win. Theon Greyjoy roared, denouncing Luo Ling's thievery before all present. Destined? Luo Ling bent down to retrieve the falcon that had fallen to the ground, holding it out before Theon. Yet the arrow that fell this falcon bears my mark. You stole it. My arrow was on course to hit, but you meddled at the last moment. If I am not mistaken, you are merely the foster son of Eddard Stark, while your true father is Bolon Greyjoy of the Iron Islands. What are you implying? Theon was caught off guard by this sensitive inquiry, his anger dissipating somewhat, replaced by wariness. Surely, having grown up in the north and never returned to the Iron Islands, you have long forgotten the visage of Pike, the fluttering golden kraken banner. Perhaps you have even forgotten the tongue of House Greyjoy. To seize victory over toil, Theon murmured, reciting the Greyjoy words he had not uttered in ages, staring at Luo Ling as if gripped by an unseen force, rendered speechless. I have merely employed the customary tactics of the Ironborn to vanquish you. Perhaps the sensation of being plundered is not so pleasant. Enough, you need not speak further. Theon exclaimed in frustration, casting his bow to the ground. He proceeded to gather the fallen peregrine falcons strewn across the practice field. As he piled the shot down birds together, his pupils suddenly constricted in shock, shaking his head vehemently as he uttered, impossible. This cannot be. What is impossible? Catelyn, serving as the judge atop Winterfell, cast a glance at Theon's uncontrolled emotions and inquired of those nearby. The numerous lords and nobles of the north shook their heads, equally perplexed by the unfolding events. Amidst the confusion, Robb, who had appeared on the walls of Winterfell without anyone noticing, revealed the truth. Can you not see? Every white-browed falcon that Luo Ling shot down was pierced through the skull by his arrows, while Theon's arrows merely penetrated the bodies of the falcons. A collective gasp echoed from the battlements as the onlookers regarded the ranger with astonishment. On the practice field, Theon approached Luo Ling, dejected. Conceding his defeat, there is no need for further competition. My archery pales in comparison to yours. Not even a single arrow could I manage to aim at the falcon's eye and pierce its skull. You do concede like a man, Luo Ling remarked calmly. However, that fishwood bow shall belong to me. It is rightfully yours. The Ironborn do not engage in agriculture but thrive through raiding. One must wonder how King Bolon of the Iron Islands would react upon learning that his own son had been bested by a bastard from the Vale, losing 2 prized catches and a valuable fishwood bow. Perhaps he would not be enraged. After all, in his eyes, I, a hostage cast into the north for over 20 years, am unworthy of the Ironborn name. Theon's solitary figure departed, burdened by thoughts he never shared with others. Thoughts no one could comprehend. This archery contest, which had drawn throngs to Winterfell, concluded after 2 rounds with Theon's withdrawal and admission of defeat. As night fell, music and revelry filled the ancient castle. The Stark family hosted a banquet in honor of the ranger Luo Ling, who had risen to fame in Winterfell within just 2 days. During the feast, Luo Ling, through the voice of Lord Wyman of White Harbor, politely declined Robb's offer of knighthood. As compensation, Catelyn gifted him a newly crafted, exquisite fishwood bow as a weapon. Despite the undercurrents of discontent towards Luo Ling, the surface of the event appeared to be a joyful conclusion for all. After receiving the fishwood bow, Luo Ling raised a toast to several prominent northern nobles before distancing himself from the castle's decadent sons. Lord Wyman, struggling to keep pace with his ample frame, trailed behind him. Yet, the lord remained silent, and Luo Ling feigned ignorance to his presence, continuing on his path. Ranger! Wait a moment, Wyman called out, and Luo Ling halted, a smile gracing his lips. The puffing lord caught up. resting a hand on his shoulder. I believe you are doing this intentionally. Being overweight is detrimental to health. I merely wish to assist you in shedding some pounds. Never has anyone dared to call me fat, the Earl of White Harbor retorted, both amused and vexed. Those who speak to me in such a manner have long since been fed to the fish in the shivering sea. It is said that the eels at the mouth of the White Blade River feast on carrion. Wyman, non-committal regarding this disturbing rumor, turned to inquire. Will you depart from Winterfell as planned tomorrow morning? Rowling nodded in affirmation. Promise me, you may head north to the Wall. But you must never join the Night as Watch. Why not? The Night as Watch guards the Wall until death. Your life should not be confined to that desolate icy expanse. You possess the potential for great endeavors. I have expressed my admiration for you. Rest assured. My journey north is solely to attend to private matters concerning my father, and has nothing to do with the Night's Watch. Rowling stifled a chuckle. Realizing that this old fox had come all this way out of concern that she might join the Night's Watch and never return. After all, he had invested in her with the Valyrian steel armor, a wager of immense value. He could not bear to see it go to waste. Then I shall be at ease, Wyman sighed in relief. Yet, as he turned again, Rowling had already vanished down the corridor. The Night's Watch's Black Castle was soon to witness the gathering of 2 bastards and a dwarf. Truly, it would be quite the spectacle, he mused. Chapter 9. A fortuitous encounter. The snow-covered expanse stretched endlessly before him. Traveling north from Winterfell, one encountered a vast wilderness and craggy limestone hills, with delicate snowflakes cascading down. Alone, accompanied only by his steed, Roland traversed the King's Road, the howling winds accentuating the solitude that enveloped him. He wore a coat made from the hide of a moose, while beneath him was a warhorse, an elderly creature lent to him by Lady Catelyn that morning, though slow. It possessed a commendable steadiness. Strapped to his back was a fish leather bow, enveloped in grey cloth, exposing only the quiver, while a long dagger, crafted by Orlando through a sleepless night, hung at his waist. For this, Roland had paid the avaricious blacksmith an additional 50 silver stacks as commission. After 2 weeks of traveling northward, the King's Road had gradually diminished into a narrow woodland path, meandering through a forest dense with oak, evergreen, and blackthorn. As night fell, the haunting howls of wolves reverberated from the depths of the forest, causing his mount to shift restlessly beneath him. Once past this wolf-infested thicket, Roland found himself confronted by the vast, desolate ice plain, devoid of any signs of habitation. Dismounting, he set up camp to rest before venturing onto the ice. He laid a blanket upon the frigid ground and kindled a fire beside him, retrieving the last remaining pouch of wine from the supplies strapped to his horse. He drank deeply, the potent Dornish red coursing down his throat like a cold fire, igniting his innards with its deep crimson hue reminiscent of blood, laced with the sweetness of vengeance. This was the most renowned commentary penned by a wine-obsessed scholar from the Citadel about the fierce wine of dawn. After more than a month of arduous travel, Roland had finally penetrated the heart of the northern wilderness. Here, the snow and wind formed needle-like shards that stung his face, while ice crystals adorned his hair. Only by squinting could he dare to open his eyes to consult his map. As dusk approached, he fortuitously heard the neighing of a horse, initially doubting his senses, until the sound intensified, accompanied by the distinct clatter of hoofs. Months of solitary wandering had left him profoundly lonely, often resorting to conversing with his horse for solace. At last, he had encountered living souls. An indescribable joy surged within him as he urged his horse toward the source of the sound, and through the swirling white of the snowstorm, he beheld 3 riders, cloaked in a misty darkness. Were they rangers? Roland reined in his horse, realizing he had entered the territory of the Night's Watch. The 3 Night's Watchmen circled him a few times before coming to a halt. The foremost rider, a robust figure draped in a tattered black cloak riddled with holes, addressed to Roland, "You must be the ranger mentioned in the letter from Lord Wyman of White Harbor. He spoke highly of you, yet after circling you, I see nothing particularly extraordinary." "Ah, I am Jarman Bokwell, a ranger of the Night's Watch, sent by order of the Lord Commander to escort you. We have been waiting here for you for 7 days. You certainly travel at a leisurely pace." A nearby ranger could not help but exclaim, his stature diminutive. Yet in battle, he was likely as troublesome as in conversation. Roland gently patted the head of the aged steed beneath him, smiling as he remarked, "It is far too old, even at this slow pace. I fear it might slip upon the icy expanse." Hearing that he was a renowned ranger in Winterfell yet lacked a fine horse, Roland shook his head. The small ranger continued, "Perhaps you could persuade Jon Snow to exchange one of his newly assigned war horses with you. His mount is as youthful as he is." He expressed great interest in you and volunteered to come for you the moment he heard your name, did he not, John? He turned to John, who was nearly shrouded in his dark cloak, revealing only a youthful face as he addressed Roland, Ranger. My interest in you stems solely from your defeat of Robb in Winterfell. For the honor of House Stark, I shall seek you out for a duel and reclaim it. The small ranger, Paul, scoffed, look at that, a bastard constantly invoking family honor. John shot him an irritated glare. Suddenly, Roland took action, pressing his foot against the stirrup. And in an instant, a dagger had appeared in his hand. With a swift motion, Paul fell heavily to the ground. Shock spread across the faces of Jarman Boquel and Jon Snow as they turned to the scene, where Roland stood with his foot upon Paul's face, the dagger in his hand glinting with a cold, silvery light. They were rendered speechless, while Paul, on the ground, begged for mercy, his face turning crimson from the icy contact. The speed of shadow strike was indeed astonishing, particularly in such close proximity, a masterful technique of stealthy assassination. Roland maintained an expression of indifference, though inwardly, he reveled in delight. Just then, Jarman, regaining his composure, drew his sword and pointed it at Roland, demanding, "What have you done?" Roland grasped Paul by the collar, turning him to face Jarman. "Perhaps you should inquire of your fellow crows?" Paul, terror-stricken, stammered, What have I done wrong? Has no one ever told you that sharp-tongued remarks are ill-advised?" Before he could finish, Roland suddenly released his grip, causing Paul to fall forward, his teeth striking the hard ice with a resounding crunch, filling his mouth with blood. "You may mock the bastard, after all. John can do little more than glare at you, but the issue is, I too am a bastard, and I shall retaliate." With that, Roland mounted his steed, which, despite its age, seemed to understand the need to earn its master's respect, galloping fiercely, leaving behind a flurry of icy wind. The young John, merely 14, gazed after the departing figure, his eyes alight with admiration. Acquired the admiration of the key character Jon Snow. Gained 3 fusion points. Triggered the hidden key quest, Love and Kill. Quest requirement, prevent Jon Snow from killing Daenerys Targaryen. Reward, Game of Thrones key. This key allows one to transfer any item or skill possessed by a character from the Game of Thrones instance to another instance, while all other items or skills will be cleared. As the golden text unexpectedly appeared before him, Roland found himself both amused and exasperated. He never anticipated that his recent display of bravado would inadvertently earn him Jon Snow's admiration, leaving a profound mark on the young boy's tender heart. Not only did he acquire 3 fusion points, but he also activated the hidden key quest of this world instance. Chapter 10, Black Castle. The inhabitants of Westeros, who have never ventured to the wall, often proclaim that Black Castle is constructed upon the wall itself, a magnificent edifice and the grandest stronghold of the Night's Watch. However, those who arrive at Black Castle soon discover that these are mere rumors. In truth, Black Castle lies within the confines of the wall, scarcely deserving the designation of a true castle. Its primary structure comprises only a few stone towers and wooden fortifications, with no defensive walls on the east, west, or south sides, save for the imposing presence of the wall to the north. The people of the north revere the old gods, and in every town that venerates them, there exists a sacred grove, much like that of Winterfell. At the heart of this grove stands the weirwood tree, its trunk carved with a visage resembling a human face, known as the heart tree. Devout followers face the heart tree in prayer, the sole means through which they may commune with their deities. Legends tell that the faces carved into the ancient heart trees, which have stood for millennia, were sculpted by the children of the forest themselves. The northern folk continue this tradition, etching faces onto the trunks of young weirwoods. Yet, Black Castle lacks a sacred grove and, consequently, a heart tree. Thus, those who worship the old gods in the north must venture beyond the wall, delving into the haunted forest, where it is said a weirwood and an ancient heart tree were left by the children of the forest before their departure. Ranger, I hear you have been ensnared by John. The Silent Tower is one of the few stone towers within Black Castle, and among the many, it remains relatively intact. Unlike the leaning hardened tower across from it, where even the defensive walls have crumbled. Roland turned to glance at the dwarf beside him, who continued, That boy has potential. Aside from his somewhat blunt demeanor, I have heard he looks down upon the new recruits of the Night's Watch with cold arrogance, resulting in his ostracization by both the officers and the other recruits. During lunch today, I took the opportunity to speak with him, imparting some hard-earned life lessons and philosophies, hoping he may temper that infamous dark temper in the future. What purpose does this information serve me? Oh, I digress. The most renowned dwarf in King's Landing and across the 7 Kingdoms offered a sheepish smile. I tend to be quite talkative. much like those loquacious courtesans who seek to buy time. Please, do not grow impatient. In this frigid weather, we can scarcely engage in anything of real significance. So a bit of conversation is quite welcome. What exactly do you wish to convey? Roland rolled his eyes, as this was his first encounter with the infamous Tyrion Lannister, who proved to be an exceedingly personable character, his words flowing forth unrestrained. Very well, very well. Perceptive Tyrion, noticing Roland's impatience, quickly adopted a serious demeanor. I came to seek you out simply to inquire what matter John has been pestering you about. He mentioned he joined the Night's Watch 3 days prior but did not recite the oath, as there is no heart tree within Black Castle to serve as a witness of the old gods. He hopes I might escort him beyond the wall to the haunted forest, where he can recite his vows beneath the heart tree and become a true member of the Night's Watch. Why not trouble his uncle, Benjen Stark, for this? Luo Ling accepted the wine pouch from Tyrion, took a swig, and remarked, Benjen Stark departed yesterday with 6 rangers to undertake reconnaissance beyond the wall. Tyrion looked up at him, saying, I have heard tales of your remarkable agility and unparalleled archery skills. Should you encounter peril beyond the wall, how many lives do you believe you could safeguard? If absolute safety were the criterion, perhaps just one, Luo Ling replied. Tyrion lowered his head in slight melancholy. I had hoped you would take John with you to the Weirwood Forest and allow me to accompany you as well. However, if we consider the condition of returning without loss of limbs, then the answer would be 1.5, Luo Ling suddenly amended. Tyrion sprang up, playfully striking his chest. Ranger, I perceive your jest. Are you mocking me for being a half-man? There was no offense intended, Luo Ling replied. Tyrion, unfazed, remarked, I have encountered countless cold, derisive gazes. Yet yours bore warmth, akin to a good-natured jest. Such words from a harlot's lips are hardly credible. What jest bears goodwill? Yet, truth be told, I was not angered. Should the opportunity arise to venture beyond the wall, I would indeed take John and you along. Luo Ling rose to depart, stating, as for this pouch of wine, I shall consider it a deposit for now. Tyrion's lips twitched. It was his last remaining pouch of Dornish strong wine. In this frigid, desolate Black Castle, that wine was worth more than gold. Luo Ling did not take the pouch of Dornish wine merely to appease his own cravings. Rather, it served as a token of goodwill. A gesture to meet the father whose face, along with his smile, was but a blur in his memory, the current Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, Jeor Mormont. The Lord Commander's quarters resided atop the stone command tower. Luo Ling ascended the spiral stone staircase, coated with a thin layer of ice, until he reached a small wooden door. Enter, came the voice from within, aged yet robust. Luo Ling gently knocked and pushed the door open, finding the Lord Commander standing by the window. A talking raven perched on his shoulder, both man and bird gazing quietly at the falling snow. Thank you for sending someone to fetch me, he said, placing the wine upon the table. I merely received a letter from Lord Wyman Manderley of White Harbor, requesting that I do so. The old bear turned to face him. He still possessed the robust physique of his youth, though his hair had long since receded, replaced by a bushy gray-white beard that hung to his chest. The two exchanged silent glances, the atmosphere in the room becoming somewhat tense. Is she well? Buried at sea, in accordance with the traditions of the Ironborn. She was the kindest and most beautiful woman in this world. Yet you still failed her. I have joined the Night's Watch. The conversation between father and son abruptly halted, plunging the room into a profound silence. The raven flapped its wings and flew out the window. I intend to return to Bear Island, Luo Ling stated. To assume the mantle of Lord of Bear Island. The Lord of Bear Island remains your sister, Lady Midge Mormont. Luo Ling knew the question he wished to pose. She is a stubborn and irritable old woman. Old Xiong subtly aligned himself with his son, warning that returning in your current capacity may subject you to considerable hardship. One must strive to secure their own interests. I do not oppose this. Old Xiong articulated his stance as the raven returned to his shoulder. With a sigh, he lamented that he could no longer govern affairs within the Great Wall. What troubles me at this moment is the waning strength of the Night's Watch, while the fabled others are poised to remerge. In truth, I hope you will join. I will not join the Night's Watch, Luo Ling firmly rejected him. I have come to the Wall of Despair solely to inform you that I have returned. With that, she turned and exited the room. As she closed the wooden door behind her, she whispered in a voice only she could hear, Take care, Old Xiong. Chapter 11. The Wall of Despair. The relentless snowfall that had enveloped the northern ice fields for nearly half a month finally ceased. The sun pierced through the clouds, casting a resplendent golden glow. Standing beneath the Wall of Despair, Roland gazed upward, where the icy exterior of the wall shimmered with a radiant blue hue in the sunlight. Although he had lingered here for over a week, each time his gaze fell upon this magnificent edifice, he felt a shiver of awe. The cliffs, forged from ice and colossal stones, severed the horizon, extending from the westernmost Frostfang Mountains to the eastern shores of Seal Bay, rendering its entirety beyond the reach of the eye. Perhaps this truly is the edge of the world, mused Tyrion. And the three of us are about to venture beyond it. Jon Snow clenched his small fist in excitement. Roland stole a glance at Tyrion, swathed in furs to ward off the chill, and at the inexplicably enthusiastic Jon, then pointed toward the tunnel's entrance ahead. This is the passage the rangers speak of, leading beyond the wall. If we traverse this, we shall reach the lands beyond. I suddenly regret my companionship with you two, Tyrion remarked, retracting his neck slightly. If I perish, how many courtesans in King's Landing would weep, their faces marred by tears? You could still turn back. Indeed, it is not too late, Roland replied with a smile, spurring his horse forward. However, once we breach the wall, regret will serve no purpose. Jon closely followed in his wake, while Tyrion hesitated for several moments before ultimately deciding to pursue them. The tunnel manned by the Night's Watch was one of the only two passages leading beyond the wall. The entrance resembled a proper door, yet as one delved deeper, it became increasingly convoluted and narrow. Jon bent low behind Roland, his gaze frequently darting back. Upon noticing the Lannister dwarf catching up, he called out with mockery, "It is fortunate you managed to keep up, otherwise, I would have lamented your absence. Just look at this cramped, low passage. It's as if it were constructed especially for someone of your stature. A bastard need not trouble a dwarf. We both know life is arduous for us." "This is not trouble, merely jest," Roland interjected on Tyrion's behalf. Jon cast a grateful glance at Roland, falling silent until the trio arrived at an iron gate within the tunnel. "Is anyone there?" Upon seeing the gate secured by a large black iron lock, Jon inquired. "Who are you?" A muffled voice resonated from the ice wall above. Jon responded with solemnity, "I am the sword in the darkness, the sentinel of the wall. I shield against the biting cold, the flames of dawn, and the horn that awakens the slumbering. I am the steadfast shield guarding the realm." With a click, a compartment in the ice wall above suddenly opened, and a figure clad in black emerged. A member of the Night's Watch, Bowen Carter, tasked with guarding the tunnel's iron gate. "Pray tell, which brother of the Crow seeks passage beyond the wall?" Jon indicated himself. "I am the son of Eddard Stark, Warden of the North, having joined the Night's Watch in the Hall of Shields 2 weeks prior, though I have yet to take my oath. I must journey to the haunted forest beyond the wall, to pray before the heart tree, allowing the old gods to witness my vow. A few days ago, the departure of Banyan Stark, he was my uncle." "Ah, so he is the nephew of the esteemed Lord Commander." Bowen ceased his idle chatter, promptly unlocking the heavy iron gate and proceeding with them. Ahead lay 2 more iron doors. "After I escort you out, I shall lock the doors once again and return," he stated. "What shall we do upon our return?" "You stand here at the first gate, while we must first pass through the field," Tyrion inquired with concern. "Beyond the field gate lies the exit of the wall, guarded by a solid oak door, nearly 9 inches thick. Would you not pass through there upon your return?" "How was I to know there was an oak door beyond the field gate?" the dwarf muttered. "The security of a crumbling wall is more intricate than that of King's Landing." Shortly thereafter, under Bowen's guidance, the trio successfully traversed the 3 iron gates. Upon crossing the gates, the tunnel expanded, revealing a clearer view ahead, allowing Roland and Jon to finally lift their heads. After advancing several dozen meters, an imposing oak door, tall enough for 2 men and wide enough for 6 horses to pass side by side, came into view. 6 Night's Watch officers, clad in black, stood motionless like statues before the door, wielding black oak shields. Roland and Tyrion exchanged glances and halted, allowing Jon to step forward and negotiate with the guards in his black-clad brotherhood's capacity. Moments later, a heavy, grating sound echoed as the oak door was pushed open by the guards. As soon as a narrow gap was formed, a fierce wind rushed in, carrying ice shards and frost. When the door was finally ajar wide enough for a warhorse to pass, the biting wind nearly forced everyone to shut their eyes. "Hurry through!" a Night's Watch guard called out to the trio. Without delay, the 3 mounted their steeds and galloped through the tunnel, the heavy oak door slamming shut behind them. Sealing off the 2 worlds. "It's so cold." Despite being wrapped in furs like a small bear, Tyrion trembled atop his horse. Yet outside the wall, apart from the howling blizzard and the frigid temperatures, it seemed little different from the north. "That is because you have yet to encounter the terrifying blue-eyed wildlings and the others," Tyrion retorted. "Besides, this damn snowstorm is deadly enough. How can you, who grew up in the storms of the north, Judge the experience of a dwarf from the south. Jon shot him a glare, then turned to Rollin. Shall we continue heading to north? To the northeast, Rollin replied, unfurling a map. The haunted forest is not too far from here. If we ride continuously, we should arrive before nightfall, but in this storm, our steeds cannot sustain a constant pace. We must walk for a stretch and camp for the night. So it may take us 2 days to reach the haunted forest. 2 days to go, and 2 days to return, Tyrion sighed. I truly wish this accursed storm would cease for a moment, allowing that fool's prayers to be fulfilled sooner. I have been away from my brother, Ser Jorah, for over half a month now. Perhaps he assumes that I have joined the Night's Watch under the instigation of Commander Mormont. Night's Watch does not require the company of dwarfs. Jon remarked that, compared to those thieves and rapists, who possess nothing but worthless bodies, a dwarf is endowed with a mind rich in knowledge. Just a few days prior, Commander Mormont praised me to my face. On this matter, I concur with Tyrion. As Ser Jorah jested, my potential contribution to the Night's Watch would undoubtedly surpass that of any common thief or rapist. After all, the crumbling walls and the infested passages of Castle Black are such that a dwarf could enter without stooping to repair or clear them. I would prefer to return to King's Landing or to Casterly Rock to mop out stables rather than spend another second in the frigid confines of Castle Black. The dwarf retorted. It is evident that he does not detest the idea of joining the Night's Watch. He merely fears the cold. The trio shared a hearty laugh, oblivious to the pair of icy blue eyes that flickered in the dense snowfall not far away, vanishing in an instant. Chapter 12. The Forest of Shadows Ranger. Why did you deceive me into thinking we could reach the Forest of Shadows in just 2 days? Amidst the heavy snow and wind, Tyrion raised his voice to ensure it was not lost to the howling gales. The map provided by Scholar Ayman diverged somewhat from the actual route. Yet we should only have half a day's journey remaining. We have already traveled for 4 days. Tyrion exclaimed, cursing that accursed old blind fool for not providing a more precise map, a matter of life and death. Though diminutive in stature, the gnome possessed a fiery temperament. Over the past few days, Tyrion had grown accustomed to Jon's jogs and leisurely guided his horse closer. Do not underestimate a gnome. Not only do I possess a fierce temper, but I also boast a remarkable capacity for drink. With that, before Jon could respond, he nimbly snatched the wine pouch hanging from Jon's waist like a monkey. Jon grunted in annoyance. Tyrion tilted his head back and took 3 swigs, only to discover the pouch had run dry, leading to his disgruntled exclamation, "How can you drink so much?" The journey of the trio was rendered bearable by Tyrion's presence. And Rorin found this self-proclaimed little devil to be quite amiable. One could jest and tease him, provided they maintained the right balance. And he would willingly engage in a bit of self-deprecating humor. As the remnants of the western sun faded into the icy expanse, dust blanketed the snow, resembling a ground strewn with gold. The leader, Rorin, suddenly reined in his horse, prompting Tyrion and Jon, who were following closely behind, to lean forward to assess the situation. "It seems we have arrived," he stated. Tyrion rubbed his eyes and beheld, at the edge of twilight, the silhouette of a pitch-black forest. "I have encountered all manner of peculiar things, yet I have never heard of a forest where even the trees are entirely black. Could this forest be one planted by the Night's Watch?" Tyrion glanced at Jon, clad in black attire, remarking that only your raven brethren hold such a fondness for the color. "I would prefer it were indeed their handiwork. At least that would afford me a modicum of comfort, but alas, it is not," Jon replied, his heart secretly quaking as he gazed upon the vast and dark expanse of the forest. "Are we to enter tonight? I almost wish to remain outside alone, camping until you both emerge," Tyrion confessed, the forest instilling in him a profound dread of death. "We are out of wine and water," Rorin stated, "and the map indicates a small stream within the woods. If we wish to avoid delaying another night, we must proceed straight in tonight." Allowing Jon to pray before the heart tree, "Come down, we can locate the stream, refill our supplies, and return." The gnome and Jon fell silent for a moment, neither opposing the proposal. The trio once more organized themselves and set forth toward the aptly named Forest of Shadows, its very name evoking terror. As the saying goes, one can run a horse to death by merely gazing at a mountain. Though the outline of the forest appeared near, a significant distance still lay ahead. The night deepened. The overcast sky gradually transformed into a deep, bruised purple, as a crescent moon, sharp as a wolf's fawn, ascended the horizon. It was not until darkness enveloped them entirely that the three finally reached the edge of the forest. Frost-kissed leaves drifted down around them, whispering like the murmurs of phantoms. Suddenly, the haunting howl of a wolf echoed through the woods, causing Tyrion to swiftly dismount and take refuge beside a tall sentinel tree. "Jon, I should have insisted on bringing your snow-white direwolf. Perhaps it could communicate with the denizens of this forest and dissuade them from troubling us, he remarked. That is clearly not the howl of a direwolf, but rather that of a mere snow wolf, John corrected. That makes it easier. A direwolf is many times larger than a snow wolf. If that creature were here, these snow wolves would hardly dare to act out. Alas! It is too late for such considerations. We are left to endure the cold while that beast remains cozily by the fire in the Black Castle. Her name is Ghost. Not that beast, John retorted once more. Tyrion shrugged, dismissing the pedantic nature of his companion. He gazed ahead, only to realize that in the time spent bickering with Stark, Rhaegar had already ventured far, leaving them with but a fleeting silhouette. A surge of anxiety coursed through Tyrion as John hastily helped him back onto his horse, clearing the tangled vines with his sword as they urged their steed forward over the gnarled roots in pursuit. Yet, Rhaegar's figure vanished abruptly. Upon reaching an ancient iron tree covered in gnarled growths, John scanned the surroundings, but all he could see was the pale knight cloaked in a mantle of fallen snow. "Seven save us!" Tyrion exclaimed in a fervent prayer, for the agile Rhaegar was their sole assurance of safety on this perilous journey, and now, in an instant, that assurance had evaporated. "Be careful!" A shout rang from behind, and upon turning, Tyrion saw Rhaegar tumbling out from the underbrush. In the next heartbeat, a sword shimmering with an eerie blue light, resembling translucent ice, silently lunged toward Tyrion's back. Rhaegar leaped to tackle him to the ground, narrowly evading the deadly strike. Yet the fishbone bow strapped to his back was sent soaring. What was that? Tyrion cried out, catching a glimpse of chilling blue eyes as he fell. "Quick! Toss me my fishbone bow!" Rhaegar shouted to Jon. Suddenly, a white figure darted through the trees, appearing beside Jon. Towering over two grown men, it was gaunt and emaciated. Its skin as pale as crumbling plaster, and its eyes, deep and frigid, burned like two cold flames of azure. Faced with such a terrifying creature for the first time, Jon's mind went blank. With no time to retrieve the fallen fishbone bow, the white swung its sword at Jon. Rhaegar, with no other option, drew his dagger and rushed to engage the foe. The white's crystalline blade sliced through the air with a chilling shriek, and as Rhaegar parried with his dagger, the clash produced not the sound of metal striking metal, but rather the anguished wail of a dying beast, sharp and tormenting. The white's swordsmanship was unexpectedly exquisite and methodical, far surpassing that of Robb. After several intense exchanges, Rhaegar found himself forced to retreat, just as Jon seized the moment to deftly spring to Tyrion's side. In the Frostfang city, the old blacksmith Orlando forged a dagger that, after clashing against the ice crystal sword of the others 7 or 8 times, became encrusted with a thick layer of frost, rendering even the hilt unbearably cold. The onslaught of the others did not relent, with a seemingly delicate motion. They swung their sword upward, a movement imbued with immense explosive power. Roland stepped back slightly to steady himself and once more wielded the dagger to execute a block. As the dagger met the ice sword, a sudden, sharp crack echoed, and a web of fine fissures abruptly shattered the frost. The dagger splintered into countless shards of icy iron, scattering like a flurry throughout the forest. The others let out a piercing howl, reminiscent of ice shattering in layers, as they raised their ice sword, preparing to strike down upon the defenseless Roland before them. Chapter 13. The fierce battle. Could it be that he would meet his demise here? Helplessly witnessing the unfolding chaos, the imp of House Lannister felt utterly powerless. Though he possessed a keen intellect, he was undeniably a novice in the art of combat. The ice sword aimed at Rhaegar was as thin as a shard of crystal, surrounded by an eerie blue light that flowed like vapor. Even from a distance, Tyrion was convinced that this blade could not have been forged by human hands. Its sharpness unparalleled. Jon Snow stood protectively behind Rhaegar, sharing in the despair as the ice sword descended upon them. With a sharp crack, the blade struck Rhaegar's shoulder, carving downward toward his heart. The White Walker withdrew the sword, its expression cold as it awaited Rhaegar to bleed out like its previous victims, transforming into a lifeless ice sculpture. Yet, contrary to the White Walker's expectations, Rhaegar did not scream in agony. Instead, he sprang upwards, delivering a powerful kick to its neck. With a deft push of his hands against the ground, he executed a flawless backflip, evading the ice sword's attack, and retrieved the fallen fishbone bow. Tyrion and Jon stared in disbelief, astonished to discover that the ominous ice sword had failed to pierce Rhaegar's black armor. They had assumed the ranger would perish beneath the White Walker's blade, but he emerged unscathed. "Thank goodness I refrained from fusing my Valyrian steel breastplate," Rhaegar muttered to himself, feeling a lingering ache and tingling sensation across his chest. Earlier, on the icy plains, he had earned 3 fusion points due to Jon's admiration, contemplating the fusion of his Valyrian steel armor into his body. However, he suddenly recalled that the ancestral Valyrian steel sword, Longclaw, was still in the possession of old Bear Mormont. Consequently, he resolved to save the fusion points until he could acquire Longclaw, as his expertise lay in archery and daggers, making a longsword more of a burden. The protection offered by the Valyrian steel armor, however, proved invaluable in this critical moment, potentially saving his life. The White Walker was undeniably a cruel and proud creature, deriving pleasure from the agonizing struggles of dying animals, yet seething with rage at Rhaegar's survival. It would not tolerate the existence of anything it could not slay. A fierce wind arose, and the green leaves of the sentinel tree suddenly crystallized, showering down like ice shards. The vines were encrusted with frost, all due to the White Walker's renewed assault. It charged along a thick, exposed tree root, its armor shifting colors as it moved, reminiscent of the elusive garments worn by the children of the forest, sometimes as white as fresh snow, at other times as dark as ink, and occasionally blending seamlessly with the forest's muted greens and grays. During its charge, Rhaegar loosed several arrows in rapid succession. But the creature remained unfazed, not even attempting to evade. Events soon proved that evasion was unnecessary. The arrow struck its skin-like armor, bouncing off harmlessly. Only Dragonlance and Valyrian steel could penetrate the White Walker's armor and bring about its demise. Ordinary weapons and arrows were utterly ineffective. Tyrion exclaimed loudly upon witnessing this disheartening reality. Roland had no time to respond. The White Walker had already charged towards him, deprived of his dagger. Roland could not engage in close combat, so he swiftly maneuvered, using a towering iron tree to circle around the creature. However, the White Walker was unwilling to waste time. With a sweeping motion of its arm, the ice sword in its hand struck the iron tree, penetrating the dark trunk by more than a foot. In an instant, the nearly 6-meter-high trunk was transformed into a pristine white ice pillar, which subsequently shattered like hail, scattering icy fragments across the ground. The iron tree, renowned for its toughness and utilized by the northern armies to craft sturdy shields and gates, had been casually reduced to a pile of ice shards. Tyrion stood dumbfounded. Had Jon not swiftly pulled him away, a falling chunk of ice might have crushed his skull. The White Walker caught a glimpse of their movement but paid them no heed, its fury directed solely at Roland for failing to kill him. Roland refrained from wasting arrows on the creature's armor and instead aimed directly at its icy blue eyes. The bowstring twanged as he loosed 3 arrows in quick succession, reminiscent of the time he had pierced the eye of a white-browed falcon in the training grounds of Winterfell. Alas, the White Walker was not a mere falcon. With a mere touch of its ice sword, it reduced Roland's arrows to powder. The creature advanced relentlessly, while Roland's attacks remained futile. Jon felt a chill of dread. It seemed the ranger was on the verge of defeat. Yet suddenly, he watched as Roland leapt to a large tree, springing up the trunk like a nimble monkey, his feet finding purchase along its length. The White Walker uttered a series of incomprehensible words in a harsh, mournful tone, laced with mockery. Roland responded with a cold laugh, then performed an astonishing act, shedding his chestplate and left shoulder armor. As Jon and Tyrion stood in bewilderment, Roland spread his arms and leapt from the tree like a bat diving for its prey. It was not his style to merely endure punishment. Even against an almost invincible foe like the White Walker, Roland would take the initiative and fight with all his might. The White Walker raised its sword, the cold wind biting deeply. In midair, Roland wielded his chestplate and forcefully deflected the ice sword. With a resounding crash, he landed, his arms tingling with pain. And without hesitation, he activated Shadow Strike. A shadow faster than white mist flickered past, and he materialized behind the White Walker, his weapon glimmering with a crimson-golden light cutting towards the creature's neck. It was not a dagger but the Valyrian steel shoulder plate he had discarded. For the first time, the calm demeanor in the White Walker's eyes vanished, replaced by sheer terror. After millennia, it felt the looming threat of death. Desperate to escape the embrace of the Grim Reaper, it was already too late. Roland, gripping the shoulder plate, delivered a powerful slash across the White Walker's neck, pouring all his strength into the blow, even as the pressure left blood marks on his hands. A sound reminiscent of metal slicing through ice echoed, as the ice wraith's neck oozed a pale blue liquid. Its emaciated flesh rapidly dissolved, leaving behind bones that resembled milky glass. Luo Ling stepped back several paces, watching as these bones transitioned from a pearly hue to transparency, ultimately transforming into a cold puddle upon the forest floor. Dead, dead! Tyrion exclaimed in disbelief, witnessing the ranger dispatch an ice wraith in a manner he could scarcely fathom. It is dead! Luo Ling gasped for breath, as golden letters reappeared before his eyes. Successfully slaying the ice wraith commander alone. Earned 4 fusion points. Acquired a new proficiency skill, shoulder armor mastery 30. Into dire situations, it can be wielded as a dagger. Luo Ling. Chapter 14. Oath. When you fight, I am powerless to assist you. Zhang approached him, bowing his head with a hint of guilt. You are still young, Raleigh encouraged, patting the young crow at shoulder. By the time you reach my age, I am certain you will be capable of slaying and others on your own. In Zhang's eyes, Raleigh was a paragon of virtue, and his simple encouragement illuminated Zhang's future. Surely, by then, I will be able to succeed Uncle Benjamin as the foremost ranger of the Night's Watch, will I not? If one day you can indeed emulate the ranger and confront an other single-handedly, then ascending to the position of Lord Commander of the Night's Watch would hardly be a challenge, Tyrion chimed in. My brother Jaime is the mightiest knight in the Seven Kingdoms. He became a member of the King's Guard at the tender age of 15, the youngest in millennia. Apart from Raleigh, I believe he is the only one in all the realm capable of facing another and emerging alive. You refer to that Kingslayer, Zhang scoffed. Tyrion shrugged. The world only knows of his slaying of the Mad King, yet they remain oblivious to the fact that he saved millions of citizens in King S Landing. That merely serves as a grandiloquent justification for his regicide. What the dwarf spoke was indeed true. Raleigh busied himself on the battlefield, retrieving the arrows he had shot and stowing them back in his quiver. As the Usurper's war reached its final stages, King S Landing fell, and the Mad King had buried thousands of tons of wildfire within the city, poised to ignite it and take the city and its people with him to the grave. Tyrion turned to him, astonished. I thought these secrets were known only to me. How did you come by this knowledge? What has transpired can never revert to being a secret. Raleigh suddenly laughed. Should I claim I learned it from a book, would you believe me? The dwarf shook his head without hesitation. He had perused countless tomes and was confident that no volume recorded the motives behind Jaime Lannister's regicide without his awareness. This place is unsafe. Raleigh suddenly recalled the previous golden text prompt. He had slain another commander, and since one could not ascend to command without substantial support, there must be others or whites lurking within the woods of Ghostwood. The three of them possessed no dragonlance or Valyrian steel weapons to combat the others, relying solely on their armor and shadow scale, making their struggle exceedingly arduous. Where do we go now? Let us head directly to the weirwood in the Fishbone Woods. We must leave this place at once. The three of them quickly gathered their belongings and departed from this perilous location. Zhang. Traversing the dim and damp path through the woods, Tyrion suddenly called out. Zhang turned his head in acknowledgement. Why do you emulate the ranger, trudging forward in silence? He chuckled awkwardly. It is rather dull. Why not engage in conversation with me? What would you have me say? You mentioned the material of the ranger as armor, which could withstand a strike from another. Why not simply ask him directly? Zhang replied with a hint of irritation. Tyrion cleared his throat awkwardly. Rhaegar turned around at the opportune moment, inquiring with a hint of bewilderment. You are aware of my victory over Robb in the duel at Winterfell. Yet you remain oblivious to the fact that I simultaneously acquired a suit of Valyrian steel armor. Tyrion's eyes widened in astonishment. Valyrian steel armor. Such a precious artifact was merely bestowed due to the outcome of a duel. That was a contest that wagered a knight's honor. Zhang countered. What is there to object to? However, the timing of your half-brother's challenge has shamed the knighthood, Tyrion retorted with sharp irony. Zhang found himself at a loss for words and shifted his focus back to Rhaegar's earlier inquiry. A raven has flown from Winterfell to the Black Castle, bearing a letter penned by Lord Wyman of White Harbor to Lord Mormont. The letter speaks of a renowned ranger, celebrated for his victory over Robb in their duel, who is soon to arrive at the wall. He vividly recounts the details of your triumph and expresses a desire for Lord Mormont to send someone to welcome you. Yet, he makes no mention of your acquisition of the Valyrian steel armor, Tyrion added. Rhaegar nodded, feeling a surge of appreciation for Wyman, who, by omitting the mention of the armor, clearly sought to protect him. By the way, how do you know so intimately about Lord Wyman's private correspondence? The imp chuckled heartily. Is it not astonishing? In truth, I too find it remarkable that a private letter, merely due to its vivid depiction of the duel, has been circulated like a page from a storybook, revealing just how barren the entertainment of the Night's Watch must be. Rhaegar chuckled softly in response. When they finally reached their destination, night had fallen deep. This was an exceedingly secluded glade deep within the forest, where 9 weirwood trees stood together, forming an oval shape. The northern wind rustled through the leaves. They ventured into the heart of the weirwood grove, torches in hand. As the 9 faces carved into the trees seemed to gaze down upon them, the smooth trunks were bone-like white, while the eye sockets, glistening with tree sap, reflected a haunting ruby glow in the torchlight. This was Rhaegar's first encounter with thriving weirwoods. Due to their non-decaying nature, they had been nearly obliterated. making each specimen exceedingly rare. Aside from the wolf woods in the north, they were nearly non-existent in Westeros. I thought there was only one heart tree. Yet each weirwood bears a human visage, Tyrion observed, inspecting the surroundings. However, these faces appear quite distinct. Which tree shall you pray to? All of them. Jon replied as he knelt on one knee, the firelight illuminating his youthful yet resolute face as he recited his vow aloud. Ancient gods, heed my oath and witness this moment. His voice echoed through the pitch-black woods. The long night approaches. From this moment forth, I shall take my watch until my death. I shall take no wife, hold no lands, and sire no children. I shall wear no crown, seek no glory. I shall remain loyal and dutiful, living and dying in this place. I am the sword in the darkness, the watchman on the wall, the shield that guards the realms of men against the cold and the flame, the light that breaks the dawn, and the horn that awakens the sleepers. I dedicate my life and honor to the night's watch. Tonight is no different, nor shall any night be. The woods echo with the cooing of doves, as if the old gods are responding to him. I have truly joined the ranks of the night's watch. Jon rose, gazing at the two companions, and expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Where do we go now, brothers of the crow? Tyrion inquired with a smile. Jon shyly scratched his head and gestured towards the ranger, saying, I shall defer to the ranger. However, instead of engaging in their conversation, the ranger's gaze turned quizzically towards the nearby thicket, asking, does that not resemble a partially exposed human leg? Chapter 15. Samwell Tarly human leg. Tyrion's voice grew tense. Ranger, you are not one to jest, are you? Certainly not. Rolly knocked an arrow onto his fishbone bow. The string taut as he approached to investigate. Jon followed closely behind, wielding his longsword. Though Tyrion initially intended to remain stationary, he soon reconsidered. Remaining still might not guarantee his safety, so he hurriedly followed suit with his short legs. Rolly reached the low brush and confirmed that the protruding object was indeed a human leg, clad in the black boots standard for the night's watch. A black knight! Tyrion exclaimed. Rolly exchanged a glance with Jon, who immediately understood and stepped forward to assist in dragging the body from the undergrowth. The sight was gruesome. Tyrion leaned down to inspect. The corpse's face was ashen, its ice blue eyes wide open, seemingly still reflecting the terror of its final moments. This is odd. One of the 6 rangers who ventured beyond the wall a few days prior under my Uncle Benjen's command, Jon recognized the body. They all referred to him as Ab. A tall and unattractive man with a fierce temper, easily identifiable even in death. But I recall him being from Highgarden. His eyes should have been brownish yellow. How could they have turned blue? Before Jon could finish, Rolly suddenly realized something and shouted, Get back. After their previous encounter with the White Walkers, Jon's senses had remained heightened, and at Rolly's command, he rolled aside. The blue light in the corpse's eyes flared, its arms stretching out as it lunged towards Jon, who had just rolled away. Rolly acted swiftly, drawing several arrows from his quiver and with a swift motion, pierced the corpse's skull. The body flashed violently for a few moments before the blue light in its eyes gradually faded, leaving it still. What is this creature? Tyrion queried, trembling, hesitant to advance further. A wight, Rolly explained. When the White Walkers slay humans or other beings, they can employ certain methods to transform the bodies into wights. Once a body becomes a wight, its flesh ceases to decay, and the wounds do not heal. Wights obey the commands of the White Walkers and will instinctively use all their strength to ruthlessly attack any living creature they encounter. Where did you learn these ancient secrets? Ranger? Tyrion inquired. I have only encountered a brief description in old texts, mentioning that the White Walkers descend riding fearsome mounts such as bears, dire wolves, and mammoths. Might these mounts be the wights you speak of? Indeed, Rolly nodded. Could something have happened to my Uncle Benjen? Jon suddenly asked, a hint of sorrow in his voice. What has become of his other men? Benjen Stark is the first ranger appointed by Lord Commander Mormont. He is surely capable enough, so you need not worry for him. Tyrion sniffed, inhaling a stream of frozen mucus. I believe we ought to be concerned for our own well-being. This haunted forest is extraordinarily peculiar. It is said that the other, which has not manifested for 8 millennia, ambushed us here. And now we encounter such vile creatures as wights in this sacred land of fish-leaping wood. We would do well to return post-haste. Indeed, Roland harbored a foreboding sense. We must hasten back to Castle Black. However, before we do, we ought to fill our water skins at the brook in the woods. For we have not a drop of water or wine remaining. Let us set forth swiftly, Tyrion urged. The trio mounted their steeds once more, making their way toward the direction marked by the old sheepskin map provided by Maester Aemon, which indicated the location of a brook. The stream in the haunted forest traversed the entire expanse from west to east, and Eamon's note stated that it was the only source of water for hundreds of miles. The biting wind howled as they approached the brook, its surface clothed in a layer of translucent ice, reflecting a pale light beneath the moon's gaze. The diminutive figure of the dwarf was comically adorned with 3 water skins. "You must fill those water skins," John approached with a teasing remark. Recalling the time Tyrion had fervently declared that his water skins contained naught but Dornish fire wine, golden wine from the arbor, black ale from King A's Landing, and sweet fruit wine from the ridge, Tyrion glanced at the moon perched atop the treetops and replied, after being attacked by the others, "I find it a considerable pleasure to still be alive and able to drink water." The 3 of them broke through the thin ice of the brook, filling their water skins without lingering in the haunted forest, nor did they camp outside its borders. Instead, they took advantage of the diminishing snowstorm to make their way back to Castle Black through the night. As dawn broke in the eastern sky, the 3 reached the wall just as the first light of day appeared. The massive oak doors creaked open, revealing a rotund boy whose waist was as thick as an oak barrel. His chin was heavy as a mountain, completely obscuring the color of the night's watch black leather armor. His round, chubby face bore a pair of small eyes, which, despite being larger than those of most, appeared diminutive due to the size of his face. "A new face, I see. Pray tell, what crime have you committed to find yourself sent to the wall to join the night as watch?" Tyrion inquired with interest, observing the boy. The largest he had ever encountered. "Theft, robbery, or perhaps murder and rape." "None of those." The stout boy waved his hands awkwardly. "I am Samwell Tarly. They sent me here for training." "They?" Tyrion pondered. "Are you referring to your family?" "I have heard of House Tarly. If I am not mistaken, your father must be Lord Randall Tarly, a vassal of House Tyrell of Highgarden, renowned as one of the realm's finest battlefield commanders, known for his martial prowess." The plump boy nodded silently in acknowledgement. Suddenly, Tyrion revealed his devilish nature, mocking, "It seems you are the black sheep of your family. A pitiable soul sent to this godforsaken place to guard the wall at such a tender age." Samwell lifted his head, but upon seeing the disconcerting smile, he hesitated. "You need not fear this dwarf, Samwell," John interjected, "for he is merely a wretched creature of House Lannister, discriminated against by his father since birth." The one offering support was not in a much better position. Tyrion retorted sharply, "He is the bastard son of Lord Eddard Stark of Winterfell, scorned by the lady of the castle, and believe me, you would not wish to know the term she employs when referring to him." "She calls me a bastard," John stated candidly, as if the torment of his youth had long been forgotten. "And then there is this ranger. Do not let his detached, indifferent demeanor fool you. His plight is even more tragic. As a bastard, he was sent across the narrow sea at birth, barely managing to survive." Suddenly, Tyrion redirected the conversation towards Rhaegar. "I have a splendid suggestion, John," Rhaegar remarked. "What suggestion?" John inquired. "We could roll this dwarf into a ball and transform him into a gigantic snowball. Then I would be even fatter than Samwell," Tyrion exclaimed in protest. "Perhaps we should refrain from that. Resources are scarce at the wall, and we cannot afford to sustain 2 such corpulent individuals." The 3 erupted in laughter. And even the melancholy Samwell, who had been despondent since arriving at the wall, found himself smiling. They truly were 3 amusing souls, Samwell mused. Chapter 16. Longclaw Rowling and his 2 companions returned to the Black Castle, where the passing rangers cast them sidelong glances, hinting at some unsettling occurrence. Upon reaching the guard tower, they were greeted by Jarman Bokwell, who exclaimed, "Thank the 7 gods for your safe return." Alas, the previous group that ventured out was not so fortunate. They likely fell victim to a wildling ambush. "We discovered 2 corpses in an abandoned village within the New Lands, both belonging to rangers under Lord Benjen's command." He glanced at John, adding, "Your uncle, Benjen Stark, is most likely facing dire straits as well. In fact, we found another corpse in the haunted forest." John furrowed his brow. "You brought the bodies back?" Rowling asked, suddenly anxious. "Where are they now?" Unaware of the ranger's distress, Jarman replied nonchalantly, "The bodies are still in the lower level of the command tower, in a small mortuary at the end of the eastern corridor. However, I hear that Maester Aemon intends to take the bodies for some research. We prefer the living, while he seems to have an affinity for the dead." Dismounting swiftly, Rowling dashed towards the command tower. Upon reaching the lower level, he found the mortuary at the eastern end, only to burst through the door and discover the oak slab, which should have held 2 corpses, was utterly vacant. "Quickly, go to the Raven's Nest and check if Maester Aemon has already transported the bodies," Ling turned to see John arriving just in time. If you encounter a white, you know what to do. John nodded and hurried off as instructed towards the raven's nest. Ling ascended the stone stairs towards the commander's quarters. On the second floor, he spotted a fallen guard whose neck had been severed by a weapon akin to an axe. With only 2 exposed tendons tenuously connecting his head to his body, warm blood pooling around him, the ranger had no time to retrieve the body. He snatched a dagger from the guard's belt and quickened his pace upwards. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, he heard the rustling of boots against the floor, followed by the sound of a door being violently thrust open and the clash of metal. The commander's quarters were on the 4th floor. Old Bear was likely engaged in combat with the whites. Ling rushed up, suddenly hearing the shrill cries of Old Bear's pet raven, "Beware! Beware!" Instinctively, he turned his head to the left just as a heavy axe swung down, narrowly missing him. Had it not been for the raven's warning, his head would have been cleaved in two like a mere piece of tofu. Evading the deadly blow, Ling lunged towards the white lurking in the shadows, plunging the dagger into its neck with a swift motion, severing its head cleanly. The decapitated head rolled across the floor, its blue light still flickering, and it suddenly opened its mouth to bite at Ling's ankle, while the headless body brandished a massive axe and charged at him. Ling leapt into the air, crushing the head beneath his foot, the icy blue glow in its eyes fading as the headless body collapsed to the ground. "Master! Master!" The door to Old Bear's chamber stood wide open, with a raven cawing, "Danger! Danger!" Ling rushed inside, just in time to witness Old Bear engage in a fierce struggle with a corpse demon. The creature's left hand had been severed at the shoulder by Old Bear, yet it lay on the ground, wielding an even greater menace. The dark severed hand writhed beneath the pure moonlight like a serpent, then seized the Night's Watch commander's ankle, pulling with tremendous force. Old Bear, engrossed in combat with the hooded corpse demon, was entirely unprepared as his ankle was yanked. His towering figure faltered, tipping precariously to one side. The demon's icy blue gaze glinted ominously, and its blade was aimed at the off-balance Old Bear. At that moment, Ling arrived, leaping from the doorway. Harnessing the force of his forward momentum, he crashed into the back of the demon, interrupting its attack. The creature was propelled backwards, crashing to the ground over a meter away, its neck snapping with a sharp crack. Yet, what would have been a fatal injury for any ordinary person seemed trivial to this fiend. It struggled to rise, its head drooping to one side, still intent on pursuing Ling, who had thwarted its malefic intentions. "This creature cannot be killed." Old Bear, exhausted, leaned against the window, gasping for breath. Ling nodded silently, catching a glimpse of the curtains and oil lamp that had been shredded in the violent struggle. "Quick, rip a piece of the curtain for me, and grab the oil lamp," Ling commanded. This particular demon appeared more resilient than its counterparts. No matter how severe the wounds, the blue light in its eyes remained undiminished, prompting him to decide on using fire as a weapon. The demon lunged forward once more, its dagger slicing through flesh to reveal gray-black bones and decayed flesh. But Ling managed to push it back again. Seizing the opportunity, Old Bear hurled the curtain fabric and oil lamp towards him. The raven squawked excitedly, "Burn, burn, burn. Set it ablaze." Ling wrapped the oil lamp in the curtain fabric, aiming for the demon's head as it hung to one side. The demon, relying solely on instinct and exhibiting no capacity for evasion or defense, was struck by the oil lamp, which shattered upon impact, resembling a blooming ice flower. Scalding oil splattered forth, igniting the curtain fabric into a roaring inferno. The demon clutched its head in agony, inadvertently directing the flames to its remaining arm, which was swiftly consumed by the fire, transforming it into a flaming specter. "This creature is the most flammable thing I have ever encountered, burning more fiercely than pine," Ling explained. "They fear fire. You and the raven have each saved me once," Old Bear said, sinking to the wall in exhaustion, his face betraying fatigue. "I was asleep when the raven suddenly cried out, 'Ambush! Ambush!' I awoke from my dreams to find these creatures had breached the door. Fortunately, Longclaw was within arm's reach." "I'm glad you are safe," Ling replied. "These beings are corpse demons, created when whites slay humans and animals, transforming their bodies in this manner." Old Bear fell into a contemplative silence, the reality of the situation pressing heavily upon him. Such occurrences had transpired before his very eyes, leaving no room for doubt. Yet, this was merely a legend from 8,000 years ago. In the present-day Westeros, few would accept such truths. The Night's Watch now numbered less than 1,000, comprised largely of thieves, brigands, and murderers. "We are weak and isolated. Once I ascend as the Lord of Bear Island, I shall find a way to provide supplies for the Night's Watch." Old Bear attempted to rise but instead entrusted the support of his frail body to the longclaw, placing it into my hands. This sword was passed down from my grandfather to my father, and from my father to me. I once entrusted it to Yora. Yet he brought shame upon House Mormont. For 5 centuries, this blade has been a legacy of House Mormont. And now it is your turn to bear it back to Bear Island. Luo Ling raised his gaze. Old Bear fixed his eyes upon him. Go forth and reclaim all that is rightfully yours as the son of Jill Mormont. Chapter 17. Skill upgrade. Has the gnome decided to accompany you? John inquired, pursuing the matter further. Did he not bring 2 attendants? He resolved to enlist his 2 followers into the Night's Watch, to become your brothers of the Crow. How could his attendants possibly agree to that? John expressed his astonishment. He promised to deliver 6 golden dragons to their families. Roaring chuckled. You know, the Lannisters' promises carry a certain weight. Though whether those 2 will later regret their decision remains uncertain. I mentioned wanting to engage in a fair one-on-one duel with you when we first met. John suddenly fixed his intense gaze upon him. Are you willing to join me at the training grounds? Absolutely, Roaring replied. Both sharing a knowing smile before descending from the tower of the Silent Tower directly to the training grounds. Upon entering the arena, as John prepared to fetch a sword, Roaring tossed him the Valyrian steel sword known as Longclaw, uttering a phrase John could not comprehend. Use this sword, it rightfully belongs to you. John extended his fingers to caress the hilt, wrapped in dark, glossy yak leather, the pommel shaped like a silver bear's head. The blade was half a foot longer than the sword John typically wielded, featuring 3 deep blood grooves. Once thrust into an enemy, it would surely drain their life force swiftly. This is the 2nd Valyrian steel sword I have encountered. The first was my father's ice, a true 2-handed sword, wide and formidable. This sword, however, is a 1.5-handed sword, also known as a longsword. Indeed, Roaring affirmed. Does it possess a name? It is called Longclaw. It sounds quite fierce. John gently rotated the blade, the unique ripple pattern of Valyrian steel gleaming under the morning light. Are you ready? The ranger inquired, setting aside his fishbone bow and gripping a dagger. Will you not use your bow? John countered. I wish to engage you in direct combat. Just then, a few rangers emerged from the barracks, and upon witnessing the standoff between the 2, they shouted, John is to duel the ranger. Everyone, come quickly. A commotion arose within the barracks as rangers and officers gathered to watch. Even a few Night's Watch craftsmen joined the throng. John, known for his exceptional prowess among the Night's Watch recruits, had maintained an impressive streak of 16 consecutive victories in training, while Roaring's renown, though unseen by those present, stemmed from his victory over Robb Stark in a one-on-one archery contest, which had garnered him considerable fame in Winterfell. As news spread rapidly, within minutes, nearly all idle members of the Night's Watch flocked to the training grounds, including the bespectacled Maester Aemon. He grasped Sam's frail hand, pulling him close and instructing earnestly. Once the duel commences, you must describe everything occurring within the arena in real time. Do you understand? My lord. Samwell nodded earnestly. Of course. I shall heed your command. In the Black Castle, the duel commenced without a referee or the sound of a bell. It began abruptly, following the exchange of glances between Roaring and John. John's youthful vigor erupted suddenly as he swung Longclaw towards him. Roland blocked with the thick edge of his dagger, feeling a jolt through his hand, only to discover a notch had appeared on the blade. Against the renowned Valyrian steel sword Longclaw, an ordinary ranger's dagger could not withstand even a single strike. John raised his sword, turning to deliver a fierce downward slash. Although the vertical strike was formidable, its preparation took too long, and the wide motion allowed Roland to seize the opportunity for a counterattack. Onlookers merely saw a shadow flash by, and the next moment, the dagger was pressed against John's throat. Gasps of shock filled the air, and the blind scholar Aemon angrily exclaimed, Sir Pig. Samwell, why are you silent? I only asked you to describe the situation in the arena, and you can't even manage such a simple task. My lord, Sam's eyes widened in disbelief. It's not that I don't want to speak, but there is nothing to say. John lost, the ranger won. Is that all there is to it? Aemon questioned incredulously. What transpired in the yard? I couldn't see clearly. Sam admitted truthfully. Then what good are your eyes? You might as well gouge them out for me. Aemon fumed. Master, you cannot fault him, a ranger shrugged. It was too swift, in that moment. I doubt anyone truly saw it. Jon Snow returned Longclaw to Roland with an excited glint in his eyes, showing no signs of displeasure over his defeat. That attack was too quick. I couldn't respond in time, he remarked. You seem to employ the same technique against the White Walkers, didn't you? Using your shoulder armor to slice through its neck. Roland nodded but did not respond further, as he was intently focused on the golden text floating before him that only he could see. First defeat of Jon Snow. Achievement unlocked. Just picking on a 14-year-old child, Roland. Earned fusion point. Dagger proficiency increased to 20 hits. Shadow strike skill proficiency is maxed. Would you like to upgrade? Confirming the upgrade requires 3 fusion points. Please confirm again. Roland unhesitatingly selected confirm. With the recent 1 fusion point, he now accrued a total of 8 points, yet had found no use for them. He was reluctant to fuse the Valyrian steel armor, as although it would grant special abilities, it would also sacrifice the armor's protective qualities. As for Longclaw, he had initially intended to fuse it, but now recognized its greater value as a family heirloom to take back to Bear Island, which could aid him in vying for the lordship. Thus, the sudden realization that fusion points could be utilized to upgrade his only existing skill brought Roland immense joy. Upgrade successful. Shadow strike skill elevated to LV2. Randomly unlocked skill trait. When using shoulder armor to execute shadow strike, speed increases. The higher the shoulder armor proficiency, the greater the speed increase. Roland. So this skill is indeed tied to the shoulder armor, is it? Randomly unlocked. I'll believe that when pigs fly. On that night, the Night's Watch gathered in the hall to bid farewell to Rolly and Tyrion, while simultaneously celebrating the induction of 2 new brothers into the Night's Watch. Maester Aemon, with fingers as thin and bony as dried twigs, picked up 2 slices of smoked meat and mumbled indistinctly to the dwarf, Lannister. Are you certain you won't stay? Among all whom I have encountered, you have read the most and possess the keenest intellect. You could take my place. The Night's Watch has always needed a sage. Indeed, stay with us. We bear no ill will toward dwarves. The members of the Night's Watch erupted into laughter. Tyrion climbed onto the table, holding aloft a goblet of wine. I have already left behind 2 attendants, black knights. As soon as I return to King's Landing, I shall immediately dispatch 2 carts filled with the finest black ale from the capital to the wall. Dwarf, you said it yourself. Do you not trust a Lannister's promise? Tyrion raised his goblet. Surely, you know that a Lannister always pays his debts. The crowd erupted in hearty laughter. On the opposite side of the table, Jon clinked his cup against Rolly's. Ranger, take care. The 2 drank deeply. Although they were consuming nothing more than coarse ale, they found it sweeter than the finest Dornish wine. Chapter 18. Lies on the desolate plains of the north. Snowflakes danced in the air as the dwarf and the ranger rode side by side. Could you not utter a few more words to me? Tyrion lamented, feeling as if he were on the brink of madness during their journey south from Black Castle. Today, you have spoken only 5 sentences to me, he noted, curling a finger, which is 3 less than yesterday. Had I known, I would have brought along a companion. My plight is truly miserable. He sighed, traversing the icy wilderness, realizing that he had not a single soul to converse with. It was only now that he recognized that during their days in the haunted forest, it was Jon who engaged him in conversation, while he merely focused on slaying the White Walkers. And what was your role? The 6th sentence. Tyrion extended another finger in count. I bore witness. Truth be told, I am not ignoring you on purpose. I am merely contemplating how to reclaim what is rightfully mine. Have you reached a conclusion? Not yet. Then why not seek assistance? Look around you, Tyrion gestured, indicating that one of the most astute minds in Westeros was within arm's reach. I nearly forgot you are a schemer. Such matters should be second nature to you. No. Tyrion corrected. I am a political strategist. In that case, Roland chuckled, as a political strategist, could you devise a way for me to secure the lordship of Bear Island without clashing with House Mormont? Though I am a bastard, I have always believed myself to be a Mormont, and I refuse to engage in bloodshed with any member of House Bear, even if it means I cannot attain the lordship of Bear Island. Just as Tyrion was preparing to respond, he suddenly spotted a raven flying northward overhead. That is a messenger raven, Tyrion asserted confidently. I can recognize it. It is heading towards Black Castle. I have a foreboding sense that something significant is about to occur. He speculated. He turned to the ranger and said, regarding your intention to return and contest for the lordship of Bear Island, I have a still immature plan. I wonder if you would care to hear it. Roland tugged at the reins of his old horse, drawing closer to him. The dwarf slowly began to articulate his plan. Roland had originally intended to escort Tyrion to Winterfell, where Tyrion could rely on the financial might of House Lannister to procure 2 mercenaries to journey south to King's Landing. However, neither anticipated that upon reaching the city gates, Tyrion would be seized by the northern guards. Have you mistaken me for someone else? The dwarf protested. his feet dangling as he struggled against their grasp. I have just returned from the wall. The soldiers, resembling stone sentinels, remained silent as they unceremoniously carried him toward the ancient castle of Dunstan. Tyrion's capture was abrupt, and Roland suddenly realized that his arrival had altered the sequence of many events in this world, causing some occurrences that were once inevitable to vanish while others, deemed impossible, now took place. The flutter of a butterfly's wings had transformed everything. Roland accompanied the soldiers to the ancient castle of Twilight, where he was well known to the company, having been a guest of the Lady of Winterfell nearly a month prior. The soldiers led the dwarf directly to the grand hall of the castle, where a woman stood at its center, her hands clasped behind her back. Upon hearing the commotion, she turned with fierce intensity. Tyrion Lannister, do you comprehend why I have summoned my guards to bring you here? The soldiers restrained the dwarf by his shoulders, compelling him to raise his head and plead his case. I believe there must be some misunderstanding, my lady. Misunderstanding? Catelyn Stark scoffed, drawing a dagger from her bosom. Its long hilt crafted from dragonbone, nearly matching the length of the blade itself, and adorned at the junction with a splendid ruby. What is this? Tyrion inquired, skepticism lacing his tone, yet he instinctively recognized that this exquisite dagger was the root of his predicament. The little imp skilled in deceit. Do you not recognize your own dagger? The wolf mother seethed with rage, yearning to rend him asunder at once. From where did you acquire this information? During your northern journey to the wall with the ranger, I visited King's Landing. To meet your former lover. Tyrion's astute mind swiftly connected the dots. What do you mean? Lannister? She demanded, her face taut and menacing. Peter Baelish, the nobility of King's Landing, is well aware of how you were initially taken. He boasted of the exquisite softness of your bosom, how your lips were luscious and... Enough! Lady Stark's visage turned as frigid as the ice walls of the wall. Baelish once loved me, but we were merely children then. Our relationship was innocent, devoid of any excess, and the tales you've heard are nothing but fabrications. I owe you no further explanation. Fabrications? Tyrion suddenly laughed. You implore me not to believe the lies of Littlefinger, yet you accept his deceptions without question. Catelyn fell silent, a flicker of doubt crossing her brow. Why does the wolf consume flesh? Why does the dog consume filth? Tyrion retorted, it is their nature. For Littlefinger, lying is as instinctive as breathing. Continue. The dagger is not mine. While I am unaware of the tale it carries, I am certain I have been framed. Tyrion's tone softened. If you would be so kind, please elucidate the sequence of events. Catelyn commanded the soldiers to release their grip on the dwarf and stepped forward, stating, on the second night after you and the ranger departed Winterfell, an assassin infiltrated Bran's chamber with the intent to kill him, and I happened to be present. The assassin and I fought, but was ultimately decapitated by Bran's direwolf, Summer. Lady Stark handed him the dagger, saying, this is the weapon used by the assassin. I brought it to King's Landing, and Baelish claims you now possess rightful ownership of it. I now possess rightful ownership of it. Tyrion echoed, intrigued by her words. Barrett claimed that he lost the dagger to you during the jousting duel on Prince Joffrey's name day. This tale is impeccable. Tyrion turned his gaze towards the ranger. You have been listening for quite some time. Are you not inclined to utter a few words in my defense? However, the ranger's eyes were fixated upon the dragonbone dagger. This was the very dagger that would later come into Arya's possession, the Valyrian steel dagger that would pierce the Night King. Such a prized possession. Now he possessed the fishbone bow and Valyrian steel armor, yet he lacked a fine dagger to complete his ensemble. Tyrion awaited the ranger's affirmation with eager anticipation, only to be met with the inquiry, my lady, might this dagger be bestowed upon me? Catelyn. Tyrion? Should you grant me the dagger? The perpetrator who cast Bran from the high tower shall kneel before you within a month, the ranger asserted. Chapter 19. The seeds of division in the ensuing days. Luo Ling was preoccupied with the quest to uncover the true perpetrator behind Bran's injury. Meanwhile, the news of King Joffrey imprisoning Prime Minister Eddard Stark on charges of treason swiftly permeated the north within a mere 3 days. The situation took a dramatic turn. Numerous lords of the north heeded the summons of Catelyn Stark and Robb Stark, converging upon Winterfell. 2 afternoons later, within the grand hall of the ancient castle of Winterfell, the lords of the 4 great houses, House Bolton, House Umber, House Karstark, and House Manderley, were all present. Additionally, leaders or heirs from several smaller houses, such as House Horwood, House Mormont, House Dustin, House Manderley, House Locke, and House Tallhart, also graced the gathering with their presence. Robb Stark stood in the great hall, surveying the assembly before addressing the noblemen. My lords, Do you still abide by the vows sworn by you or your ancestors? The hall reverberated with the sound of swords being drawn, one after another, for a duration exceeding half a minute, as the nobles raised their long swords. Pledging to Robb, we vow to protect the North unto death, loyal to House Stark. My lord Robb, a towering man from the north, nearly 7 feet tall, stepped forward, his powerful muscles seeming to quiver as he spoke. I wish to honor you as the young wolf, king of the north, to command the northern armies and march south to rescue Lord Eddard. He was John Umber, the lord of House Umber. Due to his son sharing his name, he was often referred to as Great John, while his son was known as Little John. Great John was a fierce and formidable warrior, but also rather impetuous and rude. The previous night, he had stationed over 2,000 soldiers in Winterfell, and during a private banquet held by Robb, he had brazenly confronted the heir of Winterfell in front of numerous attendants, declaring Robb to be merely a headstrong youth of 16, lacking even half the bravery of Eddard, and threatening to return to Last Hearth if Robb could not provide him with a reasonable command and position in the forthcoming conflict. In response to the provocation from the North's mightiest warrior, Robb commanded his dire wolf, Grey Wind, to teach him a lesson, seizing his sword and severing 2 of his fingers. Consequently, Great John yielded and was the first to propose that Robb be declared king in the Grand Hall that day. I share the same sentiment, a soft-spoken voice emerged, drawing the attention of many. It belonged to the elegant and refined Lord Roose Bolton, the Lord of the Dreadfort, whose demeanor starkly contrasted with that of Great John. Rumor had it that he indulged in a peculiar habit of using leeches for bloodletting, earning him the moniker of the Leech Lord among his subjects. He had arrived at Winterfell with over 3,000 soldiers and 800 knights, a force exceeding that of 10 minor lords combined. I concur with the opinions of both lords, declared Lord Wyman Manderley of White Harbor, his jovial laughter causing his ample face to contort into a cheerful expression. Lord Rickard Karstark of Carhold, representing House Karstark, an offshoot of House Stark from a millennium ago, also voiced his agreement. Although he did not appear youthful, his words carried a robust vigor, and despite bringing only 1,000 elite warriors, House Karstark was unwaveringly loyal. Hope that the young Wolf Lord can embody the spirit of a northern man and reclaim the glory of the north. The stout and armored Midge Mormont proclaimed. You are of an age to be my grandson, thus I expect you to demonstrate sufficient prowess to earn the respect of the lords. Robb nodded in acknowledgement to the Lady Mormont, expressing gratitude for her encouragement. Following the conclusion of the Round Hall meeting, Robb, with the support of many vassals of House Stark, ascended as the young Wolf Lord and King of the North. They celebrated at Winterfell with a feast, preparing to muster their forces the following day to traverse the Neck and march south to King's Landing to rescue the imprisoned Eddard. Lord Rickard, there is troubling news. Rickard Karstark, just having left the Round Hall banquet, was halted by a servant. What could possibly be so urgent? Count Rickard's face flushed, reeking of wine. Your son, Torrhen. Upon hearing his son's name, Rickard's demeanor shifted to one of immediate concern as he grasped the servant's collar, demanding, What has happened to Torrhen? Speak quickly. The servant, trembling, replied, Lord Torrhen, after indulging in drink, was captured and mocked by members of House Mormont. He is currently bound in a tavern to the east of Winterfell, having made a fool of himself. Why would they capture Torrhen? Rickard inquired. The Mormonts claim that the Karstarks are cowards, relying solely on their kinship with the Starks to attain their current standing in the north, asserting that a single Mormont soldier could best 3 Karstark soldiers. In a fit of rage, Lord Torrhen attempted to confront them but was unfortunately defeated. 3 against 1. The inebriated Rickard misheard, believing it to be 3 Mormonts attacking his son. No, the servant corrected, shaking his head. Your son was merely bested by a Mormont lad in his teens. Enraged, Rickard stormed toward the tavern in the east. As he left, the servant slowly lifted his gaze, revealing the visage of Robb. That night, the tavern in the east of Winterfell descended into chaos. First, Torrhen Karstark faced humiliation at the hands of the Mormonts. And then his father, Count Rickard Karstark, arrived only to be stripped and soundly beaten in front of the establishment. Midge Mormont, upon hearing of the incident, brought several stout men from Bear Island to address the matter, only to find that those who had assaulted House Karstark had already vanished, while she herself was encircled by another of Rickard's sons, Edric Karstark, along with a group of a dozen men. Heated words escalated into a brawl, during which Midge Mormont sustained a wound to her thigh. Subsequently, Rickard sought out Robb, asserting that Midge had orchestrated this humiliation of House Karstark in a bid to secure her standing within the Northern Alliance. He demanded that House Mormont withdraw from the Northern Army, threatening to resign and lead all Karstark soldiers back to Carhold. While the matter was contentious, The sudden support of Lord Wyman Manderley from White Harbor swayed many northern nobles to side with House Karstark. The Mormont family has long suffered from a tarnished reputation and diminished prestige due to the infamous actions of Great Bear Yora, who trafficked in smuggled slaves. Following the events of last night, they have been scorned by numerous northern nobles and had no choice but to agree to withdraw from the Northern Alliance, promising to return to Bear Island within 3 days. Lady Midge Mormont, injured and confined to her bed, finds herself in a state of silent anguish. For the instigators of yesterday's turmoil, who claimed to represent the Mormont name, were individuals she had never even laid eyes upon. Even more perplexing is the fact that when she summoned every man of the Mormont household today to inquire about the matter, they all vehemently denied any involvement. Midge suspects that someone has impersonated members of her family, yet she lacks the evidence to support her claims. In the dungeon of Winterfell, although the Countess of Wintertown has temporarily come to believe that the imp is not the assassin responsible for Bran's attempted murder, she nonetheless keeps him confined. Tyrion, having bribed the guards with 2 silver coins, enters with 2 bags of wine to visit the dwarf. Chapter 20. The Siege of Runestone. Upon seeing the wine pouch in your hand, I knew my scheme had succeeded, the little demon exclaimed with pride. The risks of your plan are indeed considerable, remarked Luo Ling with a smile. It is fortunate that I sought the assistance of Count Wyman of White Harbor, otherwise the nobles of the north would not have been so quick to trust the words of Catelyn Stark. Lord Wyman Manderley. Why did he assist you? Tyrion inquired, somewhat astonished. Why did he not assist me? Luo Ling retorted. He wagered on me with Valyrian steel armor, betting that I could rise amidst the chaos. You have already dismissed those ruffians you hired to masquerade as Mormont family members, I presume. Of course, Luo Ling nodded. I provided each of them with 90 silver stacks to hasten their departure to the south. Curiosity piqued, Tyrion took a swig of wine. So, the second son of House Stark, Torrhen, was indeed bested by that young boy you trained. He possesses considerable talent. It is no great feat to strike down a drunken man. But he had only been under your tutelage for 7 or 8 days, Tyrion marveled. 7 or 8 days is sufficient. I was the one who trained him. It is a pity I could not witness this moment. Torrhen Stark is certainly capable of becoming one of Rob's sworn men, Tyrion lamented, his eyes filled with melancholy. If only that mad woman of Winterfell had not imprisoned me here, I would have had more to boast about in King's Landing. Bear Island is now isolated from the north. As for my forthcoming plans, I intend to proceed according to my own designs, the ranger suddenly declared. What aspects of my strategy do you find unsatisfactory? Tyrion asked, his displeasure evident. Your upcoming plans are overly convoluted and prolonged. I fear the longer we linger, the more dreams may arise, Luo Ling replied. The 7 kingdoms are in disarray. Under the rule of your dear nephew Joffrey Baratheon, the people of King's Landing suffer greatly. While Robert's younger brother, Stannis Baratheon, proclaims himself the rightful heir to the Iron Throne, establishing himself as the king of the 7 kingdoms from Dragonstone and marching towards King's Landing. Their younger brother, Renly Baratheon, is similarly positioned, having garnered the support of most houses in the Stormlands. Being confined in this dark chamber, you are likely unaware of these developments. Ranger, your ambitions. My ambitions extend far beyond mere lordship of Bear Island, Luo Ling nodded. What I truly seek is to unify the lords of the north, to rally all of Westeros into a grand army, and march northward to the wall. Are you preparing to confront the White Walkers? They are our true adversaries, he said with a knowing smile. However, to achieve this, one must first triumph in the Game of Thrones. Ranger, you are indeed no ordinary individual, Tyrion pondered thoughtfully. As Luo Ling turned to exit the underground cell, golden letters danced before his eyes. Acquired the admiration of key character Tyrion Lannister. Gained our fusion points. Initiated new quest. He who gains the dwarf gains the realm. Quest requirements. Make the most intelligent man in Westeros your hand of the king. Reward. 1 hidden clue from the quest. Detected that you currently possess a Valyrian steel dagger made of dragonglass. Would you like to proceed with the fusion? Confirming fusion requires 13 fusion points. Currently, you have 10 points. Insufficient fusion points. Fusion will automatically close. Holding the dragonglass dagger, Roland felt a surge of doubt. What could be so remarkable about this Valyrian steel dagger that it demanded such a considerable number of fusion points? Meanwhile, Jaime Lannister stood atop the battlements of Casterly Rock, gazing at the assembly of his 15,000-strong army. Earlier, he had been compelled to flee King's Landing after assaulting hand of the King Eddard Stark and his entourage in the streets, returning to Lannister territory to join his father's forces. Now, Eddard Stark was imprisoned, and Jaime was confident that his twin sister, the Queen would not easily overlook this lone wolf descending from the north. All he needed was to execute his duties, leading the formidable Lannister forces to sweep through the lords of the Riverlands, thus ensuring his triumphant return to King's Landing and back into Cersei's warm embrace. The Tully family, ruling the Riverlands and the Trident since the Age of Heroes, had Lady Catelyn Stark, formerly known as Catelyn Tully, as its matriarch before her marriage. She was the daughter of the current Duke of Riverrun, Hoster Tully. In his youth, Hoster Tully was a tall and vigorous man, fond of traveling across the Seven Kingdoms to experience the diverse customs of the North and South. However, he was now a frail old man, bedridden and nearing death, posing no threat to Jaime. As for Hoster Tully's successor, his third son, Admiral Tully, was said to be gathering vessels in Riverrun to confront the Lannister forces. This suited Jaime perfectly, as he had been concerned about the scattered military strength of the River Orcs, which would require considerable time to eradicate. That very night, Jaime ordered his army to march forth, making no attempt to conceal their advance towards Riverrun. He intended to leverage the Lannisters' numerical superiority to swiftly engulf both Riverrun and the River Orcs. 3 days later, the 15,000-strong Lannister army launched an offensive into the Riverlands. Admiral Tully dispatched Lord Vance to lead cavalry stationed at the border, poised for a counterattack. Little did he know, Jaime had already maneuvered elite cavalry around to their rear, launching a surprise attack from the heights. The Lannister cavalry, exploiting the advantageous terrain, surged forth like a tidal wave, resulting in Lord Vance's immediate demise and the near-total annihilation of the Riverland cavalry. Admiral was forced to command a retreat to Riverrun, with the relentless Lannisters pursuing deeply into the Riverlands. Subsequently, Jaime Lannister ordered his forces to encamp in 3 river valleys, encircling Riverrun completely. Immersed in the euphoria of his initial victory, he remained unaware that a meticulously planned nocturnal assault was rapidly approaching. In the dense forests of the Riverlands, Roland deftly slashed his dagger across the throat of a Lannister scout, ending his life. After promising Catelyn that he would apprehend the perpetrator behind Bran's assassination within a month, Roland had secured the coveted Dragonlance dagger, along with the unwavering support of Catelyn and Lord Wyman in the Northern Coalition. Robb accepted Wyman as counsel, appointing him to command 500 cavalry from the Manderley family. Although the knights initially expressed their discontent regarding the leadership of a mere ranger, their sentiments swiftly transformed into admiration after witnessing his extraordinary prowess in several skirmishes. "Have we ascertained the conditions of the Lannister forces?" he inquired of a recently returned scout. They possessed a total of 12,000 infantry, stationed at 3 encampments, separated by the river, the scout replied, a sneer of disdain crossing his face. "Such a formation renders them incapable of mutual support. Yet, this is the sole method to besiege the vast city of Riverrun," another knight remarked, suggesting that he too would make a similar choice if commanding the Lion's Legion. "How many cavalry do they possess?" Robb disregarded his subordinate's debate and continued his questioning. "By estimation, there are around 2,000 to 3,000. Inform Robb that we shall launch our assault under the cover of night," he commanded. Chapter 21. The might of the Seven Kingdoms. James was roused from his slumber by the sound of thundering hoofs. He donned his armor and ventured outside the camp, only to discover a mere 400 or 500 adversaries stealthily assaulting and slaying at the periphery, brandishing a banner adorned with a green background and a white water lily leaf, upon which sat a black frog. He was certain that this was the standard of a family from the Riverlands, for only they would choose such an unsightly creature as their emblem. And it must be a minor house, as he had never before encountered this flag. Climbing onto his steed, he drew his sword and commanded all the cavalry in the camp to follow him into battle, intent on vanquishing this band of mercenaries bearing the frog banner. With a firm grip on his horse's flank, he charged forth to confront the assailants. In that moment, the notorious regicide's ferocity surged forth. None could withstand his might for more than 3 strikes. It was not long before he encountered a figure clad in dark attire, bearing a longbow and a hood. An apparent ranger. They engaged in fierce combat, exchanging numerous blows, and he marveled at how the ranger's dagger proved effective even in mounted warfare. The duel carried them from the valley adjacent to the camp to the river bank, where ultimately, the regicide gained the upper hand. With a fierce swing of his blade towards the ranger, the latter fired an arrow in a bid for delay and fled in haste. Yet at this moment, James was aflame with the spirit of battle. As the kingdom's foremost knight, he had finally found someone who could offer him a worthy challenge, and he would not let the opportunity slip away easily. He spurred his horse onward in pursuit, his 1,000 loyal knights rallying behind him, raising their voices in fervent support. The chase continued into the whispering woods of the Riverlands. In the stillness of the night, the forest lay cloaked in silence, the moonlight cascading like silk, shadows weaving about them, while the ground was blanketed in thick fallen leaves. It was not until he noticed the dense thickets lining the path, deep enough to conceal a horse-ass belly, that James became alert, yet it was too late. A mournful and ominous horn sounded, and the soldiers of the Northern Alliance, long in ambush, erupted from the underbrush like divine warriors, arrows raining down like iron hail. The Lannister cavalry shouted "Long life the Lannisters!" Yet their voices were drowned out by the roars of "Long life Winterfell" and cries to fight for House Stark. The thunder of hoofs echoed like a dirge for the Lannisters, as Northern cavalry surged forth from the depths of the woods, joining the fray. The Lannister forces, already suffering grievous losses under the onslaught of arrows, were thrown into disarray, scattering in panic. James was compelled to dismount and engage the enemies nearby in close combat, displaying his remarkable bravery as he cleaved through several foes. Amidst the chaos, he beheld the striking banner of House Stark, its wolf emblem raised high and prominent in the moonlight. This was a complete ambush. The Northern cavalry had initially approached under the guise of Riverland's knights, feigning weakness to lure him deeper into their trap. The Valpy family of Riverlands, perhaps you are unfamiliar with them. The ranger suddenly turned to him, revealing their insignificance. Yet tonight, their banner had achieved great honor. In that instant, a colossal direwolf let out a haunting howl and charged towards James. He drew his sword to fend off its lethal claws, whistling to summon his mount. The ranger unleashed a flurry of arrows, blocking his escape. "Who are you?" James had to turn around to confront him, and he inquired about his name and title. The ranger said Luo Ling, yet he was reluctant to divulge his family lineage. James furrowed his brow. In Westeros, no one valued personal reputation above family honor. "I am the bastard son of Jeor Mormont, but thanks to you, I am about to become the Lord of Bear Island." Unlike his clever dwarf brother, James failed to grasp the implications of that statement. He felt the weight of his failures on this night, but fortunately, his deed remained loyal, returning to him amidst the chaos of battle, granting him a fleeting chance of escape. Luo Ling would not allow him to flee, relentlessly shooting arrow after arrow in pursuit. The two gradually distanced themselves from the fray of the Whispering Woods and ascended to a high ridge, one following the other. When James glanced back, he realized he was utterly alone, with no vessels accompanying him. The kingdom's mightiest knight erupted into a confident laugh. "Ranger, I must commend your bravery. I admire you. Yet, regrettably, you cannot triumph alone against me." The aim of Luo Ling as you bow was fixed upon James's brow. "If you run again, do you believe I can end your life within 3 arrows?" "I do not believe so." The Golden Lion of House Lannister dismounted, declaring, "I shall not flee. I am willing to engage you in a splendid duel." "As you wish." Luo Ling also dismounted, slowly lowering his longbow. "Long life Lannister!" he shouted as he charged at the ranger, eager to demonstrate the prowess of the kingdom's foremost knight. "I fear it shall not be as formidable as the others." Another phrase that eluded James's understanding. Suddenly, Luo Ling's figure vanished from his sight, yet James remained unperturbed. His extensive combat experience allowed him to maintain composure amidst the bizarre skirmish. The Kingslayer's gaze abruptly narrowed as he perceived a shadow approaching from behind, swinging his sword in a wide arc to strike backward. The clash of steel rang out as a dagger caught his sword, causing both to stagger back several paces. Luo Ling murmured, surprised that his shadow strike had been detected for the first time. In that fleeting moment of distraction, James launched another offensive. The moonlight glinted off his sword as he aimed for Luo Ling's throat. Luo Ling swiftly drew his yew-bow from his back, striking the blade with a heavy thud, deflecting the attack while retreating 2 steps to create distance. He knocked 3 arrows onto his bowstring, releasing them in a single volley. James was taken aback as this legendary marksmanship, chronicled in battle accounts, manifested before him. He swung his sword, knocking 2 arrows aside, but one pierced his shoulder blade. Then he witnessed Luo Ling suddenly remove his shoulder armor. What was he up to? As James pondered this, he was horrified to find the ranger's form vanishing once more, even faster than before. He felt a cold sensation graze his neck, followed by a forceful blow that sent his helmet flying, dazed and disoriented. The arrow that had penetrated his shoulder blade was violently extracted. "Ah!" James emitted a harrowing cry, collapsing onto the ground, his body drenched in cold sweat. As blood dripped incessantly from the crimson wound in his shoulder blade, pierced by the sharp arrow, Luo Ling stood before him, one hand gripping the shoulder armor, the other clasping the blood-stained arrow. "I have actually lost." James, lying on the ground, found it difficult to accept this bitter reality. Defeated James Lannister. Achieved the title of the mightiest in the 7 kingdoms. Earned 4 fusion points. Detected current fusion points, 1. To enhance the Shadow Strike skill to level 3, A cost of 8 fusion points is required. Would you like to proceed? Luo Ling decisively chose no. In the recent battle against James, he had a sudden epiphany, mastering the correct method to activate Shadow Strike using the shoulder armor. Employing the armor for Shadow Strike could amplify his speed by 33, a velocity so swift that even the mightiest knight of the Seven Kingdoms, James, could not react in time. Successfully teleporting behind his foe, he could deliver a fatal blow without the need for the shoulder armor. A mere gentle glide across the enemy's neck sufficed to complete the skill's execution. In the ensuing moments, he would have ample opportunity to perform 2 or 3 additional actions, perhaps a playful tap on the head, or the retrieval of arrows. Naturally, substituting those with thrusting a dagger or severing a head would not present a challenge. Thus, it appeared that level 2 of Shadow Strike was entirely adequate for his needs. At present, his most pressing concern was to accumulate 13 fusion points to fuse the Dragonbone dagger, in hopes of acquiring a formidable offensive skill. Otherwise, when faced with a formidable adversary like James, relying solely on Shadow Strike for victory would be lacking in flair. Moreover, he was truly nearing the point of exhaustion. Chapter 22. The conditions of roaring. The Battle of Whispering Woods concluded with a resounding victory for the Northern Alliance. As the Knights of the North galloped triumphantly to the highest ridge of the forest, vociferously chanting the praises of House Stark. Their armor bore numerous dents and stains of blood, yet they were unfazed, reveling in the euphoria of their triumph. As the bright morning star ascended the eastern horizon, the soldiers returning to the battlefield gradually gathered. Standing beside the young wolf, Caitlin beheld Sir Hal, brandishing a broken sword, the empty quiver of Theon Greyjoy, and the bloodied figure of Jon Snow, yet the ranger she yearned to see was conspicuously absent. "Son, did Rorin lead a cavalry of 500? She inquired, her gaze fixed on Rob's striking red hair. At merely 15, he had commanded tens of thousands to secure such a magnificent victory. Shouldering the weight of the family during his father's imprisonment and his sister's uncertain fate, he was her pride. The ranger? Rob nodded, explaining that the rules of masquerading as the cavalry of House Will was devised by him. But have you seen him? He possesses considerable skill. Rob shook his head. He should not have perished on the battlefield. Just as their conversation drew to a close, a wave of cheers erupted from the crowd ahead. Caitlin urged her horse forward, ascending the slope, and caught sight of the ranger approaching on horseback, many familiar northern soldiers lining the path, applauding him. "Sir Ranger," Caitlin intercepted him. "Perhaps it is time for you to fulfill your promise to me." "I may not be a knight, but I never break my word," the ranger replied nonchalantly. "The assassin you seek has been captured, yet before I deliver him to you, I hope, my lady, you will entertain a condition." "A condition?" Lady Stark expressed her displeasure, pointing to the Valyrian steel dagger at his waist. "I bestowed upon you the very dagger the assassin used to attempt my son's life. And you still wish to impose conditions?" "A necessary measure," Rorin replied. "You are aware that I am the bastard son of House Mormont. I returned to the north from beyond the Shivering Sea with the hope of one day returning to Bear Island. You have likely heard of the altercation between Mira and Ricard." Caitlin interjected. "House Mormont has, under the pressure of the Northern Lords, withdrawn from the alliance." "Indeed," Rorin assented. "This is a significant blow to House Mormont, reducing its status to naught, yet for me, it presents a rare opportunity." "What do you intend?" Caitlin inquired, sensing the undertones of a scheme. "I wish you, my lady, to persuade your son to urge House Mormont to rejoin the Northern Alliance," Rorin stated, "with the stipulation that Mormont's soldiers must serve under my command, entirely obedient to my orders. Thus, Bear Island under Mira Mormont would become but a hollow shell." Caitlin exclaimed, aghast, "And on the day you return to Bear Island with your forces, you could compel her to relinquish her position as the island's lord." "Sir Ranger, I must commend your intellect, yet have you ever pondered why Mira would allow her soldiers to leave Bear Island and serve under you?" "She will." Rowan spoke with unwavering confidence, asserting that retaining soldiers on Bear Island would not benefit House Mormont in this reshuffling war, while entrusting them to her would yield profits and honor for the Mormont family. She was a stubborn and irascible old woman, likely to rage at my actions. But once her fury subsided, she would be willing to take a gamble for the sake of family glory. Caitlin nodded, conceding, "Since you have stated it thus, I can agree to your terms. Now, please tell me, where is the murderer you have captured?" "My lady, please summon your attendants and follow me," Luo Ling instructed as she turned to depart. Caitlin followed closely, with her loyal knight, Sir Hal, calling forth Rob, Greyjoy, and Great John, among others. The group, led by the ranger, descended to the foothills of Whispering Woods, where a small ravine flowed with a babbling brook. Not far from which lay a modest cave. Luo Ling waded through the stream and entered the cave. Soon emerging with a figure clad in Lannister gold lion armor, the Kingslayer, someone cried out, though it was unnecessary, as all present had already recognized him, Lady Stark. I may yet earn your forgiveness. Jaime lifted his head, ignoring Robb standing beside her, Ranger. What does this mean? Catelyn disregarded the fallen commander and turned to Luo Ling. Is this Lannister the one you claim pushed my son from the tower? Indeed. Luo Ling pressed a dagger against his neck. Speak now. Confess your sins to this grieving mother. No. Jaime shook his head. I do not understand what you are saying, Jaime Lannister. Catelyn's gaze was sharp enough to pierce. I have long suspected you, yet lacked evidence. On the day Bran fell, only you and your queen sister were absent from the hall. Surely that is the root of this tragedy. At the mention of Cersei's name, Jaime's head drooped in resignation. It was I. You are an unrepentant scoundrel. To lay hands on a 7-year-old child. Robb, consumed by fury, drew his sword and charged forth. You intended to take his life, though you failed. You have left him crippled for life, condemned to spend his days in a wheelchair. I shall personally sever your head. Ser Hal nearly exhausted himself restraining the enraged wolf. I too yearn to see him perish, to witness him beg for mercy from me. To confess to my son before he dies, Catelyn ceded, yet the Stark family has never executed captives. Allowing him to life may serve a greater purpose. I ask you, what has become of my 2 daughters and my husband in King's Landing? She forced back her surging hatred and fury as she questioned the Kingslayer. Your daughter Sansa is favored by King Joffrey. She is doing well. However, your other daughter has been missing since the day Eddard was imprisoned, having fled the Red Keep, evading the guard's search. As for Stark, it seems he has committed treason, Jaime explained. I have heard he was injured, Catelyn inquired with concern. That was quite some time ago, Jon replied. Yet he tactfully concealed the fact that he was the one who had launched an attack on Eddard. His leg had been crushed during a skirmish, but it was now presumed to be nearly healed, for Stark was robust and vigorous. Drag him away and simultaneously inform Tywin Lannister that both of his sons are now in our custody, she instructed. Follow my mother's counsel and assign 10 guards to keep a vigilant watch. Robb issued the command, then turned his gaze towards Roose. Ranger, you undoubtedly garnered the most glory in the Battle of the Whispering Woods. Speak freely of your desires. Chapter 23. Lyanna Mormont. I had previously articulated my request to the Countess. Although the nominal leader of the Northern Alliance is the young Wolf Lord, Robb Stark, it has become evident in my observations that many of the Alliance's affairs are handled according to Catelyn's counsel. The Ranger's desires are quite simple. With a nod from the Ranger, Catelyn turned to Robb, expressing her wish for the Mormont family to rejoin the Alliance. This request seemed reasonable. Robb, feeling somewhat vexed, replied that it was unlikely that Rickard Stark would acquiesce to such a demand. After speaking, he glanced at his 2 close guards, who were none other than Rickard Stark's elder and younger sons, Tormund and Ed. I vehemently opposed the return of the Mormont family. It would be nothing short of an affront to my honor, Tormund declared, recalling the humiliation he endured at the hands of the Mormont family. Bound and ridiculed in a tavern, an experience he deemed the most disgraceful of his life. Ed naturally supported his brother, casting a disapproving look at the Ranger as he advised, Ranger, we respect your exceptional skills, but I must counsel you to refrain from meddling in the affairs of the Mormont family, given your status as a bastard. The Ranger, amused, retorted, am I to allow you, a Stark, to dictate terms regarding the Mormont family's affairs? As tensions began to escalate, Lady Stark interjected, stating, Mighty Mormont will not return. All soldiers of House Mormont shall be integrated under the Ranger's command. She explained to the 2 Starks that Mighty, who had clashed with them, would be permanently excluded from the Northern Alliance, in light of the Mormont family's generations of loyalty to the North. She hoped they could grant them an opportunity to participate in the imminent battle. Upon hearing Catelyn's words, Tormund and Ed fell silent, recognizing that ultimately, the Stark family's position rested with Rickard. Their further comments would only serve to provoke the Ranger's ire and the Countess's displeasure. In that case, Robb pondered for a moment before stating, I shall request that the Ranger accompany me to meet with Rickard. If he consents to this matter, the Mormont family can rejoin the Alliance by tomorrow, and the other Northern Lords are unlikely to voice significant objections. The Ranger nodded and departed with him, followed closely by the 2 Stark brothers. The 4 of them arrived at the Stark encampment, where they found Rickard studying a map with his subordinates, preparing to launch a final assault on the remnants of the Lannister forces at dawn, to liberate the besieged river run. Upon seeing Robb and his sons return, He greeted them with a hearty laugh. My lord, it was a truly exhilarating victory. We must celebrate this triumph. Once we liberate Riverrun tomorrow, we shall feast and sing in the ancient hall of House Tully, ensuring that all remember the glory of the king in the north. Lord Ricard, Rob began. Noticing the noble bearing that had emerged in Ricard since assuming his responsibilities, his presence was more commanding than ever, and while festivities were indeed in order, there was a pressing matter that required his counsel. Speak freely, Ricard encouraged, noting the glance exchanged between the two young Starks. Though he remained unaware of the matter at hand, Rob did not even enter the military camp to sit down. Instead, he stood at the entrance and recounted the entire sequence of events, deliberately praising Rhaegar in his words. Once the King of the North had finished speaking, Ricard fell into a prolonged silence. He gazed at Rhaegar, whose icy countenance bore no expression, patiently awaiting his response. I can acquiesce to this matter, he sighed, compelled by the pressure from House Stark to make a concession. However, before Lord Ranger leads his troops, I would like to receive a personally written letter of apology from Mir Mormont, along with some compensatory gifts. Rob inquired of Rhaegar. Might you be able to accept such conditions? Rhaegar nodded. If that is the case, I will need to withdraw from the alliance for a few days to return to Bear Island and personally persuade my aunt, rather than awaiting the arrival of the Bear Island soldiers as previously planned. As for the 500 White Harbor cavalry under your command, I shall return them to Lord Wyman's son, Willis Manderley. That is only right, the ranger replied. Bear Island, a remote isle situated in the northwest of the north, is surrounded by the sea on all sides. In ancient times, it was once the territory of the Ironmen. After the Mormont family assumed control of this land, they frequently faced disturbances from Ironmen and wildlings arriving by boat. The men of Bear Island often spent months at sea fishing, during which time the women of Bear Island bore the heavy burden of defending their homeland. To this day, these fierce female warriors instill fear in the hearts of Ironmen, who no longer dare to set foot on the island. Bear Island is impoverished, to the extent that it lacks even a castle. The Mormont family resides in a house constructed from stones at the island's center, surrounded by a mud fence, while the tenants under their rule dwell along the coast. Jorah Mormont, son of Jorah Mormont, once brought his wife to life on Bear Island during his tenure as lord. However, his wife found the island's poverty intolerable, likening it to a dilapidated shed compared to the castles of other families. In an effort to please her, Jorah squandered the family's already meager savings and ultimately resorted to the illicit trade of slavery, a crime punishable by death in the north. When his actions were uncovered, Jorah had no choice but to flee across the strait, becoming a fugitive knight. Maya Mormont lay in bed, one hand clutching a wine cup and the other holding the letter Rhaegar had sent her. The more she read, the angrier she became. The flesh on her chin quivered uncontrollably. In a fit of rage, she hurled the wine cup against the window and then tore the letter to shreds with both hands. He dares to say he will personally visit me on Bear Island. Maya shouted furiously at her maid. If he had sent the letter just now and set off on horseback, he would arrive in no more than 3 days. My brother has truly raised 2 fine sons, one who squandered the family fortune and the other who dares to attempt a power grab upon his return. I shall not indulge them, she scolded vehemently. 3 days later, as Rhaegar set foot on the island, he was warmly welcomed by 3 Bear Island female guards, who swung their battle axes in a fierce arc. The agile ranger evaded with a deft backward leap, creating distance and refraining from retaliating. However, the female guards were relentless, persistently pressing the attack. After a stalemate lasting 6 or 7 minutes, a little girl emerged from the island. What are you doing? She inquired, her tone authoritative yet composed. The guards immediately ceased their assault. The ranger, Roland, was a close friend of the Earl of Wyman from White Harbor and the only member of House Mormont capable of speaking at the tables of the Northern Lords. He was a cherished guest of my mother, yet you pursue him with blades and axes. We have heard tales of his illegitimacy nonsense, the girl stated with commanding presence. He is my cousin. There is no such thing as a bastard. Do you intend to believe the rumors circulating outside? The guards lowered their heads in submission, allowing the ranger to depart. Roland smiled gratefully at her, while the little girl cast him a haughty glance. Their eyes met, and recognition dawned upon him. Lyanna Mormont, who had only just turned 8 this year. Chapter 24. Standing tall, little Lyanna ushered the guests into her mother's chamber before quietly retreating. Lord Luo Ling stood by the bedside with a polite bow, casting furtive glances at the woman resting upon the bed. Her hair, a cascade of gray and white, resembled the mane of a polar bear. Although she was covered by a blanket, Her stout and diminutive figure was discernible from the contours beneath. Beside her pillow lay a spiked hammer, a potential weapon should the negotiations falter. This irascible woman might well wield it to crack Rowling's skull. Much like she would a sweet melon. On the bed, Meiji scrutinized her brother's son, their first meeting. He was tall and slender. A stark contrast to the robust men of Bear Island, including his father and brother. Clad in a simple yet elegant black satin long robe, its true luxury only revealed upon closer inspection, he respectfully removed his hood, exposing the fishbone bow slung across his back, a bow he had won from the Stark family. As Meiji had heard. Thus, the aunt and nephew engaged in a silent standoff for several minutes. Meiji's gaze frequently flickered to the ancestral Valyrian steel sword, Longclaw. In his possession. I am aware of the considerable effort you have invested in the revival of House Mormont, Rowling began, speaking first as the younger of the two. I extend my gratitude and, on behalf of my helpless father and that ineffectual brother, I wish to convey my sincere apologies. She stopped. I am not fond of idle chatter. Rowling forced a smile. If you choose to remain silent, our conversation may very well conclude here. Are you threatening me? Her short, gray brows rose in disbelief. Certainly not a threat. Rowling waved his hand dismissively. The contents of the letter are the true matter at hand. If all you desire is to abscond with the soldiers of Bear Island, why then do you acquiesce to that ancient relic, Rickard Karstark's demands and compel me to pen a letter of apology? Meiji's teeth ground audibly at the mention of the letter. Let me be clear, this matter is non-negotiable. He even demands reparations. Bear Island is already utterly destitute, possessing nothing but its people. I can arrange for the gifts, Rowling assured her. From the outset, I had no intention of placing you in a difficult position. Are you suggesting that I must sacrifice my dignity to write this letter for you? She bellowed. Akin to an enraged mother bear. The current situation had become exceedingly clear, Mrs. Meiji. To persuade this obstinate matron, Rowling had prepared extensively. The forces of the king in the north were surging, having captured 2 sons of House Lannister. The Storlords had amassed nearly 100,000 troops, commanded by Renly Baratheon. While Stannis on Dragonstone boasted an invincible fleet in naval combat. King Joffrey's King's Landing was now a target of derision. With even Dorne and the Iron Islands preparing to join the fray to seize their share of the chaos. Every house sought to secure its maximum advantage, yet. What was House Mormont doing? Huddled upon Bear Island, subsisting solely on the meager income from fishing and the provisions from tenants. Do you truly wish to remain on this desolate isle after the Great War? Gazing out at the boundless sea while fretting over whether your next meal will consist of black eel or striped eel? I certainly do not wish for such a fate. Lady Marjorie retorted, asserting that while the men of Bear Island are valiant and skilled in battle, they hold no significant standing in the north. Why not endeavor to change this? He urged, if you are always prioritizing your family, why bother with that trifling notion of dignity? The woman on the bed fell silent, merely gazing at him. After a long pause, she asked, will you become a worthy leader? Can you guide the people away from this impoverished island? So that after the war, House Mormont might possess a bountiful land, a respectable castle, enabling future generations to live lives of happiness and abundance. I cannot provide you with a definite answer, Rowling replied, but I am indeed prepared to do so. And I am currently the only one qualified to claim such a possibility. The anger on Marjorie's face gradually dissipated. As if she were reminiscing about her youthful days spent running along the beach with her brother. She inquired, when can we leave this island and have a castle of our own? When I become the Lord of Bear Island. Young Jair Mormont had answered. How many years ago that was, and now he donned black attire, Bear Island more destitute than ever before. I could write a letter of apology, she stated calmly. From this day forth, you shall no longer be an illegitimate son, but the new Lord of Bear Island. Rowling nodded, a soft spot deep within him stirred unexpectedly, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Call me Aunt, she said, her eyes narrowing into a gentle smile. Aunt Marjorie, Rowling paused before softly uttering. The woman laughed joyfully, opening her arms to embrace him. Stand tall, they exclaimed in unison. Tyrion had not bathed in over half a month, emanating an odor of sour decay, particularly intensified after the ranger remarked that he resembled a miniature wedge of sour cheese. So you have seamlessly become the Lord of Bear Island, preparing to lead 1,000 men to the front lines. The dwarf queried in astonishment. For him, apart from his brother Jaime, he struggled to perceive any semblance of familial affection from others, thus could not fathom what Rowling meant by family honor. It seems you have managed quite well here. Rowling jested, the Stark family treats you decently, I hear they provide you with meat and sausages at every meal. If they were to occasionally send in a basin of bath water and a girl, you might never wish to leave. I maintain an unwavering passion for freedom, given the chance. I would risk my life for it. The dwarf spoke like a poet. Did the Lannisters truly remain indifferent to my imprisonment? My wretched father would undoubtedly prefer his monstrous son to perish in Winterfell. He spoke with a hint of melancholy. But my brother Jaime should surely find a way to rescue our sibling, shouldn't he? Your brother's rescue attempt has faltered, laughed Luo Ling. Now, like you, he is also a captive of House Stark. You captured him, did you not? The dwarf's gaze was piercing as he fixed it upon him. Why do you inquire so? Because in Westeros, aside from you, no one else could have apprehended him. Luo Ling silently acquiesced to this assertion. My father must be utterly mad by now, Tyrion remarked, taking a sip of wine. Jaime is the sole heir of House Lannister in his eyes. Brace yourselves to endure the lion's unending wrath. Chapter 25. The ambush at Greenfork. The wrath of the lion surged forth with a swiftness that far exceeded the expectations of Robb Stark and the Lords of the North. Jaime Lannister, having displayed remarkable valor, was knighted at the tender age of 15, becoming the youngest member of the Kingsguard recorded in history. However, attaining the honor of the Kingsguard came at the cost of renouncing his claim to his family's inheritance. His father, Tywin, was incensed by this decision. Resigning from his prestigious position at hand of the king, hurling the Hand's badge onto the grounds of the Red Keep, and returning alone to the Lannister stronghold of Casterly Rock. Upon receiving the news of Jaime's capture, Tywin's fury surpassed even that of when he had joined the Kingsguard. He shattered a golden goblet upon the floor, sent a platter of fruits flying from the window, and cleaved a magnificent yew table in two with his sword. Tell me everything about the Northern Army's strength and deployment in the Riverrun area. His thick, golden beard quivered as he spoke. They shall pay dearly for this. My lord, Adam Marbrand replied, the Northern traitor we bribed has just delivered intelligence. General Robb Stark has divided his forces. He will personally lead the main cavalry to attack the Lannister infantry besieging Riverrun in an effort to relieve the city. Meanwhile, Lord Roose Bolton commands nearly 18,000 infantry and close to 1,000 cavalry, preparing to launch a surprise assault against us. In truth, we can no longer assist Riverrun. Why not lay an ambush for Roose Bolton at the shallows of the Green Fork? Sir Gregor Clegane. Summon all infantry and 2,000 cavalry immediately to form the left flank, Tywin commanded. Once the battle begins, you shall initiate the first charge and remain ever ready for combat. Clad in deep crimson armor, Tywin exuded an imposing presence, momentarily casting aside his concerns for his captured son. This was the hallmark of a true commander and strategist. Sir Adam Marbrand, you shall lead all heavy cavalry. He gestured towards the map. The right bank of the Green Fork offers a distinct tactical advantage. The heavy cavalry will lie in ambush here. Once Sir Gregor engages the enemy, you will charge down and disrupt their formation. The towering Gregor Clegane and Adam departed to prepare the Lannisters' ambush against Roose Bolton. 3 nights later, as darkness descended, both the Golden Lion banner and the Crimson Flayed Man standard were shrouded in black. The Lannister forces lay concealed within the woods between the Green Fork and the King's Road, stretching for miles, silent as the fireflies danced between the tents, reminiscent of stars fallen from the heavens. The lion lay in wait, while Roose Bolton's army approached slowly, intent on launching a night raid against the Lannister camp. As Roose Bolton reached the banks of the Green Fork, he paused to gaze into the distance, spotting the Lannister encampment with its flickering campfires. He imagined women singing love songs, draped only in dark cloaks, flitting about the camp, while soldiers slumbered soundly within their tents. They remained blissfully unaware, these self-assured Lannisters. After tonight, said Edmure Tully, they will become corpses adrift upon the river banks. He was one of the many sons of Walder Frey, bearing the same unattractive features as the rest of the Frey lineage, with perpetually moist, reddened eyes and thick finger joints. Yet, he was a cruel and cunning leader. Commanding 500 cavalry and over 1,000 infantry, the absolute backbone of Roose Bolton's forces. Send the orders, commanded the Lord of the Dreadfort. All infantry shall form a triangular formation, ready to launch a night assault on the Lannister encampment across the river. The cavalry will take the left and right flanks. Should the enemy show any signs of organized resistance, the cavalry must immediately disrupt their formation. Suddenly, a deafening blast of trumpets erupted from the depths of the endless darkness. Roose Bolton's army had just crossed the Green Fork, a mere step away from annihilating the Lannister forces in their slumber. The war horses neighed and surged from all directions, while the phalanx of spears severed the wings like the fangs of a giant. The cavalry attempted to retreat, only to be thwarted by a rain of arrows. Everything unfolded so abruptly that the soldiers of the north felt as though they were trapped in a dream. We are surrounded. It's an ambush. Ultimately, it was the Lord of the Dreadfort who first regained his composure. Stay calm. The vanguard form a defensive formation on the spot. The rear guard turn back in an orderly fashion. We can break through. He endeavored to direct his troops to bolster their morale. The frontline Karstark pikemen promptly formed a crescent-shaped defensive line. Their tall oak shields emblazoned with the sunburst sigil of House Karstark raised at the forefront, with spears protruding from either side. They withstood 3 consecutive assaults from the enemy until the Mountain and the Lannister heavy cavalry charged forth like a pride of lions, their frenzied steeds leaping into the fray. Spears pierced their bellies, yet the shield wall crumbled under the weight of the cavalry's relentless onslaught. The Karstark soldiers fled like desperate animals, while the heavy cavalry rampaged through the infantry, slaughtering indiscriminately, with the Mountain proving unstoppable, crushing the skulls of several knights with a single hand. The northern forces disintegrated, and Roose Bolton himself, after resisting for a mere 10 minutes, fled towards the rear, shielded by his attendants. When the crimson flayed man banner of House Bolton was brought down, all northern soldiers understood that the battle was lost. Their will to fight shattered as they scattered in a desperate flight. The Lannister army pursued relentlessly, covering 3 to 4 dozen miles, returning to their camp only when the first light of dawn began to illuminate the horizon. In the stark encampment of the north, Robb stood in silence, flanked by Greyjohn and Theon Greyjoy, among others. We have lifted the siege of Riverrun, but Lord Roose Bolton has suffered defeat. They intended to ambush Tywin's Lannister forces but fell into a trap instead. Theon Greyjoy, newly appointed as Robb's chief advisor, noted that Bolton's reassembled forces numbered fewer than 5,000, with the Karstark soldiers who had served as the vanguard entirely lost within the encircled position. Did we lose over 10,000 men in this battle? Robb struggled to contain his simmering fury. How many Lannister soldiers did we slay during the battles of Whispering Woods and Riverrun? The statistics indicate a little over 4,000, yet we have captured Jaime Lannister. He pales in comparison to the invaluable 8,000 soldiers of the north. The king in the north exclaimed in fury, declaring that if we continue to suffer such defeats, he will merely serve as a bargaining chip for our peace negotiations. Lord Bolton has already led the remnants of his army to take refuge in the twins of House Frye. Theon hesitated, eager to convey a piece of news. What news? You know Lord Bolton is renowned for his cautious demeanor, yet this time he has suffered a significant defeat due to an ambush. Theon whispered into his ear, expressing his suspicion that there is a traitor among the northern forces who has informed Tywin of their plans for a surprise attack. Upon hearing this, Robb slowly sat down, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Chapter 26. The Trident Luo Ling was not surprised to learn of Lord Roose Bolton's defeat at the Battle of the Green Fork, for he had long been aware of the outcome. However, upon discovering the details of the battle and the extent of the troop losses, he found discrepancies with the memories from another world. Was the Duke of Dreadfort defeated because of an ambush? Indeed, my lord, replied the messenger. They were completely encircled by the Lannister forces, and the archers of House Frye along with the pike infantry of House Karstark suffered catastrophic losses in this ambush. The cavalry of House Bolton has been decimated, with only 2,000 infantry managing to escape. Where is Bolton now? He has retreated to the Twins, the castle of Walder Frye, where the remaining 5,000 soldiers have taken refuge, along with some of the old Walder's personal guards. It should not pose a significant challenge to hold the Twins. After grasping the situation, Luo Ling waved the messenger away. 3 days hence, he would lead over 1,000 soldiers from Bear Island back to the northern army camp, where Robb and Catelyn, undeterred by fatigue, walked several hundred meters to greet him. Ah, no. The king in the north, my apologies. The Lord of Bear Island, Lord Mormont, your return has been long awaited, Robb exclaimed. God knows the errors we have committed. Catelyn surveyed the neatly arranged troops of Bear Island with admiration, stating, it was a grave mistake to allow such a fine company of soldiers to leave the northern army. Thankfully, Lord Mormont, you have brought them back. I trust you are aware of the Duke of Dreadfort's other army's significant defeat at the Green Fork. Your return will undoubtedly bolster the morale of the northern forces. The exchange between mother and son left Luo Ling somewhat bewildered, as he sensed that something was amiss. Sure enough. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Robb leaned closer and whispered a few words to him, prompting Catelyn to accompany them away from the bustling camp. The trio rode to the banks of the Weeping Stone River, where the swift current stirred waves that crashed against the shore with a resounding splash. The current situation is highly unfavorable for us, Lord Mormont, Catelyn said, gently turning her head to address him while holding the reins. We have deliberated extensively over the past few days. Logically, Tywin's Lannister forces should have had no knowledge of our movements. There was no reason for them to set an ambush at the Green Fork. Following the Battle of Whispering Woods, they would naturally assume our primary target was Jaime Lannister and Riverrun. Rather than suspecting, we would send Roose Bolton to split his forces and launch a surprise attack on their stronghold. Rowling nodded in agreement, and Robb continued, thus. As Duke Bolton reminded me after the battle, I suspect there may be a traitor among the northern ranks, disclosing our tactical plans to the Lannisters. Of course, he paused. One cannot entirely dismiss the possibility that Bolton's assertion was merely an attempt to absolve himself of responsibility for the defeat. Surely, you seek me out because you believe I am not the traitor. Rowling smiled. Indeed. Catelyn nodded. At the time of the Battle of Green Fork, you had just assumed the role of Lord of Bear Island, thus rendering you incapable of being the traitor. The traitor could only be one among those present in the War Council at the camp. The number of individuals involved is rather extensive, he analyzed. I recall that each time the King in the North convened the War Council, at least a dozen individuals were in attendance. Identifying a traitor among so many is undoubtedly a formidable task. He glanced at Robb, who after a moment of silence remarked, there are some whom I deem trustworthy, such as Great John, Theon Greyjoy, and Lord Rickard Karstark. Others are considered reliable by my mother, such as Ser Hallis, Lucas Blackwood, and Sir Jason Mallister. We might set them aside for now, thereby narrowing the scope and facilitating our investigation. Perhaps I should pose the question this way. Robb suddenly grasped the crux of the matter. Who do you believe is the most suspicious? 3 individuals, Catelyn began. Robert Glover, the brother of Lord Glover of Deepwood Motte. A tall and slender man from the north, currently has the least suspicion among the 3, Donald Locke, from the Locke family of Oldtown. Appears outwardly loyal to House Stark but secretly engages in dubious activities. The most suspicious at present is Roose Bolton, who, when Robb summoned all the lords of the north, brought merely 100 feeble soldiers to Winterfell. The Bolton family harbors old grievances against House Stark and would relish the prospect of their downfall. If you have already narrowed it down to such a small circle, the matter becomes significantly more manageable, said Robb. It seems Lord Mormont has devised a clever strategy. Lady Stark regarded him, believing that if he could seize Bear Island without a single soldier, uncovering a traitor would be no insurmountable task. We hold a strong card. The Lord of Bear Island smiled. Jaime Lannister, if we can leverage him, the traitor will inevitably reveal themselves. Please elaborate, Robb implored. For he had been preoccupied with the issue of the traitor for days on end. A rather simple plan, said Robb as he drew closer. We will disseminate information that we are preparing to transfer the imprisoned Jaime Lannister from Riverrun to the safer confines of Winterfell. Upon learning this, the traitor will undoubtedly grow anxious and seek to inform Tywin. We merely need to approach Robert Glover, Donald Locke, and Roose Bolton, revealing to them the arrangements for Jaime's transfer. How shall we proceed? Robb pressed, struggling to comprehend the details. We must inform Robert that the escort for Jaime will travel north along the western forest of King S Road. Next, we will tell Donald Locke that the escort will take a woodland path through the direction of Stonehenge. Finally, we shall convey to Roose Bolton that the escort will proceed along the riverbank of the beautiful market en route to Twins. After Rowling finished speaking, Catelyn remarked, these are 3 entirely distinct routes of transfer, devoid of any intersection. This is precisely the crux of the matter. Rowling nodded in agreement. Recalling Tyrion's words, Tywin Lannister regards Jaime as the family's sole heir. Once he learns of our intention to transport Jaime to Winterfell, he will undoubtedly resort to all means necessary to thwart us, launching an assault on the escort to rescue Jaime. The 3 escort routes are under the control of 3 different individuals. Thus, should an escort be attacked along a specific route, it would reveal that individual as a traitor. One must commend Lord Mormont's strategy for its remarkable ingenuity. Just as Robb and Catelyn were about to express their admiration for him, Rowling shifted the conversation, unless. Chapter 27, The King in the North. Unless all 3 of them are not traitors, things could become quite troublesome. Robb fell silent upon hearing this, while Catelyn sighed and said, in any case, let us proceed according to your plan. Do you have any further details to add regarding the specific steps for implementation? Jaime Lannister is our trump card, thus we cannot truly risk exposing him. He suggested concealing him secretly and finding 3 substitutes, shrouding their heads in black cloth before delivering them to the 3 different watchmen, bound to their horses. News of Jaime's impending transfer from Riverrun to Winterfell swiftly spread among the northern army, inciting much discussion among the nobles. Some even speculated that Robb had been so frightened by Tywin Lannister after the ambush at the Green Fort that he had lost his nerve. The king in the north made no response to these rumors. Instead, he discreetly sought out Robert Glover, Donnell Locke, and Rolly Duckfield, under the pretense of requesting their assistance in gathering forces, revealing to them the route of the Watchman's operation. Afterward, the king in the north compelled them to swear before the old gods that they would not disclose this information to anyone before allowing them to depart. On the following moonless night, the three watchmen departed Riverrun, escorting three impostors posing as Jaime along three entirely different routes as per the map. The grim news reached the Stark encampment in the early morning. The northern warden, Duke Eddard Stark of Winterfell, was executed by Joffrey I for treason. Beheaded in front of the Great September of Baelor. Rollin had just returned from Castle Stark, having personally delivered a letter of apology penned by Auntie Mira to Rickard, along with gifts worth several golden dragons. He happened upon Catelyn standing by a dew-laden patch of grass and approached her. "My lady," he addressed her. Noting this was the most haggard he had ever seen her. "May I call you my Lady Ranger? I find it more endearing than Lord Mormont." "Very well," she replied. Eddard was a man of integrity, she lamented. How could he possibly be a traitor? The deaths of 2 consecutive prime ministers in King's Landing, surely that is a clear case of murder. "It is indeed shameful," he responded. "I have never met the Duke. Yet I have learned from those who knew him that he was a truly brave, selfless, and just man." As they conversed, Robb emerged from the tent, draping a thick, warm deerskin cloak over his mother's shoulders. "I will return both of my sisters safely as soon as possible," Robb declared. He must have suffered greatly in his final moments. With Sansa standing amidst the royal crowd. "Do not speak of it any further, my son." Catelyn turned away, not wishing to reveal her tears. "I only wish to get Sansa away from King's Landing and then find a way to locate Arya. Our family must be reunited. And we shall assault King's Landing to avenge your father." "Perhaps it is time for us to take a stand," Robb suggested. "Lord Stannis has declared himself king. He commands a fleet and could easily launch an assault on King's Landing from Dragonstone." Just 2 days prior, Renly ascended to the throne in the south, marking the first individual to hold such a ceremony. "Renly?" Robb furrowed his brow. "If anyone is to be king, it should be Stannis. For he is the legitimate heir of House Baratheon. It is a king to Halbrand could never become the Lord of Winterfell before me after our father's demise." Catelyn observed him, noting how increasingly he spoke like Ned. "Why must we choose sides?" inquired the Lord of Bear Island. "If we do not choose a side," Robb pondered, "what are Lord Mormont's thoughts?" "You are already the young wolf, Duke of Winterfell," said Roderick. "Renly Baratheon has garnered the support of all the nobles from the Stormlands and the Reach. Yet we have united the lords of the North and the Riverlands to stand against him." "You are the king in the North." "No," Robb replied. "That is merely a title bestowed upon me by men like Greyjohn among the Northmen. I have not been crowned and thus cannot declare it to the world." "Then declare it to the world." A roar shattered the morning calm as Greyjohn emerged from the tent. "I have had the fortune to witness the majesty of the wall, to behold the desolation at the setting sun over the burials of our ancestors, to experience the haunting terror of the Wolfwood under the moonlight. But the Baratheons of Storm's End, the Lannisters of Casterly Rock, the Tyrells of Highgarden, what do those southerners understand of our plight? They worship the Seven, and are wholly alien to us. Why should we submit to their rule? The last dragon is dead, and the North should be an independent kingdom, as it has been for millennia." He then turned to Catelyn and Roderick. "Lady Stark, Lord Mormont, do you not agree? We should have our own king." "Of course." Roderick nodded. The king in the north. This was an ancient title that had been lost for 3 centuries since Aegon rode his dragon to conquer the 7 kingdoms. All the nobles and knights of the north gathered in the wooden hall of Riverrun, prepared to collectively proclaim this noble name. Although Greyjohn and others had referred to Robb as such from the outset, some lords of the north such as House Blackwood, Bracken, and Meryn from the Riverlands who later joined the alliance had never called him that. They merely referred to him as the Young Wolf. However, from this moment forth, they would once again revive that name, allowing it to resonate throughout the continent of Westeros. Yet before becoming the king in the north, Robb wished to personally behead the traitor. He surveyed the assembly, his gaze ultimately resting upon Roderick. "Lord Mormont, please enlighten everyone as to who the traitor is." "Surely everyone knows," Roderick said, taking Longclaw and stepping into the middle of the hall. "We were preparing to escort Jaime Lannister to Winterfell, a matter of great importance. Hence it was conducted with utmost secrecy. Last night, we quietly dispatched guards to escort him, yet despite our vigilance, the escort was still ambushed. The hall erupted into uproar. The escort for Jaime would travel along the banks of the beautiful market to River Ram, pausing briefly before continuing northward. In his hand, the long claw was unsheathed with a metallic clang, pointed directly at Roger Lyswell. Sir Lyswell, I presume you are aware of this news. Roger replied with calm assurance, Indeed. I am aware of the matter. In fact, there are 2 individuals present who possess information regarding the guard that is entirely at odds with yours. Rowling sneered. Sir Robert is aware that James's guard will proceed north along the forest on the west side of King's Road, while Sir Donner knows that the guard will traverse through the ruins of stone and then follow the woodland path on the outskirts of the city. Is that not so? Gentlemen. Both Robert and Donner nodded in confusion. After their nod, Rowling smiled and recounted in detail how he had uncovered the traitor's scheme, leading those present to a sudden realization, their gazes shifting to Roger. Feeling the piercing stares that could pierce him 1,000 times, Roger Lyswell was struck with horror. This is impossible. I know nothing. The information was not leaked by me. What benefits did Lannister promise you? Rowling replied coldly. Perhaps this is the very thing that all present are most eager to learn before your demise. I did not conspire with Lannister. Roger was on the verge of collapse. I did not. Suddenly, the direwolf Grey Wind leaped from behind Robb, its massive claws pinning Roger to the ground, rendering him immobile. If you do not speak, Grey Wind will swiftly sever your filthy head from your shoulders. No! Roger cried out, I will speak. I will speak. Tywin Lannister promised me a gold mine as a thief for every 3 victories I help him secure. If I could assist him in capturing Stark alive, he would even make me the Lord of Harrenhal. Before his words could fully escape his lips, his head rolled away. Robb sheathed his sword and declared to the assembly, This is the fate that befalls those who betray the king in the north. Great John stood tall, sword raised high, proclaiming, Long life the king in the north. The Stark and Manderly houses, along with many nobles from the Riverlands, similarly raised their weapons. Long life the king in the north. They shouted in unison. As the crowd roared in unison, Rowling lowered his head discreetly, and a string of golden letters suddenly floated before his eyes. Achievement unlocked. You are envious. Rowling gained our fusion points. Detected current possession of 13 fusion points. The Valyrian steel dagger with a dragonbone hilt can be fused into your body. Would you like to proceed with the fusion? Chapter 28. The Wrath of the Black Death. Upon glancing at the golden prompt, Rowling resolutely opted for fusion. The Valyrian steel dagger, hanging silently at his waist, transformed into a stream of light and penetrated his being. He felt a searing warmth surge from his heart, radiating towards his extremities. He successfully fused the S-grade item. The Wrath of the Black Death. Item description. Apart from its creator, no one knows the name of this dagger. Likewise, it remains a secret that the hilt is crafted from the clawbone of the Black Dragon, Valyrian. When Robert entered the Red Keep and beheld this magnificent dagger, he promptly consigned it to his treasury, allowing the artifact to gather dust for decades. All of your bodily functions have been enhanced. You have acquired a special ability, Dragon's Wrath. Dragon's Wrath. You may activate the Dragon's Wrath state at any moment, which lasts for 3 minutes. When activated, your body is completely enveloped in the dragon flames of the Black Death, rendering you immune to physical damage while incinerating nearby foes. No one has ever heard the furious roar of the Black Death Valyrian, for all who witnessed its wrath have perished. As the largest dragon in Targaryen history, it could swallow the flagship of the Iron Islands whole, and the shadow of its wings while in flight could shroud a castle from sunlight. The black dragon flames it exhaled could melt steel and even turn sand into glass. Gentle reminder, the dragon's wrath state can only be activated once per day. Excessive anger is detrimental to the body. Rowling acquired additional ability, Ember. Ember. Each enemy you personally slay will be ignited by dragon flames until reduced to ashes. While the nobles of the north and the Riverlands gathered around Robb to celebrate, Rowling, who had secretly fused the dragonbone dagger, turned away alone after reviewing the description of his newly acquired dragon's wrath skill. In a low magic world like Westeros, magic is a rarity, thus, immunity to physical damage is tantamount to invincibility. However, despite obtaining such a potent skill, the cost was considerable. His hard-earned 13 fusion points were entirely depleted, and the fused Valyrian steel dagger was a unique treasure within the realm. Should he perhaps melt Longclaw in the smithy to forge 2 new daggers? Stroking the bare-head hilt of Longclaw, Rowling suddenly pondered. After all, he had exhausted his fusion points, and the longsword had become a burden. His proficiency lay with daggers, and wielding a longsword felt akin to a child clumsily brandishing a stick. Moreover, He had originally intended to retain Longclaw as a token of inheritance to intimidate Mira. However, to his surprise, his return to Bear Island for a discussion with her had gone remarkably smoothly. He had not even had the chance to mention saving Gio's life at the wall and receiving Longclaw as a reward, as Mira had already bestowed upon him the title of Lord. Thus, Rowling now faced two options for crafting this ancestral Valyrian steel sword: to melt it down and reforge it into daggers, or to accumulate fusion points once more to merge it into his body for skills. After much contemplation, he ultimately resolved to forge anew. After all, possessing Shadow Strike and the nearly invincible wrath of the Black Dragon meant that his skills would suffice for the time being. Securing a reliable weapon was of utmost importance. It would be rather beneath his flamboyant fighting style to first shoot arrows at an enemy and then engage them in Dragon Rage mode. Count Titus Blaywood observed a tall, slender figure emerging from the hole and called out to him. Titus turned, revealing a gaunt visage adorned with a short, grey beard and his characteristic hooked nose. It was none other than Lord Mormont. The Count of Crowtree greeted him with a courteous smile, inquiring, "What brings you to seek me?" "Nothing of great importance," Rowling replied. "As this is my first visit to Riverrun, I am not well acquainted with the city. I simply wish to inquire if there are any skilled blacksmiths within." "You are indeed fortunate, my lord," Titus responded. "I know of one whose craftsmanship is undoubtedly among the finest in the realm. However, he is rather reclusive and does not engage with strangers. Fortunately, I am well acquainted with him. Should you require assistance, I can provide you with a letter of introduction to present when you visit him." "He sounds like a legendary figure," Rowling remarked, intrigued. "Not quite legendary," Titus clarified. "However, his father was." Donanoy was renowned as the most celebrated blacksmith in the ranks of House Baratheon during his youth. He crafted Robert's warhammer and Stannis' sword. His weapons played a pivotal role in securing Robert's victory in the Usurpers' War, allowing him to ascend to the Iron Throne. With such an illustrious lineage, I am even more inclined to seek out his father, Rowling jested. "Donanoy has joined the Night's Watch," Titus chuckled. "If you venture to the wall, you are certain to encounter him." "Does he possess only one arm?" Rowling inquired. "Have you met him?" "I recently visited the wall," Rowling replied. "We crossed paths, but I was unable to engage in conversation. At the time, I presumed he was merely an old man condemned to exile, who later became a blacksmith in the Night's Watch." "Be cautious not to voice such sentiments to Harrow's Nine," Titus advised earnestly. "In Harrow's eyes, his father is the sole hero. He has inherited all of Donanoy's skills and willingly lives in the shadow of his father's former glory, which is quite a tragedy." As Titus continued the conversation, they made their way back to his residence, where he retrieved a quill and penned a letter of introduction on fine stationery, enclosing a gold dragon within the missive. "He does not accept payment from strangers," the Count of Crowtree explained. "Thus, I must advance the funds on your behalf in this letter. If Lord Mormont does not mind, perhaps you could treat me to a drink upon your return as a gesture of gratitude." "That would be immensely appreciated," Rowling replied, accepting the letter. "Where shall I find him?" "East of Riverrun, there lies a narrow alley known as Greywater Lane, where you will find a solitary blacksmith shop." Rowling expressed his gratitude to Blaywood once more before turning to depart. He traversed the broad thoroughfare of the bustling city of Riverflow, making his way eastward until he reached a narrow alley known as Greywater Well. The alley was profound, yet the radiant midday sun poured in unimpeded, illuminating the space within. Following the withdrawal of the Lannister forces from Riverflow, the ordinary citizens had resumed their daily lives. Garments were spread out to dry beside the courtyards, and the enticing aroma of freshly baked bread wafted from the bakery. A young man, bare-chested, was diligently hammering a glowing iron ingot in the blacksmith's forge. Roland Mormont approached him, placing a letter of introduction down. "The Earl of Blackwood from Raventree Hall had informed me of your exceptional skills. Coincidentally, I had the pleasure of meeting Donanoy at the wall a little over 2 months ago." Upon hearing the name Donanoy, the young man's pupils constricted suddenly, and he ceased his work. Chapter 29, The Pressure of Marriage. "Do you know my father?" The young blacksmith's tone was somewhat agitated. "Not exactly," replied Roland. "But I have seen him and learned from a friend that he is faring well at the wall, treating the Black Castle as his home and regarding everyone as family." "That is sufficient." Harrow's Nine nodded. "Thank you, Lord Mormont." With that, he opened the letter from Count Blightwood, pocketed the golden dragon without a glance at the letter, and tossed it into the furnace. "You do not wish to read the letter?" Roland inquired. "I am merely an illiterate blacksmith," he replied. But the golden dragon is the key. It serves as our signal. If the Count disapproves of a person seeking his assistance in commissioning work from me, he would not include the golden dragon in the letter. In such a case, I would work half-heartedly, merely hammering out a superficial appearance. For those nobles do not comprehend the craft of blacksmithing and would never discern the truth. Conversely, if the Count includes the golden dragon, it signifies that a friend is visiting, and I shall endeavor to assist with utmost diligence. Roland chuckled softly. Moreover, you bring me news of my father's safety. Harrows continued. Now, what would you like to forge, Lord Mormont? I shall strive to make it perfect. Before you inquire about what I wish to have crafted, you may first examine the materials, Roland said, placing the Valyrian steel sword Longclaw upon the table. Are you certain? Harrows reached out to caress the blade, feeling its coolness. It appeared to be an ancient Valyrian steel sword, exquisitely crafted. The artisan who forged it must have been exceptional. Such swords are typically heirlooms of noble families, each with its own tale and name, like the Stark family as Greatsword Ice, the Tully family as Longsword Heartbane, and the Targaryen family's Lost Blade Blackfire. May I be so bold as to ask, what is the name of this sword belonging to House Mormont? Longclaw, Roland replied. If it were to be melted down, would the Valyrian steel suffice to forge several daggers? A single-edged dagger of about 1 foot in length, he added. If the loss is minimal and the blade is made thinner, it could yield too. The young blacksmith inquired once more, would you truly part with such a treasure? Roland nodded in affirmation. Then please, bestow names upon the daggers you wish to create. Why? Having names beforehand allows me to infuse emotion into the forging process. My father once said that only weapons crafted with such intent possess true spirit. After a moment's contemplation, Roland decided, let them be named Fang Anclaw. I am not proficient in naming. No. Lord Mormont, I find those names splendid. Harrows praised. Fang Anclaw, the very weapons bears used for hunting. Melting Valyrian steel is an intricate and laborious task, he noted. Considering the time required to forge 2 daggers, you must wait at least a month. That is of no consequence. Smiling gently, Luo Ling nodded as the young blacksmith began to contemplate how to purify the Longclaw. The city of Twins River, as its name suggests, is a grand settlement formed by 2 adjacent castles situated on the Green Fork River. They are like twin siblings, connected by a sturdy stone arch bridge. At the very center of this bridge stands a tower known as the Weir Tower. The Fry family, having expended the wealth of 3 generations, ultimately constructed this fortress, which is renowned as the strongest in the Riverlands and the entire 7 kingdoms. It boasts towering walls, a moat 2 yards deep, and a heavy oak gate reinforced with iron. It is widely acknowledged across the continent of Westeros that the arch bridge in Twins River is the sole safe crossing point over the Green Fork River. Whether traveling from the north to the Riverlands or vice versa, spanning hundreds of kilometers in either direction. The phrase, as the lords of this impregnable stronghold for generations, have thrived by collecting tolls, establishing themselves as one of the most prominent families in the Riverlands. The current Marquis of Twins River is Walder Fry, affectionately dubbed Old Walder by those who know him, for he has reached the venerable age of 90. In his youth, he indulged excessively in ale, which has now rendered his feet immobile due to gout, leaving him confined to a wheelchair. A few days prior, Luo Ling had suggested to Catelyn the release of Tyrion, currently imprisoned in Winterfell. He believed that amidst the current turmoil, it was unwise to keep such an astute individual locked away in the dungeons of Winterfell. Luo Ling felt that the northern forces should harness Tyrion's intellect to contend against the Lannisters and Baratheons. Catelyn expressed skepticism regarding Tyrion's willingness to assist them. Yet Luo Ling assured her that should he personally venture to retrieve the dwarf, he would be inclined to accompany himself to strategize. Thus, Luo Ling made his way north through Twins River to fetch the dwarf, marking the first occasion he beheld Old Walder. With neither hair nor teeth, the loose skin of Old Walder seemed to sag upon his face. The ranger, Luo Ling, he remarked with a chuckle. I have lived for 90 years and witnessed many legends, yet you are the first to bear the name Ranger renowned throughout the North and Riverlands. I thought the title would be forgotten the moment I became Lord of Bear Island. Certainly not, Luo Ling replied with a smile. Old Walder countered. People still recount your remarkable archery, having bested Robb Stark and Theon Greyjoy in Winterfell, with bards composing songs in your honor. As he spoke, Old Walder retrieved a piece of parchment from beside him, saying, It is from this that I learned of your exploits. Luo Ling accepted the parchment with a smile. And Walder Fry poured him a glass of red wine. I wonder if Lord Mormont has a lady of interest. Luo Ling was taken aback. Indeed, the rumors held true. The Fry Marquis of Twins River had 8 wives and countless daughters, eager to arrange noble marriages. I do not. If not. The Marquis of Twins River smiled sincerely. I have many beautiful daughters for Lord Mormont to choose from. He gently clapped his hands. And a young maiden gracefully emerged from behind the hall's drapery. She gazed at Luo Ling, her eyes shimmering with a delicate softness, her nose exquisitely formed, and her petite face framed by long chestnut hair cascading down to her waist. Her complexion was as fair as milk. Her name is Rosalind Fry, the sole daughter born to my 6th wife, and she is also my 5th daughter, gifted in melody and possessing a gentle disposition. She is the most beautiful among all my daughters. Old Ward introduced her to him, then inquired, My Lord Mormont, what is your opinion of her? Chapter 30. The old man is quite devious. How does it feel? Naturally, Luo Ling did not find it pleasant. He had arrived in Westeros determined to diligently undertake the quests. A heartless transmigrator. Although Rosalind Fry was already the most beautiful daughter of Old Walder, in comparison to the beauties of other families, she was merely of moderate appearance. It is well known that the Fry clan is notorious for their unattractive looks. Even if we were to concede that Rosalind were as lovely as a celestial being, that is another matter entirely. However, in the current circumstances, Rosalind was utterly incapable of stirring any emotions within Luo Ling. His mind was solely occupied with thoughts of how to complete all the quest tasks. Reflecting on this, Luo Ling felt a pang of sorrow. The Mormont family was destitute, and apart from the salted fish hanging on the fence, the only structure on Bear Island that could hardly be deemed a family castle was a mere pile of stones. Otherwise, when he assumed the title of Lord of Bear Island, the task of seizing a castle would have been accomplished. Lord Mormont, what is your opinion? Old Walder was still eagerly awaiting a response. Luo Ling displayed an apologetic expression. I have pondered this matter for quite some time, but I must regrettably decline your offer. The king in the north is already betrothed to your daughter, and as a vassal of House Stark, it would provoke the ire of other nobles in the north should I engage in another marriage proposal at this juncture. Perhaps, after this war that engulfs the 7 kingdoms concludes, and the nobles have secured their respective interests, I could pay a personal visit to the twins. What do you think? Luo Ling's discourse was impeccably articulated, leaving even the astute Old Walder with no grounds for rebuttal. He ceased his insistence on the marriage alliance and waved for Rosalind to withdraw. However, when Luo Ling mentioned the king in the north, a glimmer of sharpness flickered in his murky gaze as he remarked, I have heard that Robb Stark has been quite close with a woman from Volantis. I would appreciate it if you could casually mention this to him. Although I have been dubbed the tardy Lord Fry since the War of the Usurper, I am a man of my word, and I hope he is as well. Luo Ling silently nodded in acknowledgement and then took his leave. As he rode out of River Run, golden letters floated before his eyes. Make an important choice. Decline Walder Fry's marriage proposal. The quest timeline converges. Achievement unlocked. I trust you not, you devious old man. Achievement unlocked. Single by virtue. Luo Ling gained our fusion points. Brandon Stark lay upon a warm bed adorned with soft furs, his gaze vacantly fixed on the ceiling. He bore a strikingly handsome visage. Having inherited from his mother the unique features of House Tully, slightly reddish chestnut hair and eyes as blue as sapphires. As Robb and Catelyn rallied their vessels and armies for the southern campaign, he, as the heir of Winterfell, was compelled to begin managing the myriad affairs of the castle. Assuming the responsibilities of acting lord. Before his fall from the high tower, Brandon's favorite pastime had been to scale the towering walls and towers of Winterfell alone. However, now he can only move about with the assistance of a wheelchair and his servant, Adu. Upon learning of the return of the Ranger, Lord Roose Bolton of Bear Island from the south, he hosted a banquet in the Round Hall of Winterfell to welcome Lord Bolton. It seems you have managed Winterfell quite well, no less than when your mother and brother were present, remarked the Lord of Bear Island. How do they fare in the army? He inquired with concern. Robb Stark has officially declared himself king, and the long-lost title of the king in the north has resurfaced. With over 18,000 soldiers under his command, strong and valiant, and the various houses of the Riverlands have all pledged their fealty to him. Moreover, before my departure, Lady Stark was sent by your brother to Winterfell to persuade Renly Baratheon to join forces against the Lannisters. How complicated, Bran shook his head. But I can tell they are all well. Lord Bolton, your journey back to Winterfell must be for a significant matter, he ventured. I have received your mother's consent to release Tyrion Lannister from the dungeons and bring him into the Northern Army as an advisor. You speak of that dwarf. Roose paused, then chuckled. I fear this is the first time Tyrion has been addressed as Mr. I have sought him out for conversation twice. I am convinced he is not the murderer attempting to harm me, Bran stated, and thereafter, he released him from the dungeon. Though not granting him freedom but rather placing him under house arrest in the westmost room of the second floor of Winterfell. Perhaps I might visit him now. Of course. Bran replied, I shall not accompany you, as movement is rather inconvenient for me. Roose smiled and nodded, making his way to the westmost room on the second floor. He knocked on the door, and immediately an irate voice from within cried out, Lunch has already been delivered. I told you, do not disturb me while I read. Except at mealtime. What if I were to bring wine, my lord? Wine? What fine wine do you bring? His voice noticeably brightened, even in his excitement. Failing to recognize it was Roose outside the door. With a bang, Tyrion opened the door, and though he did not find the anticipated fine wine, he was even more delighted. 7 gods bless. Lord Roose Bolton of Bear Island, what brings you here? Shouldn't you be valiantly fighting on the battlefield of the Riverlands at this very moment? I am here to rescue you, Roose whispered mysteriously. Indeed. Tyrion immediately lowered his voice. I have long yearned for freedom. I have awaited this day with great anticipation. Saying this, he pulled out a crumpled piece of parchment from his pocket. Look, he said proudly, this is a map of Winterfell I have drawn in recent days, marking precisely how many guards are at each entrance. Taking the map and glancing at it, Roose suddenly burst into laughter, realizing that this dwarf had indeed been plotting his escape all along. What do you find amusing? Tyrion asked indignantly. This map is undoubtedly far more accurate than the one that Maester Aemon provided us for our journey to the wall to find the haunted forest. I do not require a map to rescue you. What? Tyrion exclaimed, astonished. Are you truly planning to charge out directly? No, Rowley shook his head. In fact, I have secured the Lady Stark's approval to facilitate your release. What are the terms? Tyrion inquired warily. For he was not convinced that mere words from Rowley could persuade House Stark to grant him freedom. It is quite simple. All that is required is your willingness to offer counsel under my command. Isn't that rather underhanded? The dwarf furrowed his brow. To advise you against the Lannisters. That would be nothing short of a blatant betrayal of my father. Chapter 31. The War Council indeed. It is rather unscrupulous, replied Roland. Yet it remains the sole condition set forth by Catelyn that might grant you your freedom. Gazing into Tyrion's resolute eyes, he suddenly realized that persuading him would be a formidable task, for the dwarf had yet to endure the betrayals of a lover, the judgment of a father, or the assassination attempts of a sister. He still harbored some affection for House Lannister. I cannot do it, Tyrion stated. Ranger, you speak to me of your lofty ambitions, which I greatly admire. I understand that the strife among the families of Westeros appears to you merely as a game for power. And you perceive the legendary and terrifying White Walkers as the true adversaries. You wish to save countless lives and aspire to be a champion of justice. I too hope that one day I may walk beside you. However, regrettably, I was born into House Lannister. Though they harbor disdain for me and wish for my demise, I find it difficult to resolve to betray them first. I should have known better than to take you to the haunted forest. Then your narrative could have unfolded as intended, Rowling remarked, uttering words that Tyrion did not comprehend. Yet, I still urge you to reflect upon this. I shall remain in Winterfell tonight and depart for the Riverlands come morning. If you come to a decision, seek me out before I leave, and I shall take you with me. Otherwise, you may find yourself ensnared in Winterfell for an extended period. The following dawn, before his departure, Roland sat astride his lofty steed, casting a backward glance at Winterfell, where the diminutive figure of the dwarf waved farewell from atop a tower. He had initially believed this journey north would persuade Tyrion to join his ranks and remain by his side to strategize, only to discover that he had underestimated the situation. Tyrion was a man of considerable principles and deep emotions, and until he faced the ruthless betrayal from House Lannister, he would not take that step. As Roland pondered this, he activated the task titled He Who Holds the Dwarf Holds the Realm. The requirement for task completion was to make Tyrion his hand of the king. A condition shrouded in the prerequisite that Roland must first become king himself. Given Tyrion's current stance on assisting him, the difficulty of this task was exceedingly high, ranking just below that of capturing a dragon. The geographical remoteness of Bear Island rendered its development unfavorable for future claims to power. Moreover, Bear Island was impoverished to the core. By the time it might achieve any semblance of prominence, the White Walkers would likely be upon them. It seemed prudent to first devise a plan to acquire a robust and prosperous castle, which should be the most immediate and feasible task, as only with a solid stronghold could he lay the foundations for his own power. Fortunately, as the War of the Five Kings continued, the northern forces would increasingly engage in sieges and conquests. Luo Ling should be able to leverage his connections with Caitlin and House Manderley of White Harbor to carve out a share of the spoils. When Luo Ling returned to the eastern alley of Greywater Watch in search of the blacksmith Harrow's known, he found him not laboring on his fang and claw, but rather forging a crown. The crown of the king in the north. Luo Ling recognized it instantly. Indeed, came the reply. The young blacksmith responded, stating that the legendary crown, passed down through generations of the kings of the north, had been lost 300 years ago when Aegon conquered the north. I spent 6 days meticulously forging this crown, based on various ancient texts and tales that described its appearance. It now merely requires a bit of refinement in detail before it can adorn the brow of the king of the north. I had thought you were crafting a dagger, he remarked somewhat displeased. Rest assured, my Lord Mormont, Harrows interjected, pausing his work to retrieve 2 unsharpened dagger blanks. I have not neglected your task. In fact, I have been laboring diligently these past few nights to expedite your request. The Valyrian steel blanks have been hammered and tempered hundreds of times, taking shape at last. At this rate, perhaps within a fortnight, I shall present you with 2 gleaming daggers. Upon returning to his dwelling from the smithy, Rayling remained in his chamber until evening, only to be summoned by Robb, who sent word for him to attend a war council at the Great Hall of Riverrun. Upon his arrival, he found the nobles of the north and the Riverlands assembled, yet the Earl of White Harbor, Lord Wyman, was conspicuously absent, replaced by his son, Willis Manderley. My lord is too portly to ride and has been unwell. He returned to White Harbor in a litter a few days ago, explained Lord Brynden Blackwood, who stood beside Rayling. He has left behind 3,000 soldiers and 2 sons. Willis assumes his military position, while the other son has become the personal guard of the King of the North. It is unfortunate not to bid him farewell in person, Rayling acknowledged with a nod. After the meeting concludes, I hope to share a drink with you at the tavern. I have been quite curious about how Donal Noye described the Baratheon brothers. That would be most welcome, Lord Brynden replied with delight, recalling their previous evening spent in jovial conversation over drinks, which lasted deep into the night. Esteemed lords, Robb proclaimed, wearing a crown that exuded authority, tonight we shall deliberate the forthcoming campaign of the northern forces against the Westerlands. Rayling lifted his gaze to behold a bronze crown, devoid of embellishments such as gold, silver, pearls, or gems. Only 9 long, sword-like spikes of black iron stood erect, inscribed with ancient runes, dark and formidable. You all are aware that I have recently dispatched my mother to Wind's Rest to meet with Renly Baratheon, Robb continued. Should her endeavors prove fruitful, we shall secure a formidable ally with an army of 80,000. We shall position our forces in the Riverlands, adjacent to the Westerlands, poised to attack, while the north provides a stronghold for defense. It is well known that the Westerlands are rich in gold mines, and the ruling Lannister family has thus become the wealthiest in the 7 kingdoms. By launching an incursion, Tywin Lannister will be compelled to defend, while both Renly and Stannis eye King's Landing with intent. This predicament will force Tywin into a dilemma, to forsake his lands or relinquish King's Landing. However, to launch an offensive against House Lannister in the Westerlands, we require the support of additional allies. Admiral Tully, Robb's uncle, remarked that even if Renly were to become our ally, he would not commit troops to confront the Lannisters, offering only superficial support. The Lannisters command an army of 20,000, and many lords in the Westerlands remain loyal to them, with their city garrisons comprising a considerable force. That makes sense. Robb nodded. Then I could send Theon Greyjoy back to the Iron Islands, as the legitimate son of King Balon, if we offer the Ironborn sufficient incentives. Persuading their fleet to join the Northmen in a coordinated assault on Casterly Rock should not prove difficult. He then turned to Lord Mormont. What do you think of this plan? Chapter 32. The faction sending Theon back to the Iron Islands to persuade King Balon Greyjoy appears to be a commendable strategy, remarked Roose, for if the North can unite with the Iron Islands, it would place Casterly Rock in a precarious position. However, have you considered the potential consequences of failure? What repercussions might arise? Boasted Robb. If he refuses to cooperate, the North would sustain no significant loss, while our forces may not be able to conquer Casterly Rock. We possess sufficient strength to restrain Tywin Lannister in the Westerlands. Let us not forget that while the North holds Tywin at bay, it too is being restrained. Lord Mormont. Roose's words had barely settled when Lord John Umber, known as Great John, glared at him and admonished, Pray, be mindful that you are speaking in the Great Hall before the King in the North. Is your tone not excessively frosty? It was well known that after Great John had suffered the loss of 2 fingers at the hands of Robb's direwolf, Grey Wind, he became the first noble of the North to pledge unwavering loyalty to Robb, intolerant of any disrespect towards the newly crowned king. Lord Umber. We are engaged in a tense discussion regarding military affairs. There is no need to be overly concerned with such formalities, interjected Lord Titles Blackwood, the Baron of Raventree Hall, breaking the silence to defend Roose. Within the hall, as Lord Umber attempted to assert himself with his boisterous voice, Robb interrupted, Lord Umber. I find the words of the Lord of Bear Island to be quite reasonable. Although his tone may seem rather cold, I have sensed no disrespect. And it is unnecessary for you to persist in this matter. Having said this, the king in the north descended from his throne to approach Roose and inquired, So, Lord Mormont, your perspective on garnering the support of the Iron Islands is that we are permitted only success, with no allowance for failure, is that correct? Roose nodded in affirmation. What must we do to ensure that the Iron Islands align themselves with us? Robb pressed further. I would like to inquire what conditions you intend to offer as leverage to persuade Theon to return to the Iron Islands and negotiate with Bolong Greyjoy. The Lord of Bear Island countered. As long as King Bolong agrees to dispatch a fleet to assault Casterly Rock alongside the north, I shall consent to grant the Iron Islands independence and the title of king, Robb replied with a smile. This condition would surely entice King Bolong. Roose chuckled, finding amusement in the fact that the king in the north was indeed a military genius yet a political non-F. How can you be so certain that King Bolong would be swayed? He queried. During the War of the Usurper, Bolong Greyjoy proclaimed himself king of the Iron Islands, only to be met with the wrath of my father and Robert's forces, leading to the fall of his ancestral stronghold, Pike, and his subsequent humiliating surrender, sending his third son, Theon Greyjoy, to Winterfell as a hostage, thereby submitting to the rule of House Stark. Rumor has it that he has been seeking an opportunity to rise again these past years. And with the current chaos surpassing even the turmoil of the War of the Usurper, does he not yearn to reclaim his kingship? Firstly, it was your father who waged war against Bolong Greyjoy, not you. With the demise of the Stark Duke, Bolong is left with nothing but hatred towards House Stark. And the Stark family can no longer instill any sense of intimidation in him. Secondly, since you are aware of the current chaotic state of affairs, Bolong can declare himself king at any moment if he so desires. King's Landing lacks the power to mobilize an army against him. Nor is there a need to seek your consent. You are merely the king of the north, not the sovereign of the Seven Kingdoms. Upon hearing the harsh truths from Roose, the king of the north's countenance shifted from crimson to ebony. This seemingly generous offer, in reality, yields no tangible benefit for the Iron Islands. He added, Then what do you propose we do? Robb's face was etched with displeasure. Despite his status as the king of the north, he was still just a 15-year-old boy, feeling humiliated by Roose's rebuke in front of numerous vessels. The Ironborn are a hubristic and brutal lot, valuing only absolute gain. It is this very nature that has driven them to pillage and plunder throughout the ages. Roose remarked that if one wishes to unite with the Iron Islands, one must cater to their preferences, providing them with what they desire: gold, women, and land. Lord Mormont. Please continue. Robb's tone softened considerably. The Westlands are rich in resources, replete with gold mines, and their women are alluring and fair-skinned. A stark contrast to the weathered women of the Iron Islands. The Lord of Bear Island stated that if the Northmen genuinely seek to ally with the Iron Islands, they must demonstrate sufficient sincerity. For instance, once they capture Casterly Rock, they should appoint Bolong Greyjoy as its lord, thus linking the Iron Islands to the king of the Westlands. Robb was momentarily speechless. Was such a price not excessive? I must dissent, Admiral Tully interjected. If we toil to conquer the Westlands only to relinquish all gained territories to the Iron Islands, what do we stand to gain? Observing the king of the north's lingering hesitation, other nobles chimed in. If Casterly Rock were to be seized, it is likely that everyone would wish to partake in the spoils. Why should the Greyjoys alone revel in the bounty? Stephen Fry, the eldest son and heir of Lord Fry of the Twins, remarked, his appearance and stature reminiscent of his father, with grey eyes darting about like a cunning weasel. I fear I cannot concur with Lord Mormont's stance. The lords of the Riverlands joined the Northmen out of respect for Lady Stark. We cannot expend our forces and efforts only to reap no rewards. The speaker was Jason Mallister, a vassal of House Tully, and the Earl of Seaguard. The Earl of the Blackwood family from Raventree Hall glanced at Roose, remaining silent. The sole articulate spokesperson for Lord Roose Bolton is Sir Willis Manderley of White Harbour, who has inherited the physique of his father, the Earl of White. He is rather rotund, his head completely bald, yet he boasts a formidable beard. And his voice resonates with authority. I concur with the sentiments of Lord Mormont of Bear Island. A man like Bolong Greyjoy is utterly untrustworthy. We must offer him substantial incentives to secure his allegiance to our naval endeavors. Robb, standing before the throne with his back to the nobles, suddenly felt the crown upon his head weigh heavy. It is at this moment that Roose realizes the seemingly united Northern and Riverlands coalition has already splintered into distinct factions, each driven by their own interests. Gentlemen, I have made my decision. The king in the north turned to face everyone, preparing to announce his resolution. Chapter 33. The rift. The Lord of Bear Island's suggestions did not align with the genuine interests of the esteemed lords present, and thus were dismissed. My apologies. Lord Mormont, Robb continued, I cannot allow those who have fought valiantly beside me to sacrifice everything without receiving anything in return. No matter, Lord Roose replied expressionlessly. One must understand that proposing suggestions in such a manner is almost akin to cheating. The fact that Robb disregarded them only highlights his folly in political and diplomatic matters. I hope you do not take offense, the king in the north gently advised. Though we have had our conflicts in Winterfell, I have long since laid them to rest. At present, you are one of the individuals I hold in the highest esteem within the Northern Army. We have reached a decision to launch an assault on the Lannisters in the Westlands and to send Theon Greyjoy back to the Iron Islands to persuade King Bolon to ally with the North in an attack on Casterly Rock. However, there remains a crucial matter to discuss. What stance should the North take towards King's Landing? Hostile. Once we have resolved the situation in the Westlands, we shall move to overthrow them, bellowed the boisterous Earl of Amber. Lord Amber, taunted Titles Blackwood, to usurp the rule of the Baratheons. Do you intend to claim the Iron Throne yourself? By what right would you sit securely upon the throne of the Seven Kingdoms? Lord John was momentarily rendered speechless, casting his gaze toward the new king, only to find that he too seemed unfit for the throne. I concur with Lord Blackwood, spoke Ser Brindan Tully. Known as the Blackfish, his voice hoarse, his heavy armor and helm obscuring his features. He had remained silent during the previous discussions. Just like the Earl of Crow's Nest. Though you now bear the title of king in the north, you have yet to receive formal recognition from Joffrey Baratheon, the sovereign of the Seven Kingdoms. Moreover, your family once pledged loyalty to the Baratheons, and your father was a well-known ally of King Robert across Westeros. Regardless of the reasons, to betray the Baratheons unilaterally would place both you and the North in a position of moral depravity. You have no legitimate claim to usurp the Iron Throne. Aside from Stannis, none can ascend the throne rightfully. The best course of action for the North at this juncture is to refrain from hostility with King's Landing. They conspired to behead my father and have imprisoned my two sisters within the city, Robb insisted stubbornly. You say I cannot oppose King's Landing. But neither can I negotiate or submit to them. Upon hearing this, a profound silence enveloped the assembly. It was unclear who first cast a glance towards Roose, but within a few minutes, he felt the weight of numerous eyes fixed upon him. Roose, known for his temper, had refrained from interjecting since the discussion on King's Landing began, deeming it futile to offer suggestions that would likely be disregarded. Yet, at this moment, under the collective gaze of the assembly, it was evident that they all wished for him to speak. After a prolonged silence, it was Titles Blackwood, who shared a cordial rapport with Roose, that broke the tension. Lord Mormont, I fear that all present are eager to hear your unique insights. Beg me, and I shall remain silent. Within his heart, Rowling contemplated, maintaining an outward composure. To his surprise, the Earl of Blywood indeed stepped closer, whispering, I implore you, my lord, grant me this favor, lest I find myself unable to hold my head high before the other lords. In truth, my sentiments align closely with those of Sir Brindan. He found himself compelled to assist the Earl of the Crow's Tree, who had unwittingly brought calamity upon himself. The northern forces, initially gathered for a campaign to rescue Eddard Stark from confinement in King's Landing, now faced a quandary, with the Duke Stark having met his demise. The northern army found itself in a predicament, unable to raise the banner of vengeance, as Stark's death was deemed treasonous. What shall we do? Robb clenched his fists, feeling increasingly stifled by Rowling's valid arguments. The key to resolving our dilemma lies with the Lannisters, replied the Lord of Bear Island. We could issue a proclamation to the Seven Kingdoms, declaring that Joffrey is, in truth, the offspring of Queen Cersei and another, and that our hostility toward King's Landing stems from our indignation over this matter, seeking justice and honor. Although all were tacitly aware of the truth, no evidence existed to support such claims. Blackfish harbored doubts. Evidence is unnecessary, Rowling elucidated. A lie, when repeated often enough, becomes truth. Moreover, Stannis and Renly would relish the opportunity to see such a falsehood realized. They would surely lend their support. Robb pondered momentarily before inquiring. What do the lords think of the Lord of Bear Island's proposal? This matter pertained to the stance of the Northern Army, devoid of the usual power struggles. and nearly all present raised their hands in agreement with Luo Ling. Yet, this only deepened his disappointment and sparked thoughts of departing from the northern forces. Not far to the west of Casterly Rock, at the convergence of the Riverlands Road, the Gold Road, and the Coast Road along the Sunset Sea, lay the most prosperous city in the Seven Kingdoms, Lannisport, the largest in the Westlands. It is well known that Casterly Rock serves as the ancestral stronghold of House Lannister. While the numerous lesser Lannister kin, who could not be accommodated within its walls, resided in Lannisport, Stephen Lannister was but one among many of these ordinary Lannister relatives. Yet owing to his sister Joanna's marriage to Tywin, he gained the authority to command a military force. When news of Jaime Lannister's capture in the Whispering Woods and the subsequent collapse of his forces reached him, he began mustering troops in Lannisport to fill the void left by Jaime. However, the well-trained soldiers of the Westlands had already been requisitioned by Tywin and Jaime, compelling Stephen to enlist some green youths for training, culminating in the assembly of an army of 10,000. At this moment, he prepared to gather these new recruits for training in the village of Oxford, a mere 3 days' ride from Lannisport. Meanwhile, Robb had united all Stark, Tully, and Mormont cavalry within the Northern Army, forming a coalition of 6,500 mounted troops, poised against the Westlands. Rolling Mormont was appointed as the commander of this coalition, while Blackfish Brynden Tully was designated as the leader of the scouts. On this day of sunset, Brynden led a reconnaissance party into the Western Territories and unexpectedly discovered a narrow forest path, stretching 100 miles beyond Golden Tooth. That led directly to the heart of Lannisport. The path was not wide, barely accommodating a single cavalryman to advance in a line. Brynden promptly reported this news to the king in the north, Robb, who, accompanied by the coalition commander, Roose Bolton, personally arrived to investigate. They coincidentally observed the movements of the newly formed army of Sir Kevin Lannister in the vicinity of Oxford town. "My lord commander, what are your thoughts?" asked Roose Bolton. The ranger returned from the Narrow Sea and the Lord of Bear Island. "Their sentries are lax, and the majority of their troops are inexperienced recruits who can barely wield a spear. A nighttime assault could allow us to decimate them." Chapter 34. Wild Seed. A luminous full moon hung high in the night sky as the cavalry silently traversed the narrow path through the dense woods outside the city of Ginia. Nightingales serenaded the night, while the occasional snort from the war horses harmonized with their song. 3,000 vanguard cavalry assembled beneath the moon's zenith, poised to await their commander's order to launch an assault. Styvar Lannister held a firm belief in the security of his domain. The cavalry commander delivered a pre-battle address. Having trained 10,000 newly enlisted recruits in Oxford town, surrounded by only 4 watchtowers, each 10 miles apart, with scouts operating solely within the confines of these towers, rendering them nearly ineffective. It was perplexing how someone like Lannister could command troops, one night officer scoffed. His name was Lex Tully, a towering figure who sat a head taller than most on horseback. Such a man was the epitome of arrogance, akin to that baker I once encountered, who sold loaves that were both charred and hard for 3 copper coins. A Stark cavalryman remarked. The enemy's ignorance was, to us, an invaluable boon. When Rorin spoke again, all chatter ceased. It was precisely their sparse sentries that had allowed us to infiltrate the vicinity of Oxford town undetected. This is the first battle since I assumed command. Do you all have the confidence to add a glorious entry to my record of achievements? Fear not, Lord Mormont, Lex Tully bellowed. We shall send those green recruits fleeing back to Lannisport, quaking in their boots. Indeed. Let us terrify them and take their heads. For the north, long life House Stark. Long life House Mormont. The cavalry of Bear Island raised their swords in a fervent cheer. The massive horn crafted from bison horn was sounded, its piercing call shattering the tranquility of the moonlit night. Together, the 3,000 vanguard cavalry surged forth, causing the very forest to tremble. In an instant, blood and fire engulfed Oxford town. Lannister's new recruits fled their barracks, trousers hastily pulled up, weapons unclaimed, only to have their heads taken by the galloping cavalry. Styvar Lannister awoke in a panic, hastily donning his armor and grasping his sword as he fled through the back door, only to find himself surrounded by a sea of flames. Fortunately, a few loyal guards remained by his side, bringing forth his steed. "My lord, the enemy set our barracks ablaze with fire arrows before charging into the city to massacre us. I spotted the banners of House Stark, the sigil of the Running Wolf, and House Mormont, the Standing Bear. They appear to be a coalition composed entirely of northern cavalry, though their numbers remain unknown. Aside from the sentinels who managed a slight resistance, most of our soldiers perished in their slumber, consumed by the flames, rendering us incapable of mounting an effective defense." reported a guard named Sarlis in haste. I must ascertain who leads the northern generals. Stiver gritted his teeth. Allow me to investigate, my lord. You should retreat with your trusted companions and guards first. No. He shook his head and cast a glance at the night sky, illuminated as brilliantly as day by the flames. Duke Tywin places such trust in me. I cannot squander the last 10,000 troops that the Lannisters can muster. I shall not retreat until my head rolls. As for you, whoever dares to utter the word retreat again will surely lose their head before mine does. All of you, withdraw to ambush along the necessary route from Oxford Town towards Lannisport. Beli and Salis, follow me. I intend to meet their commander. After expressing his determination, Stiver immediately issued commands. But my lord, the town of Oxford is swarming with enemy cavalry. It is far too perilous. My elderly father once said, if you fear the peck of a chicken, you will never gather any eggs. Whoever leads the cavalry to assault Oxford Town must pay with their life. Follow my orders and swiftly take your positions. I will personally lure them into the encirclement. Yes, my lord. The Lannister turned his horse, charging towards the battlefield. Flanked by 2 guards, Rowling swiftly dispatched 2 newly recruited soldiers, driven mad by the brutal sights of war, who posed no real threat. Looking up, he noticed a small but orderly group of cavalry attempting to break through, numbering only 8 or 9. With a bald man in silver armor and a long beard at the forefront, brandishing the Lannister banner of a golden lion on a crimson field. Like Tully, gather all your cavalry and charge with me to eliminate those scoundrels. Should this small cavalry's breakout succeed, it would significantly bolster the enemy's morale, which Rowling could not permit to happen under his watch. Yes. Like sounded a long horn, and over a dozen cavalrymen swiftly assembled around him. Rowling led the charge into the enemy ranks, wielding a longsword he was not particularly skilled with. Is he the commander of that cavalry alliance? Stiver inquired of Salis as he surged forward on the bloody battlefield, having just fought through nearly 100 meters. Rallying 5 or 6 scattered Lannister riders to form a small unit with his 2 guards. Indeed, Salis nodded. Rowling Mormont, a bastard from the free trading city of Tyrosh, across the narrow sea, has recently risen to prominence in the north. I have heard of him as well, Lannister remarked, eager to see if he truly lived up to his formidable reputation. Without waiting for Stannis's response, he raised his longsword and surged forward. Rowling did not recognize Stiver Lannister, but from the splendid armor he wore, the Lord of Bear Island knew he must be facing a nobleman, either Stiver himself or one of his knights. The 2 commanders met dramatically in the heart of the battlefield, locked in combat. Stiver was not adept at fighting, struggling even to control his frenzied warhorse. After exchanging a few blows, he nearly toppled from his mount, saved only by Stannis' timely intervention to deflect Rowling's next strike. I thought my longsword skills were rather poor, but it seems there are those even less skilled. Rowling halted his stride and addressed the opponent, observing the lavish armor they donned yet failing to maintain a steady posture upon their steed. Thus, it was evident that they were not a knight of the new army, but rather the esteemed Lord Lannister, the architect behind its formation, was it not? You bastard of House Mormont, Steve raised his voice. Words wield no power on the battlefield. If you truly possess the prowess of legend, why not come forth and sever my head, returning to your new king for your reward? What did you call me? Rowling smiled. Pray, repeat that. I did not quite catch it. Chapter 35, The Wrath of the Black Dragon. I call you a bastard, sneered Stiver. Isn't that true? Not even when I returned from across the straits did anyone dare to address me so. My lord, allow me to charge forth and behead this Lannister, whose mouth reeks as if it has been stuffed with dung. Riggs Tully cried out in fury. Their defeat is inevitable, yet they dare to insult you on the battlefield. How ludicrous. Roran raised a hand to silence him. I wish to personally strike him down. At that moment, amidst cries of long life House Tully, and for the Battle of Flowing City, another formidable cavalry unit emerged from the forest, surging onto the battlefield like a torrent of steel. They bore 2 banners, one depicting a silver trout leaping against a backdrop of red and blue stripes, and the other a black trout, also leaping against the same colors. The silver trout represented House Tully, while the black trout was the personal emblem of Brynden Tully, who had established his own house after departing from the Tully lineage. This reinforcement, comprising the remaining 3,500 coalition cavalry, adhered to Roran's prearranged battle strategy, arriving at the battlefield half an hour after the fighting had commenced. However, upon their entry, they discovered that the Lannister forces had already begun to scatter in retreat. No support was needed, only the opportunity to pursue the remnants and claim glory. The arrival of the reinforcements rendered Stiver's face ashen. He had once harbored hopes of laying an ambush for Roaring and turning the tide, but now, with the formidable Blackfish in play, his newly formed army seemed destined for annihilation. Realizing this, Stiver resolved to abandon his plan to ambush Roaring and focus on preserving his own life. Yet, unexpectedly, Roaring charged towards him alone. The Lannister, whose horsemanship and swordsmanship were lacking, hastily commanded 2 of his guards to confront Roaring and turned to flee. "Riggs!" bellowed the Lord of Bear Island. Unbeknownst to him, Riggs Tully, who had unwittingly taken on the role of Roaring's protector, rode up swiftly. "These 2 lackeys are yours. You need not defeat them, merely delay them." "Rest assured, my lord," Riggs replied, positioning himself before Bale and Sallis. Sallis attempted several times to break through his blockade from the flank but was repelled each time, forced to watch as Roaring and Stiver vanished from sight. As Stiver fled, he glanced back and saw Roaring pursuing him alone. After a moment of hesitation, he altered his course and headed towards a path where he had previously set an ambush with his men. The 2 steeds galloped toward the direction of Lannister Harbor. Whether Stiver intentionally slowed down or his horse lacked stamina, as they passed a stretch of shallow ground overgrown with nightshade, Roaring finally caught up with him. "Prepare to die." Stiver suddenly turned, grinning maliciously. "Foolish braggart!" With that command-like shriek, 4 knights burst forth from the towering nightshade, accompanied by 7 or 8 archers. All elite marksmen summoned by Stiver, known for their unerring accuracy. "Fire!" With a command from the Lannister, arrows suddenly rained down from all directions towards the ambushed Lord of Bear Island. He swiftly dismounted, using the massive form of his steed to shield himself from one side while brandishing his longsword to deflect missiles from another. Despite his efforts, 2 arrows struck him. Yet fortunately, his Valyrian steel armor repelled what ordinary armor could not, leaving him unscathed. Had it not been for the formidable defense of the Valyrian steel, my career in Westeros might well have ended with the dubious achievement of being shot into a porcupine. I never anticipated that an inconspicuous staff would nearly bring about my demise. I must never again underestimate or act impulsively. As the arrows ricocheted off him, a sharp pain throbbed in his chest, prompting Roland to reflect upon his recklessness. "My Lord Lannister, what manner of armor permits such close-range arrows to penetrate?" a bowman queried, astonished to see his shots deflected. "Now is not the time for such thoughts. Whoever kills him shall claim all that he possesses," they cried, their eyes glinting with avarice. Inspired by Staff's declaration, the knights surged forward, eager to seize Roland's armor. Roland's icy gaze pierced through the throng of knights to rest upon Staff. As the knights closed in on the Lord of Bear Island, the air around him grew searingly hot. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, a wave of black flames engulfed him, the scorching winds radiating outward, causing 2 knights to tumble from their mounts. The rest were struck with a mix of astonishment and dread. Yet their battle-trained steeds charged ahead undeterred, forcing the knights to steel themselves and attack. Roland neither dodged nor flinched as the knight's sword struck him. After a frenzied assault, the knights were astonished to find their weapons had transformed into mere stubs, as if melted in the smithy as forge, droplets of iron cooling and solidifying upon the blades. Disregarding any notion of honor, the knights who had fallen from their horses discarded their weapons and scrambled away from the battlefield. Roland turned his gaze toward Lannister, who seemed ensnared in the gaze of a legendary demon from the abyss, overwhelmed by an unending dread of death and a chilling cold. "Arrows! Fire!" Staff screamed in a frenzy. Yet the arrows loosed by the archers proved even more futile, disintegrating upon contact with the black flames. Roland advanced step by step, each footfall leaving a charred, ash-laden imprint upon the ground. The knights stared in astonishment at the burning black flames enveloping him, their minds grappling with a reality beyond comprehension, perhaps only explicable by the scholars of Old Town. Staff turned to flee, abandoning his mount in his panic. Roland pursued him, the black flames trailing behind like a shadowy tail. "No! Lord Mormont!" Staff suddenly spun around and fell to his knees. "I beg you, spare me. I am willing to relinquish all my titles and serve you until death." Lannister wept bitterly, his fear of death reaching its zenith. "You are perhaps unworthy," Roaring remarked. "I have little time left." "What?" He naturally could not comprehend. "It is nothing," replied the Lord of Bear Island coldly. "Your time is also running out. Remember, never hurl insults at bastards lightly." This was the final counsel that Stannis Lannister heard before he was reduced to a pile of ashes. Chapter 36. Sharp fangs and claws. The news of the northern army's resounding victory at the Battle of Oxford swiftly spread to every corner of the Seven Kingdoms. The nobles of Dragonstone and Storm's End, perceiving the current trajectory of the war, began to speculate that it was merely a matter of time before the northern forces breached the walls of Casterly Rock. Counsel was offered to their king, Stannis, or to Renly, suggesting that an alliance with the north would significantly enhance their standing and influence across the realm. In the aftermath of this battle, the Lannisters suffered grievous losses, with over 9,000 freshly enlisted soldiers perishing. Their commander, Stafford Lannister, fell in combat, while more than 30 knights and nobles were captured. The remaining 700 or 800 soldiers fled to Lannisport, where Stafford's son, Devon Lannister, gathered the remnants to form a guard to defend the port. Among the fortunate survivors, tales of the northern commander, Sir Roland Mormont, spread like wildfire, painting him as a terrifying figure akin to a demon. They recounted how he was impervious to weapons, cloaked in an inferno of black flames, with arrows disintegrating upon contact. It was said that mere proximity to him would ignite a person, and with a mere glance, he could set his enemies ablaze, leaving them to writhe in agony before being reduced to ashes. As these exaggerated rumors proliferated, even the northern soldiers shrank back in fear upon encountering Lord Mormont, hastily averting their eyes and muttering a respectful "my lord." "What is the matter with these soldiers?" Roland inquired. "Why do they tremble at the sight of me as if I were a fearsome dragon?" "Are you not aware of your newfound title?" inquired Count Titus Blaywood, who walked alongside him. They were en route to a narrow alley in East Flowtown known as Greywater Well, to seek out the blacksmith Horos Noy, who had sent word that 2 daggers were ready for collection. "New title?" Roland echoed, perplexed. "This is all due to your remarkable display at the Battle of Oxford," Count Blaywood remarked. "How many Lannisters did you dispatch in that engagement?" "Perhaps 30 or 40. Lord Mormont replied uncertainly. "The returning cavalrymen claim that those you vanquished turned to flames, ultimately reduced to ashes like burning firewood," he mused mysteriously. Roland nodded affirmatively. "Perhaps it is inconvenient to discuss." Titus chuckled. "The discerning noble knights have begun to speculate that you have acquired some arcane magic or divine power, while many soldiers believe you have forged a pact with the Lord of Ashes. They now secretly refer to you as the Harbinger of Ashes." Upon reaching the blacksmith's workshop in the depths of Greywater Well, they found the door firmly shut. "Ever since I crafted that crown for the King of the North, my humble forge has been besieged by nobles. Some seek saddles, others request protective gear, and most aggravating of all, one even asked me to fashion exquisite jewelry to win a woman's favor. I regret such foolishness, for it has brought me no peace." After Roland approached and knocked the door with a sequence of 3 knocks, 1 long, 1 short, and 1 long, Horos Noy opened it, complaining about the absurdity yet correctness of the situation. "If you hadn't crafted that crown, perhaps you would now be peacefully resting in a coffin, dismembered," Tethys remarked as he squeezed through the doorway. "Is he cruel?" Horos asked in astonishment. "He is not cruel. But surely any king would feel a twinge of anger when rebuffed by an inconspicuous blacksmith," the Earl of Crowtree replied with a chuckle. Horos cast a glance at him, fell silent, and turned to Roland, saying, "I have wrapped both of your daggers in fine silk. I shall retrieve them now." Upon Roland's affirmation, he stood momentarily with Tethys until the blacksmith emerged, cradling 2 small packages of black silk. He solemnly placed the silk bundles on the table and turned to the Lord of Bear Island, saying, "Please, do open them yourself." Roland stepped forward, unveiling the silk to reveal 2 gleaming daggers. Following Roland's prior instructions, the blacksmith had forged Fong as a right-handed single-edged dagger, while Claw was crafted as a symmetrical left-handed single-edged counterpart. Both daggers were identical in length but entirely distinct in design. Fong featured a sleek, streamlined blade with a spine as thin as the edge, endowing it with unparalleled cutting prowess. Conversely, Claw had a slight curvature, with a spine significantly thicker than its edge, making it adept for thrusting. Once embedded in an enemy, it would create a difficult-to-stop, inverted triangular wound. Both blades exhibited the unique wave-like pattern characteristic of Valyrian steel, and the hilts bore a bear's head sculpted in silver. At the pommel, Fong displayed a snarling visage, while Claw featured a cold, poised expression. "Exquisite!" exclaimed the Earl of Crowtree, unable to restrain his admiration as Roland toyed with the daggers, their blades reflecting a dazzling glimmer. "Beauty is not the ultimate aim, practicality is," Roland replied. "Rest assured, my lord," the young blacksmith assured, thumping his chest. "The Noy family has never crafted those that are merely pleasing to the eye yet devoid of utility." He then politely requested to wield Claw, turning to a stack of overlapping iron sheets and thrusting down forcefully. With a crisp sound, Horos withdrew Claw, revealing the penetrated iron sheet to the 2 gentlemen. "Please observe," he said, showcasing the 5 layers pierced, with a deep imprint remaining on the 6th layer. The armor typically worn by knights is composed of this type of iron, reused in a 3-layer composite, which would offer no defense against the claw's ferocity. What of the sheaths? Roland inquired, acknowledging the formidable piercing capability of claw. They are completed as well, Horos replied, retrieving 2 black sheaths. Having exhausted the Valyrian steel for the daggers, I fashioned the sheaths from black sand iron. Although this iron does not match the quality of Valyrian steel, it is considerably lighter than standard iron sheaths. Thank you very much, Roland expressed his gratitude, then sheathed Fang and Claw, fitting them seamlessly into their sheaths, which he attached to his waist without feeling any encumbrance. As 2 individuals emerged from the blacksmith's workshop, they were greeted by the sight of a portly figure galloping towards them on horseback. It was none other than Lord Mormont, the Earl of Blywood. The rotund gentleman bellowed with great fervor, identifying himself as Sir Willis Mandler, the eldest son of the Earl of Wyman from White Harbor. I have heard of your presence here, he exclaimed, and have made the journey on horseback to summon you. Hurry back to the castle, for the esteemed lords are in a state of great upheaval. Chapter 37, The Red Priestess Beyond the Borders of King's Landing, in the northeastern region of the Stormlands, lies Dragonstone, an island formed by a volcanic eruption. The island's grand castle is sculpted in the likeness of a dragon, with its torch tower resembling a dragon's claw extending from the outer wall. The blacksmith's forge and armory resemble the outstretched wings of a colossal dragon, while arches, bridges, and outdoor staircases coalesce to shape the dragon's tail. Legend has it that this dragon fortress was constructed using the long-lost Valyrian masonry techniques, built entirely of black stone, rendering it unparalleled among all castles in Westeros. Dragonstone is home to a renowned temple dedicated to the Seven, the deities widely revered by the people of Westeros. Among them are the Father, symbolizing justice and judgment, the Mother, representing love and compassion, the Warrior, embodying war and strength, the Maiden, signifying innocence and purity, the Smith, illustrating skill and labor, the Crone, denoting guidance and wisdom, and the Stranger, representing death and the unknown. This temple boasts 7 altars, each devoted to a specific deity, a rarity as most temples elsewhere typically contain only 1 or 2. The altars are topped with 7 windows adorned with exquisite stained glass. The statues of the 7 are painted in vibrant hues, gilded, silvered, and encrusted with jewels. The Crone's eyes are crafted from pearls, while the Father's beard is dipped in gold, and the Warrior wields a solid silver greatsword. It is said that on the eve of his conquest of the 7 kingdoms, while riding a giant dragon, Aegon the Conqueror knelt here in prayer. The pure silver sword in the warrior's hand cast a radiant light that illuminated the entire temple, heralding his success. However, scholars from Old Town dismiss this tale, asserting that Aegon did not embrace the faith of the 7 until after his conquest of Old Town, suggesting that the temple was constructed thereafter. Yet, this magnificent temple is now engulfed in raging flames. Stannis Baratheon, the Lord of Dragonstone, no longer prays to the Father for justice nor to the Mother for mercy, for he has been introduced to a new faith by Melisandre, the Red Priestess from As High, devoted to the Lord of Light, R'hllor. Upon her arrival at Dragonstone, Melisandre compelled the old maester, Cresson, to drink a poison of his own concoction, and subsequently, she urged Stannis to draw a flaming sword from the fire. She proclaimed that this sword was the Lightbringer, the blade of the ancient hero Azor Ahai, and that he who draws it would inherit Ahai's legacy. Sir Davos Seaworth expressed his skepticism, gently advising the king. However, Stannis dismissed his counsel. To this day, as Stannis reduces the temple to ashes, Davos, a knight devoted to the 7, perceives this act as gravely misguided and foolish. As the king's hand and the commander of the Narrow Sea Fleet, he resolved to once more seek an audience with the king. The central keep of Dragonstone's castle echoes with a thunderous resonance within its ancient black stone walls whenever a storm approaches, reminiscent of distant drums, earning it the name of the Drum Tower. The topmost level of the Drum Tower features a vast circular hall, designed to resemble a dragon lying low against the ground, with its entrance resembling the great maw of the beast. Davos entered from Dragonstone, finding Stannis standing before the colossal map table in the hall. The table, extending over 50 feet in length and nearly half that in width, was intricately carved to depict a detailed three-dimensional map of the continent of Westeros. This was the treasure of Dragonstone, allowing us to maintain a comprehensive view of the realm. The Onion Knight stepped forward and remarked, "It is fortunate you did not burn this as well." "Are you mocking me, Sir Davos?" Stannis inquired, his broad shoulders starkly contrasting with Davos' lean frame. "How could I?" "Your Grace," Davos replied, gazing at Stannis' sun-baked, iron-hued face. "You may choose to disregard loyal counsel, but do not fully trust treacherous words." Stannis snorted in response. I knew you came to speak of such matters. Rather than waste breath, you would do better to present your strategy for surrounding storms and with the fleet. Which is the duty of a commander of the narrow sea. Sir, truth often resides in the hands of the few, as does genuine faith. Melisandre emerged slowly from behind the screens in the round hall. Compared to those you are familiar with, the great Lord of Light is the only true deity. Clad in red, with her coppery hair cascading around her, her alabaster complexion and mesmerizing crimson eyes left all who beheld her in awe of her unparalleled beauty. As Melisandre approached, Davos distinctly felt a warm aura emanating from her. The assault on Storm's End requires meticulous planning, Davos addressed the king, ignoring the Red Priestess. What of the matter I previously asked you to consider? Have you given it thought? What matter? Stannis retorted. Having not seen Davos for some time prior to the burning of the sept, unable to recall what the knight had suggested. Regarding an alliance with the Northern and Riverlands forces, Davos elucidated. Presently, the North has achieved victories at Whispering Woods and Oxford, keeping Tywin's army immobilized in the Westlands. Rather than besiege your brother at Storm's End, we should strategize for King's Landing. I intend to teach that presumptuous fool a lesson. Stannis exclaimed in anger. King's Landing will ultimately be mine. But why should Renly covet the throne? I am Robert's younger brother, having led fleets to significant victories. While Renly was merely a reckless youth, who, even in adulthood, only knows to jest with Littlefinger and flaunt in splendid armor at tournaments. Only to be unseated by a skilled opponent. What right does such a man have to contest the throne with me? But there is no but. Stannis interrupted. I have heard that a widow from the north is soon to meet with Renly. They are likely discussing matters of alliance as well. Stark looks down upon me. The Duke of Dragonstone, commanding more soldiers than I, yet fewer than Renly, thus he seeks to curry favor with Renly. In light of this, why should I humble myself to forge an alliance with the north? Let them contend with the Lannisters in the Westlands. The king proclaimed. Once I have disciplined Renly and breached the walls of King's Landing, I shall deal with them and the Lannisters alike. Davos remained silent. His mind recalling the words of a renowned blacksmith who once remarked, if Robert is true steel, then Stannis is pure iron, dark, hard, and resilient, yet prone to breakage. Like iron, it shatters before it bends. As for Renly, he resembled gleaming copper, appearing exquisite but ultimately of little worth. Should you choose to proceed with the plan you just articulated, perhaps I could lend you my assistance, Melisandre, who had been silent for some time. Suddenly lifted her gaze towards Stannis. What can you do, Lady Priestess? He inquired. Kill him, she replied. Before Stannis could react, Davos, alarmed, exclaimed, Your Grace. This would be fratricide. Chapter 38, The Tournament Conspiracy. Stannis fixed his gaze upon him. The Lannisters usurped the throne. The Starks aspired to claim kingship and seize half of the north, while Renly raised an army in rebellion, seeking to usurp the rightful heir of House Baratheon. They are all traitors of the highest order, my mortal enemies and those of the Seven Kingdoms. Smugglers, only death can atone for their sins. This is retribution. Do you understand? Yet if such matters were to be revealed, Davos continued to advise, your reputation and character would suffer immensely. It shall not be exposed. My good knight, the Red Woman asserted, her sumptuous crimson velvet robe failing to conceal her fair skin. A large ruby nestled between her collarbones gleaming with an alluring crimson light. The Lord of Light shall deliver death to the traitors. Are you certain you will succeed? The king inquired with unease. You need not worry, she replied, the Lord of Light answers all prayers. Now, I implore you to command the narrow sea fleet to sail towards Storm's End. Once Renly appears, I shall ensure his demise. Of course, she glanced at Davos. Then shifted her tone. I shall also require the knight as assistance. I have heard you were knighted for smuggling onions. Thus you must know how to navigate a small vessel discreetly into the walls of Storm's End. You have heard all that, Sir Davos, Stannis commanded. As the commander of the Narrow Sea Fleet, I order you to personally lead the fleet through the Narrow Sea into Shipbreaker Bay, completely surrounding Storm's End. It is high time Renly learns a lesson. The arrogant boy believes he is invincible with an army of 100,000. As you command, the Onion Knight replied. Though he believed that assaulting Storm's End was unwise. In the Stormlands, Catelyn Stark, dispatched by the king in the north to negotiate with Renly, finally arrived outside a small castle after days of arduous travel. Her escort, Ser Harris, quietly followed, holding aloft the Stark banner, a grey direwolf on a field of white, fluttering in the breeze. As Catelyn approached the castle, she beheld countless family banners planted atop the walls. Evident that nearly all the southern lords had rallied to Renly's call. She recognized the Tyrell's golden rose on a green field, the Florence fox and flower standard, the red and green apple banners of House Tarth, the Tully banner depicting a leaping trout, the oak leaf standard of House Oakhart, and the goose banner of House Blackwood. Moreover, there were numerous unfamiliar banners and crests, likely belonging to vessels loyal to Renly and the lesser lords and knights of the Riverlands. No wonder they boast of an army of 100,000, Sir Harry's remarked, then turned his gaze to the enormous banner at the center. Surrounded by these lesser flags like stars encircling the moon, it was so large that it hardly fluttered in the wind. A golden silk background embroidered with the black crown stag of House Baratheon, its golden threads shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. Renly's camp was stationed atop the Bitter Bridge, which spanned the Mandar River, as the two continued to advance along the perimeter of the castle. As they approached the camp, roughly 50 to 60 meters away, the resounding clamor from within became unmistakable. Crossing the wooden stone ramparts erected by the bridge, the two entered the encampment and beheld a melee nearing its conclusion. Indeed, as the rumors suggested, Renly was fervently engaged in the tournament. Harry gazed at the muddy ground littered with shattered lances and broken armor, remarking that should he ascend to the throne, it would not be surprising if he organized a week-long tournament in King's Landing. Catelyn chose not to respond to the guard's remark but instead turned her gaze northward, where Renly's camp lay. Thousands of campfires flickered, their pale smoke swirling into the air, carrying a pungent aroma. Horses stood in neat rows, lowering their heads to drink, stretching over a mile, while a nearby grove had been entirely cleared to supply long poles for banners, leaving only the bare yellow earth. Massive siege engines lined the verdant lawns flanking the Rose Road, including trebuchets, ballistae, and battering rams, the wheels of which towered as high as two stacked adults. Knights trained their squires, while soldiers, armed with spears, swords, shields, and bows, stood in disciplined formation. Servants, scouts, attendants, and grooms bustled about the camp, each attending to their respective duties. An elderly knight with a grizzled beard spotted the two outside the camp. Riding over, he recognized the dire wolf banner raised by Sir Harry and addressed Catelyn. "My lady, you must hail from the north. I am the mother of Robb Stark, king in the north, and have come at my son's urgent behest to meet with Renly Baratheon," she replied. "I am Sir Colin of House Grimp, a lesser family, perhaps not known to you," he said courteously. "If you would permit, it would be my great honor to introduce you to His Grace, Renly Baratheon, the anointed king of the Seven Kingdoms." Lady Stark nodded in acquiescence, and Sir Colin promptly rode ahead, clearing a path for them through the raucous tournament grounds to the viewing stands. Seated in the stands were nearly all the nobles of the Stormlands and the Reach, accompanying a young man who watched the tournament with rapt attention. He was tall, with shoulders broad as any Baratheon, cascading locks of hair, and striking blue eyes. Upon his brow rested an ornate crown, crafted of pure gold, adorned with a rose of red gold and an emerald stag's head, in stark contrast to the simple crown worn by the king in the north, made of bronze and iron. His gaze remained fixed on the two remaining contenders in the melee, utterly oblivious to the arrival of distinguished guests. "Loras! Knock him down!" the king exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement. "Defend the honor of the Rainbow Guard." Catelyn had never seen Loras, yet she was well aware of the reputation of Loras Tyrell, the Knight of Flowers, famed as the most graceful and skilled knight of the South. At that moment, he rode atop a grand white steed clad in silver armor, wielding a long-handled battle axe adorned with golden rose engravings. Opposite him stood a formidable figure clad in deep blue armor, one hand gripping a sword, the other a shield. However, after nearly an entire day of fierce combat, the shield in her grasp was nearly beyond its limits, likely to splinter into fragments upon receiving another blow. The Knight of Blossoms galloped forth, his rainbow-hued cloak billowing majestically behind him. The blue-armored knight, refusing to be outdone, clamped his legs tightly around his steed's belly. It seemed as though the two war horses were acutely aware that this was the final confrontation, exerting every ounce of strength to charge ahead, their hoofs sinking into the sand and leaving imprints several inches deep. With a thunderous crash, the two steeds collided fiercely. The Knight of Blossoms raised his axe high, striking down upon the blue-armored knight, who retaliated with a sweeping motion of his long sword. Their weapons clashed violently, causing their mounts to rear and bolt in opposite directions. Just when the spectators believed that this fierce charge would end in a stalemate, the blue-armored knight suddenly pivoted, hurling his shield with great force. The spinning shield struck the Knight of Blossoms squarely on the head with a resounding thud, sending him tumbling from his mount, blood streaming from his nose and split lips. "Who is he?" Catelyn inquired in astonishment of Sir Callum, unaware that there existed anyone in the Southern Territories capable of besting the Knight of Blossoms. Chapter 39. The beauty. Her name is Brienne, Lady Brienne. Brienne? That sounds like a girl's name. Indeed, She is a girl. Sir Corlin chuckled, noting that Lady Stark would not be the first to mistake Brienne for a man, nor would she be the last. But she stands at least 6 feet tall. Catelyn exclaimed, unconsciously comparing her stature with that of the renowned giant, Ser Jorah Mormont, and concluded that she was likely not taller than him, though the difference was negligible. Where does she hail from? Catelyn inquired. People refer to her as Brienne of Tarth, Sir Corlin patiently responded. Tarth, you see, is a solitary island located in the stormy seas northeast of Shipbreaker Bay, ruled by the Evening Star, Lord Selwyn Tarth, whose castle, interestingly named Evenful Hall, is situated on the western side of the island. It is said that Tarth is abundant in sapphires. That is likely a rumor, Sir Corlin remarked. When Brienne first arrived, she possessed nothing of value except for her blue armor, and if her family were truly rich in sapphires, they would not appear so impoverished. At that moment, Renly Baratheon announced that Lady Brienne of Tarth was the ultimate victor of the tournament, having triumphed over 116 knights. And the king promised her the right to request anything she desired. I wish to join your guard and become the last member, the knight beneath the helm declared. I have proven myself in this tournament. I possess the ability to uphold the honor of the Rainbow Guard. I will serve faithfully, never leaving your side, sharing in your glory and disgrace, protecting you from any harm. I promise you this, Lady Brienne, Renly proclaimed loudly. From this day forth, you are a member of the Rainbow Guard, and you shall don a blue cloak. Remove your helm and bow before me. So, she aspires to be a part of the Rainbow Guard, Sir Corlin mused. The Rainbow Guard comprises 7 members, aside from the captain, the Knight of Flowers, who wears a cloak of many colors. The remaining 6 members don cloaks of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. His Majesty intended to reserve the final blue cloak for the legendary King Start, Ser Barristan Selmy, yet unexpectedly, it has been claimed by the beauty, Brienne. Beauty? Catelyn queried, wondering what sort of countenance warranted such a title. Sir Corlin of Greypool smiled slightly, remaining silent. It was not until Brienne removed her helm and bowed to King Renly that she understood the title was entirely ironic. The lady from Tarth bore a face speckled with freckles and hair as unruly as a haystack. Her visage was large and round, reminiscent of a freshly baked loaf, with uneven teeth and prominent, full lips. The only feature worth mentioning, perhaps, were her large, round blue eyes. Her father must have embedded 2 sapphires into her eyes. Lady Stark jested. If Brienne were fortunate enough to hear you describe her thus, she would surely be delighted. In truth, Brienne in the arena could not hear Catelyn's praises from the stands, yet this was undoubtedly the most joyous moment of her life. Renly approached her, personally tearing away her tattered cloak, stained with blood and dirt, and dripping over her the remaining blue mantle of the Rainbow Guard. I dedicate my life to you, Your Majesty. Brienne of Tarth knelt on one knee, her voice rising as she vowed. I swear before the 7 gods to become your most loyal protector from this day forth, until the end of my days. Renly gently placed his hand on her shoulder to help her rise, and then he noticed Ser Catelyn Stark accompanied by a woman clad in a brown robe approaching. Your Majesty, Ser Catelyn introduced, it is my honor to present to you the Lady Catelyn Stark, mother of Robb, Lord of Winterfell and King in the North. Lady Stark? Renly Baratheon expressed his surprise and excitement. It is a great pleasure to welcome you. You are a distinguished guest of Storm's End and Highgarden. He turned to the girl beside him, introducing her to Catelyn. This is my queen, Margaery Tyrell, my lady. Catelyn offered a slight bow, and Margaery courteously responded. I am saddened by the recent events your family has faced in King's Landing, and I also extend my congratulations on your son's recent victories in Lannister territory. Thank you, Catelyn replied, observing Queen Margaery, who, though possibly younger than Robb, exuded a graceful maturity. Her long brown curls cascaded lazily over her shoulders, and her gentle gaze resembled that of a timid fawn. I assume you have come bearing good news, my lady. Renly inquired after the queen and Catelyn exchanged pleasantries. As my son's envoy, I have come to discuss the alliance between the Northern Army and the forces of Storm's End, my lord. Upon hearing Catelyn's words, the newly appointed Rainbow Guard, Brienne, took a step forward, her voice tinged with displeasure as she corrected the lady from the north. You should address Renly as your majesty. My lady. I'm afraid that cannot be as you wish, Catelyn replied, casting a glance at Brienne. My son is the king in the north, and I shall only refer to him as your majesty. Brienne opened her mouth to retort, but Renly raised his hand to silence her, saying, No matter, Lady Tarth. Once I conquer King's Landing and claim the Iron Throne, all the realms will bow to me. It is merely a matter of time. Lady Stark, he continued, we can discuss the matters of the alliance in detail. In truth, I am quite grateful to Robb. He has forced Tywin Lannister's army to defend the Westlands, granting me ample time and energy to plan my assault on King's Landing. However, I must ask, when does he intend to attack Harrenhal or Casterly Rock? Upon hearing Renly's inquiry, many Stormland nobles, intrigued by military affairs, perked up their ears. I apologize, my lord, she replied, but those matters are military secrets. I cannot disclose them in a setting as crowded as this tournament. If you are interested, we can discuss them in my tent. The king laughed heartily. I fear that will not be possible today, my lady. I sat in the stands of the tournament for an entire day, drenched in sweat. Allow me to return and rest, changing my attire, before we discuss the matter of alliances tomorrow. Upon finishing his statement, he instructed Brienne to escort Catelyn to her temporary quarters within the camp. Lady Stark was taken aback by the cold reception she received upon her arrival in the Stormlands. Her displeasure was palpable, yet she felt powerless to alter the situation. Brienne of Tart led her into the tent and assured her, "There is no need for your discontent. My lady, you have chosen the right side. The lands of the Seven Kingdoms will inevitably belong to His Majesty. It is worth the wait. For if the North can forge an alliance with him, the Stark family shall undoubtedly be honored as the wardens of the North after the war's conclusion. His Majesty will graciously pardon Robb for his rebellion." "No," Catelyn replied candidly. "Renly Baratheon is too young and excessively arrogant, lacking an understanding of the horrors of war. He was born and raised in an era of summer." "Oh, I forget you are too. You know nothing." "What do you know, my lady?" "Winter is coming." Chapter 40. Quarrel. Sir Willis Manderley of White Harbor hastily approached Roland, who had just exited the blacksmith's forge, along with the Earl of Raventree Hall, Tydals Blackwood. He informed them that numerous nobles from the north and the Riverlands were on the verge of engaging in a fierce altercation within the confines of Riverrun Castle. The trio promptly made their way back to the castle, proceeding directly to the round hall without uttering a word. Inside the hall, the lords had divided into two factions. The northern side, led by Great John, was supported by House Stark, House Dustin, and other nobles, while the Riverland lords, spearheaded by Admiral Tully, the uncle of Robb, rallied behind him, including the Freys, the Brackens, and the Marrows. At that moment, the king in the north was absent from the round hall. The volume of the quarrel escalated, with each side shouting louder than the last, and the hot-tempered Great John even resting his hand on the hilt of his sword. "We have just achieved a resounding victory in the Westlands. We should press on relentlessly, amassing all our available forces to lay siege to Casterly Rock. In that case, all of the Lannisters' vessels in the Westlands will surrender without a fight, and we can then busily scavenge for spoils in each castle." Rickard Karstark bellowed, his face flushed. As if the louder one shouted, the more likely they were to win the argument. "You fool!" berated Lord Jen Bracken of Stonehatch. "A grand army marching directly towards Casterly Rock will undoubtedly compel the Lannisters to summon all their vessels for defense. By the time we arrive, they will be thoroughly prepared. The combined forces of the lords of the Westlands conservatively amount to nearly 30,000. We would face certain defeat." "Nonsense!" spat Great John, expectorating on the ground. "The lords of the Westlands cannot possibly deploy all their forces to Casterly Rock. They too fear ambushes from the Ironborn or the Brotherhood without banners. They might even dread our sudden decision to abandon the siege and turn against them. Thus, each lord will likely retain 700 or 800 of their personal guards within their castles, ensuring that the total forces gathered at Casterly Rock will not exceed 25,000. We can engage them in a decisive battle. With the northern army's current morale, the Lannisters cannot withstand our might. Since you are aware of our army's peak morale, why not hit our council and first recapture Harrenhal to further expand our gains?" Lyman Fry interjected, posing a counter-argument. He was the eldest son of Stavron Fry, who succumbed to an infected sword wound sustained in the Battle of Oxford, prompting Lyman to assume his father's military position. "What substantial advantage can we secure from attacking Harrenhal?" retorted Karstark on behalf of Great John. "Capturing Harrenhal would not exert any meaningful pressure or inflict damage upon the Lannisters. They could still withdraw to the Westlands and await the opportunity to send reinforcements to King's Landing. The advantages of war are like a snowball. They require gradual expansion. After seizing Harrenhal, we can then strategize for the Westlands to our benefit." Admiral Tully articulated his philosophy of warfare. "You know nothing about snowballs, you southern simpleton. If we are to roll a snowball, it must roll straight towards the Westlands, crushing the Lannisters' Casterly Rock." Great John retorted rudely. "Moreover, it is well known that Harrenhal stands as the largest castle on the continent of Westeros, boasting 5 towering spires, even if one were to diminish each spire by half. they would still surpass the height of Winterfell's keep. Such an immense fortress cannot possibly be conquered without a significant investment of time and effort. Harrenhal has languished in desolation for over 3 centuries, reduced to a state of utter ruin, and the larger the castle, the greater the number of troops required to garrison it. It is preposterous. Tywin Lannister is currently stationed with the main army at Harrenhal. Surely, with nearly 20,000 soldiers, it is more than sufficient to defend such a dilapidated stronghold. Tywin is eager to redeploy his forces back to the Westlands, and Harrenhal will inevitably become a ghost town. Capturing it would require little more than a whisper. With not a soul in sight, indeed, it would demand no effort at all. What purpose does seizing such a crumbling fortress serve? Even if we were to take it, it would not inflict a single casualty upon Tywin. The assembly erupted in a cacophony of voices, as if they intended to lift the round hall itself. Esteemed lords, Sir Wylis Manderley interjected, pushing forward. Rather than engage in such fruitless squabbling, let us consider the perspectives of the Lord of Bear Island and the Earl of Crow's Nest. The assembly turned their gazes towards the two, fixating upon Robb and Tytos, who remained still. It was fortuitous that Robb hailed from the north, while Crow's Nest lay within the Riverlands. Whatever opinions the two expressed at this juncture would essentially represent the sentiments of their opposing factions. I do not deem an assault on Harrenhal to be a prudent course of action, the Earl of Crow's Nest remarked, addressing Edmure. Although it is often said that Harrenhal is the stronghold of the most powerful individuals in the 7 kingdoms due to its size, that is but a relic of the past. Presently, Harrenhal is in a state of disrepair, long stripped of its former glory. Likewise, I do not advocate for an attack on Casterly Rock. He continued, our principal forces are currently encamped at River Run. A swift strike on Casterly Rock would stretch our supply lines perilously thin. Should Tywin Lannister lead a significant force to reinforce Casterly Rock and deploy cavalry to harass our supply columns, it is likely we would find ourselves starving on the front lines. Upon hearing the Earl of Crow's Nest's discourse, the assembly fell into contemplative silence. Just then, Robb, accompanied by his guards, hastily entered the hall and caught wind of the Earl of Bracken's remarks. I find myself perplexed, my lord, the king in the north spoke. If we neither assault Casterly Rock nor reclaim Harrenhal, what course of action should we pursue? Shall we merely remain at River Run, feasting on ham and bread? Your grace, Tytos replied, watching as he took his seat upon the throne, we should gradually encroach upon the Westlands, ensuring our supply lines remain manageable while exerting pressure on the lords of each castle. Most crucially, with each castle we capture, we effectively eliminate nearly 1,000 of Lannister's men. While that is indeed true, Robb responded, the issue lies in the vast expanse of the Westlands, which contains dozens of fortresses. Without seizing the Lannister gold mines and Casterly Rock, we cannot inflict substantial harm. The formidable house will continue to operate as usual. What do you propose as our next target, Harrenhal or Casterly Rock? The Earl of Ravenswood inquired, and since the King of the North had dismissed his perspective, he redirected the discourse to the previously contested focal point. Neither advancing on Harrenhal nor assaulting Casterly Rock was deemed prudent. The King of the North asserted, my intention is to muster our forces to fortify the defenses at the Ruby Fort, given the current turmoil in the west. Tywin Lannister must be more anxious than we are. Should he endeavor to lead his troops back to the west, he will inevitably traverse the Ruby Fort. Upon the conclusion of the King of the North's discourse, Roland slowly interjected. Chapter 41, Division. Why do you disagree, Lord Mormont? Robb inquired. The strategy of ambushing Tywin Lannister's 20,000 troops at the Red Fort appeared to be an excellent military plan, yet it was, in fact, rather foolish. The Red Fork stretches for 100 miles and boasts numerous crossing points. We cannot predict which crossing Tywin will choose to lead his army. Consequently, we must fortify each crossing. This would lead to a significant dispersion of our forces, and should Tywin concentrate his superior numbers on a single crossing, the northern soldiers would likely be unable to hold their ground. But if we do not fortify the Red Fork, we would allow Tywin's army to penetrate the Westlands unimpeded, countered the king in the north. Our plan to raid and harass within the Westlands would be rendered futile, and we would be powerless against such a formidable army. Then let us take advantage of Tywin's army's failure to return and extend our lines, suggested the Lord of Bear Island. We have just obliterated 1,000 of Stannis Lannister's new troops at Oxford, leaving the Westlands vulnerable and incapable of mounting an effective defense. We could seize this opportunity to launch a surprise attack on Lannisport, the largest port city not only in the Westlands but across all 7 kingdoms. Lannisport is merely a stone's throw from Casterly Rock. What difference does it make whether we assault it or attack Casterly Rock directly? Robb asked, displeased. There are two significant distinctions, replied Roose. First, Casterly Rock currently houses the largest remaining garrison of Lannister forces in the Westlands, with over 2,000 elite castle guards. More importantly, Casterly Rock is the ancestral home of House Lannister. If it were attacked, the Lions would summon their vessels at any cost and retaliate fiercely. Lannisport, on the other hand, is quite different. The primary force stationed there consists of a few hundred remnants of the new army that fled the Battle of Oxford. Their combat effectiveness is well understood by all who participated in that conflict. Aside from these new troops, the only forces available for defense at Lannisport are the Lannister fleet. A dilapidated group of fewer than 10 ships and 400 to 500 men, who are adept only in naval combat and woefully weak on land. Furthermore, the inhabitants of Lannisport are merely distant relatives of House Lannister, lacking significant political influence and only having superficial acquaintances with the major lords of the Westlands. They cannot summon their vessels for support, and their Lannister lineage prevents them from humbling themselves to request assistance from the lords for defense. Roose concluded. In light of these factors, whether we choose to attack Casterly Rock or wait for Tywin to return and rally his vessels for a united defense, the Westlands will remain a disjointed collection of factions, with each lord fighting for themselves. Even as Lannisport falls to the enemy, they would remain indifferent. Even if your assertions come to fruition and we successfully capture Lannisport, such a victory would not endure. The king in the north expressed skepticism. Once Tywin's army returns, they will undoubtedly reclaim Lannisport without delay. Pray tell, Lord Mormont, how many troops could you muster to defend Lannisport against Tywin's 20,000 soldiers? As long as the main forces of the north remain active within the western territories, Tywin will find it impossible to marshal such a significant army to reclaim Lannisport. He must remain ever vigilant against potential incursions by the northern forces in other regions. Roose declared that he could only dispatch a fraction of his troops to besiege Lannisport. Ensuring the safety of Casterly Rock, at most, he could send 7,000 or 8,000 soldiers. I will find a way to communicate with him. The longer we delay, the more advantageous it becomes for the defenders. You aspire to establish Lannisport as a frontline stronghold. Yet do not forget that it lies deep within the Bay of the Westlands, a grand city that cannot withstand a prolonged siege due to its lack of supplies. Robb spoke coldly. I apologize, my lord. In my view, allowing Tywin's army to penetrate the Westlands is the gravest error. I stand firm in my battle strategy to engage them at the Red Fork. Although we have reached a significant impasse, there exists no absolute right or wrong. I am eager to hear the opinions of all present lords on this matter. I hereby revoke Lord Roose Bolton's command of the cavalry coalition. The King of the North suddenly declared. And what are your thoughts, lords, regarding the assault on Lannisport and the fortification at the Red Fork? The assembled nobles exchanged glances, perplexed by Robb's abrupt dismissal of Roose from his command. After a prolonged silence, it was Sir Wylis Manderley of White Harbor who finally posed the question, Your Majesty. Why should Lord Mormont no longer serve as cavalry commander? Surely, no one in the north is better suited to lead the cavalry than he. Because Lord Mormont is unwilling to engage at the Red Fork, preferring instead to push further into the Westlands, he replied. I respect his wishes. Henceforth, the command of the coalition will be entrusted to Admiral Tully. Lord Mormont need not travel to the Red Fork. He may command his forces freely within the Westlands. At this juncture, Roose began to comprehend the king's intentions. Robb sought to assert his authority by stripping him of command while simultaneously distancing himself from the power center of the north. Clearly, some significant event had transpired to incite Robb's suspicion and exclusion of him. But what that event was, Roose could not discern, as the unfolding narrative diverged from what he had known in his previous life. Nevertheless, this development might prove fortuitous. He had already contemplated leaving the Northern Army upon perceiving irreconcilable conflicts over resource allocation. Now, it seemed, an opportunity had presented itself. May I inquire how many soldiers I can command in the Westlands? He asked. All soldiers of House Mormont and 500 cavalry from White Harbor are at your command. The King of the North replied, turning to Sir Wylis Manderley. Your father once entrusted the cavalry to Lord Mormont. Do you wish to do the same? If Lord Mormont requires it, he continued, you may assault Lannisport, but once captured, you must devise a means to hold it. As the main northern force will be occupied at the Red Fork, engage in battle with the Lion's Legion. Rowling nodded in agreement as Count Thaddeus Blythewood of Crowtree City besieged the king, Your Majesty. I wish to lead 500 soldiers from Crowtree City alongside Lord Mormont to confront the enemy in the west. You are a vassal of House Tully. Robb furrowed his brow and turned to Admiral Tully, inquiring, Sir Admiral, do you consent to this? It matters not, he replied nonchalantly. This urgent council meeting, which commenced with a quarrel and concluded with Ling's dismissal, drew the forces of Crowtree City and White Harbor closer to Ling, creating an invisible rift within the Northern Army. 3 days later, Sir Lee Tully, who had discreetly taken on the role of Ling's personal guard during the Battle of Oxford, hastily sought him out. My lord, I have made some progress on the matter you entrusted to me, Lee stated. I fear I may know who has plotted against you, leading the king in the north to revoke your command of the allied forces. Who? Chapter 42. The offensive in a world rife with conspiracies and unending bloodshed. It is imperative for Luo Ling to ascertain who is scheming against him without delay. Ignorance of the adversary's hidden whereabouts could lead to imminent peril. Thus, after the conclusion of the round hall meeting, Luo Ling summoned Luo Tully, urging him to discreetly investigate the sentiments of the nobility in the Riverlands using his family's esteemed name. Remarkably, just 3 days had elapsed when Luo unearthed significant clues, revealing a natural aptitude for reconnaissance. He reported that Count Luce Bolton of the Horror Castle had surreptitiously returned to the Flowing City from the Twin Rivers 5 days prior, his movements shrouded in secrecy and devoid of any attendance. Upon arriving in Flowing City, he immediately conferred with Rob, returning just a few hours later. Whispers among certain nobles in the Riverlands suggested that Count Bolton had conveyed unfavorable information about you to Rob. Luo Ling nodded, realizing that the Bolton family was the epicenter of all conspiracy and chaos in the north. While he had been preoccupied with the Lannisters, he had overlooked the threat posed by father and son, Luce and Ramsay. My lord, Luo stepped forward. I have heard you plan to lead troops to conquer the Westlands. Indeed. In truth, I have already resigned from my position among the knights of the coalition, he said with a smile. I wish to serve at your side. Why? Because you are the harbinger of ashes, Luo declared, admiration evident in his voice. After the Battle of Oxford, every cavalryman under your command was awed by your reputation. I, too, am among them. Luo Ling chuckled softly. I hope to have you as my foremost personal guard. Luo knelt solemnly on one knee, declaring, as a noble knight recognized by the Holy Father and the Holy Mother, I vow this day to be your steadfast shield, standing before you in the face of any danger. I believe in your loyalty, Luo Ling said, assisting him to rise. From now on, you shall remain by my side. However, aside from your duties as a guard, I wish to assign you a particularly special and vital task. Your Grace, what is it? I would like you to begin gathering intelligence, akin to your recent investigation into Count Bolton's whereabouts. Seek to recruit the most capable scouts from the cavalry coalition. I refuse to be caught off guard again. I must have full knowledge of the Tully, Bolton, Fry, and Karstark families. Luo Ling had come to recognize that in the game of power on the continent of Westeros, information was undeniably one of the most pivotal assets. As the saying goes, knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. To seize control, he must first comprehend everything. At your command, I shall immediately endeavor to win over those trustworthy scouts. Go forth. News soon spread that Tywin Lannister was leading an army exceeding 20,000 from Harrenhal towards the Westlands. Admiral Tully marched with 8,000 infantry and 3,000 cavalry towards the Red Fort, while Robb commanded 3,000 Northmen to safeguard the flanks. Meanwhile, Rolling and Titus Blywood set forth with their troops towards the western frontier. Under Rolling's command were 800 infantry and over 300 cavalry from Bear Island, supplemented by more than 700 cavalry from White Harbor and 500 infantry from Crowtree City, totaling 2,300 soldiers. The bustling city of Benthlow lay deserted, with the night crows flitting over the battlements, amplifying the desolation. My Lord Mormont, how do you intend to assault Lannisport? Shall we launch a direct incursion deep into the western territory, or shall we encamp and regroup on the outskirts? Titus, seated upon his steed with his cloak billowing, appeared quite imposing as he inquired. We shall camp directly in Oxford Town, Rolling replied. Oxford Town? Titus exclaimed in astonishment. We just fought a fierce battle there against the Lannisters. They must be on guard. You are mistaken, Rolling smiled. In fact, they will have no defenses. Oxford Town has been reduced to ruins following the previous battle, and the Lannisters will not station any forces there. Titus suddenly comprehended. Rolling continued. Provided we encounter no unforeseen incidents, we should reach Oxford Town by dusk the day after tomorrow, rest for a day, and then advance on Lannisport under the cover of night, launching a siege by midnight. Since the near annihilation of Styrf Lannister's fresh troops, the entire Western Realm was woefully understaffed. As Rolling's army progressed towards Oxford Town, they encountered no more than 3 Lannister scouts along the way. From the captured scouts' accounts, Rowling gleaned that Lannister's defenses were even more feeble than he had anticipated. The new recruits who had fled from the battle at Oxford were entirely unruly, roaming the taverns of Lannisport, indulging in drink and gambling, thus wreaking havoc on public order. Moreover, the Lannister fleet, anchored by the shore, had not seen reinforcements in years, leaving only a meager force of over 400 aged and infirm soldiers. The army entered Oxford town before dusk, a place that had lost all vitality following the fierce battle. The charred trees loomed like specters around the town, while the buildings exuded a foul odor. A grotesque land of blood, decaying corpses, and burnt timber. Rowling commanded his soldiers to douse every street with lime water, then set up camp in the open, avoiding the confines of any building to prevent the spread of plague or disease. As night fell the following day, Rowling entrusted the command of 1,300 infantry to Count Blywood, allowing him to proceed ahead while he personally led 1,000 cavalry. Even at night, Lannisport remained ablaze with light. As the largest port in the 7 Kingdoms, merchant ships bustled incessantly, with many unaware that the Lannister family's wealth stemmed not only from their gold mines but also significantly from the commercial revenues generated by Lannisport. Capturing Lannisport would be akin to extracting a sharp tooth from a lion, though not fatal. It would certainly sap its vitality. At the stroke of midnight, the guards at Lannisport's walls detected the flickering torches in the distance, soon followed by the thunderous clamor of battle cries, as infantry bore towering siege ladders, resembling countless centipedes advancing in unison. The soldiers of Lannisport promptly ignited the signal fires, alerting the city and swiftly organizing their defenses. They poured flammable oil from the battlements and subsequently set the walls ablaze. The fierce tongues of fire rapidly engulfed the ramparts, while the infantry of Bear Island, ablaze with flames, resolutely pushed the ladders forward. At the cost of their lives, 70 to 80 soldiers managed to secure the ladders, and the brutal siege had finally commenced. The glow of rockets and burning oil illuminated half the night sky as the attacking soldiers pressed forward, undeterred, despite the majority falling on the ladders. Yet, a fortunate few succeeded in reaching the walls. Upon their ascent, they fought desperately to destroy oil barrels and stone-throwing machines, engaging in fierce combat with the Lannister guards atop the battlements. As more soldiers successfully scaled the walls, the defending forces at Lannisport found themselves overwhelmed. The defenses were initially breached at one point, then two, with the openings expanding until they merged into a gaping breach. The defenders began to retreat into the signal tower and the fortress controlling the city gates. The structure of Lannisport's gates differed from many other castles in the 7 Kingdoms. Not only did it feature a heavy crossbar, but it also possessed a chain mechanism controlled by a gatehouse. The gates could only be opened once the bar was withdrawn and the chain mechanism activated. Thus, the soldiers of Bear Island, in a frenzy, surged towards the gatehouse, vying for control of the chain mechanism. Both attackers and defenders were acutely aware of a singular truth. Once the gates were opened, the thousands of cavalrymen waiting outside in formation would surge into the city, securing victory. Chapter 36. Mission accomplished. Charge. Lord Mormont, leading the cavalry formation, had waited long enough. The Count of Crow's Tree finally ascended the battlements, brandishing his long sword and calling out with fervor. Whoever first breaches the fortress controlling the city gate shall receive the honor of Knight of the Bridge from me, along with lands and subjects after the battle. The soldiers, invigorated by his words, surged towards the gate fortress, as if they could physically shatter its sturdy defenses. At last, one soldier managed to break through a small window of the gate fortress, and the rest quickly followed. They raised their voices in a rallying cry for Lord Mormont, pulling the iron chain mechanism, as a resounding, thunderous noise echoed. The soldiers of Bear Island, who had already seized the gate below, joined forces to push open the colossal doors. Knights, now is your moment to shine. Storm into the city and annihilate all Lannisters. Long life Mormont! Long life White Harbor! Long life Crow's Tree! The knights responded. The sound of hoofs thundered, shattering the tranquility of Lannisport's night. They charged into the city, and the hastily organized resistance from the city guards was no match for Lord Royling's knights. Within mere minutes, they had penetrated the most prosperous streets of Lannisport. A Lannister knight attempted to escape amidst the chaos, only to be pierced through the neck by a flying arrow. Merchants hastily shuttered their shops, while women and children wept in hiding. As the cavalry swept towards the seaside, over 400 elderly and infirm Lannister soldiers launched a counterattack from their ships. Royling commanded all cavalry to dismount and engage in naval combat. The cries of battle erupted, mingling with howls of anguish, as blood stained the ship's deck, turning the bay crimson. The last vestiges of resistance in Lannisport were extinguished. Close the city gates. Account for the enemy's casualties and our own losses. Bring all wealthy merchants and Lannisters to the harbor. Remember, it must be Lannisters, not those distant relatives named Lannis or Lentos. Luo Ling commanded from the largest vessel. As all cavalrymen obeyed, golden letters floated before him. Achieved a great victory at Lannisport. Awarded the command trait, Cavalry Commander. Cavalry Commander, when you lead cavalry into a charge against the enemy, morale is doubled. Congratulations on completing the subtask, Own a Castle. Evaluating task completion level. Task completion level, S, you have successfully captured Lannisport. Earned the achievement your forces pierced the enemy's heart like a dagger. Luo Ling felt a sense of familiarity with the title of this achievement. Distributing rewards for completing the subtask. Earned BA, fusion points. Earned 1 lottery chance, scoring S level or above in a subtask grants 1 to 3 lottery chances. Would you like to draw immediately? Without hesitation. Luo Ling chose yes, as a myriad of dazzling prizes, including the Horn of Dragons, a juvenile unicorn mount, and the lost Valyrian steel sword Blackfire, flashed before him. Ultimately settling on 4 grand words. Congratulations on winning the reward. Thank you for participating. Roland. It has been detected that you currently possess 10 fusion points. You may spend 6 fusion points to elevate the skill Shadow Strike from level 2 to level 3. Or expend all 10 fusion points to advance the Steel Wrath of the Black Dragon from level 1 to level 2. Do you wish to proceed with the enhancement? Without hesitation, Roland declined. Before long, the knights under his command had gathered all the fallen nobility of the Lannister surname and various merchants of Lannisport at the edge of the bay. Ladies and gentlemen, he proclaimed loudly, I am the ranger returned from the Shivering Sea, Lord Roland Mormont. The Lannisters and merchants exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Ah! And I am also referred to as the Harbinger of Ashes by your soldiers. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd, observing the mixture of fear, confusion, and terror etched upon their faces. Roland's sense of accomplishment surged as he continued, by the witness of the old and new gods. I shall commence my rule over Lannisport from this night forth. The implied invitation extended to you all serves to inquire whether you shall cooperate with my governance in the days to come, and refrain from causing me undue trouble. You northerner! Although Lannisport has been razed to the ground thrice in its history and pillaged over 20 times, it ultimately remains the domain of the Lannisters. While you may have conquered this place tonight, do not delude yourself into thinking you can alter history. The Lannister army lies less than 40 miles away in Casterly Rock. How long do you think your reign will endure? 1 night, or perhaps 2 or 3 nights? Before he could finish, the Lannister erupted into laughter, as if envisioning Roland being unceremoniously expelled from Lannisport. Roland, already in a foul mood after the lottery debacle, had intended to execute the first to voice opposition as an example. However, upon closer inspection, he realized this particular Lannister was a dwarf, possibly a distant cousin of Tyrion. Moved by the sight, he recalled Tyrion's suffering in Winterfell, and thus, he relented and commanded, guards, imprison this Lannister lord. Let him witness how long my rule can endure. I assure you all, when my reign is overthrown, I shall first release this Lannister from his confinement. Of course, should I govern this place for a century, he shall remain imprisoned for the entirety of his life. Though his words were eloquent, all present, Lannisters and merchants alike, comprehended the sentence as one of lifelong imprisonment. To many, such a humiliating loss of freedom was far more unbearable than a swift execution. Silence fell over the assembly until a merchant knelt, prostrating himself before Roland in homage. One by one, others followed suit, merchants and Lannisters alike, bowing down. Long life House Mormont! They proclaimed, their voices a discordant chorus. Unpracticed yet fervent. By the witness of the old and new gods, we shall submit to the rule of House Mormont. Should there be any disloyalty, heads shall roll. Long life Mormont! The knights echoed in unison. The news of the fall of Lannisport soon reached the halls of Casterly Rock. Within the illustrious Hall of Heroes, encircled by gilded walls and bathed in golden light, Martin Lannister stood before the statues of 100 noble knights and lords adorned in splendid gem-encrusted armor. Lost in contemplative thought, when a hurried squire arrived, he turned and inquired, have the members of the garrison assembled? Indeed, my lord, the squire replied. A total of 1,500 foot soldiers and over 300 knights have gathered, but might I implore you to reconsider? Do not waste my time with such notions. Martin retorted with ire. I have already dispatched scouts, and it is clear that Mormont is isolated, leading but 2,000 men. Yet he dares to seize the heart of the Westerlands at Lannisport. Issue the command for the garrison to prepare for departure. We shall retaliate against Casterly Rock. My lord, The world knows that a Lannister always pays his debts, yet it seems they have gradually forgotten the family motto. Martin interrupted, "Tell me, what is the Lannister motto?" The squire's expression grew grave, his posture as rigid as iron. "Hear my roar." Indeed, it is time for them to also hear the lion's roar. Chapter 44. The Battle of the Red Fork. As the clash for Lannisport came to a close, the Battle of the Red Fork was just beginning, hundreds of miles away. Under the setting sun, the crimson wild grasses danced along the river bank, and the vivid red banners stood out magnificently. The mournful sound of trumpets and the thunderous beat of war drums filled the air. The forces of Tywin, advancing west from Harrenhal, engaged the coalition led by Admiral Tully at several fords along the Red Fork. Prior to the battle, Admiral had laid traps at every crossing north and south of River Run, utilizing the advantageous elevation of the western bank over the eastern side. He positioned 60 crossbows on the west bank and concealed 800 archers within the nearby dense forest. When Tywin commanded his knight, Flamant Brack, to launch the initial charge at the southern ford of the Red Fork, the 60 crossbows unleashed a volley. Flamant's cavalry was caught unawares by the boulders that fell from above, while the infantry, having strayed within range of the archers, was utterly decimated. Simultaneously, Sir Adam Marbrand clashed fiercely with Edmure at the northern fort. Edmure, clad in silver armor and draped in a dark red cloak, bore a shield adorned with a leaping trout. In this battle, Edmure deviated from his usual tactic of commanding from behind the infantry. He personally led the cavalry into the fray. Each time Adam's forces surged onto the river bank, Edmure swiftly organized a counterattack. By the time Adam initiated his third charge, fewer than 130 knights remained from his original 500. Meanwhile, the soldiers forming Edmure's defensive line brandished their pikes, their tips glinting ominously in the fading sunlight. "Long life the Lannisters!" Adam shouted, recalling his childhood friend Jaime, with whom he shared a bond akin to brotherhood. He fervently wished to break through the defenses of the Red Fork, ideally annihilating the enemy and rescuing Jaime Lannister, still imprisoned in River Run. "Long life the Lannisters!" echoed his blooded knights, their voices hoarse yet resolute. Sir Adam exuded a unique charisma that compelled his followers to follow him unreservedly. The war horses neighed as they charged forward. Knights wielding swords and blades, once again leaping across the torrent, droplets shimmering on their silver armor like bright jewels. Edmure, stationed at the river bank, engaged them in combat. The clash of armor and swords creating a cacophony of steel. With each precise thrust from the pikemen, 7 or 8 of Adam's steeds fell with agonized cries. The bodies of men and horses intertwined, blood flowing as a stream into the river, creating a strange shade of pink. Ultimately, Adam's 3 charges were all repelled, and he himself managed to escape across the river with just a handful of knights. The air was thick with flames, the cries of battle, and the sight of banners being raised and toppled, saturating every corner of the Red Fork. At the stone mill, the most brutal confrontation erupted, as the formidable Gregor Clegane led 5,000 of the West's elite cavalry in a full assault against the mill, while Lord Jason Mallister commanded 3,000 northern soldiers in its defense. The fierce battle continued from dusk until midnight, with the carcasses of war horses obstructing the river, while the bodies of infantry stacked upon one another raised the river bank by nearly a foot. Ultimately, the mountain, accompanied by 900 heavy cavalry, ascended the western bank of the stone mill. However, at that moment, Admiral led over 1,000 knights to reinforce the position, igniting yet another clash of charges and counterattacks on the shore. Upon hearing the news, Tywin Lannister gathered all 13,000 soldiers from the Westlands and made his way to the stone mill, traversing the bodies of comrades and horses that choked the river as they waded through the Red Fork, engaging in the final battle against the northern forces on the western bank. The sword and shield soldiers formed a defense line as solid as a fortress, slowly advancing forward. With reinforcements arriving, the mountain swiftly led his remaining 400 cavalry in a retreat, and after withdrawing 200 to 300 meters, turned around to launch another charge, unleashing the full impact of his heavy cavalry. Edmure commanded his archers to unleash several rounds of concentrated fire, diminishing the number of the mountain's cavalry until, after the final volley, only 70 or 80 horsemen remained, yet they charged fiercely towards the infantry phalanx of the northern army, which held its formation with remarkable discipline. Gregor, with 3 arrows embedded in his side, remained oblivious to his injuries, raising his arm and shouting, "Gentlemen, this is no time to cherish your insignificant lives. Drive the war horses over the shield wall. This is our final defense. Scatter them. We shall achieve victory in this battle. Long life Lannister." Meanwhile, within the northern ranks, Admiral Tully gazed vacantly at the waning moon on the horizon, the anguished cries of fallen soldiers twisting his heart in pain. A servant urged him, "My lord, we must retreat. The last 700 infantry are on the verge of being overwhelmed. The archers have exhausted their quivers, and the 3,000 cavalry have perished. I fear that aside from Lord Mormont, no one in the north can withstand the mountain. He is too formidable." The roar of the lion echoed along the banks of the Red Fort, while the Lannister garrison, clad in golden armor, moved like specters through the night towards Lannisport. Scouts dispatched by Roose hurriedly reported the situation, causing the Count of Harrenhal to pace anxiously in the hall. "Lord Mormont," Thaddeus Blackwood inquired in a flurry, "did you not say that the lords of the Westlands would merely watch as we seized Lannisport? Why does it seem that the situation is deviating from your expectations? Who is stationed at Casterly Rock since Tywin Lannister has departed?" Roose asked, his calm demeanor standing in stark contrast to that of Lord Blackwood. "The latest information we have points to Martin Lannister." "Martin? He is a formidable opponent." Thaddeus' anxiety deepened. "Even you are furrowing your brow? Do not frighten yourself unnecessarily." Roose replied, "I frown because I am entirely unfamiliar with this individual." Thaddeus paused for a moment before saying, "How can you not even know Martin Lannister? He stands as a paragon among the youthful generation of the Lannisters, renowned alongside his cousin, Jaime Lannister, as the most formidable swordsman in the Westlands. Remarkably, at the tender age of 12, he was capable of besting adult guards under the command of Tywin. Moreover, it is said that his martial prowess is matched by his exceptional leadership abilities, yet he has been deprived of the opportunity to showcase them. Our assault on Lannisport presents him with the chance to prove himself, akin to offering a lamb to a lion." "Ah, and his father is Kevin, I am aware," Roland interjected, expressing disinterest in the familial connections. "My lord, I understand your composed demeanor," Tatus exclaimed, "but the enemy is advancing under cover of night. By dawn, they will be at our gates. We are still unsteady, and our soldiers, having just endured a fierce battle, are utterly fatigued and unable to engage. Why should we allow them to approach our gates?" Roland countered. "Ah!" Tatus's eyes were filled with confusion. "Convey my orders. Tonight, all cavalry must refrain from alcohol and brothels, returning to the temporary encampment for 2 hours of rest, before gathering at Bay Square." "My lord, what do you intend?" "Rather than await our fate passively, it is far better to take the initiative." Chapter 45. The surprise attack on Lannisport. At the forefront of the soldiers of the north, the Ashen Messenger, Roose Bolton, charged forth from the city gates, followed closely by 1,000 resolute cavalrymen. A profound silence enveloped the ranks, punctuated only by the rhythmic sound of hoofs, echoing like a death knell for the enemy. Count of Crow's Nest organized all infantry to ascend the city walls to reinforce the fortifications, assigning each soldier to their defensive positions as per Roose's orders. Martin Lannister, eager to prove himself, launched a night attack from Casterly Rock towards Lannisport. Upon discovering the enemy's full deployment, scouts dispatched by Roose swiftly relayed the information, prompting him to devise a battle plan for a direct assault on Casterly Rock. As the troops set forth, scouts scouted Martin's marching route, and upon receiving intelligence, Roose led a contingent of cavalry along a concealed path, advancing swiftly toward Casterly Rock while remaining undetected by Martin. Roose's forces comprised solely cavalry, while Martin's contingent included both cavalry and infantry, with the formidable 1,300 well-equipped Lannister foot soldiers forming the backbone of his army. Thus, Roose's march outpaced Martin's forces by 5 to 6 times. By midnight, as Roose's troops arrived at the foot of Casterly Rock, Martin's forces were only midway through their journey, and at their current pace, they would not reach Lannisport until dawn. Roose gazed into the distance. Casterly Rock, a formidable stone fortress perched atop a colossal cliff, appeared as a slumbering lion in the night. Atop the lion's head stood a watchtower soaring 7 to 8 stories high, the tallest structure of Casterly Rock, which itself towered hundreds of feet above, surpassing even the most magnificent heights of the wall he had ever witnessed. "My lord, how shall we assault such a fortress to breach its defenses?" inquired Lycos Tully, who had faithfully remained by Roose's side since becoming his protector. Now, gazing at the towering Casterly Rock, he could not help but marvel. It was his first glimpse of the legendary fortress, and it appeared as impenetrable as the tales foretold. "I have heard that Casterly Rock is among the easiest fortresses to defend in Westeros, never having succumbed to siege or attack. It is the highest and wealthiest castle in the 7 kingdoms, rumored to conceal countless gold mines beneath its rocky foundation," Lycos continued, aware that Roose was deep in contemplation, thus sharing all he knew for Roose's consideration. It was said that Visenya Targaryen, upon seeing Casterly Rock, had expressed her gratitude that its defenders had departed to confront her brother Aegon on the plains of the Westlands. Had the garrison remained, even 3 dragons could not have threatened this great citadel. That said, I still believe the dragons hold greater power. Visigno must have been overly modest. He added after a moment's reflection. Do not regard Casterly Rock as so unassailable, Sir Lycos, Roose replied with a smile. Tonight, Casterly Rock is not as it usually is. What is different? Lycos queried, feeling daunted by the imposing structure before him, its height rendering one breathless and extinguishing any desire to ascend and lay siege. On this night, the castle of Casterly Rock stood unguarded. Sir Lycos was momentarily taken aback, only to erupt in laughter. How foolish of me to have forgotten this. No matter how impenetrable a fortress may be, it is merely a collection of stones if left undefended. As Lord Rolling led his cavalry into Casterly Rock, the Lannister nobles within were still lost in sweet dreams upon their plush velvet beds, only to be roused by the sounds of slaughter, hastily scrambling to save their own lives. A mere handful of peacekeeping patrols, left behind by Martin Lannister to maintain order, valiantly fought but could not even hold the city gates. Rolling dismounted and surged into the streets, dispatching several patrol members with the twin daggers in his hands, their bodies engulfed in black flames until reduced to mere ashes. Witnessing this scene, a Lannister seemed to recall something. Shouting as he turned to flee, "It's the Ashen Messenger! Quick, organize the defense! The Ashen Messenger has attacked the city!" Defense? Rolling observed his retreat with amusement. Refraining from loosing the arrow already drawn on his fish-lever bowstring, he was curious to see what kind of defense could still be mastered within the castle. The cavalry swiftly conquered the winding corridors, staircases, and subsequently occupied the barracks, halls, courtyards, and balconies. It was not until Rolling and Sir Lycos charged into the garden with 70 or 80 cavalrymen that they encountered the last line of defense organized by the soldiers and citizens of Casterly Rock. A dozen portly nobles clad in ill-fitting armor stood at the garden archway, flanked by trembling attendants wielding swords they were untrained to handle, while behind them stood a golden-haired boy of merely 8 or 9 years. This was likely the final vestige of Casterly Rock as fighting force. Lay down your weapons and surrender. Lord Mormont might spare your lives. If you continue to resist, you shall find only death, Sir Lycos addressed them, restraining the reins of his steed. I do not wish for these children to remember only the hatred of war and slaughter. They are not yet of sword-bearing age. You have taken Lannisport, yet you dare to assault Casterly Rock tonight. A noble retorted angrily, you are digging your own graves. When Lord Martin learns of this, he will come to your aid with full force, and none of you shall escape. I await your Lord Martin's reinforcement with great anticipation, Rolling replied with a smile. Sir Lycos, bind these nobles with ropes and cast them into the dungeon. Yes, my lord. Sir Lycos acknowledged, leading a handful of cavalrymen forward. The swords in the hands of the Lannisters quivered in fear, allowing the ropes to be secured tightly around them. Lycos, here! I offer you 3 war horses in exchange for swift passage back to Lannisport to inform Earl Blaywood that Casterly Rock has fallen, and to act according to the original plan. Understood, my lord. When Martin Lannister learned of the fall of Casterly Rock during his march, he was so enraged that he unsheathed his sword and severed the head of the messenger. His attendants, witnessing this gruesome scene, dared not speak or inquire. The rear guard becomes the vanguard, advance at full speed. Martin's furious roar echoed as he sought to rescue Casterly Rock. The detestable Roland Mormont must pay for this. Roland sat quietly upon the revered lion throne in the grand hall of Casterly Rock, a seat reserved solely for the ancient kings of Casterly Rock and the current lords. He gazed at the golden letters floating before him. The conquest of Casterly Rock was successful. Achievement unlocked. Masterful tactician. You have gained 2 fusion points. The dungeon world line has converged. You have become the arch-nemesis of Tywin Lannister. A new dungeon quest has been initiated, King of the West. King of the West, you now possess Casterly Rock, yet only have a meager force of 2,000 soldiers. Find a way to defend it. Uproot this formidable Lannister family that has endured for millennia and emerge as the new ruler of the West. It has been detected that you currently possess 12 fusion points. You may spend 12 fusion points to unlock the fusion point shop. Would you like to proceed? Roland paused for a moment, wondering if this was indeed too costly. Chapter 46. One-on-one. Upon noticing the golden text prompting whether to access the marketplace, Luo Ling hesitated briefly before selecting yes. A translucent golden emblem of the marketplace materialized at the periphery of his vision. He focused his thoughts to open it. However, as the interface emerged, his expression darkened instantly. Your current fusion points are 0. The impoverished are unworthy of browsing the marketplace. Achievement unlocked. Without a single point gained 0 fusion points. Luo Ling So these 12 fusion points are essentially worthless, then. After calming his tumultuous emotions, Luo Ling closed the marketplace interface, exited the Grand Hall of Cayenne City, and proceeded directly to the renowned Stone Garden. Cayenne City was constructed atop a rocky mountain, situated beside the Sea of Sunset, where the seawater had permeated the rock's foundation, and relentless waves had battered the mountain for millennia. At the base and midsection of this rocky ascent, numerous vast, naturally formed weathered caverns had emerged. The Stone Garden was built partway up the slope, where artisans had skillfully crafted various forms of trees and flowers from the intricately weathered stone, appearing remarkably lifelike. As Luo Ling entered the garden, he found numerous cavalrymen already assembled. "Are you all prepared?" he inquired. "At your command," the cavalrymen thundered in unison. "I am aware that you have all endured great hardships tonight, which is why I have brought you to the Stone Garden to enjoy the sea breeze and relax," he continued, "but we have one final fierce battle ahead. I implore you all to muster your utmost spirit, to unite like a pack of wolves, and to be as ferocious as raging bears, tearing our enemies to shreds. Long life Mormont! Long life the North!" Their roars, resonant and powerful, echoed through Cayenne City, mingling with the crashing waves. Meanwhile, the garrison, led by Martin Lannister, had begun its return from Midway, with all soldiers instructed to don lighter armor and hasten to the foot of Cayenne City. 2 hours later, Martin finally heard the roar of the Sea of Sunset and saw the distant outline of the majestic Rocky Mountain, resembling a noble lion. As he prepared to urge his soldiers to quicken their pace, a scout he had previously dispatched rushed back, panic-stricken. "My lord, danger!" the scout shouted from his steed. But before he could finish, an arrow sliced through the night, piercing his head as effortlessly as a knife through melon. "Defend! Organize a defense!" Martin shouted with alertness. Yet it was too late. The shield-bearers had not yet lowered their massive shields, adorned with golden lion insignias, to form a protective wall when the enemy charged forth. Scattered and disorganized, the shield-bearers were utterly incapable of repelling the full-speed assault of the cavalry. The war horses, heads held high, reared up and collided with the shield-bearers, sending both men and shields flying. The pikemen were forced to confront the cavalry with their bare bodies, shouting the Lannister battle cry as they thrust their pikes into the chests of the charging steeds, employing all their strength like pole vaulters. The fortunate pikemen who survived the fall of a warhorse could return to their ranks, while those less fortunate would find themselves crushed beneath the panic, thrashing giant steeds or beheaded by the riders atop them. As the cavalry surged forward in a fierce charge, Martin's forces were cleaved in two. He could scarcely fathom that after seizing Castle Kailich, the enemy had chosen not to utilize the castle's natural defensive advantages but instead had laid an ambush with cavalry mid-approach. Fortunately, Martin's contingent was a dedicated garrison for Castle Kailich, comprised of the finest elite within the Lannister army. The infantry, having withstood the cavalry's initial assault, did not lose heart. Rather, they swiftly regrouped into two defensive formations resembling wheels. The shield-bearers encircled the spearmen and archers within, while the spearmen extended their pikes through the gaps in the shields, resembling a hedgehog's quills. Meanwhile, over 300 Lannister cavalry rallied to Martin's side, joining him in a countercharge. Among the ranks, Roland immediately recognized Martin Lannister, encircled by cavalry within the formation, adorned in the most resplendent red armor, his chest emblazoned with a sculpted roaring lion's head. The 300 White Harbor cavalry were tasked merely with harassing the enemy's infantry formation, avoiding a full-on assault. Upon issuing his command, Roland directed the cavalry to turn their steeds, while the remaining horsemen charged against the enemy's cavalry. Beneath the waning moon, two torrents of steel, silver, and gold collided. Roland's cavalry vastly outnumbered Martin's, yet not a single Lannister horseman displayed fear. They surged forward with abandon, embracing the notion of valor in the face of death. The first ranks of cavalry collided, swords were raised yet before they could strike, bones fractured, followed by the shattering of armor. Those unable to maintain their balance faced a gruesome fate. As the war horses came to a halt, the two sides became entangled in combat. Under Roland's leadership, dozens of Mormont cavalry charged directly towards the position of their commander, Martin Lannister. It was only then that Martin spotted Roland amidst the fray, clad in obsidian steel armor, bearing a fishbone longbow. Unlike others, he wielded neither lance nor longsword. Instead, one hand grasped the reins while the other held a dagger. Martin struggled to comprehend how a dagger could play a role in a cavalry battle. Yet, what followed was a spectacle of horror. Roland suddenly leaped from his mount, appearing like a specter behind a Lannister cavalryman. He swiftly slit the enemy's throat and, employing a mysterious magic, ignited the corpse in a blaze of black flames. Martin Lannister felt a mix of dread and exhilaration. He was terrified by such a method of killing he had never witnessed. Yet thrilled at the prospect of engaging in battle himself, having not faced worthy opponents since his cousin Jaime departed the Westlands. He spurred his horse forward, while Roland, having executed several Lannister cavalrymen with his shadow strike, found himself on a post. The two commanders met on the battlefield, and the West's most formidable swordsman initiated a ruthless diagonal slash. Harnessing the speed of his charging steed, the dual-wielded swords bore down with tremendous force. Aware that such a terrifying assault could not be withstood head-on, Roland deftly kicked the horse's head, performing an aerial somersault to evade the strike while landing gracefully on the ground. Martin had never been a pedantic individual. Thus he would never adhere to any chivalric code that compelled him to dismount and engage in a foot duel with his opponent. Without hesitation, he wheeled his steed around and brandished his longsword, launching another fierce charge at Luo Ling. The enraged warhorse, driven by its master, left deep hoofprints in the distinctive sandstone of the Western Territories with each powerful stride. Martin swung his longsword, aiming at Luo Ling, who was merely half a meter away. He glimpsed the dawn of victory and even saw the sharp silver glint of his sword slicing through Luo Ling's hair. However, he was denied the satisfaction of tasting blood and brain matter. Just as he believed the encounter had reached its conclusion, Luo Ling vanished from sight. In the next moment, a searing breath scorched his back, and in terror, he turned to look. Chapter 47, Decapitation. Your swordsmanship is formidable, perhaps even surpassing that of your cousin Jaime. Yet regrettably, in the state of Dragon's Fury, I am nearly invincible in one-on-one combat. Martin Lannister could not comprehend Luo Ling's words. His head rolled to the ground while still wearing an expression of sheer terror. The Lannister cavalry, witnessing their commander's beheading, surged toward him in a frenzy. However, Luo Ling, enveloped in black flames, leapt down from Martin's steed, disregarding the cavalry entirely, and charged directly toward the infantry phalanx on the battlefield's periphery. The disadvantage at the fringes of the battlefield was far greater than he had anticipated. 300 cavalry from White Harbor were tasked with harassing the Lannister infantry's shield and spear formation. Yet they suffered grievous losses due to the counterattacks from archers hidden within the formation. By the time Roland arrived, the White Harbor cavalry had already lost more than half their numbers, while the Lannister infantry phalanx remained as steadfast as a fortress. Relying on the protective black flames of Dragon's Fury, he charged into the infantry formation. The Lannister soldiers hastily redirected their long spears toward him. Yet the hardened tips met the black flames surrounding him as though they were melting wax, with molten iron cascading down the shafts, scalding the hands of the spear wielders. Their fear was palpable as they beheld Luo Ling crash into their shields like a legendary demon. The heavy oak shields ignited, billowing thick black smoke. And soon a gaping human-shaped hole was burned through, igniting fiercely. Roland pressed forward, intent on shattering the shield and spear formation single-handedly, only to discover that as he melted one oak shield, another shield bearer took its place. With the 3-minute duration of Dragon's Fury drawing to a close, he was compelled to retreat. It became evident that while he could slay the opposing commander with Dragon's Fury, he could not alter the tide of battle marked by numerical disadvantage. As the Earl of Blightwood, leading 1,300 infantry from Lannister Harbor, arrived at the battlefield, he chanced upon Roland ensnared in the enemy ranks, prompting an immediate outburst of fury. Where are the cavalry? What are they doing? Lord Mormont charges alone into the enemy lines while you pursue those cowardly Lannister horsemen. Before the Earl had finished speaking, Sir Lixus, who had accompanied him to the battlefield, drew his sword and rallied the disoriented cavalry. All cavalry, charge with me. Protect Lord Mormont. Roland melted an enemy arrow that had been loosed from the formation with his black flames, but as the 3 minutes of Dragon's Fury came to an end, several keen-eyed archers appeared to notice the subtle change in his state, drawing their bows with all their might, aiming to pierce his armor. As multiple arrows whistled through the air, Roland prepared to endure their impact, relying on the exceptional defense of his Valyrian steel armor, only to be taken aback when Lixus, galloping forward, raised his shield to protect him. The arrows aimed at Roland's head were deflected by the shield, while those aimed at his body struck the horse's belly. Seeing his steed cry out in pain and collapse, Roland felt a pang of sorrow. My lord, are you unharmed? Lixus Tully inquired with concern. Roland longed to convey to him that in such situations, there was no need to jeopardize the precious war horses for his rescue. However, upon witnessing the fervent gaze of Lix, he slowly nodded and replied, "It is nothing." On the battlefield, only 2 formations of Lannister infantry remained steadfast. Roland commanded all cavalry to withdraw, allowing the infantry led by Earl Blightwood to engage in close combat. The cavalry within Roland's ranks were light cavalry. although they could disrupt the enemy's infantry formations with long-range charges. Such maneuvers would incur substantial casualties, and endeavor that would be akin to inflicting 800 injuries upon oneself to wound 1,000 of the enemy, rendering it imprudent. Following this battle, Luo Ling resolved to establish a regiment of approximately 500 heavy cavalry, specifically designed to assault the formations of pikemen and shield-bearers, thus alleviating the nuisance deposed on the battlefield. The melee between the two infantry forces persisted for about 2 hours. While Luo Ling and his cavalry prowled the periphery of the battlefield, like harbingers of death, reaping the lives of fleeing Lannisters. With victory secured, the soldiers advanced to clear the field. Luo Ling specifically instructed that all enemy armor be stripped from the corpses for transport. He planned to melt down the golden lion armors of the Lannisters to forge equipment for his heavy cavalry. While awaiting the tally of the fallen, Luo Ling sat alongside Earl of Crowtree upon a prominent yellow rock, rumored to contain gold dust. Titus Blywood patted the yellow stone, ubiquitous on the sandy plains of the Westlands, and remarked, "It is likely just a tale." Luo Ling replied, "The wealth of the West does not derive from these inconsequential yellow stones, but rather from the rich gold deposits beneath Casterly Rock and the lands surrounding Golden Grove." He had heard that the 3 gold mines of Golden Grove had been exhausted. In truth, the gold mines beneath Casterly Rock had also been depleted, leaving only a few hundred deep shafts, a fact unbeknownst to many. Unbeknownst to many. Titus chuckled. "How is it that you, my Lord Mormont, are privy to such knowledge?" Luo Ling replied, "From a television series." "A television series? Is it from some book I have not read?" Luo Ling smiled in silence. "My Lord Mormont, at times I truly feel you are more erudite than those antiquated scholars in Old Town, who incessantly cling to their tomes," Titus mused. "This is a significant reason I chose to follow you after leaving the Northern Riverlands Alliance." "I can hazard a guess at your other reasons for following me," Luo Ling remarked. "Do tell. You believe me to be more reliable than Robb Stark." "After all, he is merely a 15-year-old boy," Titus chuckled. "Despite being hailed as the king in the north, his methods of winning hearts leave much to be desired. I have heard he has recently become infatuated with a nurse from Volantis, perhaps forgetting his betrothal to Walder Frey." Rising to his feet, he added, "All youth, forever blinded by love." At that moment, a messenger, having just completed the count of the battlefield, approached the two and reported, "My Lord Mormont, we sustained 303 casualties, and 179 war horses were lost. The forces of Martin Lannister, aside from a handful of cavalrymen fleeing eastward and 3 knights, suffered the loss of more than 1,300 men, with 400 surrendering. Let 300 cavalry escort the prisoners to Casterly Rock," Luo Ling commanded, and then instructed Lycos to lead the remaining cavalry back to Lannisport, transporting all provisions, defensive equipment, and water to Casterly Rock by horse. "My lord, what are your intentions?" one inquired. Should Robb and Admiral Tully fail to prevent Tywin's army from crossing the Red Ford, Luo Ling gazed into the eastern twilight, as if envisioning the 2,000 troops advancing towards Casterly Rock. "We shall have no choice but to abandon Lannisport and fortify our stand at Casterly Rock." "That would likely be a grueling siege," Titus remarked, "for though Casterly Rock is the most formidable and easily defensible fortress in the 7 kingdoms, Tywin Lannister is intimately familiar with its every detail." Chapter 45, Bran Stark, Winterfell. As the scholars of Old Town sent forth their ominous prophecies through messenger ravens, heralding the imminent conclusion of the long summer, the north was beset by the most formidable snowfall in 9 years. Snowflakes, drifting like down feathers, accumulated in the air before cascading to the ground. Within mere hours, the battlements of Winterfell were entirely enveloped in a thick blanket of snow. The common folk residing in the lower town beyond the castle's towering walls were compelled to rally together to clear the accumulating snow, lest their homes succumb to the weight above. As night descended, none could have anticipated that Winterfell would face an assault in such dire weather. When Theon Greyjoy led his Iron Man to the castle's gates, the first of the sentinels to catch sight of the enemy was struck down by an arrow before he could sound an alarm. The snow fell heavily, and the darkness was so profound that the sentinel could not discern the ornate armor of the Iron Man behind Theon. Furthermore, Theon, having lived in Winterfell as the ward of the Stark family for 2 decades, was misperceived by the guard as a returning son aiding Bran in the governance of the castle, completely overlooking him as a fool. The remaining guards, gripped by shock, ran the alarm, yet the fierce and battle-hardened Iron Man had already commenced their assault, utilizing ladders to scale the walls. With ruthless efficiency, they dispatched the remaining defenders, the only remaining force within the beleaguered Winterfell. The brutal Iron Man ultimately breached the castle gates, though their numbers were fewer than 20. They represented an unstoppable tide at that moment for Winterfell. A fortunate servant, who narrowly escaped the clutches of death, burst into the Lord's hall. Bran, seated in his wheelchair, turned upon hearing the commotion. What is the matter? Calm yourself, take a breath before speaking. The servant, breathless yet unable to heed his master's request for a moment's respite, feared that the Iron Man would burst in at any second. My lord, you must flee Winterfell at once. The Iron Men have invaded. Though the servant's words were frantic and disordered, the astute Bran Stark comprehended the urgency. You must also save yourself. My mother once said that the Iron Man kill without blinking. He uttered, then urgently instructed his servant, Hodder, to carry him, directing him to run to the chambers on the second floor. He commanded the towering Hodder to kick open Tyrion's door. With a resounding crash, Tyrion, deeply engrossed in his reading at the desk, was startled, nearly launching himself from his stool. It seems you have come to converse with me most rudely for the first time. Tyrion was about to inquire when he realized the gravity of the situation. Lord Lannister, Theon Greyjoy has led the Iron Man into the castle. We must seize every moment to flee, or we shall surely become the victims of those merciless Iron Men. Bran Stark spoke with remarkable rapidity, scarcely pausing for breath. Theon has betrayed the North. Ah, yes, he is the son of Bolon Greyjoy of the Iron Islands. A man notorious for his swift changes of allegiance. No wonder he has produced a son akin to a chameleon. Tyrion lamented this, yet his hands moved with commendable speed, packing his belongings into a bundle of clothes, provisions, and his beloved books. Could you perhaps leave behind a couple of those? Bran observed as Tyrion stuffed 3 volumes into the sack, still clutching one in his hands, unable to restrain his remark. I have only these 2 left unread. Despite his words, he relinquished them decisively. Let us hasten. I value my life more than books. I faced White Walkers beyond the wall with Lord Mormont and your half-brother Jon Snow and survived. I refuse to perish at the hands of Theon Greyjoy. Bran chose not to respond further, but instead blew a long whistle. Moments later, his enormous direwolf, Summer, appeared, accompanied by his brother Rickon Stark and a boy and girl clad in green. Rickon clutched a walnut, seemingly bewildered by the unfolding situation. You must be from House Reed, Tyrion remarked, noticing the black lizard lion sigil emblazoned on the chests of the boy and girl. I recently encountered the Reed family as crest in a book on the customs of the North. The brother is called Jojen Reed, and the sister is Mira Reed. Dawn, carrying Bran, began to run, with Summer in close pursuit. However, it seemed not the moment for introductions. My Lord Lannister, do keep up. The 6 of them dashed down from the 2nd level of Winterfell. Under Bran's guidance, Dawn located the entrance to the cellar, which led directly outside the castle. They traversed the castle quietly, holding their breath. Mira Reed instructed the others to wait momentarily and cautiously peered out from the cellar entrance. The exit was situated on a narrow street in the north of Winterfell, a mere 30 to 40 meters from the northern gate. To escape Winterfell, they first needed to reach the foot of the walls before stealthily opening the gate to flee. Theon Greyjoy had brought only a few men to assault Winterfell, leaving just 2 to guard the northern gate. Mira returned to the cellar to confer briefly with her brother. Then the 2 emerged together. They readied their bows, their movements synchronized as if a mirror lay between them. With a swift release, 2 arrows soared towards the gate, piercing the heads of the 2 Ironborn stationed there. Such remarkable archery! Tyrion whispered in awe. I have only witnessed one archer of greater skill. You speak of Lord Mormont of Bear Island, do you not? Mira Reed, though a diminutive girl, still had to lower her head to converse with the dwarf. My brother and I have heard tales of his renown. The group swiftly slipped out through the northern gate of Winterfell. Mira seized a horse tethered by the gate and, with determination, set off along the King's Road heading further north. As he faced the biting wind and snow, Tyrion couldn't help but reflect. A year ago, I stood outside the wall, alongside Lionel Mormont and Jon Snow, vanquishing a white. I braved the stormy journey back to Winterfell, only to find myself confined in the dungeons by Lady Stark before I could comprehend the situation. Little did I expect that freedom would lead me northward once more. It seems I am destined to be forever estranged from the courtesans of the South. The dwarf's melancholic yet comical smile elicited laughter from all present, and he subsequently inquired of Bran, My lord, are we to proceed directly to the wall? No. Bran Stark replied, turning to him. I shall not accompany the Reed siblings to the wall, but I implore you to take my brother there. He requires Jon's protection. We shall bestow upon you this soul steed. And where will you go? Tyrion asked, perplexed. I do not know, Bran responded. I have received a summons of sorts from the children of the forest and the three-eyed raven, which I cannot articulate. Winter is upon us, my Lord Lannister. Please take care. Take care, Tyrion echoed. Chapter 49. Growth. The formidable army of 20,000 Golden Lions led by Tywin Lannister marched westward after breaching the defenses of the Red Fork. While the defeated Admiral Tully could only muster his weary and demoralized troops to defend River Run, watching the enemy depart, Robb Stark, the king in the north, had optimistically believed that his uncle would surely substitute for Lord Mormont and command the allied forces to secure a resounding victory, driving Tywin back to Harrenhal in disgrace. After entrusting command of the army to Admiral, Robb led 3,000 Northmen on a campaign of plunder throughout the Westlands, successfully raiding 5 gold mines and amassing a fortune over the course of a month. However, during the final raid on the gold mine at the Pendry Hills, the Northmen encountered fierce resistance from hundreds of guards of House Blackwood. Robb, leading from the front, was unfortunately struck by a stray arrow in the shoulder. Though the injury was not critical, Robb stubbornly refused treatment from the accompanying physician, resulting in the wound festering and a relentless fever that forced him to remain bedridden upon returning to River Run. That very night, as Robb lay in his chamber, he received a series of disheartening news. First, Admiral Tully came to atone for his failures, informing Robb that he had not succeeded in intercepting Tywin at the Red Fork, and that the Lannister army was en route to Casterly Rock. The previously captured stone mill would undoubtedly be reclaimed by Tywin. Later, in the dead of night, the somber tolling of bells roused River Run from its slumber. The ruler of the Riverlands, Duke Hosteen Tully, had passed away due to illness. Robb, weakened, had made his way to visit Hosteen before his death, but the Duke could no longer recognize anyone, not even his eldest son and heir, Admiral Tully. Grieving, Robb returned to his chamber, only to be met with news that nearly shattered his resolve at dawn. A messenger, having journeyed tirelessly from the north, arrived bearing tidings of betrayal. Theon Greyjoy had turned against the Starks, leading his Ironborn in a stealthy assault on Winterfell amidst a heavy snowfall, resulting in the fiery deaths of Robb's 2 younger brothers, Bran and Rickon. Robb lay in bed, feeling like a cold corpse, staring blankly at the ceiling, while beside him, a woman with a slightly darker complexion yet strikingly beautiful features gently held his hand, offering him tender solace. The woman, named Talisa Maeder, hailed from Volantis across the narrow sea. As a nurse tending to wounded soldiers, she had met Robb on the battlefield over a month prior. Their initial encounter had sparked a heated debate over the profound philosophical implications of what war had wrought upon Westeros, and though it remained unclear who had triumphed in their argument, they had since become inseparable. I could have averted this calamity had I heeded Lord Mormont's initial counsel. Robb lamented with sorrow and regret. He suggested I provide Theon Greyjoy with sufficient leverage to persuade his father. It is not your fault, Robb. Teresa urged him not to dwell on guilt, explaining that the greedy are perpetually discontent. It is said that the Greyjoy family of the Iron Islands is ruthless and avaricious, with a notable penchant for expediency. In the current desolate state of the North, no matter how much one invests in courting their favor, their gaze will remain fixed on the easily attainable prize of Winterfell. The certainty of Theon's betrayal loomed, for regardless of the years he had spent in the North, the blood of House Greyjoy coursed through his veins. Teresa's words starkly contrasted with the prior counsel of Roland. Upon reflection, it becomes evident that her assertions lack any sound reasoning. The wealth of the Westlands, with its abundant gold mines, far surpasses that of the snow-covered North. Had Robb heeded the advice of the Ranger Roland and leveraged the entirety of the Westlands to win over the Iron Islands, the Greyjoys would have undoubtedly chosen loyalty over treachery. However, at this moment, Robb found solace in Teresa's illogical yet absolving rhetoric. He vowed to avenge his 2 younger brothers and promised to impose the most severe punishment on those who betrayed him, attributing all blame to Theon as he embraced his confidant. The flickering candlelight danced, and the night was still young. On this night, they both matured significantly. At Casterly Rock, Roland felt he might possess a latent skill for befriending blacksmiths. Previously, he had encountered the old blacksmith Orlando in Winterfell, and now he met the young blacksmith Harrow Snow in River Run. Not long after assuming lordship over Casterly Rock, he had already acquainted himself with all the blacksmiths in the city. However, this time it was not he who sought out the blacksmiths, rather, he summoned them to him to melt down the captured Lannister Gold Lion armor from the battlefield, intending to forge a suit of armor and equipment for heavy cavalry. He gathered all the blacksmiths in the castle hall. At that moment, the blacksmiths were clamoring with complaints. My lord, there is an immense quantity of Gold Lion armor, much of which contains gold. To remold it, We must extract all the gold, a task that cannot be completed in just 5 days. Another added, indeed, my lord. The time you have allotted is far too brief. You previously commanded us to forge various defensive implements. And now you demand we create armor for heavy cavalry while imposing such tight deadlines. Even with tireless efforts, we fear it is unachievable. I have decided to close all the blacksmith shops in the city, Roland suddenly declared. The blacksmiths turned pale, protesting vehemently, my lord. Is it not excessive to take such a measure so soon after your arrival in Casterly Rock? We harbor no intent to evade responsibility. The workload is simply too great and the time too limited for us to accomplish it. No, it is not the workload that is excessive, but rather your inefficiency. The Lord of Casterly Rock replied. With over 20 of you scattered across the numerous blacksmith shops in the east, west, north, and south of Casterly Rock, the distances are too vast. Even if you wished to assist one another, it would be impossible. To enhance your work efficiency, I have resolved to close all the blacksmith shops in the city starting today and construct an armory in the western part of the town. Incorporating all of you into the military framework, the art of blacksmithing essentially embodies the pinnacle of technological advancement on the continent of Westeros. And technology is the primary productive force. Rorin is well aware that to achieve strength, one must first elevate technology. Establishing the armory is merely the initial step. My lords, the blacksmiths are unable to comprehend Rorin's actions, lamenting in unison, our shops have endured in Kiven City for centuries. How can they be closed at a whim? I understand your concerns. Rorin interjected with a smile. You fear that by joining me, your earnings will significantly diminish compared to operating your own blacksmith shop, do you not? The blacksmiths nodded silently in agreement. Upon joining the armory, I shall grant each of you a monthly wage of 1 gold dragon. Wage. No one has ever heard that term before. It refers to a commission. 1 gold dragon as commission. The blacksmith's eyes widened in disbelief, hardly daring to trust their ears. It appeared that everyone was eager to join the armory. Rorin inquired with a smile, in that case, will you be able to forge 500 sets of heavy cavalry armor within the stipulated time? Absolutely, my lord. Chapter 50. The scheme of the Reddish. Following the death of Duke Horst Tully, his son Edmure ascended to the title of Duke of Riverrun, honoring his father with a grand funeral. In accordance with the traditional burial customs of Riverrun, Horst's remains were placed upon a small boat slick with oil, escorted by 7 distinguished individuals as it drifted down the ceaseless Green Fork River, symbolizing the blessings of the 7 gods upon the departed. As the boat neared the point of vanishing from the sight of the mourners, the song was meant to ignite the funeral vessel with a flaming arrow. According to these rites, it was Edmure Tully who was to launch the fire arrow. However, he was consumed by grief, weeping inconsolably, his vision clouded by tears, causing him to miss the funeral ship with 3 successive shots. Ultimately, Blackfish Brindan Tully took up the bow and successfully set the vessel ablaze with a single arrow. Born by the banks of the Green Fork and having traversed the river to the other side, may the Great Seven, the compassionate mother, and the welcoming stranger care for his noble soul. As the flames roared and the mourners whispered prayers to the 7, Duke Horst concluded his illustrious life. 3 days later, Caitlin, who had been dispatched by the king in the north to Storm's End to negotiate an alliance with Renly Baratheon, returned to Riverrun only to be met with the devastating news of her beloved father's passing. Overcome with sorrow, she lamented deeply. Robb hurried to comfort his mother but withheld the news of Theon Greyjoy's betrayal, the assault on Winterfell, and the tragic deaths of Bran and Rickon, fearing that such revelations would further shatter her spirit. I could not even see him one last time, Caitlin wept as she embraced her son. From this day forth, I shall only recall his smiling face in my mind. Robb gently patted her shoulder in a gesture of solace, yet she suddenly wept even more bitterly. I remember how your unfortunate father was ensnared by the tyrant of King's Landing and beheaded. I too could not bid him farewell, and his remains still lie unburied. She cried, lamenting the unpredictable nature of life, how fragile human existence is. Do you know what I endured at the Whispering Castle, my child? Hard to imagine, Robb replied. Having heard snippets of news, yet eager to learn the full account from his mother, Renly Baratheon fell before my eyes, his throat slit by a ghostly figure wielding a shadowy dagger. He was once so formidable, commanding an army of over 100,000 at Storm's End. Yet he met his end within his heavily guarded tent. Lady Stark wiped her tears with the back of her hand as a guard clad in blue armor offered her a handkerchief. Who is he? Robb inquired, noticing a change in his mother's personal guard. Where is Sir Hal? This is Lady Brienne from Tarth. Upon hearing the title lady, Robb's eyes widened in surprise. It was his first encounter with such a tall and imposing lady. She was one of Renly Baratheon's 7 Rainbow Guards, having distinguished herself in a tournament a mere 7 days prior, emerging victorious among 116 knights to earn such honor. Catelyn continued, stating that when Balon died, only she, I, and Balon were present within the tent. Following the unfortunate event, no one believed the absurdity of the Shadow's regicide. Miss Brienne, who had just recently become Balon's personal guard, was deemed the assassin of the king. I fled from Storm's End with Brienne, while the loyal Sir Hel, in an effort to protect me, fell to an arrow. He was a true knight, and Robb held Hel in high esteem. After Balon Baratheon's demise, his elder brother Stannis seized Storm's End, garnering the support of all the Stormlands nobles, save for the Tyrells and the Tullys. As Catelyn's emotions gradually calmed, she seated herself beside her son and spoke of the situation in the south. Stannis had now emerged as the most formidable power among the 7 kingdoms, and it was rumored that he was reorganizing his fleet, preparing to sail from Dragonstone to cross Blackwater Bay and assault King's Landing. Robb remarked that the capital would likely be unable to withstand Stannis' formidable army. The 2,000 men of Tywin have already entered the Westlands to trouble Roose Bolton, leaving them incapable of attending to King's Landing, he stated. The Lord of Hoar Hill, Lady Stark inquired, surprised. I recall he commands the Northern Alliance. I dismissed him, Robb replied. Lord Roose Bolton of the Dreadfort secretly approached me, presenting evidence that the Lord of Hoar Hill and the Earl of White Harbor harbored treachery against the Starks. What evidence? Perhaps I might see it. The correspondence between Roose and Wyman, Robb said, has already been burned. This matter need not be known by many. Catelyn furrowed her brow. Sensing a whiff of conspiracy from Robb's narrative, the situation seemed far from straightforward. The current circumstances are favorable to us, mother, the king in the north continued. Roose is engaged with the Lannisters in the Westlands, having burdened Tywin greatly. You may find it hard to believe, but with merely over 2,000 soldiers, he has successively captured both Lannisport and Casterly Rock, annihilating 1,800 defenders of Casterly Rock on the fields of the Lionheart. The Lannisters now refer to him as the Harbinger of Ashes and the Unvanquished Commander. Listen to how resounding that title is. But you have reassigned such an unvanquished commander away from the Northern Army, Lady Stark lamented. Had I not done so, he would not have penetrated deep into the Westlands, creating such a favorable situation for us. Robb defended himself. Catelyn fell silent, occasionally feeling that Robb bore too great a resemblance to the late Ned, inheriting even his stubbornness to a fault. Let us hope Stannis can capture King's Landing in one fell swoop, Robb mused. Though my uncle suffered a defeat at the Red Fort, he has now succeeded to the dukedom of Riverlands and can still muster at least 8,000 men. Coupled with my northern forces, our coalition still boasts 13,000 strong. Tywin Lannister will inevitably besiege Casterly Rock next, and I plan to gather our coalition to advance westward, flanking Tywin's forces alongside Lord Mormont, who is defending Casterly Rock. Once the Tywin's army is vanquished, the Westlands will fall under your dominion, and we shall possess sufficient leverage to negotiate with Stannis regarding the siege of King's Landing. Catelyn nodded in agreement with her son's proposition. The plan appeared quite promising. However, prior to its execution, it is imperative to convene all the nobles of the North and the Riverlands within the Round Hall to gather their insights. I shall attend to this matter forthwith, Robb replied. Chapter 51. The Usurper. The truth is like fire. It cannot be concealed. Much like the events within Riverrun that could not remain hidden from Catelyn Stark. Once the gentle and gracious lady of the castle, she is now known as Lady Stark. Yet no one has distanced themselves from her. If she inquires, they are willing to share any news with her, even the most sorrowful tidings. After several persistent questions, she ultimately learned from a guard of her son Robb's romance with Talisa, followed by the devastating news that her 2 sons, Bran and Rickon, had been cruelly burned to ashes by Theon Greyjoy. First came the pain of losing her husband, then the sorrow of her father's passing, and now the revelation that her adopted son, who once dined with her at the tender age of 10, had betrayed House Stark and had mercilessly taken the lives of her 2 beloved boys. Catelyn felt her heart growing numb from the weight of such grief. Standing atop the castle walls, she gazed out at the vast starry sky beyond the river run and the ceaseless flow of the Green Fork River, questioning why her brief existence was shackled by the chains of hatred. She thought of her 2 daughters, still lost to her, yearning for their immediate return so that they could embrace once more. At the confluence of river and valley lies the famed waterfall known as Alessa's Tears. Legend speaks of a woman named Alessa who witnessed the brutal murders of her husband, brothers, and children without shedding a single tear. The mother, one of the 7 gods, deemed such a woman devoid of compassion and thus punished her in death with an unending flow of tears that foamed the waterfall. Catelyn had once stood beneath the cliffs, marveling at Alessa's tears, pondering how a woman so prone to weeping could remain dry-eyed in the face of such sorrow. Yet now, standing on the battlements of River Ram, she felt her tears had been exhausted, leaving only an unrelenting ache of despair. She lingered alone atop the castle until deep into the night until Brienne of Tarth arrived, searching for her. "My lady, the wind by the Green Fork is too cold. You may catch a chill," Brienne said softly, noticing the traces of tears on Catelyn's cheeks. "Brienne," she turned to her, "do you recall the promise you made to me at the Whispering Castle?" "I certainly remember, my lady." "You saved my life," Brienne replied, though puzzled by Catelyn's sudden reference to the past. "In King Renly's tent, I swore by his still-warm body that I would exact vengeance upon his enemies. And then I promised you that I would serve you for the rest of my days in gratitude for your life-saving intervention. Then I have a task for you now," she said. "Please instruct me," Brienne responded. "Follow me," Catelyn said, turning to lead Brienne down to the lowest level of River Run. There were prisoners who had once languished in the dungeons of River Run, later exiled to the wall to join the Night's Watch, who had spoken of the horrors within. No one wished to be imprisoned in River Run's dungeons. Those who endured it for 2 weeks would find death preferable to such an experience. The dungeons of River Run were unlike any other in the Seven Kingdoms. It was a singular water dungeon. The Tully family, while overseeing the construction of the dungeons beneath the city of River Run, commanded the craftsmen to channel a portion of the waters from the Green Fork River into the prison. Consequently, nearly a third of the dungeon lay submerged, with walls constructed from sturdy stone and formidable iron doors. The most oppressive aspect of this place was the utter absence of windows. Once imprisoned within, one was irrevocably cut off from the light of day. Jaime Lannister, having been captured by Robb Stark following the battle at the Whispering Woods, had spent nearly a year confined within this waterlogged cell. His hands were shackled, one end of the chains embedded in the stone wall, while his lower body lay inundated by the river's waters, his calves pale and swollen, the fabric of his trousers beginning to rot from prolonged exposure. Were it not for his exceptional constitution as the realm's former greatest knight, he would likely have succumbed to illness in this filthy, dimly lit dungeon. "Long time no see, my lady," he murmured, his head bowed and voice weak, yet laced with a brazen allure. "To behold your beauty in this wretched place brings me solace. If you would be so kind, might you accompany me for a pleasant evening?" "I have no time for your banter," Catelyn replied coldly, unable to fathom how such a shameless man had ever earned the title of knight. "I have come to propose a bargain. You dare to negotiate with the Kingslayer?" Jaime managed a cracked smile, his voice hoarse from dehydration. "Moreover, I am but a feeble prisoner now, devoid of any value." "A Lannister pays his debts," she retorted. "That much is true," he acknowledged. "I could arrange for your release." Catelyn's assertion rendered Jaime momentarily speechless, his expression frozen in disbelief. "I must have misheard you, my lady." Brienne, standing behind Catelyn, was equally astonished, fully aware of the notorious reputation of the Kingslayer and the impossibility of his release. "I can secure your freedom," Catelyn reiterated, "provided you agree to one condition." "Let me die, and I shall comply, my lady," Jaime replied, eager to escape the confines of his prison. "Were it not for my shackled hands, I would have ended my own life long ago. I attempted to starve myself, yet those brutish guards forced food and water down my throat." "Your life holds no value to me," Lady Stark stated. "I implore you to do but one thing, return to King's Landing and aid my 2 poor daughters in escaping from the very roots of hatred. They are still young and should not endure such horrors. I vow to you, my lady," the Kingslayer swore, "if I return to King's Landing, I shall ensure your daughters are safely restored to your side." "Is this a promise backed by a knight's honor?" she inquired. "Absolutely," Jaime affirmed. "I am profoundly grateful for your actions, my lady. There is no need for gratitude, nor shall I offer you any. I have stated this is merely a transaction. We are not indebted to one another," Catelyn replied, turning to Brienne. "Miss Brienne, now I shall make my request of you. Please, command me. I hope you will personally escort Jaime Lannister back to King's Landing, and then accompany my 2 daughters back here. Catelyn said you would surely protect them with your life. Would you not?" "I shall most certainly return the young ladies to you unharmed, Lady Stark." Brienne vowed in the water dungeon, with the 7 gods as witnesses. With a sharp crack, the longsword severed the shackles. The guard, rushing in to ascertain the commotion, was swiftly rendered unconscious by Brienne's elbow. She then bound the weakened Jaime with a rope, cradling him as effortlessly as one would a sack of grain. Under the cover of night and with Catelyn's assistance, the two managed to escape the castle through a small gate at midnight. Brienne led a little pony, while Jaime Lannister was unceremoniously thrown across its back. They would ascend the slope extending from the Vale Mountains, then proceed south along the main road towards King's Landing. Chapter 52. Chaos as the Lannister Golden Lions. Claiming to number 20,000, besieged the vast K, the reality was that Duke Tywin's forces had been significantly diminished. Having lost over 2,000 men in the brutal confrontation at the Red Fork, the formidable K was perched upon a colossal rock mountain, characterized by its steep terrain and surrounded by sheer cliffs. Consequently, the remaining contingent of over 17,000 Lannister soldiers was unable to fully ascend the mountain to encircle K. Fewer than 9,000 were engaged in the assault, while the remainder of the Golden Lions stood in neat formation by the Sunset Sea, poised to rotate into the siege as needed. The fortress's defensibility was largely attributed to its steep elevation, even with a considerable numerical advantage. The attackers could not deploy their entire force in a single assault, resulting in a relentless series of waves of attack. With the enemy at the gates, the over 2,000 defenders within K were divided into 12 garrison units, each responsible for a specific section of the wall. Accompanied by the Earl of Crowstree, ascended the battlements, his demeanor serious as he inspected the fortifications of each garrison. Gentlemen, from this moment forth, you must remain as steadfast as nails in this place. Under no circumstances are you to abandon your posts. Standing atop the walls, issued a resolute command to all soldiers. We possess ample supplies, the dry bread, ham, and dehydrated vegetables transported from Lannisterport will sustain us in this stronghold for over 3 months. As long as Tywin remains inactive, we shall endure, awaiting the moment support arrives, at which point we shall sound the horn of counterattack. Rest assured, my lord. We shall remain immovable, adhering to your commands. The soldiers declared with fervor. The men of the north fear no foe, even if each of them were as formidable as the mountain Gregor or the unyielding Bliston. They shall not pass a single step beyond these walls unless they tread over our fallen bodies. Indeed, as long as we stand, the castle stands. If the castle falls, we perish. We shall triumph, transforming the so-called Golden Lions into a pack of foolish curs. Long life Lord Mormont. Long life K. The soldiers roared with high spirits, undaunted by the disparity in numbers. The soaring morale was one of the most crucial factors in warfare, and witnessing the fervor of his troops filled with satisfaction. As he descended from the battlements with the Earl of Crowstree after inspecting the eastern wall, he encountered the anxious figure of Lycos Tully rushing towards him. My lord. Urgent news. Lycos whispered urgently, his expression fraught with concern. There has been a rebellion in the castle. Disturbances have erupted in sections of the stone garden and stables, and chaos has already erupted in the dungeons and barracks. The very scenario that had dreaded had come to pass. It was crucial to remember that K was the ancestral stronghold of the Lannisters, housing thousands of their noble king, along with a vast number of sworn retainers and servants loyal to them. Although he had previously captured Castle Casterly and temporarily ensured the peace within by imprisoning the disobedient nobles and troublemakers in dungeons, the moment news arrived that Tywin's army had besieged the castle and could launch a counterattack at any moment, all the Lannisters within the castle were thrown into a state of unrest. Those who had not been imprisoned by Luo Ling became rebels, preparing to incite chaos within the castle to support Tywin's assault. The Lannisters surged into the barracks to seize weapons and even stormed the dungeons, forcibly opening cells to release the prisoners they had previously confined. Master, if this situation is not addressed promptly, we may not even need the army outside to attack. The chaos within the castle could lead to our surrender without a fight, exclaimed Lix, his anxiety palpable. After hearing Lix's report, Earl Blywood, akin to a restless ant on a hot pan, anxiously paced around Luo Ling. Our forces are already outnumbered nearly tenfold by the enemy, and all soldiers have been dispatched to the walls for defense. We cannot spare anyone to quell the rebellion within the castle. Please, you must say something. Desperation was futile. Earl Blywood and Lix stared at Luo Ling for what seemed like an eternity, who remained composed and uttered just 3 words. Please do not feign calmness, Titus Blywood interjected. Though I still trust you will devise a solution. Luo Ling did not respond but instead strode directly towards the armory. Titus and Lix exchanged anxious glances and hurried to follow him. The newly established armory, located to the west of Castle Casterly, had replaced several taverns that once catered to the entertainment of Lannister nobles, all of which Luo Ling had ordered to be razed for the construction of the armory. In less than half a month, the armory had taken shape, and although it was still rudimentary, it was equipped with facilities brought in from various blacksmith shops throughout the city, a veritable marvel of compact efficiency. The blacksmiths, enticed by Luo Ling's generous wages, worked tirelessly. Ever since a makeshift roof had been erected, they had taken up residence, laboring day and night to forge the complete set of armor and gear required for heavy cavalry. The unrest in the city had not yet reached the new armory, as the majority of Lannisters were still unaware of its existence. Upon entering the armory, Luo Ling and his companions found the blacksmiths vigorously hammering away, oblivious to the turmoil outside. "My Lord Mormont," greeted Enoch, the recently appointed overseer of the armory, with a smile as he approached Luo Ling. "You truly care about the affairs of the factory, visiting 1 or 2 times every day. Rest assured, we have not been idle." Luo Ling smiled in acknowledgement, while Earl Blywood and Lix could only wear serious expressions to mask their inner turmoil. "How many complete sets of heavy cavalry equipment have you forged?" he inquired. "You know, it took us 4 days to extract the gold from these armors, which was the fastest we could manage. After that, we spent another 3 days crafting numerous defensive gear for the castle, so up to now, we have produced a total of 38 sets of heavy cavalry armor." "That is sufficient." Luo Ling turned to Lix and instructed him to summon 38 cavalrymen from the outer city walls, advising him not to disclose the situation but merely to state that he wished to see them. As for the garrison defending the inner city walls, they were undoubtedly already aware of the insurrection within the city. Therefore, he ordered them to assemble all archers into 3 squads, to remain on standby for the time being. Lix sprinted away with great speed, while Count Blywood, upon hearing Luo Ling's directives, felt somewhat reassured yet still expressed his concern, asking, "My lord, do you truly believe that 38 heavily armored cavalry and the 3 squads of archers drawn from the inner walls will suffice to quell the rebellion?" Chapter 54. Suppression. Why not? Luo Ling maintained an air of calmness. They were not professional soldiers, but rather a disorganized rebel comprised of guards, servants, and nobles who could hardly wield a sword. The so-called momentum of a single charge was akin to that of a tiger. If we can suppress the initial wave of rebellion, they will be unable to stir greater turmoil. After listening to Luo Ling's explanation, Tatus nodded repeatedly, contemplating in his heart, perhaps it was due to the encirclement of the Tywin army that he had become overly tense, leading him to perceive the uprising within Cayenne City as far more dreadful than it truly was. Upon closer reflection, one would realize an essential point. If this band of rebels truly possessed such formidable combat capability, how could they have easily seized Cayenne City in the first place? He likely had already grasped these critical nuances, which allowed him to remain composed. Tatus cast a glance at Luo Ling beside him, increasingly admiring his poise in the face of crisis. Soon, Tatus returned to the armory, dispatched by Luo Ling, bringing with him 38 cavalrymen from the Mormon family. Luo Ling commanded them to bear 38 sets of heavy cavalry armor from the armory and head directly to the stables. Within Cayenne City, there were over 30 stables. As cavalry was unnecessary for the city's defense, the 1,000+ war horses of the cavalry were dispersed throughout various stables in the city, while the cavalrymen were all organized into the outer city walls defense units. Luo Ling led everyone directly to the nearest stable, which had remained relatively untouched by the uprising that had erupted in the inner city. "Equip your steeds," Luo Ling instructed, allowing each cavalryman to take away a robust warhorse. "Come with me to the inner city and teach those rebellious scoundrels a lesson. Remember, should you encounter any insurgents, show no mercy, regardless of whether they are Lannister nobles or mere servants." "Understood." The cavalrymen proceeded to don the heavy armor for their horses before equipping themselves. "Lord Earl of Blywood, at your command, you will lead 3 squads of archers into the inner city. Every crowd dispersed and pursued by the heavy cavalry will be your target to eliminate." "Understood." Under the guidance of Luo Ling and Tatus, the 38 heavy cavalrymen set forth with ferocity toward the inner city. The iron hoofs of their armored steeds clattered against the ground, resembling the rhythmic beat of drums in march. Inner city of Cayenne. Originally intended as quarters for the Gold Lion Guard under Martin Lannister, the barracks were now overflowing with the rebellious Lannister guards and servants, clamoring for armor and dividing weapons such as war hammers, long swords, and polearms, just as they had donned their armor and were checking its fate. The barracks door thunderously crashed to the ground, and over 30 armored cavalrymen surged in. A servant of the heavy cavalry gasped in shock, but his words were abruptly cut short as his throat was slashed, flames of searing black igniting upon his body. "It's the harbinger of ashes. How could he command a heavy cavalry?" The Lannisters realized too late. The heavy cavalry surged relentlessly into the barracks, their steeds raising iron hoofs high, trampling several individuals into a bloody pulp. The cavalrymen wielded their blades with precision, severing heads that rolled across the ground for over half a meter before ceasing their motion. The air was filled with screams, roars, and cries, plunging the barracks into utter chaos. Most of the rebels, confronted by the gruesome scene, lost their will to fight. Covering their faces as they fled through the side door of the barracks, yellow liquid seeping from their trousers and dripping onto the ground. They believed they could escape amidst the turmoil, only to be met with a deadly volley from the archers led by Count Blywood, who were stationed at the entrance, killing them on the spot. Aside from those who fled, a handful of brave Lannisters brandished their longswords and charged at the heavy cavalry. Yet their assaults proved futile. Their blades could not penetrate the compound iron armor, which was more than an inch thick. In contrast, the counterattacks from the cavalrymen, wielding their long spears, claimed the lives of these valiant few, with the support of the archers on the periphery. 38 heavy cavalrymen eradicated all the rebels in the barracks within half an hour, suffering no casualties. The acrid scent of Lannister blood mingled with the stench of urine, saturating every corner of the barracks, as rolling led the heavy cavalry towards the most tumultuous section, the dungeon. Within the dungeons of Casterly Rock, all cell doors stood wide open, and the northern soldiers tasked with guarding were brutally slain, their naked bodies discarded in the adjacent corridor. The imprisoned Lannisters, many of whom had previously conspired against Rolling during his surprise assault on Casterly Rock, orchestrated a rebellion that was markedly more organized than that in the barracks. The prisoners were divided into 6 rebel factions, each comprising approximately 100 individuals, and surged forth from the dungeon, sweeping towards the outer city of Casterly Rock. Rolling's heavy cavalry encountered the rebellious forces on the southern street leading from the dungeon to the outer city. Before Rolling could issue a command to charge, the rebel faction, numbering over 600, surged forward, chanting "Long life the Lannisters." The throng filled the southern street to the brim, akin to a relentless tide crashing upon the steadfast rocks that had withstood the test of time. What followed was a futile clash where unarmored rebels charged at the heavy cavalry, only to be either thrown aside by the horses or pierced through the chest by long spears. After countless lives were sacrificed, a few Lannister guards managed to scramble atop a heavy cavalryman's steed, using all their might to pull him down, overwhelming him and pinning him to the ground until he was suffocated beneath their weight. Just as they believed they could eliminate the few heavy cavalrymen one by one, Rolling allowed them to witness the shattering of their hopes. He activated the Dragon's Fury State and charged towards the clustered Lannisters, dark flames swirling around him, igniting any rebel they touched. The southern street was soon filled with anguished wails, as the encircled rebels found no escape from the dancing black flames, watching in horror as their comrades were reduced to ash, only to be enveloped in despair as the flames consumed them as well. The rebellious nobles finally recognized the dire situation. The seemingly outnumbered Rolling and his scant heavy cavalry were far beyond what their 600 could contend with. They issued a retreat command, and chaos ensued among the insurgent ranks as they hastily fled to the rear, desperate to escape the Ashen Herald and the terrifying black flames that enveloped him. However, at that moment, a rain of arrows descended from the heavens, sealing off all escape routes on South Street, leaving them with but 2 grim choices: to be pierced like hedgehogs or to be reduced to ashes. After a brief silence, the rebels erupted once more with a desperate resolve to fight to the bitter end, brandishing their weapons as they charged towards Rolling and his cavalry. Yet, all was in vain. Their numbers swiftly dwindled from over 600 to mere dozens, huddled in a corner of South Street, devoid of the courage to resist any further. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying the grey-black ashes that filled the street. A Lannister noble knelt in supplication. Rolling approached him and, with a swift stroke of sharp fang, severed his throat. "I offered you a chance, which you squandered. Now, there remains only the path to death," he proclaimed to all the dead and the living rebels. Successful suppression of the rebellion in Casterly Rock. Gain 3 fusion points. Shop items updated. Please proceed to Chapter 54. The breath of the demon Tywin Lannister remained oblivious to the insurrection that had erupted within Casterly Rock, swiftly quelled by Rolling's decisive action. In his mind, he had anticipated that chaos would only ensue once the Lannister forces commenced their siege. Presently, he found himself troubled, much like Rolling, as the remnants of Martin Lannister's cavalry, a mere handful of warriors, had fled to join his ranks. The assembled commanders encircled him, deliberating on how to address these deserters. "They are nothing but cowards who fled in the heat of battle to save their own skins. In my opinion, they should all be executed outside the camp. Let everyone witness the fate of traitors." "I concur," another voice chimed in. "Martin, under your command, was tasked with defending Casterly Rock, yet foolishly ventured to Lannisport. Were it not for his folly, Casterly Rock would not have fallen. These soldiers ought to be buried alongside their imbecilic leader. I cannot endorse Sir Adam Marbrand's perspective." interjected another. These soldiers acted merely upon their commander's orders. They bear no blame in this matter. Furthermore, I have heard they fought valiantly on the battlefield until the enemy was poised for victory, forcing them to flee. Enough! Tywin, weary of the cacophony of voices, turned to the mountain and declared, Sir Gregor, what is your counsel regarding these cavalrymen? As the commander of cavalry, if you do not wish to execute them, they may fall under your command. Kill them, was the singular, expressionless reply from the mountain. As Rolling observed the fluttering golden prompt before him, he instinctively opened the marketplace. The previously barren shelves now displayed an array of powdery gray icons. Shifting his gaze to the icons, descriptions promptly materialized. Inferior black powder, a mixture of various impurities. Its reliability is questionable, yet it is undoubtedly inexpensive. A grand sale in the marketplace. Purchase £1 now for just 1 fusion point. Such tone. Such phrasing. Rolling read the announcement repeatedly, each time feeling as though a nefarious merchant lurked behind the marketplace, indifferent to the consequences of his deceit. Surely, a pound of this black powder would yield barely half that was usable. However, with Tywin's forces surrounding the city, boasting nearly tenfold the strength of the defenders, the availability of black powder from the marketplace was akin to a timely boon. After a brief moment of contemplation, Rolling gritted his teeth and spent his meager 3 fusion points to procure 3 pounds of black powder. Suddenly, a golden portal materialized in mid-air, and 3 packages of gunpowder, wrapped in parchment, tumbled forth, landing with a thud at his feet. The delivery service leaves much to be desired. Thankfully, he had chosen a secluded spot to operate the marketplace, ensuring no one from Westeros would witness this peculiar occurrence. How would he explain it? Could he claim to be a time traveler, receiving supplies from comrades to aid in his defense? Or merely that he had made a purchase and it had arrived? Amused by his own thoughts, Rolling chuckled softly to himself, hoisting the 3 packages of black powder as he turned towards the armory. The blacksmiths, perhaps the most loyal individuals to Rolling within Casterly Rock, aside from the northern defenders, were ready to assist him. As he entered the armory, a sound of labor echoed around him, with the blacksmiths diligently forging heavy cavalry armor. Lord Mormont, greeted by the jovial blacksmith Arnold, expressed his admiration, having heard of the valiant efforts of the 38 heavy cavalry in quelling the rebellion in the city. Arnold remarked on the urgency with which Lord Mormont had pursued the crafting of armor, suggesting it was a prudent preparation for unforeseen circumstances. Rolling smiled in response. Yet internally mused, Arnold's flattery is excessively effusive. My intent to create heavy cavalry equipment was merely to facilitate the formation of a cavalry unit, without any contemplation of the rebellion. The serene and enigmatic demeanor that Rolling presented left the blacksmiths perplexed, as they remained oblivious to his true thoughts. Please, halt your work, Rolling declared, placing 3 bags of black powder upon the table, drawing the attention of the blacksmiths. What is this substance? One inquired. I call it breath of the demon. A powder that ignites to burn fiercely, and can even produce an explosion. The blacksmiths appeared bewildered by Rolling's words, save for the erudite Arnold, who interjected. It sounds akin to the wildfire the Mad King Aerys sought to use against King's Landing. This could prove immensely beneficial for the defense of the city, Lord Mormont. Could it be that you possess the alchemical prowess of those sorcerers? It was merely a chance discovery during my leisure, he replied, shaking his head. Yet none present believed this claim. Chance? Why should he be the sole fortunate one to possess such timely resources amid Tywin's siege? I require your assistance in crafting some airtight iron cans, he continued. The shells must be exceedingly thin. As he spoke, Rolling drew the rough outline of a can in the sand, stating, it should be of a size manageable in my palm, no thicker than 3 sheets of parchment. Is that feasible? Your underestimation of our skills is unwarranted, my lord, Arnold asserted. We can forge the shells to a thickness of merely 2 sheets of parchment. Excellent. Cease all other tasks and commence the creation of the iron cans immediately. How many do you require? At least 20, Rolling calculated briefly. When can they be completed? By tonight. The slope of the valley was steep and treacherous, serving as the sole thoroughfare connecting the riverlands to the valley. Brienne, with her hands bound behind her back, had just emerged from a roadside inn where weary travelers sought respite, having shared a couple of mugs of ale with Jaime Lannister to alleviate their fatigue from the journey. Did you hear what those men in the tavern were discussing? Jaime asked, his tone frivolous, excitement bubbling within him since they had spoken of the siege of Casterly Rock. I warned you not to call me girl, Brienne retorted, striking him sharply with the hilt of her sword, eliciting a muffled groan of pain from Jaime. How I long to return to Casterly Rock to witness this battle. The Kingslayer lamented, stating that his father would undoubtedly take it upon himself to behead Luo Ling. This newly appointed Lord of Bear Island must indeed possess the heart of a bear to dare seize Castle Kaling with merely 2,000 soldiers. I have heard Lady Stark speak highly of few, and Sir Brienne is one of them. She will prevail. Jaime shrugged, leisurely whistling a tune. After dusk, they made camp in a thicket along the uphill path. In the dead of night, Jaime Lannister was abruptly awakened from a dream, sitting upright. The ever-vigilant Brienne drew her sword with a sharp sound, positioning it at his throat. "Do not be alarmed, my dear," the Kingslayer said, gently pushing the blade aside with 2 fingers, while a charming smile graced his lips. "Listen." "Listen to what?" Brienne inquired, tilting her head in confusion. Hearing only the chirping of insects and the song of nightingales in the woods. Further away, Jaime replied, "Listen, the roar of the lion echoes from Castle Kaling. The siege has begun." Chapter 55, The Siege of Casterly Rock, Part 1. Just as Jaime had dreamt, at the stroke of midnight, Tywin's Lannister army launched an assault to reclaim Casterly Rock. The horns blared like thunder, and banners fluttered in the wind. The once tranquil night erupted into chaos as the Lannister forces surged forth like a horde of ants, scaling the formidable walls of the castle. The defenders shouted fiercely, pushing massive boulders off the ramparts, while arrows rained down, striking the Lannister soldiers attempting to ascend the ladders, sending them plummeting to their demise. Those yet to reach the walls raised their shields in defense against the arrows, while the soldiers guarding the ladders suffered considerable casualties due to their lack of protection. As the volley of arrows ceased, Lannister soldiers quickly replenished the positions on the ladders, and the second wave of attackers charged forward once more. With the stones exhausted, the defenders resorted to another form of weaponry, the caltrop, comprised of a stout oak beam over a foot in diameter and more than 3 feet long. This device was embedded with dozens of sharp steel spikes protruding several inches. Following Roost's pre-battle instructions, the defenders positioned the caltrops atop the enemy's ladders, allowing them to roll freely downwards. Though the newly released caltrops seemed less formidable than the boulders, they gained speed after falling 1 or 2 meters. Their rotating spikes acquiring unparalleled cutting power, effortlessly shredding through the golden lion armor of the Lannister soldiers, cleaving their back muscles in twain, or striking directly upon their heads, piercing through helmets and into their skulls. The Lannister army was suddenly engulfed in cries of despair, blood and brains splattering across the walls. The second wave of attack was repelled. Sir Gregor Clegane, the Mountain, rode forward in full armor to oversee the assault, wielding his whip to compel wavering soldiers onto the walls. A crossbow bolt whistled through the air, narrowly missing his helmet and sparking as it grazed past. On the walls, Roose sheathed his fishbone bow, while Lycos, observing the scene, sighed in frustration, remarking on the prowess of Roos's archery, "Your skill is so remarkable that you failed to strike the mountain." As the tales suggest, he possesses not only a physique as imposing as a mountain but also reflexes beyond the ordinary. Shouldn't he don less armor, rather than cower like a tortoise within such heavy metal? Roose crept. To his surprise, Lycos immediately raised his voice above the din of battle, calling out to the enemy ranks, "Sir Gregor Clegane, Lord of Casterly Rock, the ancient messenger, the ranger returned from the Sunset Sea. The undefeated commander Lord Roose Bolton sends word, if you choose to hide beneath your cumbersome armor, revealing only your eyes, then you ought to be renamed Turtle Knight." Lycos's booming voice cut through the cacophony of the battlefield, reaching Gregor's ears with unerring clarity. The already irascible Clegane was thoroughly provoked, drawing his sword and pointing it toward Roose and Lycos on the walls, bellowing, "Attack! In the name of the honor of the King's Guard, I vow to reduce Rigor Mormont to a mere pile of bones this very night." Under the furious command of Gregor, the Lannister army launched a third assault upon the city walls. This charge was grander and more intense than the previous 2, with nearly 5,000 Lannister soldiers simultaneously shouting for the death of Rigor. The battle cry of "Long life the Lannisters" echoed as they surged toward the walls. Meanwhile, just a few dozen meters away, Tywin's forces struggled to maneuver 5 trebuchets up the steep cliffs outside Casterly Rock. As the trebuchets unleashed their first volley, the walls trembled with a resounding crash, reminiscent of an earthquake, while several crossbows were obliterated by the falling stones. The defenders huddled in the corners, seeking refuge from the onslaught of the trebuchets. Having exhausted their supply of rolling stones and caltrops, they resorted to using oil bags, an improved version of oil barrels. This ingenious contraption, a patent of Rigor's, was crafted from thin layers of cowhide or horsehide, fashioned into water-skin shapes and filled with flammable oil. When thrown against the walls, the single layer of hide would burst upon contact with hard surfaces, releasing the oil in a wide radius of 1 to 2 meters. To produce thousands of these oil bags, Rhaegar had summoned all the artisans of Casterly Rock to toil for 3 days and nights, as boulders occasionally descended like meteors. The defenders crouched on the battlements, tossing down box after box of oil bags, nearly 1,000 in total. Almost every Lannister soldier became coated in the flammable substance, initially believing that this slick liquid would merely hinder their ascent. Unbeknownst to them, a horrific fate awaited, as the defenders began to hurl ignited cloth from the battlements. The outer walls of Casterly Rock transformed into a hellish inferno. Lannister soldiers, engulfed in flames, clawed at their bodies as they tumbled from the walls. Those who ascended higher perished swiftly, while others, stranded midway, fell to the ground, unable to move, writhing in agony as they desperately attempted to extinguish the flames consuming them. The air was filled with the wails of the dying, as charred corpses piled high, the acrid stench of scorched flesh wafting through the battlefield. A place where even the blood had evaporated. The brutality of war was laid bare in that moment. The third wave of the siege inflicted heavy losses on the Lannisters, with only about 1,000 of the 5,000 soldiers remaining alive. Yet Tywin's forces did not relent, accompanied by distant thunderous roars. A siege hammer was pushed up the steep slope outside the city by 100 Lannister soldiers working in unison. This siege hammer, known as the Monster of Siege in Westeros, had been perfected to an impressive 3 meters in height. Its massive head was not made of wood but of several tons of iron. During an assault, hundreds of soldiers would pull the mechanism's ropes, lifting the hammer's rear to nearly 2 meters high before it came crashing down. No gate could withstand the relentless impacts of such a colossal siege hammer. And as it was drawn toward the city gates, the defenders experienced an unprecedented sense of suffocating dread. Under the command of Roland, the archers unleashed a volley of arrows. Yet the soldiers operating the battering ram were shielded by a multitude of guards who raised their shields to deflect the oncoming projectiles, allowing the ram to steadily advance. A resounding crash echoed, with the second sound slightly diminished. The siege beast had finally approached the city gates and commenced its inaugural assault. The colossal iron hammer struck the gates with tremendous force, causing debris to scatter from the base of the wall, the origin of the first thunderous noise. Following this, the hammer rebounded slightly after its initial blow and came crashing down once more upon the gates, sending tremors through them, resulting in the second resounding impact. This rhythmic series of thunderous sounds reverberated a total of 8 times. Long live the Lannisters! Amidst cries that seemed to herald victory, the immense gates of Casterly Rock were finally breached, and thousands of Lannister golden lions surged forth. Unbeknownst to them, Roland and a dozen newly trained throwers had been awaiting their arrival for quite some time. Chapter 56, The Battle of Casterly Rock, Part 2. As the first wave of Lannister soldiers charged through the gates of Casterly Rock, they witnessed Rhaeling and a dozen throwers hurling a dark, ominous iron canister toward them. The top of the canister was affixed with a burning, oil-soaked fuse. Instinctively sensing danger, they hastily attempted to stomp it out, but the fuse was alarmingly short, and it burned with fierce intensity. Just as their feet descended, the canister erupted with a thunderous roar, propelling nearby soldiers into the air with a violent gust. Those slightly farther away were struck by the shrapnel, which penetrated their bodies deeply, disregarding the protective gold lion armor of the Lannisters. "Oh, my eyes!" one soldier cried out, clutching his face as blood seeped through his fingers, having been unfortunate enough to sustain an injury to his eye from the flying debris. "What is this? Never have I seen such a thing. Is it the magic of the Ancient One or the product of alchemy?" After a dozen canisters had detonated, over half of the advancing Lannister soldiers lay slain, and the reserve line behind them hesitated in fear. Some soldiers, recalling the hellish scene of their earlier assault on the walls, began to stealthily retreat. "Make way!" A thunderous voice erupted from the rear of the Lannister forces. Gregor Clegane, known as the Mountain, led the last contingent of 70 or 80 heavy cavalry, crashing through the hesitant infantry, advancing toward the city gates. Rhaeling remained impassive, commanding the archers in the rear to draw their bows, while he and 12 throwers raised their iron canisters simultaneously. "Long live the Lannisters!" Gregor bellowed, charging at the forefront as he had countless times before. In his estimation, Rhaeling, with no solid shields for defense, no cavalry support, and no spearmen to protect him, only a handful of infantry and hundreds of archers barricading the gates, was merely a corpse waiting to happen. He envisioned galloping through the throng of soldiers surrounding Rhaeling and severing the head of that despicable wretch who dared to insult him as the Turtle Knight. He would pay for that with his life. However, as the resplendent Lannister heavy cavalry reached the gates, dozens of iron canisters exploded beneath their horses' bellies, unleashing a terrifying force that toppled even the heaviest war horses. Despite Gregor's exceptional horsemanship, he could not rein in his rearing steed, which threw him to the ground. As he lay there, shot, he glanced up to see Luo Ling lifting another black canister. Retreat! Gregor scrambled away, disregarding even his loyal steed that had accompanied him for years. It was the first time he had fled the battlefield in such a disheveled state, knowing that if the canister Luo Ling held were to detonate upon him, no matter how robust his physique, he would meet his demise. Even if he were the strongest giant in Westeros, it would not spare him. Following Gregor's command, the soldiers hastily retreated, abandoning their weapons, terrified that lagging behind would result in being caught in the blast of that dreadful black canister. After a hard-won breach of the gates of Casterly Rock, the vanguard troops returned in a disheveled state, their faces smeared with dirt and their armor discarded in haste. Even the infamous Mountain Gregor Clegane was among them. The soldiers positioned at the rear of the Lannister army exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by the turn of events. Their sole desire was to ascertain one matter: would the battle continue? As the Lannister siege soldiers retreated from the gates, Rhaegar skillfully hurled 2 iron canisters, obliterating the wooden components of the siege hammer. The massive iron hammer, deprived of its wooden support structure, crashed to the ground with a resounding thud, sending dust and debris swirling into the air. Rhaegar commanded the nearby infantry to collectively shut the gates of Casterly Rock once more, replacing the broken oak bar. The Lannister forces remained encircled around Casterly Rock, yet they hesitated to launch another assault, having endured 3 charges against the walls and 1 successful breach of the gates. The Lannister Gold Lion Legion had suffered over 6,000 casualties, with a staggering loss ratio of 3 to 1. This was despite having several thousand soldiers stationed by the Sunset Sea who had not engaged in battle at all. Cheers erupted from the defenders atop the walls as they gathered around Rhaegar, exclaiming, "Long live Mormont! My Lord Mormont! Your black eggs are truly remarkable, providing us with an enlightening experience." A cavalryman from White Harbor remarked, one of those hastily trained by Rhaegar to be a thrower, while the black axe referred to the rudimentary black powder iron canister bombs he had devised. "I wonder if you all witnessed Gregor Clegane's hasty retreat. It was utterly laughable." An archer from the battlements chimed in. "I shall inform every bard in the Westlands of this event, urging them to compose a ballad about the Battle of Casterly Rock, much like the creation of the Reign of Castamere in days of yore. I propose we title it The Flight of Shame." Laughter erupted among the crowd. As the laughter subsided, Rhaegar spoke, "We have merely pushed back the first wave of the Lannister siege. Once they regroup, they will undoubtedly launch a second, third, and perhaps even more assaults. We must not become complacent due to this temporary victory. Those stationed upon the walls must remain ever vigilant." "Understood," the soldiers bellowed in unison, "My Lord Mormont." However, Rhaegar smiled slightly, acknowledging, "Tonight, the Lannisters have suffered greatly. It is unlikely they will organize another large-scale siege in the next couple of days. In Westerosi tradition, any victory, no matter how small, warrants a grand celebration. Before dawn, I shall instruct the taverns within the city to prepare malt liquor for your enjoyment. But remember, each of you is permitted only 3 cups. Anyone found indulging beyond this will face Sir Lycos's personal judgment." "Fear not, my lord." The soldiers laughed heartily, joining together in song, echoing an ancient war chant that had resonated in the north for millennia. "With sword in hand, we stand proud and defiant, banners waving, the setting sun illuminating our flags. Come forth, come forth. The ancient bloodlines call. Warriors, don your armor and polish your swords. Open this barrel of ale and drink deeply. The men of the north, even when sober, are valiant and fearless, but those who partake in drink become invincible." The battle hymn of Castle Black resounds, while 1,000 miles away, within the waters of Blackwater Bay in the capital of the 7 Kingdoms, King's Landing, a confrontation that will determine whether Stannis Baratheon can ascend to the Iron Throne is about to ignite. Stannis' formidable fleet of 200 ships and 20,000 soldiers sails majestically into Blackwater Bay, while within the walls of King's Landing, guarded by merely a few thousand defenders, lies the Iron Throne he covets. Chapter 57, Wildfire. Wildfire. As the narrow sea fleet from Dragonstone sailed into Blackwater Bay, the fleet of King's Landing promptly initiated a counterattack. Prior to this, they had already set ablaze all docks and landing points within the bay. However, in stark contrast to the enemy's formidable armada of 200 warships, the river fleet possessed fewer than 50 vessels, the remainder being hastily conscripted merchant ships and ferries. The soldiers aboard had steeled themselves for inevitable demise in the face of this confrontation. The flagship of the narrow sea fleet, the Fury, was a heavily laden 3-deck warship that led its fleet in a line formation, launching the first assault on the Blackwater Bay fleet. Flaming arrows rained down like a torrential downpour, igniting the skies in a conflagration. Ser Davos Seaworth, known as the Onion Knight, took command on the deck of the Fury. As Stannis was occupied leading nearly 20,000 elite cavalry troops in a full-scale attack on King's Landing. As the naval battle commenced, the ground forces sounded the battle horn. Sir Goodwin Morgan, known as the Green Cloaks, led 5,000 vanguard troops towards one of the 7 gates of King's Landing, the River Gate. Situated on the southern bank of the Blackwater River, it was one of the most dilapidated entrances. After days of rain, the river's waters would rise with silt, soaking the gate. Over time, combined with years of neglect, the oak door was marred by mud stains and emitted a foul, putrid odor, leading the citizens of King's Landing to refer to it as the Muddy Gate. The Muddy Gate was the most vulnerable of the city's defenses, even without siege engines. A mere group of several hundred strong men could collapse it with a collective charge. Stannis, having meticulously planned the assault on King's Landing, was fully aware of this, and thus designated Goodwin Morgan to lead the first charge at the Muddy Gate. At that moment, chaos erupted within the Muddy Gate, which should have been on high alert to repel the enemy. Disguised as defenders of the city, Dragonstone spies attempted to unfasten the bolt, allowing Goodwin Morgan's forces entry. The most notorious eunuch and master of whispers in King's Landing, known as the Spider, Varys, arrived just in time with several Kingsguard. He instructed them to break through the ranks of guards and swiftly identified 10 Dragonstone spies based on intelligence. Bring these despicable spies to the battlements, Varys commanded. Bind them to the city's crossbow and shoot them back to Stannis. Yes. The soldiers, united in righteous fury, first trampled the spies on the foot before dragging them to the battlements, securing them to the massive crossbow, with the sound of the bowstring echoing. The Dragonstone spies were launched into the air. Goodwin Morgan happened to glance up at this moment, realizing that the plot to open the gate had failed. He then ordered his soldiers to charge at the Muddy Gate for the first time. Sir Cragen, the spies have been dealt with. I shall return to the Red Keep to report to Queen Cersei, and I entrust you with the command of the ensuing battle. As the enemy forces charged forth, Varys addressed a nearby member of the Kingsguard. Sandor Clegane, often referred to as the Hound, was the younger brother of the Mountain. Half of his head was devoid of hair, and a disfiguring scar marred one side of his face. A gruesome reminder of a childhood incident when he angered his brother over a toy. The Mountain had seared Sandor with a burning torch, leaving him with this unsightly mark that would haunt him for life. Consequently, Sandor bore a profound childhood trauma, harboring a deep-seated fear of flames that persisted to this day. Upon receiving Varys' command, Sandor Clegane ordered the gatekeepers to open the city gates, resolutely deciding to lead his men outside to confront the enemy. He understood that the dilapidated gate would offer no defense against the 5,000 adversaries. Only by taking the initiative and striking at the enemy's morale could they hope to endure. As the creaking gate swung open, Sandor Clegane rallied his troops with a battle cry to defend King's Landing to the death, and they surged out to engage the foe. The two forces clashed upon the muddy banks of the Blackwater River, quickly becoming entangled in combat. Perhaps spurred by the desperation of their situation, the defenders of King's Landing unleashed a fighting spirit far beyond their usual capabilities. Under Sandor Clegane's leadership, they repelled the first wave of the enemy's 5,000 soldiers in less than half an hour, raising their swords in triumph to celebrate their victory. Meanwhile, a mile away on the Blackwater River, the situation was starkly different. The Blackwater Bay fleet, at a severe disadvantage, was steadily retreating before the advances of the Stormlands fleet. Ser Davos, the Onion Knight, commanded all ships to pursue the enemy, vowing to sink them all at the river's edge. However, as the Stormlands fleet entered the bay of the Blackwater River, a deafening explosion erupted, seemingly capable of annihilating everything in its vicinity. A vivid green fire, known as wildfire, engulfed the river's surface, and nearly every vessel of the Stormlands fleet was instantly alight with fierce flames. The soldiers and sailors aboard were consumed by the inferno, forced to leap into the water, only to discover that the wildfire floating on the surface clung to their bodies. Agonizing screams echoed from both the ships and the water. Davos had fallen into a trap. The retreat of the Blackwater Bay fleet had merely been a ruse to draw the enemy in. They planned to ignite the wildfire in the bay, aiming to sink the entire Stormlands fleet. Wildfire is a volatile explosive that adheres to the water's surface and burns ferociously. Prior to this battle, Cersei Lannister, the Queen of King's Landing, had commanded her alchemists to produce thousands of pounds of wildfire, burying it within the bay. As Sandor beheld the fierce green flames illuminating the entirety of King's Landing, he suddenly cast aside his sword and fled back through the gates. The soldiers who had just celebrated a hard-won victory looked at one another in confusion. It was then that someone recalled the long-standing, yet dubious, rumor and shouted. Sandor Clegane fears fire. It is true. However, just as they reveled in mocking the hunt, Greencloak could discern the unfolding turmoil and rallied his troops for another charge. The city's defenders promptly retreated to the Mount Gate, where several commanders of the city guard found Sandor Clegane in a concealed spot within the gate. They endeavored to persuade him, appealing to both his emotions and reason, to lead a counterattack once more. Yet, Sandor merely extended his hand towards the emerald flames rising from the Blackwater River, resolutely refusing to take up arms and venture out to battle again. Although the fleet upon the Blackwater had been largely consumed by wildfires, on land, Good Morrigan commanded 5,000 vanguard soldiers poised to seize the Mount Gate. Meanwhile, 3 miles away, Stannis himself led a formidable force of 15,000 cavalry, successfully landing on the river bank. Their intention was to surge into King's Landing through the Mount Gate, aiming directly for the Red Keep. The scales of victory had already begun to tip. Chapter 58. They defeated a formidable force of 15,000 knights and cavalry from the noble houses of the Riverlands and Stormlands surged towards the Mount Gate with an almost invincible might. Originally loyal to Renly Baratheon, these nobles betrayed their allegiance following his death, aligning themselves with Stannis Baratheon during the tumultuous events at the Bitter Bridge. Only the armies of House Tyrell and House Tarly remained steadfast in their loyalty to Dragonstone. Confronted by the relentless tide of Stannis' army, the morale of the defenders plummeted. Particularly as Sandor Clegane, the Hound, refused to lead his forces out of the city, paralyzed by fear of the black fire raging on the Blackwater. The defenders, having lost all hope, weakly loosed a few arrows in a token effort before scattering in panic towards other gates yet to be besieged. Upon breaching the Mount Gate, Stannis commanded his standard-bearers from a vantage point, ordering them to raise the banner of Dragonstone upon the walls of King's Landing. Since embracing the faith of the Lord of Light, he had altered his sigil to a golden field emblazoned with a crown stack engulfed in flames. The fiery banner billowed triumphantly in the wind atop the city, as he issued a final war cry to his soldiers, to storm King's Landing and eliminate the Cunning Queen and her vile song within the Red Keep. The vanguard, led by Greencloak Sir Goodwin Morrigan, joined the main force, bolstering the army to a vigorous 20,000, who rallied with fervor, chanting war cries and singing battle hymns as they advanced towards the Red Keep. Despite the loss of nearly 200 ships, the land campaign progressed remarkably well. Yet, just as Stannis believed victory was within his grasp, the tide of battle unexpectedly shifted. From the dense thickets along the western bank of the Blackwater, tens of thousands surged forth, brandishing the golden rose banner of House Tyrell and the green and red hunter's flag. Realizing the peril, Stannis shouted for retreat. But it was too late. The armies of Tyrell and Tarly, lying in ambush, seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to strike, trapping the 20,000 Dragonstone soldiers within the Mount Gate akin to catching fish in a barrel. Renowned for their archery, the southern forces unleashed a relentless hail of arrows, forcing the soldiers of Dragonstone to retreat slowly, shields raised. Meanwhile, Lord Admiral Tully had led the vanguard knights to block the Mount Gate, igniting fierce combat both inside and outside the entrance. Those outside sought to breach the gate, while those within yearned to escape. It was a unique siege in its own right. The garrison within King's Landing soon became aware of the reversal of fortunes at the Mount Gate, dispatching the last available 1,000 soldiers to charge directly at the Dragonstone forces. Stannis' troops found themselves in a precarious position, besieged from all sides. Fortunately, the soldiers were his meticulously selected elite, and despite the dire circumstances, their morale remained intact, enabling them to organize effective defenses and counterattacks. As Stannis personally led his main forces to repulse the desperate charges of the 1,000 defenders from King's Landing, they managed to inch forward several meters towards the Red Keep, albeit with great difficulty. However, the situation at the rear was far from favorable. Good Morgan led his troops against the Tully family's forces at the Mount Gate, only to be tragically struck in the throat by a stray arrow, resulting in his immediate demise. The army, bereft of its commander, experienced a significant decline in morale. They had advanced to the very gates of the Mount Gate, only to be forced back inside. At this pivotal moment of turmoil, the main force of House Tyrell, the Knights of the Golden Rose, entered the fray at the Mount Gate. Their leader donned resplendent azure armor, adorned with a magnificent golden crown shaped like a stack at its center. A wave of unrest erupted among Stannis' troops, as many soldiers recognized the opulent golden stack armor, a prized possession of none other than Renly Baratheon. Whispers spread that Renly's ghost had returned for vengeance. Soldiers began to shout, claiming that the troops he led must be phantoms. If not, how could the distant Tyrell and Tully forces suddenly come to the aid of King's Landing? Stannis' expression darkened. He swiftly drew his bow and shot the shouting soldier. Such words could sow discord among the ranks, and if they spread, morale would collapse instantaneously. Despite Stannis' quick response, many soldiers had heard rumors of his use of shadow magic to orchestrate Renly's assassination. When they witnessed the execution of the outspoken soldier, they became convinced that Stannis was attempting to conceal the truth that he had murdered his own brother, and that Renly's ghost was now leading a spectral army to claim their lives. How could mere mortals stand against a ghostly host? We are surely doomed. After a brief silence, another soldier cried out in despair. The rear line at the mouth gate crumbled entirely, as the cavalry from the Tyrell and Tully families surged into the forces of Dragonstone, wreaking havoc. Seeing that they were no match for the Phantoms, some soldiers fled towards King's Landing. Of the 20,000 troops, many perished or fled, leaving a mere 6,000 remaining after more than half an hour. Show us clearly who this so-called ghost Renly truly is, Stannis shouted hoarsely, finally discerning the figure among the chaos. To his astonishment, it was none other than Loras Tyrell, the Knight of Flowers. The soldiers turned to witness him clad in Renly's armor, wearing a pair of horns upon his head, leading them to mistake him for a spectral presence. My comrades, we can still fight. The soldiers, invigorated, surged forward to confront the enemy. Yet, the scales of victory had already tipped in favor of King's Landing. Stannis, with only 6,000 men, stood no chance of breaching the towering Red Keep. Your Majesty, the mouth gate is completely blocked. It is impossible to break through from there. Allow me to lead 2,000 soldiers to hold the rear while you and your remaining 2,000 escape through the Lion's Gate to the southwest, proposed Roland Storm, the bastard of Knight's Song, addressing Stannis with the utmost respect, a testament to his unwavering loyalty. Roland was not mistaken, Your Majesty. Other commanders echoed, urging him to retreat to Dragonstone to regroup, arguing that perishing in King's Landing would be an unworthy fate. Stannis gazed upon the blazing inferno that illuminated the surface of the Blackwater River, then cast a glance at the valiant soldiers beside him, fiercely battling to break free from the dire circumstances. Finally, he nodded slowly and declared, after this battle, we shall possess nothing. However, as long as we return to Dragonstone, we shall surely rise again. Roland, stand firm. Your command is to lead 2,000 soldiers to impede the forces of the south in the streets. The rest shall follow me. Chapter 59. That man. The sea breeze gently caressed the air, while white seagulls circled above the azure waters. A solitary figure lay upon a piece of driftwood, adrift in the boundless ocean. After several days of wandering upon the waves, his already tattered cloak had become even more ragged. Davos Seaworth, known as the Onion Knight, had commanded the flagship Fury of the Riverlands fleet during the Battle of Blackwater, where he had once enjoyed a significant advantage. Victory was within his grasp, as he could have sunk the entire fleet of Blackwater Bay. However, chaos ensued as wildfire engulfed everything, forcing him to leap into the water to escape. By sheer luck, he avoided the searing flames that consumed his fellow crew members, though his arm bore the marks of burns, a testament to the relentless and wretched wildfire that clung to him until he submerged nearly a meter deep, extinguishing its grasp. Now, he had finally set foot upon an unnamed islet within Blackwater Bay. His lips were cracked from days without food or water, and the wound on his arm had induced a fever. He felt a blend of cold, hunger, and exhaustion, yet as he lay down, sleep eluded him. He could only lie awake, enduring the agony, tossing and turning in the small boat. Amidst the devastation of the wildfire, he wondered how many others had survived like him. He surveyed his surroundings. This islet was barely more than a protrusion of rock above the sea, devoid of any plant life, only stone upon stone. Perhaps I shall perish from hunger here, he thought, pondering the fate of King's Landing. If only I could receive even the slightest news, I would die content. As he contemplated, the tide, which had previously soaked his feet, suddenly receded, revealing a larger expanse of land than usual. In the area once submerged, he caught a glimpse of a few small crabs scuttling about. With every ounce of strength, he mastered his weak body to approach, cautiously placing one palm against the rock, while using the other to attempt to catch the tiny creatures. His trembling hand faltered, and he failed several times at the simple task of grasping a crab. It was not until his fifth attempt that he finally succeeded, capturing a crab that pinched his palm with its claws. Yet, Davos could not afford to dwell on the pain. He opened his mouth and hurriedly brought the crab to it. He was utterly famished. Crunch, crunch. He chewed vigorously, the briny essence of the crab flooding his mouth, and he swallowed eagerly. A wave of satisfaction surged through his body. A signal from his starved stomach to his brain: eat. Consume more. Davos licked his cracked lips, eager to lower his gaze and seek another crab. when suddenly he spotted a sailboat gliding across the surface of the sea. The sail grew larger, evidently heading in his direction. Perhaps salvation was at hand. With his swollen eyes fixed intently on the vessel, he prepared to summon every last ounce of strength to shout for help as soon as it drew nearer. With his hands clasped together, he held between his palms the small leather pouch that had hung around his neck, his talisman of fortune. He had once saved the Stannis army, nearly starved at Storm's End, by smuggling onions during the Usurpers' War, and as a result, he was knighted. However, smuggling was an illicit act, and his noble deeds could not absolve his transgressions. On the very day he was knighted, Stannis himself punished him by severing the first joints of 4 fingers from his left hand. This pouch contained what he regarded as a symbol of luck, his severed fingers. As the ship drew nearer, Davos could finally discern its features: a slender hull adorned with colorful stripes, a bronze figurehead, and sails as white as clouds. The hull bore a series of inscriptions, likely the ship's name. In Westeros, sailors traditionally named their vessels on the first Saturday after 3 months of launching, carving the name into the hull, so that the ship might navigate the seas with the wind at its back, never to sink. Davos had once believed in such superstitions, but no longer. He had witnessed the green flames consume the Black Bethany, the Fury, the Sea Stag, the Red Crab, the Swordfish, the Old Woman, and countless other warships, all adorned with names yet eternally sunk beneath the waters of the Blackwater. The ship approached ever closer, and Davos could even hear the sails rustling in the wind. The simple act of raising his arm exhausted him, causing cold sweat to break upon his brow. "Look this way. I'm here," he shouted with all his might. "Help me. Come quickly." A sailor on the ship soon noticed his cries for help, and the vessel began to speed toward him. As the ship neared the isle, the crew lowered a small rowboat tethered by rope. Davos struggled to climb into the boat, pulled aboard by the sailors. "Oh, you are far too weak, my friend," the sailors remarked, marveling at his survival, a miracle, surely. "Blessed by the Seven, thanks to the mercy of the Mother, I shall seek redemption for myself," Davos fervently declared. "I commanded the warships into the wildfires of the buried snow, leading to the deaths of thousands of sailors and soldiers. You are a survivor of the Battle of Blackwater," a sailor exclaimed from the ship. "On which king's side did you fight?" "My name is Davos Seaworth," he replied, "knighted personally by King Stannis Baratheon." "So, it is the Onion Knight, Lord Davos." The sailors cheered with delight. "You know me?" he inquired. "Why would we not?" A sailor opened a portrait book containing a dozen or so names and likenesses, all of which Davos recognized: the nobles from Storm's End and the Riverlands, all loyal to Stannis and participants in the Battle of Blackwater. "We have been sent by Lord Stannis himself to search for survivors in the Blackwater Bay." Under the guise of a merchant ship, a burly man with a full beard chuckled. He was the captain of the Salado. "It is truly a blessing that you are alive. May the Seven protect you. Come, Lord Davos, we shall return you to Dragonstone." The specter of Renly guides a ghostly army to support King's Landing. As the ship sails halfway, Davos, upon overhearing the sailors discuss the Battle of the Blackwater, incredulously inquires whether it is true that the forces of King's Landing achieved a resounding victory. "Indeed, my lord," Captain Salladhor responds. "Fortunately, King Stannis managed to lead his soldiers through the breach at the Lion's Gate and subsequently escaped aboard a watch vessel anchored at Blackwater Bay, which, by chance, was spared from the wildfire." "And what remains of His Majesty's army?" Davos weakly asks. "Only about 2,000 loyal troops, primarily soldiers of House Florent, who returned with His Majesty to Dragonstone. From 20,000 to merely 2,000. Davos lowered his head in despair. Stannis was not the man of legend. With just 2,000 men, could he conquer the impenetrable Casterly Rock, let alone defend Dragonstone? Chapter 60, The Little Steamer within the Grand Hall of Kaichung. Sitting upon the throne of the Lion King, Luo Ling suddenly let out a resounding sneeze. "Could it be that Tywin Lannister is cursing me?" He furrowed his brow, yet failed to realize that he had become the very man referenced by Davos, the subject of incessant murmurs. Skillfully accessing the marketplace, shimmering golden text floated before his eyes. The shop remained cluttered with mere icons of grey powder, after successfully repelling Tywin's siege for the first time. He had earned the achievement of overcoming the strong with the weak along with 3 fusion points. At this moment, he hesitated over whether to convert all these fusion points into gunpowder. His previous exchange of 3 pounds of gunpowder had nearly been exhausted, and should the Lannister forces lay siege again, it would be exceedingly difficult to hold the fort without the aid of gunpowder, given the overwhelming disparity in troop strength. As Luo Ling pondered, he murmured to himself, noting that although the black powder in the marketplace was labeled as inferior black powder, it had proven surprisingly reliable this time. Of the more than 20 black eggs he had launched at the city gates, only 3 or 4 had misfired, which was entirely acceptable. With this thought, Luo Ling unhesitatingly purchased another 3 pounds of black powder. Like last time, 3 packages of gunpowder wrapped in sheepskin thudded onto the marble floor of the grand hall. He approached, lifted the 3 packages, and then turned to walk towards the armory. The blacksmith had long grown accustomed to Luo Ling's visits. Aside from the Earl of Blackwood in Crowtree City and his personal guard, Lex, the blacksmiths were undoubtedly the individuals he encountered most frequently in Kaicheng. Blacksmith Iron promptly approached to greet Luo Ling, while the other blacksmiths merely raised their heads to acknowledge him before returning to their work, hastily forging the unfinished heavy cavalry armor. Luo Ling pulled Iron aside, explaining his purpose. The blacksmith's astonishment grew with every word, until, upon hearing the full tale, his eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as he exclaimed, "You wish to craft such a colossal device?" Luo Ling nodded. "I have procured another 3 pounds of demon's breath this time. I intend to pack it all into a single iron egg, which requires your assistance to forge a shell significantly larger than the previous one." The former iron egg had been no larger than a palm. Iron marveled, recalling the immense power demonstrated during the trial explosion, which had indeed played a pivotal role on the battlefield. "I have heard that even Mountain Gregor was forced to flee in disarray from your black eggs." And Ord, having witnessed the first black egg explosion outside the armory, felt a shiver at its might and continued, "Why then? Do you wish to create a shell capable of containing 3 pounds of demon's breath? I believe the previous design was more than sufficient. With more than half a pound of the previous 3 pounds of demon's breath remaining, he could craft 8 or 9 smaller black eggs, ample for a single assault. Thus, I plan to use the new demon's breath to create a larger one, to truly astonish Tywin with a grand display." "A grand display?" "It is akin to holding a grand memorial service for Tywin," Luo Ling jested. Arnold nodded in silence, recognizing that the term memorial service was yet another novel expression. Much like the firecrackers he had just encountered, Roland often sprouted these peculiar new phrases, and while he did not grasp them all, he could generally infer the essence of Roland's intent. At this moment, Arnold comprehended that Roland's insinuation was a desire for Tywin's demise. "If you truly require the construction of such a massive black egg, I can commence the task immediately," Arnold declared. "For an egg of this magnitude, its shell ought to be thinner than that of a smaller black egg." "How thin can it be?" "As thin as a sheet of parchment," Arnold confidently replied. "Excellent." Roland nodded. "The thinner the shell of the black egg, the greater the shrapnel produced upon detonation, thus enhancing its lethality. Do you understand?" "I grasp your meaning, my lord," Arnold responded. "We shall endeavor to make it as thin as possible." After Theon Greyjoy led the Ironborn to conquer Winterfell, he cruelly burned 2 young children within the castle and proclaimed that he had captured the acting lord of Winterfell, Brandon Stark, along with his brother, Rickon Stark, and had them burned alive. The Norse military was severely depleted, with only a few castles like Last Hearth and White Harbor retaining some garrison forces. Count Wyman of White Harbor, having resigned from the Northern Alliance, remained in his castle. Upon learning of Theon's betrayal and the fall of Winterfell, Wyman was filled with righteous indignation and prepared to send 500 knights from his retinue to reclaim Winterfell and teach that chameleon, Theon Greyjoy, a lesson. Meanwhile, far away at Last Hearth, Lord Roose Bolton still commanded the Northern Alliance, leaving his illegitimate son, Ramsay Snow, as the acting lord of Last Hearth. Upon hearing of the Ironborn's conquest of Winterfell, Ramsay reacted more swiftly than Count Wyman, leading 700 cavalry to within a mile of Winterfell. "That banner displaying the red flayed man seems to belong to the forces of Last Hearth," exclaimed an Ironborn sentinel stationed at Winterfell. "Last Hearth has so many cavalry. We should flee." "We've already seized a considerable amount of gold and silver," cried a companion beside him. "With fewer than 20 of us, we cannot possibly defend such a vast castle as Winterfell. Let Theon pursue his dream of lordship alone. Returning with our spoils is sufficient." The Ironborn, inherently a band of intermittently ambitious yet persistently thieving pirates, were inclined towards retreat, ready to embrace the proud tradition of the Iron Islands by seizing what they could and fleeing. Not long after, Theon Greyjoy also sensed the impending threat. He climbed to the battlements, eager to rally the Ironborn for defense, but as he surveyed the surroundings, he found not a single soul in sight. Theon is an astute individual, quickly grasping the unfolding circumstances. He dashed to the city gates and seized a warhorse, intent on fleeing in tandem with the Ironborn. However, he was unaware that every inhabitant of Winterfell harbored an intense animosity towards his act of treachery. Just as he prepared to mount the steed, a stable hand, who had long concealed himself within the stalls, suddenly emerged wielding a wooden club. A dull thought resonated as the club struck Theon's head, rendering him unconscious. Upon regaining consciousness, the so-called chameleon Theon Greyjoy found himself stripped of his garments, firmly bound to an X-shaped wooden frame, reminiscent of the flayed man depicted in House Bolton's sigil. My Lord Theon, you ought to be aware that the motto of House Bolton is a blade in the darkness, yet are you cognizant of a phrase that resonates even more widely within the dread halls of the Dreadfort, uttered far more frequently than our house words? Ramsay Snow inquired, crouching before him with a sinister smile. Theon sensed an inexplicable dread emanating from that smile and shook his head in trepidation. Ramsay toyed with a gleaming dagger in his hands, remarking, I have heard of a bastard named Roose who, like myself, relishes the art of the dagger. I wonder if he too possesses the skill to flay. Oh, but I must first enlighten you with that phrase. Do pay close attention. His smile twisted into a more frenzied expression, for a naked man has few secrets, while a flayed man has none. Chapter 61. The assault. The tormented Lord Theon Greyjoy endured a nightmarish fortnight within the confines of his prison. Initially, he feared that Ramsay Snow, infamously known as Rick, would flay him alive, but to his surprise, Ramsay refrained from such a gruesome fate. Instead, he confined Theon to a dismal cell, serving him putrid meals and filthy water. Throughout this harrowing period, Theon discovered several fleeting opportunities to escape the dungeon, yet each time he desperately fled toward Winterfell. He was ultimately recaptured by Ramsay and subjected to brutal beatings. During his final attempt at freedom, Ramsay personally severed Theon's manhood with a dagger, taunting him with the revelation that each opportunity for escape had been meticulously orchestrated by him. Do you comprehend my motives? Ramsay sneered. I relish watching my prey flee, only to ensnare them once more. The thrill of the chase is the most exquisite pleasure in life. It was at that moment that Theon lost all hope of escape. Surrendering unconditionally to Ramsay's will, complying with any command, even those as degrading as consuming excrement. Ramsay's sadistic training obliterated Theon's sense of self-worth, rendering him oblivious to the concept of dignity. Once Theon was entirely subjugated, Ramsay bestowed upon him a new moniker, Rick. As the Boltons prepared to assume the mantle of the North's Guardians, Ramsay took delight in the inevitability of his ascension to the title of Lord of the Dreadfort. He instructed Rick to crawl at his feet, proclaiming, Do you recognize your fortune? You are fortunate to have a lord like me. Grateful. Rick sensed an ominous plot brewing within Ramsay's words, one that could spell the utter destruction of House Stark. Though curiosity and concern gnawed at him, he dared not inquire. For Rick was forbidden from questioning anything beyond his orders. The blood-red blooms were poised to blossom in the Riverlands. Ramsay grinned maliciously. For time was running out for House Stark. Meanwhile, King Robb Stark led the combined forces of the North and the Riverlands from River Run, advancing toward the Westlands. According to his strategy, he intended to camp 20 miles from Casterly Rock and devise a means to inform Roose Bolton of a counteroffensive against the Lannisters. This would place the Lannister army between two fronts, ensuring their defeat, should he manage to slay or capture Tywin. Vast swathes of the Westlands would fall under the dominion of the king in the north. However, as Robb's army progressed, chaos erupted within their ranks when the Fry family learned of his secret marriage to the nurse, Talisa Maeder. After a night of growth at River Run, Robb had fallen in love with Talisa and wed her under the clandestine auspices of a priest. The news spread like wildfire and reached the ears of Lord Walder Fry, inciting his furious wrath. It was important to note that Lord Walder had previously agreed to ally with House Stark based on a double marriage pact. Robb Stark was to marry one of his daughters, while one of his sons was to wed Arya Stark, the young lady of Winterfell. At present, Arya's fate in King's Landing remains uncertain, while Robb has unilaterally torn asunder the betrothal. Old Walder, having lived for over 90 years, now experiences a profound sense of humiliation and betrayal for the first time. During the Northern Alliance's campaign in the Riverlands, he invested both resources and effort, even sacrificing his eldest son on the battlefield, only to be met with such an outcome. Consequently, Old Walder issued a proclamation, renouncing Robb's title as king in the north, and commanded the Fry forces to withdraw immediately from the Northern Riverlands coalition. The ensuing chaos among the troops stemmed from the Fry forces' departure, as some northern soldiers obstructed their path, resulting in a fierce conflict between the two factions. All soldiers, heed my command. Allow the Fry forces to depart without hindrance. Robb hastened to the scene of the unrest among the Fry forces, fully aware that he had breached the agreement first and thus lacked the authority to compel the Freys to remain. The Fry troops made their way back to the Twins along the banks of the Green Fork, departing with 3,000 men. which dealt a significant blow to the morale of the coalition. Upon the Council of Greyjohn, Robb ordered his troops to encamp and regroup on the Westlands Plains, planning to march towards Casterly Rock 3 days hence. Meanwhile, Tywin Lannister had besieged Casterly Rock for over a month. Following a catastrophic failure in the initial large-scale assault, Tywin had recently limited his soldiers to launching only minor skirmishes against the castle walls to lower the enemy's vigilance. As the sun set on this day, Tywin summoned his trusted commanders, including Adam Marbrand and the formidable Gregor Clegane, to the camp, preparing to initiate a second large-scale assault under the cover of night. My lord, this time, allow me to lead the charge. I shall redeem my honor. The Mountain, having been thoroughly humiliated in the previous battle by the Ironborn of Roose Bolton, was acutely aware of his disgrace among the Lannister ranks. I hope you can prove yourself, Sir Gregor, Tywin replied. This time, we possess no siege engines. You must lead the men in scaling the walls to initiate the assault, a task far more arduous than the last. I will reclaim Casterly Rock and bring you the head of Roose Bolton. Very well. This is an excellent moonless night, perfect for a surprise attack. The Mountain led 3,000 Lannister troops stealthily to the foot of Casterly Rock, only to be discovered by the watchmen on the battlements when they were a mere 50 meters away. The horn sounded, and the assault commenced. The sentinels atop Casterly Rock quickly ignited the nearby signal fires, dark smoke rising into the skies illuminated by the flames. Roose Bolton sprang from his bed, rushing to the battlements to command the defense. In anticipation of a potential assault by the Lannister forces, he had been sleeping in the cold, hard armor of Valyrian steel. Shortly after he exited, Lycos, freshly clad in his own armor, followed closely behind, also rushing to the battlements. What is the situation? Roose inquired, pausing atop the walls to address Lord Tytos, the Earl of Ravenswood. Moments ago, we successfully repelled an assault from the enemy utilizing boulders and spikes. However, this evening, they seem to approach with renewed vigor, and following our previous encounter, they have adopted measures to counter our defensive apparatus, rendering them exceedingly difficult to confront. Tytus is on watch tonight, simultaneously reporting the situation to Luo Ling while commanding his archers to unleash a volley upon the adversaries. Most critically, Tytus expressed his concern. Having just inspected the reserves of oil bags, many of which inexplicably leak, leaving us with barely half that remain usable. Just as he spoke, a Lannister soldier ascended the battlements via a long ladder, breaching the defenses of the guards atop the wall, and lunged towards Tytus with a spear in hand. Chapter 62. The explosion. As the long spear aimed at Tytus, Luo Ling seized the critical moment to unleash Shadow Strike. In an instant, he appeared behind the attacking Lannister soldier, and with his dagger, Fang, he slit the soldier's throat, blood gushing forth. The long spear, wielded by the Lannister, halted mere inches from Tytus. Lord Mormont, you saved my life. A bit of cold sweat trickled down Tytus's forehead. For a fleeting moment, he had thought death was imminent. We shall speak of gratitude later. Luo Ling interjected with a furrowed brow, hastily summoning the city guards to gather any usable oil flasks. Mere arrows and boulders could no longer withstand the ferocious onslaught of the enemy. As he spoke, Luo Ling kicked another Lannister soldier off the battlements. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Tytus immediately complied with Luo Ling's orders. However, before Tytus could return, signs of the defensive line on the battlements of Caon Castle began to falter. Lannister soldiers successfully scaled the walls, engaging in close combat with the defenders. If this trend continued, the fall of Caon Castle was but a matter of time. Throwers! Luo Ling shouted, and 7 throwers who had been on standby rushed over, clutching the few remaining black eggs. My lord, the battlements are in chaos. Should we throw the black eggs, we risk hitting our own men. One of the throwers cautioned. Who said to throw them at the battlements? The importance of a commander became evident at that moment. Many soldiers fought thoughtlessly. You are to disperse and throw the black eggs at the Lannister siege ladders, preventing them from ascending the walls. Understood. After the throwers departed to carry out their orders, Luo Ling instructed Riggs to take command in his stead and swiftly made his way to the armory. Is everything ready? He burst into the armory, not waiting for the blacksmith Arnold to respond. We just fused the 2 halves of the iron shell into one, but it has cooled yet. We have no time. Douse it with water, Luo Ling commanded. But, my lord, Arnold hesitated. Pouring water to cool it will make the shell too brittle. If we could just wait half an hour. This time, long-term storage is unnecessary. Let it be brittle. I need it at once, Luo Ling insisted. Very well, Arnold replied, immediately instructing his men to soak the still steaming iron egg with cold water, then using absorbent cloth to dry it thoroughly inside and out. He swiftly poured the 3 pounds of demon's breath that Luo Ling had previously left behind into the egg, sealed it with a lid, coated it with beeswax, and layered iron plates over the wax before pouring molten iron around the edges to form a secondary seal. In times past, the diminutive black eggs were meticulously crafted by blacksmiths, whose deft hands skillfully shaped each one. Yet, even as they worked with expertise, Roland felt a bit of sweat trickle down his brow, for a single misstep could result in molten iron seeping inside the black egg, triggering an immediate explosion of the 3 pounds of black powder contained within. Such a calamity would surely send the munitions factory soaring into the air, leaving no chance for escape for either the laboring blacksmiths or himself, who stood by anxiously. At last, Einord exhaled with relief as he cradled the newly sealed black egg, now connected to a fuse, and handed it over to Roland. Upon Roland's return from the blacksmith's workshop, the siege had reached a fevered intensity. Shortly after his departure, the throwers utilized the black eggs to shatter the Lannister siege ladders, repelling the enemy's initial assault. After a brief lull, the Lannister soldiers deployed 7 or 8 new ladders to the fray, launching a second wave of attack. At that moment, Count Titus Blaywood of Crowtree commanded his soldiers to hurl every oil back down upon the enemy. However, the Lannisters had learned from their previous siege experience. Their soldiers formed small squads, each unfurling a large white cloth overhead, allowing most of the oil bags to land harmlessly upon the soft fabric, failing to ignite. Consequently, the burning oil cloths ordered by Blaywood to set the oil ablaze proved ineffective, as Lannister soldiers continued to ascend the castle walls. Upon seeing Roland return to the battlements, cradling a black egg large enough to fill his embrace, Lix's expression turned to one of astonishment. "My lord, how much demon's breath is contained within that?" he inquired. 3 pounds, Roland replied, his gaze fixed on the situation below as he approached the parapet, identifying a cluster of Lannister soldiers. With a spark, Lix swiftly retrieved 2 flint stones from his pocket. Ever since Roland had devised the black egg, he had prudently kept flint on hand as his personal attendant. Once the fuse was ignited, it blazed rapidly, and Roland raised the black egg high above his head, summoning all his strength to hurl it towards the Lannister soldiers below. His throw was remarkably precise, akin to divine retribution descending from the heavens, as the black egg traced a parabolic arc before landing squarely amidst the Lannister ranks. The mountain Gregor recognized the terrifying object but found himself bewildered. "But how has it grown so large?" he shouted, his face flushed with urgency. "Scatter!" However, the warning came too late. In truth, even an earlier alert would have been futile, for the blast radius of 3 pounds of black powder was simply too vast. A cataclysmic roar erupted, rendering both Lannister soldiers and the defenders atop the castle deafened, plunging the battlefield into an eerie silence. A fireball burst from the explosion vanished as swiftly as it appeared, while the earth outside Crowtree seemed to be peeled back, sending dust swirling into the air, with thick smoke billowing from the epicenter, rising over 10 meters into the sky. At the epicenter of the explosion, the Lannister soldiers lay utterly annihilated, their remains erased from existence. Those who were positioned slightly farther away found their armor violently hurled by the shockwave, resulting in immediate, gruesome fatalities. Only at a distance of approximately 20 meters from the blast site did a few fortunate Lannister soldiers remain, their eardrums oozing blood, their expressions vacant, or writhing in agony from shrapnel embedded in their bodies. The Lannister warriors who had evaded the brunt of the explosion appeared to be possessed by terror, their souls seemingly lost to the deafening roar, as they turned and fled without a care for whether the commander had issued a retreat order. Lix's ears rang incessantly as he stared vacantly at the disbanded Lannister forces. He turned to seek the whereabouts of Luo Ling, only to find that the battlements no longer bore his figure. Before the iron egg detonated, Luo Ling had already turned away. A true man never looks back at an explosion. Chapter 63, Interception. Brienne of Tarth escorted Jaime Lannister southward to King's Landing. After 7 arduous days traversing a narrow mountain path, they circumvented the towering stronghold of Harrenhal and continued their journey southeast. They estimated that in 4 or 5 days, they would reach the capital. At that moment, they found themselves on a wooden bridge when Jaime, bound with his hands behind him, suddenly fell from his horse. He curled up on the bridge like a large shrimp, rolling in agony upon the wooden planks. Brienne hurried forward to inspect him, yet remained vigilant. "Kingslayer, I warn you not to attempt any tricks. Even if you manage to free yourself, you are no match for me." "Oh, look at what the little lady has to say," Jaime gasped in pain on the ground, yet still managed to jest. "I am recognized as the strongest knight in the 7 kingdoms. Before my defeat to Roose Bolton at the Whispering Woods, No one had ever bested me. But you lost, Brienne said expressionlessly, and I have warned you not to call me little lady. Are you not a little lady? Jaime tilted his head to look at her, asserting that without experience in that regard, one was not entitled to be called a woman. Why does the Maiden of Tarth deny the truth of being a little lady? Without a moment's hesitation, Brienne dropped into a crouch and delivered a punch to his face. For the term little lady, much like beauty, was among the few things that could provoke her ire. However, after being struck by Brienne, Jaime neither yelped in pain nor expressed anger. Instead, he nimbly leaped up from the bridge, somehow managing to maneuver his bound hands to the front. Although still restrained, he executed a graceful turn and drew Brienne's sword from her waist. Prepared for such a scenario, Brienne had secured 2 swords at her side. As Jaime brandished one, she swiftly drew her other sword in response. Despite the fact that it was a long sword meant for one hand, Jaime was compelled to grip it with both hands in an awkward manner due to his bindings. Brienne charged at him, sword raised, and Jaime attempted an upward thrust, only to find Brienne suddenly pivoting, using the tip of her sword to sever the ropes binding his hands. Come on, Brienne called out, if you are a man, prove it to me, do not turn and flee. Why would I run? Jaime replied with a smile, stretching his sore arms. I have proclaimed myself the strongest in the 7 kingdoms. Once I am done with you, you will not even be second in the realm, Brienne mocked, charging at him with her long sword raised. Unfazed, Jaime advanced to meet her, convinced that no matter her stature, she was merely a little lady whom he could easily subdue with his superior swordsmanship. The clash of their swords resonated with a sharp metallic sound, causing Jaime to furrow his brow. In this brief exchange, he discerned that the situation was far more complex than he had anticipated. The warrior from Tarth possessed a strength that eclipsed his own. Unlike Jaime, Brienne was not burdened by intricate thoughts upon engaging in combat. She entered a state of complete immersion. Confronting the former knight of the 7 kingdoms, she launched her attacks fearlessly, bolstered by her superior strength, like relentless waves crashing upon the shore. Despite Jaime's esteemed lineage and his polished swordsmanship, he found no openings in her technique, forced to continuously defend himself. However, Brienne's immense power rendered her strikes difficult to parry. After merely a dozen exchanges, Jaime felt the telltale signs of fatigue in his hands and pain in his arms, struggling to maintain his grip on his sword. Just as he barely managed to block a sweeping blow from her, his weapon nearly slipped from his grasp. Observing Jaime panting and weary, Brienne abruptly halted her assault. I see this so-called strongest knight of the 7 kingdoms is not so formidable after all. You've managed to withstand less than 30 attacks and are already on the verge of collapse. Enough, Jaime Lannister exclaimed, casting aside his sword. Allow me some time to recuperate in King's Landing before we continue. It's the wretched water dungeon of Riverrun that has left me so weakened. My current strength barely amounts to a quarter of my former self. Brienne scoffed and approached to retrieve her sword, intending to bind him once more. However, at that moment, a group of horsemen brandishing banners depicting the red-flayed man surged onto the bridge, encircling Brienne and Jaime. Indeed, it is the Beauty and the Kingslayer, the leader of the riders sneered. We have pursued you for 3 whole days and finally caught up. Who are you? Brienne inquired, her brow furrowing. We are knights in the service of Lord Roose Bolton, the Duke of the Dreadfort, sent by the king in the north to apprehend you and return you. Lord Bolton? Jaime burst into laughter. Kingslayer, do you still think the Dreadfort belongs to House Lannister? The leader, known as the Madman Locke, also laughed heartily. On the very day your father, Tywin Lannister, led 20,000 troops from the Dreadfort to confront Roose Bolton, Lord Roose dispatched forces to seize the poorly defended Dreadfort. You are likely unaware of this. Oh, is that so? Jaime shrugged dismissively. It is but a crumbling fortress. I doubt my father gives it a second thought. You are nothing without your prime minister father. Yet you still wish to put on airs before me. Locke's face darkened with anger. Bind them both and hold them onto their horses. Night fell. James, bound and cast upon the unforgiving floor, found himself amidst the sleeping cavalry of the Bolton family, who lay atop straw bales beside him. In the dead of night, as exhaustion momentarily overtook him, he was abruptly roused by a commotion. With bleary eyes, he surveyed his surroundings and beheld several soldiers covering Brienne's mouth as they dragged her into the dense thicket. What are you planning to do? James exclaimed, a mixture of fear and fury coursing through him. I have heard she is still a maiden. Locke approached him, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. What do you think we intend to do? Do you know whence she hails? Tarth. Locke replied, I believe it is an island within Shipwreck Bay. If memory serves, The Tarth family has long been loyal to Storm's End. You are well informed about Tarth, James scoffed, but are you aware that Tarth is renowned for its sapphires? Brienne is the only daughter of Lord Selwyn Tarth. If you could return her safely, what substantial reward might await you? Release Lady Brienne of Tarth. Locke hastily commanded his men to cease their actions. He then seized James by the collar, demanding, "What can be exchanged for her? Speak swiftly." Chapter 64. The Severed Arm. How foolish you are, scoffed Jaime Lannister. I just mentioned that Tarth is abundant in sapphires. If you were to return her, you would undoubtedly acquire precious sapphires in exchange. He pondered for a moment and added, I believe Lord Selwyn of Tarth would be willing to pay a ransom equivalent to the weight of his daughter in sapphires. Locke was momentarily stunned by this revelation. How many sapphires would it take to match Brienne of Tarth's weight? She was far more robust than he was. Observing Locke's expression, Jaime's thoughts shifted suddenly. Few are aware of Tarth's sapphire bounty, yet the West is rich in gold, he continued. What is it you wish to convey, Kingslayer? Locke interrupted. His interest piqued as he fixed his gaze upon Jaime. I would suggest that if you were to deliver me safely to my father, he would certainly be inclined to offer a ransom of gold equal to my weight. Jaime declared. Why should I trust you? A man like you, who regards honor as worthless, is inherently deceitful. Is there a need for concern when dealing with a Lannister? Jaime replied, a Lannister always pays his debts. Enough! Locke exclaimed. His impatience palpable. I want sapphires, and I want gold. Capturing you both is a stroke of good fortune. The profits should be sufficient for me to purchase a castle. You are indeed a clever man, Lord Locke, Jaime smiled with pride. Locke, unperturbed by the compliment, stepped forward and deftly sliced through the ropes that bound Jaime. From this moment on, you are a glimmering nugget of gold in my eyes. I shall not permit anyone to harm you. That is as it should be, Jaime replied. To have been offered nothing but 2 moldy loaves of bread for dinner now seems rather excessive. Locke gestured towards a small table off to the side, where some cheese lay, suggesting they could eat to stave off hunger. Jaime nodded with a smile and followed Locke to the small table. However, just as they approached, Locke suddenly seized Jaime's right hand, slamming it onto the table with a menacing intensity. What are you doing? Jaime gasped, startled. He was utterly exhausted after a fight on the wooden bridge with Brienne earlier that afternoon, and having consumed only 2 meager moldy loaves for dinner left him incapable of resistance. Locke grinned wickedly as he pressed Jaime's hand down. What did I tell you? Without your lord father, you are nothing. You are a worthless wastrel. Had it not been for your family's connections, how could you have ever risen to the king's guard? I am indeed a man of avarice. You see that correctly, Locke said, drawing his long sword. But even I would not covet the wretched gold of the Lannisters. The sapphires of Tarth are enough to sustain me for a lifetime. As the sword hovered ominously above, Jaime Lannister yearned to shout. The tales of Tarth's sapphires are but fabrications. Those who have visited Tarth Island know it possesses nothing of value beyond its azure waters and golden sands. However, until Locke's longsword descended, Jaime refrained from uttering those words, for he understood that once they escaped his lips, while his right hand might be spared, Brienne of Tarth would surely lose her virtue this very night. As the longsword struck, blood gushed forth, and the severed hand continued to tremble faintly upon the table. Am I mistaken, Kingslayer? I shall not permit anyone to harm you, Locke remarked with a smug grin, relishing the agony etched across Jaime's contorted visage. Jaime clutched his mangled arm, howling in torment, startling a flock of night crows roosting in the trees. Tears mingled with snot streamed down his face. Another member of House Lannister was lost to the world. On Dragonstone, following his calamitous defeat at the Battle of Blackwater, Stannis Baratheon returned to his domain with a mere 2,000 surviving soldiers. Shortly thereafter, the Onion Knight Davos, having narrowly escaped death, returned to Dragonstone, only to find himself cast into the dungeons by Stannis, who refused to receive him. In Stannis' eyes, Davos, who had commanded the narrow sea fleet during the disastrous battle, bore full responsibility for the defeat on the water. That he had not executed Davos on the spot was a leniency he scarcely afforded. Stannis sat in a disconsolate manner upon the bare, charred steps of the once glorious September of Baelor, which he had set ablaze after becoming a follower of the Lord of Light. He had led his forces against King's Landing, only to be met with utter calamity. With a heavy sigh, Stannis was suddenly approached by a guard bearing good news. Your Grace, Lady Melisandre has returned with a horse. It seems she has found the one she sought. He sprang to his feet and strode directly toward the great hall of Dragonstone. Melisandre of Asthai entered the hall, leading a horse, a privilege bestowed upon her by the king. She was clad in her semi-eternal, unsoiled, crimson robe, with the ruby nestled between her collarbones gleaming brilliantly. As Stannis approached, she gestured toward the bound youth upon the horse's back, declaring, "Your Grace, this is the one you seek, the last living blood of Robert, his bastard son." Gendry Storm. Stannis erupted in a delighted laugh. "His blood, like my own, can be sacrificed to invoke magic, is that not so?" "Indeed," Melisandre affirmed, nodding, "though a bastard. He was undeniably of royal blood. Her magic required the blood of a king to summon the Lord of Light. And the last time she had performed magic to command a shadow assassin to slay Renly Baratheon, it was Stannis' own blood that had been used. Since that last sacrifice, Stannis had grown exceedingly weak and could no longer endure another offering. Hence he had sent Melisandre to seek out Robert's bastard son, intending to use his blood as a tribute for the Lord of Light to unleash magic once more. This time, Stannis' magic would not target a single individual. Rather, he aimed to eradicate all his adversaries in one fell swoop. Those who dared contest his claim to the throne must perish. Upon seeing Gendry Storm, Stannis felt a glimmer of hope for a triumphant reversal of his fortunes. "Quickly, take him to the chamber. I have already instructed my servants to prepare the leeches and all the necessary items for the sacrificial ritual," Stannis declared. "The Lord of Light shall undoubtedly respond to your devoutness," Melisandre remarked, her smile radiant and captivating, akin to an illusion amidst flames, evoking a sense that such beauty ought not to belong to the mortal realm. "I shall ensure that all who dare to covet the Iron Throne pay a steep price." "Indeed," Melisandre nodded, "those who are not acknowledged by the Lord of Light, such as King Balon Greyjoy of the Iron Islands, Joffrey Baratheon of King's Landing, and Robb Stark, the king in the north, are all usurpers and false kings. The Lord of Light shall deliver his judgment upon them." Chapter 65. The Counterattack. "My lord, the forces besieging Casterly Rock have dwindled to little more than 1,000. I have just received a report from our scouts, who have been gathering intelligence beyond the gates. The mountain, as you know, has sustained injuries from your formidable Black Egg and is currently recuperating within the camp. Lex, not only a personal guard to Lord Luo Ling but also the chief of intelligence, visits him every 2 to 3 days to relay the latest information. Long before Tywin's Golden Lions laid siege, Lex had dispatched all his scouts and spies to roam the periphery of the battlefield, utilizing carrier pigeons for communication. Was there any loss of carrier pigeons due to enemy fire this time?" Luo Ling inquired, recalling that he possessed only a scant dozen of these precious birds. Each furrow into Casterly Rock often resulted in the loss of 1 or 2 to the archers of House Lannister. The thought that each pigeon, meticulously trained by the scholars of Old Town, was worth several hundred silver stacks pained him greatly. "There were no casualties this time," Lex replied with a smile. "They are currently in their cages, being fed grains. I cannot comprehend how someone as thrifty as you would consent to pay the blacksmiths at the armory a gold dragon per month. What do you know? Technology is the primary force of production. Yet, do you think a gold dragon is excessive? Perhaps we should consider a slight reduction. Although the Westerlands are affluent, we cannot afford such extravagance." During the explosion of the Black Egg on the battlefield, the mountain, Gregor Clegane, was positioned less than 10 meters away. His robust frame was instantly toppled by the forceful shockwave, causing excruciating pain to his innards and resulting in several spurts of blood. Unlike other soldiers who succumbed to internal injuries from the blast, his formidable constitution allowed him to survive. And he was fortunate enough to receive medical attention from the scholars after the battle. Thus, at the war council convened in Tywin's camp, the Mountain Gregor was notably absent. Present were only a handful, including Sir Adam Marbrand and Sir Flamen Blackwood. "My Lord Tywin," Sir Adam Marbrand began, "the black iron canister that Lord Luo Ling employs for the defense of Casterly Rock must surely be some peculiar contraption devised by alchemists, rather reminiscent of the legendary wildfire. Our aggressive siege has yielded little progress, and the morale of our soldiers has plummeted. It may not be prudent to initiate a third large-scale assault." "I concur with Sir Marbrand," Sir Flamen Blackwood added. "Casterly Rock is inherently one of the most defensible fortresses in the realm. And with Luo Ling wielding that terrifying black iron canister, we witnessed its devastating power during the last assault when it nearly claimed Sir Gregor's life. What then do you propose we do?" Tywin Lannister roared like an enraged lion. "Shall we allow this northerner to dominate within Casterly Rock whilst we merely encircle him? Are you aware that prior to our siege, he transported all supplies from Lannisport into Casterly Rock? That should suffice for them to hold out for a year and a half. Are we to squander our time here with him?" "My lord." Adam approached the central table of the tent and pointed at the map. "My scouts reported this morning that King Robb Stark of the North has recently led nearly 10,000 troops across the Red Fork, advancing towards the Westlands. However, for reasons unknown, Over 3,000 troops of House Fry suddenly departed from the Northern Alliance as they reached the vast plains of the Westlands. Oh! Tywin suddenly became intrigued. Please, continue. I suspect something must have transpired within the Alliance, and it is quite possible that a rift has developed between House Stark and House Fry, Adam analyzed. Due to the sudden departure of the Fry forces, the morale of the Allied troops has plummeted. Robb Stark has ordered his army to rest for 3 days on the plains of the Westlands. Is this not our opportunity? Indeed, my lord. Sir Renard Westerling of Casterly Rock concurred. We desperately need a significant victory to bolster our spirits. Robb intended to engage us in a pincer movement alongside Roose Bolton defending Casterly Rock, but now, with turmoil in his ranks, he has unwittingly become a lamb led to the slaughter. I comprehend your intentions, Tywin nodded. You propose that I command a withdrawal from Casterly Rock as siege and redirect our forces to catch Robb off guard. We cannot lift the siege, Adam Malbrand stated firmly. If we withdraw entirely, Roose Bolton will surely grow suspicious. Should he learn of our plan to attack Robb, he will undoubtedly march forth from Casterly Rock, leaving us vulnerable on both fronts. Very well. Tywin nodded decisively. Reinforce the siege with an additional 2,000 soldiers under the command of Sir Flamen Blackwood. Maintain our encampment here, and allow all remaining soldiers to depart quietly tonight, gathering 3 miles away in the Lion's Hills, preparing to strike the Northern Alliance station on the plains. King Robb Stark had his forces camped on the vast plains of the Westlands for a full 3 days. This reluctant maneuver disrupted his marching plans. Fortunately, after 3 days, the morale of the northern soldiers began to recover. By the next dawn, Robb was poised to issue orders for his army to depart towards Casterly Rock to aid Roose. However, unbeknownst to him, during that very night, the Northern Alliance was suddenly besieged, overwhelmed by thousands of Lannister cavalry surging from all directions across the plains. The Lannister cavalry, intimately familiar with the terrain of the Westlands, exploited their advantageous position to charge into the northern encampment, wreaking havoc. Initially, following the departure of the Fry forces, the morale of the northern soldiers had been low. And just as it began to rise, they faced a night assault. Many soldiers, disheartened, fled northward on horseback. Robb and a handful of his closest guards shouted to organize a defense, but their efforts were in vain. Aside from a few soldiers who fiercely resisted, the Allied forces scattered in disarray across the battlefield. My lord, perhaps we should order a retreat to Riverrun. Great John rode fiercely to Robb's side. Having fought his way through dozens of Lannister cavalrymen in his relentless pursuit of reaching the king, Robb remained silent, yet he understood that even the ever-assertive Great John, who typically questioned the enemy's audacity in battle meetings, had come to advise retreat. This indicated the overwhelming disadvantage they faced. Victory was simply unattainable. When the moment to sever arises, let it be done, Your Grace. If we delay any further, we risk total annihilation, Great John exclaimed. Driving his sword into the heart of an advancing Lannister foot soldier, his urgency palpable. Withdraw! Command all soldiers to abandon the camp and retreat in an orderly manner towards Riverrun, Robb ordered with a heavy heart. However, as most of the Allied forces began their withdrawal, the Stark soldiers, still encircled by Lannister forces, continued to fight valiantly under the leadership of Rickard Stark. Chapter 66 Prelude. The soldiers of House Karstark ultimately failed to breach the encirclement of the formidable Lannister army. In the early hours of dawn, Robb Stark, the king in the north, who had led the majority of the Allied forces back to the safety of Riverrun, received the grim news. The Karstark soldiers had all perished, and Lord Rickard Karstark of Carhold had fallen on the battlefield, along with his 2 valiant sons who also failed to return. According to post-battle assessments, the ambush on the plains of the Westlands had resulted in the deaths of 4,000 men from the North Riverlands Alliance, with the loss of over 1,000 horses. Robb was left with barely 6,000 troops, their morale considerably diminished. Robb stood before the grand window of Riverrun Castle, staring blankly into the distance. His newlywed wife, Talisa Maeder, entered, leaning against his shoulder, offering soft words of comfort. Your Grace, defeat is a common occurrence in warfare. You cannot allow a temporary setback to undermine your confidence in leading your army. The soldiers need you, the commanders need you. The vassals of the north and the Riverlands need you. You are the king in the north, their leader. If you falter, how shall they find their footing? Turning to embrace her, Robb let out a heavy sigh. I have something to be joyous about, Talisa said. If you wish, I shall share it with you. What is it? Robb inquired after a prolonged silence. I am with child, Talisa murmured, shyly resting her head against his broad chest. Truly? Robb was momentarily taken aback. then pulled Talisa tightly into his embrace. I never anticipated becoming a father so soon. We should inform your mother and celebrate together this evening, Talisa suggested. Knowing that Catelyn Stark had been imprisoned for over a week for releasing the captive Jaime Lannister. I had the same thought. She gave me life, Robb replied. Even if she had freed 10 Kingslayers, I could never act against her. Guards! Robb commanded, release Lady Stark from her cell. Her sentence has been served. That night, Robb and Talisa invited Catelyn to share a meal. The three conversed merrily, and the shadows cast by Robb's battlefield defeat were dispelled by the warmth and care of his family. After dinner, he summoned the nobles of the North and the Riverlands to the Great Hall for a war council. My lords, Robb declared from before the throne. We have just endured a significant defeat, losing thousands of soldiers. The fearless Lord Rickard has fallen. He was a hero. And I shall honor his memory with a grand funeral in the name of the king in the North. I understand that spirits are low after this battle. But now is not the time for despair. We must urgently discuss our next steps to prevent the disintegration of our morale. Your Grace, Greyjohn spoke up. The setbacks in the Westlands have rendered our remaining forces incapable of aiding Lord of Bear Island. He must fend for himself. The brigands from the Iron Islands are currently rampaging through the north, emboldened by our weakened forces. I suggest you lead our troops northward to drive these marauders from our lands. Previously, the Ironborn, under the leadership of Theon Greyjoy, besieged Winterfell, resulting in the tragic burning of 2 Stark princes. Now, as we march northward, this presents an opportune moment for you to avenge your brother. Thus, the assembled lords unanimously believe we should cease any effort to aid Lord Mormont in the Westlands and instead drive those cowardly Ironborn out of the north. Robb furrowed his brow and inquired, is this so? Indeed, the gathered nobles from the Riverlands and the north echoed in agreement, save for Sir Willis Manderley of White Harbor, who remained silent. Your Majesty, the current situation is clear, declared Greyjohn. Renly has been murdered by his brother Stannis, who has suffered a significant defeat at King's Landing, leaving him with merely over 2,000 soldiers. The Baratheon brothers have proven ineffective, and King's Landing, fortified by the armies of the Tyrells and the Tullus, is virtually impregnable. Lord Mormont, isolated in the Westlands with only 2,000 men to defend Crickhole, is likely to fall within days, if not sooner. As Tywin will inevitably reclaim the lands of the Westlands, the only variable is the time it will take. In light of this, we ought not to assault King's Landing or the Westlands. Instead, we should return to the north, expel the Ironborn, and then station a significant force at the neck, the sole land passage connecting the north to the south. By securing this point, we can ensure the north remains free from invasion. Furthermore, with Lord Roose Bolton occupying Harrenhal, he could assist us in mobilizing troops should conflict arise. The north shall remain untouched, akin to the ancient dragons soaring above, as an independent kingdom under the Stark banner. Long live the independence of the north. Long live House Stark. The northern lords fervently chanted in response to Greyjohn's proclamation. Very well, Robb decided. Lords, gather your forces and prepare to depart by noon tomorrow. To return to the north from River Ram, Robb must pass through the Twins, held by House Frye. However, given his prior unilateral breach of the betrothal agreement with Walder Frye, he feared that the Freys might use this as a pretext to obstruct the Northern Alliance's passage through the Twins. To his surprise, upon rising the next day, he received word from a messenger that Lord Walder Frye, after a period of contemplation, had chosen to forgive Robb's youthful impulsiveness in pursuit of love. He proposed to amend the Stark-Frye betrothal into one between House Tully and House Frye. Old Walder hoped that Robb's uncle, Edmure Tully, the Lord of Riverrun, would take Robb's place as the groom and marry his daughter, thus re-establishing the alliance. Robb promptly approached Edmure to relay this development. Initially reluctant, Edmure was persuaded by the arrival of Catelyn, who encouraged her brother to accept the match. The Tullus and Freys agreed to hold the wedding at the Twins in 3 days, which would provide Robb the perfect pretext to lead his men and the northern lords through the Twins under the guise of attending the celebration. Since the engagement with the Frye family, a joyous atmosphere has enveloped the city of Riverrun. Edmure prepared a betrothal gift worth over 100 golden dragons to be sent to the Twins. Northern soldiers revel in taverns, drinking and singing in celebration day after day. On the 3rd day, the lords of the Riverlands and the North, led by Edmure Tully and Robb Stark, set forth in grand procession towards the Twins. Edmure's retinue alone boasted over 200 soldiers tasked with carrying the betrothal gifts, while Robb commanded a force exceeding 6,000 northern men, all counted as part of the wedding entourage according to the traditions of the Riverlands. The celebratory procession resembled a great dragon winding along the main road. marking the largest wedding ceremony held in the Riverlands since Aegon Targaryen's conquest of Westeros. Even Catelyn Tully's marriage to Eddard Stark, the Warden of the North, did not witness such a grand display. As Catelyn rode behind Edmure Tully, observing his exuberance, an ominous premonition suddenly stirred within her heart. Chapter 67. Interlude. Roland gazed in astonishment at the man before him. He was clad in a hooded grey-black robe, with a prominent scar marring the left side of his face and a broken brow. "How did you manage to enter?" Roland inquired, as 2,000 Lannister Gold Lion soldiers besieged the city of Casterly Rock, making it nearly impossible for even a raven to slip through the night sky without being shot down. "For me, infiltrating any place is hardly a challenge," the man replied with a smile. 2,000 soldiers are inconsequential. If there were 20,000, then I might consider how to approach the situation more thoughtfully. He hailed from Braavos, a devout follower of the many-faced god, a master assassin skilled in the arts of infiltration and assassination. His name was Mocha, the only friend Roland had made on the other side of the narrow sea during his childhood. However, since becoming one of the Faceless Men, he had forsaken his former identity and name, now traversing the world under the alias Scar. "How long has it been since we last met?" Roland asked. "Since you departed from Tyrash to worship at the temple of the many-faced god. We refer to it as the House of Black and White," Scar replied. "It has been a full 13 years. What brings you here so unexpectedly?" "Naturally, to visit my only confidant and offer him any assistance he may require," Scar responded with a smile. "Why is it that in the hall of the Lord of Casterly Rock, there isn't even a single chair?" "I cannot afford to hire a faceless man," Roland laughed, dragging a chair from behind him. "I heard that the cost of killing a merchant could easily fund a mercenary company of over 100 men." Scar nodded with a smile. "There is no need to hire me. If you have someone you wish to eliminate, simply let me know, and I shall do it for free." "Not at the moment. I possess knowledge of many happenings across the narrow sea," Scar stated. "Since you do not require my services for murder, would you be interested in hearing some news?" "Why are you so eager to kill for me?" Roland chuckled softly. "You saved my life when we were young," Scar replied with a smile. "Thus, I owe you a life. For a faceless man serving the many-faced god, my life can be exchanged for that of any other. It is a fair trade." "I will seek you out if the need arises." Roland nodded in agreement, acknowledging that he currently had no such demands. "Asking you to kill Tywin Lannister feels like a bit of a loss." "Then allow me to share what has transpired across the narrow sea," Scar suggested. "Are you interested in dragons?" Roland thought to himself that his restraint had finally paid off. He quickly responded, "Quite interested." "I cannot believe the news from Westeros is so insular," Scar chuckled. "The return of the true dragons has likely been known throughout the Seven Kingdoms for over a year now. The one who awakened the three-headed dragon is Daenerys Targaryen, known across the narrow sea as Khaleesi of the Great Grass Sea, Breaker of Chains, Queen of Meereen, Princess of Dragonstone, the Unburnt, Mysa, the Silver-Haired Queen, and Mother of Dragons, born amidst the storm. Before I set out to find you, Scar mentioned that she had unified Essos and liberated all the slaves in Slaver's Bay, amassing an army of 8,000 unsullied. It certainly sounds formidable." "Of course," Scar nodded, stating that she is currently gathering artisans to construct warships, preparing to conquer the continent of Westeros once more under the banner of the Targaryen Queen. "And you, it seems, find yourself in quite a predicament." "Indeed. I am in considerable trouble. The Lannister army numbers nearly 20,000, while I command only a little over 2,000 men." Suddenly, Roaring recalled something. "But with your arrival, this trouble may no longer be a concern. What have you thought of?" Scar closely observed his expression. "I hope you can return across the narrow sea to assist me with a matter." "What matter?" Scar replied with evident displeasure, knowing well that she suffers from seasickness, and that a round trip would take at least 7 or 8 days. "I wish for you to hire the Golden Company on my behalf." "How many men do you require?" Scar scoffed. "They charge quite a hefty fee." "I have heard they possess elephants. How much for each?" "I need 10 elephants," Roaring continued, "along with approximately 500 knights and over 1,000 soldiers." "How much gold do you have?" Scar inquired. "All the gold in the caches of Casterly Rock. Take as much as you need," Roaring replied, having previously hoped for assistance from the Northern Alliance, only to find no sign of reinforcements after such a lengthy wait. Seeking help from others is less reliable than relying on oneself. He intended to take advantage of Scar's visit to hire the Golden Company and bolster his forces for a counterattack. "The gold is sufficient, but Casterly Rock is besieged. How will I help you bring the soldiers and elephants in?" Elephants lack wings. There is no need to bring them to Casterly Rock. Simply direct them to assault the besieging Lannister forces, Roaring responded. I will dispatch my soldiers to assist in the battle at the earliest opportunity. This time, I aim to annihilate the Lannisters. Very well. Before Scar could finish her sentence, Rick suddenly burst into the hall, glancing around but finding no one. Confused, he asked, Lord Mormont, with whom are you speaking? I am not speaking to anyone, Roaring replied, maintaining his composure. Why have you rushed in? I have just received intelligence. Rick gasped for breath. 5 nights ago, Tywin ambushed the Northern Alliance, which had come to provide support on the plains of the Westlands. They took advantage of the darkness to relocate their troops, and we were completely unaware within the city. What of the situation now? Roaring furrowed his brow and inquired. Robb Stark has withdrawn to Riverrun, but I have heard that he led his army yesterday towards the twins to attend a wedding. The wedding of Edmure Tully and the daughter of Old Walder. How do you know this? Riggs asked, astonished. Do not concern yourself with how I know, Roaring replied abruptly, as he approached the table and began to write a letter. Scar, come forth, I know you are still here. After swiftly completing the letter, Roaring called out. A shadow suddenly descended from the rafters, startling Lex, who swiftly drew his sword and demanded, Who are you? A servant of the God of 1,000 Faces. Enough of your idle chatter, Lex thought, astonished to witness Lord Mormont in such a state of urgency for the first time. Roaring thrust a letter into the hands of Scar, instructing, Before you seek out the Golden Company, assist me with this matter immediately. Rush to the Riverlands and deliver this letter to Catelyn Stark. Convey that it is from me and ensure she believes every word I have penned. She must not enter the twins. Chapter 68 Prelude. If the God of Many Faces were to discover that his devout follower was aiding in the delivery of messages, he would undoubtedly be quite displeased. However, given that Scar owed a life to Robb Stark, he was determined to fulfill Robb's requests to the best of his ability, even if it meant repaying a debt that had lingered for 13 years. As a being of clear loyalties, the God of Many Faces would likely condone such actions. Scar mused. Upon receiving Robb's handwritten letter, he departed from Casterly Rock like a wraith, evading the gaze of over 2,000 Lannister soldiers encircling the city, who remained oblivious to his presence, even as he leapt above their heads. As he passed the Lannister camp, he stealthily assassinated an officer and, assuming his guise, effortlessly led away a magnificent steed from the stables. Afterward, riding the gallant horse, he traversed mountains and hills, crossing Lion's Hill and passing through the town of Pink, arriving at the banks outside the city of Riverrun in less than a day. Disguised as a passerby, he inquired with farmers at the village by the Green Fork about the ongoing wedding procession, learning that the extraordinarily large entourage was progressing slowly. They had departed from Riverrun a day and a half prior but had yet to reach the coastal city, with still half a day's journey remaining to the town of Twins. Under the scorching sun, which bore down mercilessly upon the earth, King Robb Stark commanded his army to rest in the forest, planning to resume their march after the sun's most intense rays had subsided, as the wedding was not to occur until the following evening. By the dusk of that day, they would reach the town of Twins. Catelyn ordered her guards to erect a small tent for her, hoping to rest briefly, having had little respite the previous night amidst the cacophony of croaking frogs at their camping site. As Catelyn entered the tent and prepared to lie down, she noticed one of the guards returning, lifting the tent flap. Just as she was about to inquire, the guard rushed in and covered her mouth. In shock, she watched as the guard slowly peeled away his own skin, revealing a completely different face. My Lady Stark, I sincerely apologize for the intrusion, Scar whispered softly. Who are you? From your accent, it seems you are not from Westeros. Catelyn managed to regain her composure and asked. I hail from across the narrow sea. A friend of Robb. He entrusted me with this letter, he replied, presenting the letter to her. It is penned in his own hand, and he instructed me to assure you that you must believe him. For Lord Mormont? Catelyn inquired, perplexed. You came from Casterly Rock? Scar nodded. Casterly Rock is heavily besieged by Lannister forces. How could you possibly accomplish this? What Robb has asked of me has been done. You need not concern yourself with further details, Scar stated. I must now attend to another matter for him across the narrow sea. You may examine the contents of the letter. Catelyn glanced at the letter, noting that the crimson wax seal remained intact, showing no signs of tampering. Yet, when she lifted her gaze again, the figure before her had vanished. With a heart full of trepidation, she tore open the wax seal and unfolded the letter, revealing an elegant script. Lady Stark, do not attend the wedding at the Twins. This ceremony is a complete ruse. Lord Walder has conspired with the Lannisters and the Boltons, preparing to massacre the Starks and all the noble families of the North and the Riverlands at the wedding. You must persuade Robb not to enter the twins." Catelyn was struck with alarm. The horrors described in the letter were too grave to comprehend. If the contents were indeed true, the grand procession from the North and the Riverlands would be akin to marching to their demise. In a state of panic, she rushed out of the tent and quickly sought out her son, Robb Stark, who was seated cross-legged in the camp center, engaged in conversation with his uncle Admiral Tully, who held a bottle of wine and appeared to have partaken generously. Without a moment's hesitation, Catelyn approached and led Robb into the secluded woods, offering no explanation to Admiral, who seemed disinterested in the unfolding drama, continuing to drink. "What troubles you so?" Robb inquired. "I was just discussing with my uncle how the Freys resemble weasels, and I was curious about his bride. He lamented that Lord Walder's daughter could hardly be any better, which left him somewhat despondent, prompting him to drink." "Look at this," Catelyn interjected, disregarding his comments as she handed him the letter. "Whose correspondence is this?" he asked, astonished. "It is from Lord Mormont of Bear Island." "How can that be?" Robb questioned, his skepticism twofold. He was astonished that Yora was ensnared in Casterly Rock's clutches, yet still found time to dispatch such alarming news. And he doubted the veracity of the letter's contents. Catelyn recounted the circumstances surrounding the delivery of the missive by the Starred One, deepening Robb's confusion. "The handwriting does indeed resemble Lord Mormont's. I have seen his correspondence with Lord Wyman of White Harbor. How do you perceive this matter, my son? Do you recall when I informed you that Lord Roose Bolton had stealthily arrived from the twins to warn me of Yora Mormont's treachery?" "I certainly do," Catelyn replied. "You dismissed the commander of the Bear Island forces based on Bolton's words." "Precisely," Robb affirmed. "I suspect that the ostensible purpose of Yora's letter is to publicly insult and retaliate against Lord Bolton, while the underlying motive is to deter me from advancing further north." Catelyn remained silent, contemplating his analysis. "Consider this, mother. Yora is profoundly fearful of my return to the north. Once we arrive, he will find himself utterly isolated, left to face the wrath of the Lannisters alone at Casterly Rock. Should we not summon the other lords to deliberate on this matter?" Catelyn suggested. "Aside from White Harbor, the other lords have little regard for Yora, especially since he has presented no evidence to substantiate the claims in his letter," Robb replied. "They will not place their trust in him." "But I trust Lord Mormont," Catelyn insisted. Catelyn expressed that she had been plagued by a foreboding sense these days, as if the contents of the letter were an ominous harbinger of events to come. "Mother, you must be weary from your travels," Robb remarked. "The lords have unanimously agreed in the War Council to march northward, abandoning any further support for Riverrun. He must have learned of this and is making his final stand." Catelyn hesitated, her thoughts unspoken. Robb gently draped his arm over her shoulders, offering solace. "You and I both understand that across the realm of Westeros, whether among the followers of the Old Gods or the Seven, there exists a time-honored and sacred tradition known as the rite of hospitality, regardless of one's station. When a guest arrives beneath a host's roof and partakes of the bread and salt offered, the rite of hospitality is invoked. During this period of visitation, neither party may inflict harm upon the other. Those who transgress this sacred covenant shall find no mercy from the old or new gods." Chapter 69. Climax. As a devout follower of the Seven, Catelyn was acutely aware of the teachings within the Seven Stars Bible, which proclaimed that those who transgress the sacred decree of guest right would be forsaken by the divine and stripped of respect and reverence from all. Old Lord Walder had lived for over 90 years. He had undoubtedly perused the Seven Stars Bible more times than she had and comprehended the inviolable sanctity of guest right far better than herself. Catelyn pondered this as she gazed upon Robb, who had indeed matured significantly, able to discern the true purpose behind the message delivered by Luo Ling. "Come, mother," Robb urged, taking her hand. "Uncle's wedding will surely be grand and lavish. You need not concern yourself with Luo Ling's alarming words." After exiting the thicket, Robb commanded the soldiers to regroup and continue their march, while Catelyn discreetly sought out Lord Roose Bolton at the Dreadfort, clutching the letter in her hand. Upon presenting the missive to Roose Bolton, he cast a cursory glance at it before bursting into tears of laughter. "From where did you acquire this letter, my lady?" "It was delivered by Lord Mormont of Bear Island," Catelyn replied. "How amusing," Lord Bolton remarked. "He cannot secure his own safety and yet concoct such a tale to slander me. You would do well to heed his words." Catelyn furrowed her brow at this. Lord Bolton rudely turned away, seemingly incensed by the contents of the letter. The wedding procession continued its journey in the afternoon. As the scorching midday sun was obscured by ominous clouds, and a torrential downpour commenced once again. By the time nightfall descended, the party had arrived, drenched. At the banks of the Green Fork, the roaring waters surged relentlessly, crashing against the shore with a thunderous sound, reminiscent of a great beast's roar. The incessant rains over the past fortnight had caused the Green Fork's waters to swell, rising several feet compared to the last time Robb and Catelyn had led the northern forces southward over a year ago. The river's width had at least doubled, and unless the northern soldiers could transform into fish, they could not possibly wade through the tumultuous currents to return to the north without traversing the Grand Bridge at the Twins. As they approached the castle, King Robb Stark of the North donned his crown, with Catelyn and Edmure following closely behind. The two castles of the Twins loomed through the rain, symmetrically positioned on either bank of the Green Fork, as if a mirror in the river's center reflected their presence. Between the twin fortifications stood a massive stone arch bridge, broad enough for 8 horses to march side by side. At the center of the bridge stood the famed Tower of the Guard, where 3 soldiers stood immobile in the watchtower, saluting the King of the North. Before crossing the bridge, the procession divided into 3 groups. Some junior officers and guards headed towards the western castle of the Twins, where they would be graciously entertained by House Fry. Meanwhile, the northern soldiers proceeded to the eastern bank of the Green Fork, where the Fry family had erected 3 grand pavilions for the wedding feast, promising a steady supply of food, wine, and ale throughout the celebrations. The King of the North and the nobles made their way across the bridge to the eastern castle of the Twins, and as they reached the end of the bridge, 4 knights emerged from the eastern castle to greet them. They were all sons of Walder Fry, draped in damp grey wool cloaks that clung to their backs, further tarnishing their already unappealing appearance. The Fry family seemed to be cast from the same mold. Look at them, sharp noses, flat bridges, small eyes, protruding teeth. The only variations were their heights and builds. By the gods, may my new bride Rosalind never resemble them, Edmure exclaimed. Catelyn patted her brother's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Meanwhile, the direwolf Grey Wind, accompanying Robb, let out a furious growl upon seeing the old Walder's sons. Robb quickly silenced him and approached the 4 sons of Walder Fry to engage in conversation. Thank you all for braving the rain to welcome us, declared Robb Stark. King in the North, I have come to apologize for the breach of our marriage pact and to attend my uncle's wedding. If you maintain this humble demeanor and do not present yourself as the haughty King of the North, my father should be inclined to forgive. After exchanging pleasantries, Walder's sons led the noble party into the city. However, as they passed through the gates, Grey Wind erupted once more in rage, baring his teeth and roaring toward the halls of the Twins. Despite Robb's attempts to soothe him, Grey Wind remained unresponsive. Ultimately, Robb dismounted and embraced him, whispering gentle reassurances until the wolf calmed slightly. Once everyone had entered the East Hall, Walder Fry arranged accommodations for all. Yet it seemed he was not prepared to meet the King of the North before the wedding. When Robb discussed this with Catelyn, she felt a vague unease, but could only attribute it to old Walder's lingering anger. On the following day, both castles of the Twins bustled with wedding preparations. Servants and maids scurried between the hall and kitchen, carrying platters laden with a variety of sumptuous dishes. Robb, accompanied by the northern lords, took his seat, followed closely by Edmure Tully and the lords of the Riverlands. Walder's sons, daughters, grandsons, great-grandsons, sons-in-law, and daughters-in-law numbered over 100, many of whom were left standing in the corners of the hall without seats. The elderly Walder, with his sagging skin and stooped posture, sat in the center as the host, looking towards King Robb. Your Grace, my useless old legs have been tormented by gout for many years. I trust you will understand my discourtesy in not being able to kneel. Robb nodded in acknowledgement. I comprehend your plight, esteemed lords. Upon receiving the king's understanding, Walder turned to the assembled nobles. I thank you for attending the wedding of Lord Edmure Tully of Riverrun and his beloved daughter, Rosalind Fry. Before the feast begins, would you care to see the beautiful bride? Of course, the nobles responded in unison, laughter echoing. Edmure, surprised, turned to Catelyn at the neighboring table. Sister, did you hear that? He said the beautiful bride. Catelyn smiled and nodded. After Walder clapped his hands twice, an exceedingly lovely maiden lifted the hall's curtain and gracefully stepped forward. Oh, she is truly beautiful. The nobles erupted in a chorus of astonishment. The beauty possessed a fair complexion and a well-proportioned figure, but what was most remarkable was her birth into the Fry family, coupled with her exquisitely refined features. Rosalind Fry could be considered the unparalleled beauty of the Fry lineage. 6 months prior, old Walder had sought to marry her off to Roose Bolton, only to be met with a heartless refusal. Old Walder cast a glance at Edmure Tully and inquired, Duke Edmure, are you satisfied with her? Most satisfied, indeed. Edmure replied fervently, a weight lifting from his heart. He thought to himself how generous and magnanimous Lord Walder Frye was, willing to overlook past grievances and bestow such a beauty upon him. Your Majesty, do you find the bride beautiful? Walder then asked Robb. Beautiful, Robb responded cautiously, aware of the barbs in Walder's words. Had he not breached the marriage pact, Rosalind Frye would presently be his queen. Walder burst into a sharp, piercing laughter. I wonder where the queen is seated. She is right beside me. Robb pointed to the adjacent seat, where his queen, Talisa Maeder of Volantis, nodded slightly in acknowledgement to Lord Walder. Ah, so the queen is so lovely. No wonder you would forget the promises you once made, Walder remarked. I sincerely apologize for the betrayal I have committed before you, in the presence of all the lords of the Riverlands and the North, Robb said, his demeanor reminiscent of his father, Eddard Stark. I earnestly seek your forgiveness for the affront against the Frye family. Walder smiled and nodded, though the slight inclination of his head hardly conveyed genuine forgiveness. My esteemed guests, the wedding of the Duke of Riverrun and his daughter will take place in the hall later, where the priest will bestow the blessings of the seven upon them. For now, let us raise our glasses and indulge in merriment. With Walder's proclamation, dozens of young, beautiful handmaidens streamed in to serve the nobles their drinks. The atmosphere was jubilant as all raised their cups and reveled in the festivities. Meanwhile, on the musicians' balcony at the eastern side of the banquet hall, the ensemble began to play. The sounds of flutes, horns, violins, and drums intertwined, and the musicians launched into the lyrics of the wedding song. The queen removes her shoes. The king discards his crown. To bed! To bed! Let the revelry begin. The queen sheds her gown. The king removes his trousers. The bed shakes incessantly. The king lies as stiff as wood. As the lyrics progressed into the part where the king and queen began to consummate their union, the festivities reached a fervent peak. However, the song abruptly ceased, and after a brief silence, a melodic tune replaced the wedding song, resonating throughout the hall. Catelyn recognized the melody. It was the Lannister family's famed piece, The Reign of Castamere. Yet, at that moment, it echoed in the halls of Riverrun. Chapter 70. The finale. As the melodious strains of The Reign of Castamere resonated through the banquet hall, over 30 concealed crossbowmen suddenly emerged from the upper gallery. Time seemed to freeze in that moment, leaving only the swift, thunderous flight of bolts erupting from their mechanisms. 3 arrows struck the abdomen of Robb's new bride, Talisa Maeder. At the instant Lord Walder inquired about the queen's whereabouts, the crossbowmen had already fixed their sights upon her. The king in the north lunged toward her, tears streaming silently from his eyes, howling like a furious wolf, "Do not kill her." An arrow pierced Robb Stark's body, abruptly silencing his roar. Several crossbowmen appeared on the musician's balcony, emotionless as they loosed additional bolts at Talisa. The powerful projectiles penetrated her spine, causing her arms to fall limply. Yet her eyes remained wide open, gazing at the king, bewildered until her last breath, unable to comprehend how a joyous wedding could devolve into such chaos. Great John overturned the long table where the nobles feasted, rushing toward his king. Robb, struck in the abdomen, collapsed but was not yet dead, struggling to hold the queen in his embrace. The banquet hall descended into turmoil, the lords of the Riverlands and the North utterly defenseless against the onslaught of crossbow bolts. Brave nobles who had scarcely drawn their swords fell to the ground, while the timorous quaked, cowering beneath the tables. Robb! Catelyn Stark, witnessing her son fall, covered her mouth in shock, rendered speechless. She attempted to move toward the king in the north, her trembling legs propelling her forward. But Admiral Tully suddenly leaped and tackled her to the ground, as several bolts whizzed past her ears, claiming the lives of 2 unfortunate northern lords behind her. The ominous sound of crossbow triggers echoed against the walls of the banquet hall. The formidable Great John, hefting a heavy mahogany table, rushed to shield the king and his queen, raising the table like a soldier's shield. The thuds of metal tips embedding into the wood followed in succession, dozens of bolts finding their mark in the table. Sir Wendell Manderley, the second son of Lord Wyman Manderley of White Harbor, also rushed to defend the king. His sword, lost in the chaos to some member of House Frye, was replaced by a hefty leg of lamb as a makeshift weapon. He swatted away 2 incoming bolts with the lamb leg, but 3 more shot from the side, embedding themselves in his corpulent waist. "Beware behind you," he warned Great John with his last breath, as a bolt found its mark, piercing his open mouth and emerging from the back of his neck. Sir Wendell fell rigidly backward, his heavy form crashing onto the table, sending cups, wooden spoons, wine vessels, plates, cheese, and wine scattering in every direction, while blood seeped from his wound, staining the banquet hall floor. Great John braced the table with one hand and drew his sword with the other. But it was too late. A bolt pierced his skull, crimson mingling with pallid fluids oozing from the wound. Please, no more. Catelyn cried out as she rose from the ground, yet the only response she received was the bloodthirsty bolt of a crossbow. Wailing in despair, she drew the dagger from her waist, breaking free from Edmure's embrace and charging toward one of Lord Walder's wives. Lord Walder sat high upon an intricately carved black oak chair, quietly observing the massacre as if he were savoring a splendid theatrical performance. The redwood table that Big John had brought trembled slightly, and the king in the north, supporting himself against one corner of the table, stood unsteadily. A deadly crossbow bolt lodged in his abdomen. Lord Walder waved his right hand, and the crossbow bolt ceased its flight as the music faded. I am truly sorry. My lord, Lord Walder fixed his gaze upon Robb. My men have inadvertently harmed you and the esteemed lords of the north. I sincerely beg your forgiveness, hoping we can reconcile and forge an alliance. Robb's lips twitched as he struggled to speak but could not find the words. Suddenly, a procession emerged from the eastern side of the banquet hall. Catelyn, holding one of Lord Walder's wives hostage, glanced over there, the golden lion armor gleaming brilliantly. At that moment, the musicians began to sing the lyrics of the Ring of Castamere. Golden mane and red mane, all drink blood, my claws are sharp and long. And you are but chaff. A knight of the Lannisters, clad in golden armor, swiftly approached King Robb Stark, moving in rhythm with the beat. On behalf of the West, I extend the warmest greetings from Lord Tywin. With a swift motion, the Lannister knight plunged his long sword into the king's heart, twisting it forcefully. No! Catelyn cried, tears streaming down her face, as her grip on the dagger tightened, slicing slowly through the neck of Lord Walder's wife until white bone was exposed. Warm blood sliding down her nails, yet she felt an icy chill envelop her. I have many wives, she is but one of them, Lord Walder remarked blandly. Devoid of sorrow, Catelyn lowered her head in despair, compared to the tragic death of her only surviving son before her eyes. Killing Lord Walder's wife brought her no semblance of vengeful satisfaction. Roose Bolton, the Lord of the Dreadfort, approached her with a smile. The only northern noble present who remained unscathed. I warned you, yet you did not believe. Roose Bolton smiled, though I know not how he discovered our plans. The letter was indeed accurate in every detail. So it was all true. Catelyn's tears had long since dried. My lady, Roose Bolton continued. When you showed me the letter a day ago, I reminded you, you would do well to heed his words, you, as a vassal of House Stark, dare to betray your liege. Catelyn accused, and the phrase, you have trampled upon the sacred right of guest, the gods will not forgive. The gods? Lord Walder chuckled softly. Lady Stark, where are they? Can you now pray to the merciful mother to pity a mother who has lost all her sons and appear here to save her life? I am sorry, my lady. Without waiting for Catelyn's response, Roose Bolton drew his sword and plunged it into her chest. One cannot help but ponder how Lord Mormont of Bear Island will react upon learning of your demise in the Twin Rivers. The grand wedding has devolved into a massacre, with the groom, Edmure Tully, imprisoned by the Fry family. Meanwhile, in the western part of River Ram, opposite the east town, and beneath the 3 wedding pavilions along the banks of the Green Fork, officers, guards, soldiers, and the dire wolf Grey Wind met with a similarly brutal fate. Old Walder commanded that the heads of Robb Stark, the king in the north, and Grey Wind be severed, subsequently stitching the wolf's head onto Robb's body. They bound the king, with a wolf's head upon his human form, to a warhorse, marching in formation while raising torches, indulging in the utmost mockery, and chanting throughout the night in honor of the king in the north. Chapter 71, Rolling's Mad Experiment on the fateful night of the Blood Wedding. Rolling stood before the grand window of the opulent lord's chamber in Castle Casterly, gazing into the enveloping darkness outside. Suddenly, golden letters began to materialize before him. You attempt to alter the course of fate, yet human folly is, at times, irredeemable. Achievement unlocked. You are a good person. Acquired 2 fusion points. Achievement unlocked. Rare golden achievement. You have a heart of gold. Acquired 6 fusion points. The world line of the dungeon has converged. New dungeon quest unlocked. The struggle for the north. The struggle for the north. The northern nobility was slaughtered en masse at the wedding. With the support of Queen Cersei Lannister, Roose Bolton will ascend as the new warden of the north, to uphold the honor of the north. A confrontation with this hypocrite is inevitable. Return from the Westlands, Lord Mormont of Bear Island. Rolling sighed softly. He had done all he could, truly acting with utmost benevolence. Detected current fusion points. 8. Detected your skills have not been upgraded in a long time. You qualify for the skill upgrade discount event at no cost. For just 3 fusion points, You can elevate the skill Wrath of the Black Dragon from level 1 to level 2. Would you like to upgrade? The typically composed Luo Ling gasped in surprise. If memory served him correctly, the previous upgrade from level 1 to level 2 of Wrath of the Black Dragon had cost 10 fusion points. This discount was akin to a 70 reduction. Despite his concerns over whether this dubious system was playing tricks on him, the allure of such a substantial discount led Luo Ling to unhesitatingly select yes. Upgrade successful. Wrath of the Black Dragon skill level raised to level 2, skill effect enhanced. Upon activating Dragon Rage, you can envelop both your mount and yourself in black flames. Luo Ling exclaimed once more, astonished that he had not been deceived, and the enhancement appeared significant. Worthy of the original cost of 10 fusion points. Lord Mormont, what are you cursing about in there? Came the inquiry from outside the door, from Lix. Mind your business. Luo Ling retorted. Shall I assist you in sending your servants away, so as not to tarnish your illustrious image? Luo Ling opened the door, and Lix, standing at the threshold, struggled to suppress a laugh. Do you dare mock me now? Go, run 20 laps between the east and west streets of Casterly. My lord. I shall never speak out of turn again, Lix replied, feigning innocence. Go. Yes, my lord. After watching Lix dash towards the east street, Luo Ling lay quietly on his bed, lost in contemplation. At present, Tywin Lannister's forces besieged Casterly, while the north was on the verge of falling into the hands of the Bolton family. Once he subdued the resisting noble factions of the north, it was likely that he would dispatch troops to assist Tywin in dealing with him. He silently contemplated, realizing that he had become a thorn in the eyes of both the Lannisters and the Boltons. It was imperative to devise a strategy to break the stalemate. Remaining passive was not an option. By the time Star led the Golden Company back to the west, he needed to be ready to organize a formidable counterattack. Currently, the forces in Casterly Rock numbered only 2,000, while Tywin's Golden Lions, despite suffering considerable losses in 2 sieges, could still muster over 10,000 soldiers for battle. The disparity in numbers was stark. Even with the addition of the mercenaries from the Golden Company, they would still be outnumbered by more than threefold. The only resource he could rely on was the gunpowder provided by the marketplace. However, while the black eggs crafted from this gunpowder were effective for defense, their utility in an offensive operation would be significantly diminished due to the extended lines of engagement and the vastness of the battlefield. Even if 3 pounds of black powder were packed into a single black egg, a solitary explosion would hardly alter the course of the conflict. Feeling the dual pressure of survival from both the Lannisters and the Boltons, Roland spent a sleepless night. At dawn, an idea struck him, prompting him to rush towards the armory. My lord, this idea is far too perilous. Outside the armory, the early rising blacksmith Arnold encountered Roland, who succinctly outlined his plan for breaking the enemy lines, which left Arnold in shock. This is essentially playing with your life. We both understand the destructive power of a black egg, the blacksmith urged. That is precisely why I need your assistance in crafting a miniature black egg for experimentation, Roland replied. I fear for my life as well. After a moment of contemplation, Arnold asked, how small do you require it to be? Roland gestured with his thumb and forefinger to form a circle, indicating the size he desired. If we make the black egg this size, how thin can you forge the shell? Arnold mused. Having crafted so many black eggs for you, our skills have improved, even at this diminutive size. We should be able to achieve a thickness akin to that of a sheepskin parchment. However, he cautioned, the amount of demon's breath that can fit into such a small black egg is minimal. Will it successfully detonate? It will, Roland assured him. After all, the inferior black powder supplied by the marketplace is of decent quality, due to the alarming speed of the marketplace's delivery. He discreetly left the blacksmith's shop, seeking an isolated spot to spend his remaining 5 fusion points on 5 pounds of inferior black powder, which he then delivered to Arnold. On that midday, Roland received the miniature black egg crafted by Arnold and prepared to conduct his experiment in an open area outside the armory. Count Titus Blaywood and others from Crowtree City had also gathered to witness the event. My lord, perhaps we should reconsider, Lex exclaimed, noticing Roland cradling the miniature black egg as he approached the designated area. His heart racing at the thought of what might happen if Lord Mormont were to be injured or worse in such an explosion. This is undeniably dangerous. Count Blaywood added his voice to the caution. Roland understood their concerns were valid, yet he did not cease his preparations. This was the sole method he could conceive to enable the black egg to exert a transformative influence on the battlefield during the assault. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, he deftly ignited the fuse of the miniature black egg with a burning twig. The fuse blazed rapidly, With remarkable agility, Luo Ling hurled the mini black egg into the air. A heavy thud resonated, and the firelight flickered momentarily in the sky. The fragments of the mini black egg exploded and scattered, drawing the astonished gaze of Count Blywood, Lix, Elnod, and the other blacksmiths towards Luo Ling, who stood over 20 meters away. After activating the dragon's fury state, Luo Ling strode towards the crowd, enveloped in black flames. The mini black egg had just detonated a mere 3 inches above his head, yet he remained unscathed, shielded by the black flames. Indeed, as in the games he had played in his previous life, the explosion and the shrapnel it produced were classified as physical damage. He contemplated that this meant he could rush towards Tywin with the black egg and detonate it, sending him skyward. It seemed he had succeeded. Lix exclaimed in exhilaration, a stark contrast to Luo Ling's composure. Elnod, tongue-tied, was witnessing Luo Ling activate the black flames for the first time, marveling at the magic that shielded Lord Mormont from the black egg's harm. Luo Ling smiled at the crowd as golden letters began to dance before his eyes. Chapter 72. The Brotherhood Without Banners. Luo Ling gazed at the fluttering golden text and quietly clicked on the marketplace. Beside the gray icon of inferior black gunpowder on the shelf, a shimmering new icon appeared. He directed his attention towards it, and immediately 2 columns of item descriptions emerged. Refined black gunpowder. This meticulously refined black gunpowder is equivalent to 4 pounds of ordinary gunpowder, yielding an exceedingly exaggerated explosive effect. It is an indispensable item for those who engage in combat and arson. A grand promotion in the marketplace. Purchase refined black gunpowder, and enjoy a half-price discount for the first 5 pounds, each pound costing merely 3 fusion points. Upon reading this information, he silently checked the shelf for the inferior black gunpowder and discovered that its price had reverted from 1 fusion point per pound back to its original price of 3 fusion points per pound. It appeared that the marketplace's grand promotion was time-limited. Whenever new items were introduced, the discounts on old stock ceased. Now, even at half price, acquiring a pound of refined gunpowder required 3 fusion points, a sum insufficient to purchase a substantial quantity of black gunpowder. Luo Ling felt a sense of relief, thankful that he had previously stockpiled 5 pounds of inferior black gunpowder. Now, he could simply buy 1 pound of refined black gunpowder to mix in, thus ensuring not only sufficient quantity but also a significant enhancement in purity and potency. With this thought, he departed the armory and returned to his room, closing the door before daring to operate the marketplace. With a soft pop, a golden small hole appeared in the sky, and a package of refined gunpowder, wrapped in sheepskin parchment, descended. By the time he returned to the armory with the gunpowder, both Lix and Count Bladewood of Crow's Tree had already left to attend to their own affairs. Lix, Luo Ling's personal guard and intelligence chief, was perpetually occupied, while Count Bladewood, the infantry commander, had to inspect the city walls multiple times each day, instructing the city guards to remain vigilant against a potential surprise attack from the Lannister forces. Please craft another mini black egg for me, Luo Ling requested, handing the package of refined gunpowder to the blacksmith, Elnord. This mini black egg should be completely filled with the demon's breath I just provided. Is there any difference, my lord? Elnord inquired, puzzled. This package of demon's breath has been purified, Luo Ling replied. I wish to ascertain how much more powerful it can be compared to the previous version. Understood, my lord. It will be ready before sunset. There is no need to rush. I shall return tomorrow for the experiment. Luo Ling coughed lightly, for his dragon's fury state could only be activated once a day. In the Hygian region, the hound, Sandor Clegane, was ambling through the woods on his warhorse. Following Stannis' dismal defeat at the Battle of Blackwater, the hound, who had led the guard out of the city to confront the enemy's vanguard, should have been among those who were granted honors and promotions. However, due to his fear of the raging wildfires on the Blackwater River and his refusal to lead the guard out of the city to confront the enemy, he was not only denied any reward after the battle but also condemned to death for cowardice. Terrified of execution, Sandor Clegane fled King's Landing under the cover of night, finding a semblance of peace only upon reaching the riverlands. Suddenly, he heard rustling from the thicket ahead. The hound unsheathed his sword with a swift motion as more than a dozen figures emerged from the dense forest, swiftly encircling him. Who were they? Tully or Stark? Neither. Among the assailants, a man with golden hair and a black eye patch stepped forward, smiling at the hound. Your information seems rather outdated, Sir Clegane. Both Tully and Stark perished in the twins at the hands of the Freys days ago. Do you know me? Sandor Clegane inquired, gripping his sword tightly, uncertain of whether friend or foe stood before him. Do you not recognize me? You are. The hound suddenly recalled the man's once handsome visage. What has become of you? Lord Beric Dondarrion of Blackhaven. Whatever happened to your striking features? Thanks to your dear brother the mountain, I was impaled through the skull with a spear. Though I was resurrected. The stars remain. Since then, I have met my end several times, leaving me with a myriad of wounds. Beric gestured to his eye patch, you see. My right eye was blinded by the mountain's dagger. That marked my fourth death. Slain multiple times. The hound listened in astonishment to his ramblings, yet upon closer inspection, he noted the myriad of fatal injuries adorning Beric's form. Indeed, I have been killed 5 times in total, Beric Dondarrion said with a sense of pride. But I have been resurrected each time. I am no longer merely the Earl of Blackhaven, but a devout follower of the Lord of Light and the leader of the Brotherhood without banners. They call me the Lightning Lord. Sandor Clegane remained silent. Aware of the Brotherhood's reputation, a group that had recently gained prominence in the Riverlands, comprised mainly of soldiers defeated in various battles and displaced civilians seeking refuge. They adhered to a creed of upholding the downtrodden, espousing justice and honor like knights. We conceal ourselves in the shadows, waiting. You cannot see us, but we can see you. Regardless of whose armor you wear, Lannister, Frey, Bolton, as long as you oppress the weak, the Brotherhood without banners shall surely eliminate you. This battle creed had spread widely throughout the Riverlands. This is Thuras of Myr, a red priest. Beric pointed to a man beside him, clad in red robes, bald with a few grey strands of hair. It is he who resurrected me through the magic of the Lord of Light. I suppose I am now your enemy. The Hound remarked, knowing well that the Brotherhood viewed families such as the Lannisters and Boltons as their primary adversaries. You have committed heinous crimes. All that remains is for you to confess. The red-robed sorcerer, Soros, stepped forward, asserting that they would not wrongfully accuse any virtuous soul. Nor would they allow any wicked individual to escape justice. I had been serving steadfastly as a member of the King's Guard in King's Landing until that accursed Stannis arrived. The Hound proclaimed that he was not his cruel and vicious brother, having committed no heinous acts of arson, slaughter, or depravity. Yet, one might argue that you do not resemble a knight who upholds honor, Soros replied. At least, you do not appear to embody such virtues. Until we ascertain the nature of your past deeds, we cannot permit your departure. Guards! The Storm King, Beric, received a knowing glance from Soros and ordered that Sir Gregor be bound and taken to the camp. I dare anyone to step forward. The Hound brandished his long sword. His furious gaze and the charred half of his face rendering him exceedingly menacing. Chapter 73, Arya Stark, Seeking Recommendations. Resistance is futile, Sir Clegane, declared Beric Dondarrion. The Lightning Lord, with a smile. The dense woods of the Riverlands are our domain, and even if you are one of the finest Kingsguard, you cannot stir the waters here. Ah! Sandor Clegane spat on the ground, seizing the reins of his steed and charging forward with determination. Suddenly, a large iron net descended from the canopy above, ensnaring him thoroughly. As the Hound struggled, he found the net tightening with each movement, and before long, he could no longer hold his sword, which clattered to the ground beside him. What did I tell you? Beric commanded his soldiers to bind him and throw him onto a horse's back. He could only submit obediently. Beric and his companions navigated through the twisting paths of the Riverlands woods with the Hound in tow, ensuring he would not remember the way to their camp by blindfolding him and retracing their steps multiple times. Sandor Clegane was left disoriented. And by the time Beric lifted his hood to reveal the light, it was already evening. The Brotherhood without banners had concealed their camp in a cave beneath a cliff within the dense woods, and upon returning, the members left behind had already set up a fire, cooking freshly caught rabbits in an iron pot. Once the Hound was brought into the camp, he surveyed his surroundings and immediately recognized a familiar face from King's Landing. She had bright gray eyes and a long face, and her recently cropped hair accentuated her already androgynous appearance, making her more easily mistaken for a boy. At that moment, she was squatting by the fire, fanning the flames with large palm leaves, making her already unrosy cheeks appear even more ashen. When the guards escorted the Hound into the camp, she turned and recognized him in an instant. You all escaped from the Red Keep in King's Landing. You should know each other. Beric Dondarrion brought the Hound before her. Arya Stark, Sandor Clegane remarked, the little wolf from the north. Your father, Eddard Stark, vanished mysteriously from King's Landing before his imprisonment. I never expected to encounter you here in the Riverlands. I did not anticipate meeting you here either, Sir Clegane, Arya replied, rising and brushing her skirt. Still sharp-tongued, she inquired, how did you come to be captured by them? She had witnessed the Hound's prowess and regarded him as the most formidable fighter she knew. Apart from her father, he wandered like a spectre through the woods, ultimately stumbling into our prearranged trap, Barrick explained. We are preparing to put him on trial. Since you are acquainted, it should simplify matters considerably. Miss Stark, Barrick smiled. Might I inquire if you are aware that Sir Clegane has committed certain unforgivable crimes? Does murder count? Arya asked. Oh. Barrick raised his voice. Whom did he kill? Do you know? Sir Clegane previously claimed to be a knight of justice and honor in King's Landing, with no crimes to speak of. The Hound has slain Mikey, Arya accused. Mikey was an apprentice butcher, and during my journey south from Winterfell to King's Landing with my father, he served as my sparring partner. Sir Gregor Clegane, known as the Hound, approached her, and she charged, You have murdered the butcher's apprentice, Mikey. Do you confess? Mikey. The Hound lowered his head in contemplation for a moment. Indeed, I killed a red-haired butcher's apprentice, but it was a justified act. Justified? Arya exclaimed. He was an innocent, and you brutally severed his head. Innocent? The Hound curled the corner of his scarred mouth. At that time, Joffrey had yet to ascend the Iron Throne, but he was already the Crown Prince. That apprentice, Mikey, attempted to harm him. As the prince's sworn protector, why should I face judgment for slaying someone who threatened the Crown Prince? No, Arya retorted. Mikey did not attack Joffrey, it was I. I threw Joffrey's sword into the river and struck him fiercely. Mikey did nothing but flee at my command. Given the passage of time, it seemed their accounts had diverged. Lightning Lord Beric Dondarrion turned to Sandor and inquired, Were you present when Mikey attacked Joffrey? Did you witness it firsthand? The Hound shook his head. This matter was later recounted to me by Joffrey himself. I did not see it with my own eyes. However, as a loyal Kingsguard, I would never doubt the prince's words. That is not loyalty. Arya countered. That is murder. Joffrey is the mastermind, and you are the accomplice. Yet your sister, Sansa Stark, claimed before King Robert that Mikey assaulted Joffrey. The Hound shot back. Sansa was also lying. She has been a deceitful little lady since her days in Winterfell. Enough. Barrick interrupted their quarrel. Arguing here all day will yield no resolution. He turned to face Sandor and continued, You stand accused of murder, yet the facts remain somewhat nebulous. The Brotherhood without banners cannot pass judgment on your guilt, but the great Lord of Light can. Sir Gregor, I hereby declare a trial by combat. If you emerge victorious, it shall signify the Lord of Light's belief in your innocence. If you are defeated, I shall take your head. Why must I fight you? The Hound roared. I am innocent. Are you afraid? Barrick asked. If you win, you shall be free to depart. I keep my promises. Afraid? The Hound let out a harsh laugh. Do you think you are my equal? Arya clenched her fists at the side. She had witnessed the Lightning Lord in action. His skills were mediocre at best and could never match the Hound's prowess. The trial by combat was, in essence, a means to grant Sandor Clegane a reprieve. If it came to a direct confrontation, I doubt even three of me could best you, Barrick declared, pressing the blade of his sword against his palm. Slowly drawing it across. But I have the favor of the Lord of Light, Ruler. Ignite the sacred flame for the Lightning Lord, Ruler. The crimson-robed Soros approached Barry, declaring that if Sandor Clegane were guilty, let the storm of lightning bring about his demise, yet, if he were sincere, grant him clemency. As Soros's incantation reverberated through the cavern, the warmth of Barry's own blood flowed over the cold steel of the longsword. In the next moment, flames erupted fiercely from the blade. To hell with the Lightbringer, the Hound cursed vehemently, his disdain for that accursed magic evident. He feared nothing but the flames. Chapter 74. The Hound. Every word you utter is unforgivable, Hound, declared the red-robed monk Soros, and commanded his guards to return Sandor Clegane's sword and shield to him. His oak shield, adorned with iron nails, was painted a vibrant yellow, and at its center was intricately carved the Clegane family's emblem of 3 black hounds. In contrast, the shield of the Lightning Lord Barrick was also crafted from oak, yet it bore the scars of battle, marred by deep gashes from blades and axes, some penetrating inches into the wood. The purple lightning and scattered stars painted upon it had faded into an indistinguishable blur. Barrick secured the shield to his left arm, while in his right hand he wielded a sword engulfed in flames. The Hound cast a fearful glance at the blazing blade, swallowing hard, yet bravely unsheathed his own sword, discarding its scabbard, and raised his round shield. Kill him! The Hound fears fire, Arya shouted from the sidelines. Despite understanding the vast disparity in their strengths, she had heard from the Brotherhood that the Lightning Lord Barrick was undead, and with the support of his fire-enchanted sword, she hoped he could vanquish the Hound and avenge Mikey. Beric initiated the assault, his movements rapid as he charged, the fiery sword trailing a tongue of flame through the air. The hound remained stationary, bracing for impact, until Beric's sword swung down upon him. The hound met the flaming blade with his sword from below, the flames dancing and illuminating the surroundings. What should have been a flawless block faltered. As the hound recoiled in fear from the fire, stumbling back several paces, Beric surged forward, delivering a powerful downward strike aimed at the hound's unsightly, half-bald head. The onlooking members of the Brotherhood cheered for Beric's fluid and graceful attack. The hound raised his round shield to protect his head, successfully deflecting the potentially lethal blow. But the 3 black hounds emblazoned on the shield were severed in half, sparks erupting and scattering at the hound's feet. Damn the Light King! Damn the flames! The hound cursed, retreating again from the fire. Beric, sensing his overwhelming advantage, showed no intention of granting the hound respite. He stepped forward, thrusting his sword relentlessly at his opponent, the clash of steel echoing in the cavern as the 2 swords collided in a symphony of ringing metal. Beric advanced with determination, while the hound, gripped by the fear of fire, continued to retreat. Eventually, the hound found himself cornered against the cave wall, with no escape as the flames licked at his shield, charring it black. With a sweeping motion, Beric's sword struck forth, the searing heat quickening the hound's heartbeat. In that moment, memories of a harrowing childhood flooded back to him, recalling the scene of the mountain rolling a burning torch across his cheek. Ah! The hound emitted a fierce roar, as madness gradually consumed the deep-seated terror in his eyes. Flames danced upon Beric's longsword, the dazzling red and yellow glow marking the trajectory of the fiery blade. The hound fixated intently on this path, and as it was about to strike his body, he swung his sword in a vertical slash, successfully parrying Beric's attack. For the first time, he took a step forward, launching a thrust towards Beric's chest. Beric, unfazed by the hound's counterattack, confidently twisted his body to evade the thrust. With a flourish, his flaming sword whirled, creating a ring of fire that blazed brilliantly, as if it sought to ignite the entire cavern. Damn it! The hound cursed. Beric's approach was not that of a conventional duelist. It was clear he was toying with him, exploiting his fear of fire, treating him as a mere monkey in a circus, mocking him with the fiery ring. Arya caught a glimpse of the hound's frenzied and icy gaze, and disregarding everything, he charged at Beric with all his might, wielding his iron sword in the most ferocious assault of his life. Yet, the Lightning King Beric did not engage in a direct confrontation. Instead, continuously thrusting his flaming sword towards the hound's head, the flames leaking towards his eyes, forcing the hound to raise his shield in defense. With a powerful downward strike from Beric, the sound of the oak shield splintering echoed through the cavern. The shield in the hound's grasp ignited in fierce flames, the fire spreading across its yellow surface, engulfing 3 black dogs and sweeping up his arm. Arya realized he was on the verge of defeat. However, the hound refused to accept his fate. With a resounding crash, he discarded his shield and charged at Beric, launching one final desperate counterattack. Beric raised his shield, ready to block, while his longsword arced gracefully upward from his side. Despite not expending much energy in this battle, his movements remained elegant and fluid. The hound, heedless of everything, rushed to his opponent, and as Beric swung his flaming sword in an attempt to push him back, the hound unexpectedly closed his eyes, allowing the searing sword to slice away a piece of flesh from his shoulder. With 2 powerful strides, he closed the distance and plunged his steel sword into Beric's chest with a sickening thud. No! Arya gasped. Beric collapsed to the ground after the hound withdrew his sword, leaving the members of the Brotherhood of No Banners in stunned silence. The hound, having overexerted himself in the final moments of the duel, also weakened, sank to one knee, supported only by his longsword. I'm injured, the hound cried, pointing to his bleeding shoulder. Who's coming to help me? The red-robed monk Soros cast a meaningful glance at him, instructing his subordinates to assist with his wound. Before approaching Beric's lifeless body, pierced through the chest by the longsword. King of Light, grant your favor here. King of Light, guide in the midst of darkness. King of Light, let your radiant visage shine here. As Soros's incantation reverberated through the cavern, the seemingly irretrievably dead Lightning King Beric suddenly coughed violently twice and rose from the ground. The King of Light has deemed him innocent, Beric declared, pointing at the hound. Announcing to the crowd. Arya stared in astonishment at this scene. This was not mere magic, it could only be described as a miracle. Yet they, along with their deity, permitted a murderer to evade justice. They are not paragons of virtue but rather misguided devotees. In that moment, she found herself profoundly disillusioned with the Brotherhood without banners. In the dead of night, while all lay in slumber, Arya stealthily acquired a dagger, deceiving the guards under the pretense of relieving herself, and quietly departed the cave. Without a glance back, she sprinted towards the dense forest, only to suddenly feel a weight upon her shoulder. Turning around, she beheld Sandor Clegane standing directly behind her, his hand grasping her frail shoulder. "Where do you intend to go?" the Hound inquired. "Anywhere but here," Arya retorted. "They are a band of cowards, too afraid to confront someone like you, masquerading their cowardice as trial by combat, when in truth, it is merely a means to spare you." The Hound shrugged. "I seek vengeance upon the phrase," she declared through gritted teeth. "Old Walder slaughtered my kin, and you think you can achieve this?" The Hound scoffed. "Rather than throw your life away, allow me to barter it for some coin. Those damn fools of the Brotherhood have pilfered my purse." With that, the Hound snatched the dagger Arya Stark had concealed in her hand and hoisted her over his shoulder. "Where are you taking me?" Arya pounded her fists against his broad back, but her efforts were in vain. "Have you heard of the Lord of Bear Island and Castle Kerwin, the Ancient One?" The ranger returned from the Narrow Sea, the undefeated commander, Roose Bolton. The Hound stated. "I hear he is seeking you, offering a bounty of 5 golden dragons. But Castle Kerwin is besieged, you cannot enter." "Lannister soldiers will not impede my passage," the Hound replied. "After all, I am of House Clegane. 3 generations of my family have sworn fealty to the Lannisters." Chapter 75, Jaime and the Beauty of Harrenhal. Jaime Lannister, who has lost his right hand, is escorted to this place alongside Brienne of Tarth by the cavalry of House Bolton. The newly appointed Warden of the North, Duke Roose Bolton, commands 2,000 soldiers stationed here, while Winterfell, Harrenhal, and the affairs of the North are temporarily overseen by his illegitimate son, Ramsay Snow. Along the way, Brienne learns of the Red Wedding and the tragic fate of Catelyn Stark, who had once saved her life, plunging her into deep sorrow, rendering her nearly mute. The cavalry leads the two through the heavy, steep walls of Harrenhal, which, though dilapidated, still stands as the tallest fortification in all the 7 kingdoms. Looming by the shores of the gods I like a sheer cliff. As the largest castle on the continent of Westeros, the gatehouse of Harrenhal surpasses even the main keep of the Dreadfort in size. Its kitchens are as spacious as the Great Hall of Winterfell, and the largest stable can accommodate 1,000 war horses simultaneously. Under the escort of the cavalry, Jaime and Brienne proceed along the castle's broad pathways, which are as wide as the King's Road in the north. Along the way, they pass 5 towers, their stones scorched by intense heat, grey and riddled with cracks. As if they might crumble at any moment. These are the indelible marks left by Aegon Targaryen's conquest of the 7 kingdoms 3 centuries ago, wrought by dragonfire. The group arrives at the stone yard, a training ground for knights and a place for their squires to clean weapons and armor. The uneven surface, made of stones that shift underfoot, gives the yard its name. Crossing the stone yard, Jaime and Brienne are brought to their destination, the main hall of Harrenhal, known as the Hall of 100 Hearths. Legend has it that there are 100 hearths within, allowing the castle to remain warm as summer even in the biting cold of winter. However, as Jaime Lannister steps into the hall, he counts only about 30 hearths, though the hall is more spacious than the square outside the Great September of Baelor in King A's Landing. He muses that this hall alone could accommodate an army of nearly 3,000. As he surveys his surroundings, Jaime notes that the floor of the Hall of 100 Hearths is paved with smooth, oil-glossed stone. At the far end, a series of ascending steps leads up to a lacquered wooden chair, where Duke Roose Bolton sits, looking down at him and Brienne. "Welcome, esteemed guests, to Harrenhal." Roose Bolton greets with a smile that does not reach his eyes. "I have never witnessed such hospitality," Jaime Lannister retorts, lifting his mangled right hand in indignation. "We are treated like criminals. Do you see what I have lost? What is the meaning of this?" Duke Bolton furrows his brow. Having formed an alliance with Tywin Lannister and Cersei Lannister in concert with the Frey family to orchestrate the Red Wedding, and Jaime Lannister was specifically named as a target by Tywin and Cersei during their negotiations with him. "A short-sighted subordinate of yours has acted against me, my Lord Duke." Jaime turned to look at Locke, the captain of House Bolton's cavalry, who had severed his right hand. "I shall deal with him." Roose Bolton cast a glance at Locke and addressed the regicide, stating, "I will have his hand severed as compensation for you, but under one condition. You must promise me this: I shall allow you to leave Harrenhal. You see, House Bolton is now a friendly ally of House Lannister, and I wish for no unfortunate events to tarnish the relationship between our 2 houses." The Duke of Bolton declared, "I can help you remove Locke's hands, or even slay him if you desire, as long as you refrain from mentioning the matter of his severed limbs when you return to Cersei or Tywin." "Very well," Jaime replied, "let it be done now. I do not wish for his death, only the removal of his 2 hands and 1 foot. And I shall witness it with my own eyes. No! Laud cried out, My Lord Bolton, I would rather face death. Guards! The Duke of Bolton disregarded his subordinates' pleas. Several guards surged forward, pinning Laud to the ground as blades and axes fell, his screams echoing through the vast hall of 100 hearths. Each cry more piercing than the last. Brienne turned her head away, unable to bear the bloody scene. I hope you keep your promise, regicide. Though I am unruly, I am still a knight. Jaime Lannister mused, having avenged the loss of his arm. He felt little resentment. He considered the severed hand a worthy sacrifice to save Brienne of Tarth. Then you may leave, Bolton said. I can provide you with a fine steed and free attendance. Whether you wish to return to King's Landing or venture to the west is your choice. I require a good meal, Jaime replied. And I wish to take her with me. Brienne of Tarth? Roose Bolton furrowed his brow. You cannot take her. She is sworn to Lady Stark. And I must keep her here, but I assure you, no one shall harm her. You promise she will not be harmed, Jaime reiterated. Roose Bolton nodded with a semblance of a smile. That night, Jaime Lannister chose a swift horse and, accompanied by 3 guards, returned to King's Landing. However, early the next morning, having traveled over 100 miles from Harrenhal, Jaime suddenly recalled something. Ignoring his guards' protests, he reined in his horse and galloped back the way he had come. The swift steed, unrelenting, collapsed from exhaustion, and Jaime finally made his way back to Harrenhal before noon. In the vast circular arena to the east of the castle, Brienne of Tarth was clad in a gown she had never worn before, facing a grey bear in combat. The bear's strength was formidable. Even someone as robust as Brienne was no match for it. The creature roared thunderously, pressing her back with powerful swipes of its claws. Brienne was an exceptional warrior. Yet she had never faced a bear before. As the battle turned against her, she found herself unable to retaliate, retreating further until she was cornered against the wall. The bear stood upright like a towering giant, extending its forepaws and pressing down heavily. Brienne instinctively thrust her sword upwards. However, her efforts to block were in vain as the great bear's paw swatted the sword away, causing it to clatter to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, the grizzly opened its massive jaws and lunged at her. Should those sharp fangs find their mark on Brienne's unprotected flesh, she would scarcely endure more than 2 minutes. Stripped of her weapon, Brienne could only evade, yet as she narrowly dodged twice, the hem of her princess down caught her foot, sending her sprawling off balance. The bear bore down upon her, its fangs poised to pierce her neck. In that critical moment, Jaime Lannister leapt from the stands, plunging a spear through the bear's skull, unleashing the might of the realm's foremost knight. He staggered forward, bearing the creature's immense weight for over 10 paces before halting. Blood and brain matter splattered across the arena, the beast's life extinguished in an instant. Brienne crouched in a corner, resembling a fragile, helpless girl. Jaime approached her slowly. As she lifted her gaze to meet his, she spoke. He said no one should harm me, yet he sent a bear to deal with me. I realized this and ran back. The Kingslayer enveloped her in his embrace, thankful that it was not too late. Brienne nodded. Let us depart. He took her hand, leading her away from the arena. Chapter 76. The ghostly father following the sanguine wedding. The dominion over Winterfell and the North fell into the hands of House Bolton. Upon learning of this development, Tyrion Lannister sighed, astonished that a figure as formidable as Lady Stark could become yet another casualty in the game of power. When Theon Greyjoy betrayed the Stark family and seized Winterfell, Tyrion had fled the castle alongside Bran Stark, seeking refuge further north. Now, nearly a month had passed since their separation. Bran, accompanied by the Reed siblings and his dire oath, had ventured into a nearby forest in search of the fabled three-eyed raven. Meanwhile, Tyrion journeyed northward to the Wall with Rickon Stark. The scholars of Old Town had foretold the imminent end of the long summer, heralding the arrival of winter. Tyrion acutely felt the extreme fluctuations in weather that accompany the onset of winter, compared to his previous trek north alongside Jon Snow. The snowstorms and gales were far more ferocious, with the icy wind slicing against his face like a blade, capable of inflicting wounds. He and Rickon shared a steed, and after more than a month on the road, they had exhausted their provisions. At last, one afternoon, they arrived at Castle Black. A member of the Night's Watch stationed at the gate spotted the 2 diminutive figures atop the horse and pondered why 2 children would traverse the vast frozen expanse to reach the wall. As they drew nearer, he realized that it was a dwarf accompanied by a boy who appeared to be under 10 years of age, with the dwarf seated behind the child, rendering them nearly the same height. Do you not recognize me? Tyrion called out as he approached Castle Black. Addressing the Night's Watch officer, Clydas, the sycophant of that old blind fool, Maester Aemon. I remember you well. You? Brother Crow Clydas exclaimed in surprise. The Lannister dwarf. Did you not return to King's Landing? Why have you come back? Why should I not return? The dwarf countered. Have you forgotten the promise you made before departing with the ranger Roland Mormont? Clydas reminded him. By the Seven? I remember. Tyrion exclaimed, slapping his thigh. I had pledged that upon my return to King's Landing, I would send you 2 carts of the finest black ale from the capital. Indeed, Clydas replied. But where is the ale? I have not broken my word, the Lannister dwarf exclaimed. I said I would send the ale upon my return to King's Landing. Yet I never made it back. I was first imprisoned in the dungeons by the Duchess of Winterfell, and subsequently placed under house arrest by acting Lord Bran Stark. That sounds rather tragic, Clydas chuckled. Welcome back to Castle Black, my half-man friend. The storm rages outside, do come in and warm yourself. I knew the understanding black-clad brethren would not hold it against me, Tyrion said as he urged his horse forward. He gestured toward the boy and introduced him. This is Jon Snow's brother, Eddard Stark's youngest son, Rickon Stark. Hello. Rickon Stark held a walnut in his hand, slightly awkwardly gesturing towards Clydas. Jon has now become an exceptional steward, greatly valued by the Night's Watch commander, Lord Commander Mormont. After Clydas returned Rickon's greeting, he turned to the dwarf and remarked that, coincidentally, Jon was currently at the Black Castle, preparing to deliver supplies to the forces stationed at the First Man's Finger. Had you arrived a day later, you might not have seen him. That is indeed fortunate, Tyrion replied. Please take me to him quickly. He should be delighted to see that Rickon is alive. Under Clydas's guidance, Tyrion and Rickon dismounted and walked through the Black Castle's training grounds, reaching the storeroom in the east. The trio entered the granary, where Jon was meticulously directing some of the Night's Watch brothers in the transportation of provisions and dehydrated vegetables. Look who has arrived, Jon. Clydas called out. Jon turned to see the dwarf and Rickon standing beside him. By the old gods! Jon exclaimed in surprise and joy, rushing over to embrace his brother. Rickon! I truly thought you were dead, burned alongside Bran. Just under a week after Theon Greyjoy had breached Winterfell, Jon had received the dreadful news that Bran and Rickon had been burned alive. He had believed it to be true. Was it you who saved him? He asked the dwarf. It should be credited to Bran Stark for saving both him and me, Tyrion smiled. I merely brought him to the Black Castle. So, Bran is safe as well? Jon inquired, expressing his immense gratitude. No need for thanks between us, Tyrion chuckled. After relaying Bran's situation to Jon, he glanced around the granary, observing the large crates being transported, and inquired, why is so much food being shipped? Is the Night's Watch not planning to stay at the Black Castle? Certainly not. Jon explained. We received word a fortnight ago that the wildlings were advancing south en masse. Lord Commander Mormont personally led 400 rangers beyond the wall to investigate the situation. They were originally stationed at Castle Black, but due to some mistakes made by Samwell Tarly, they were all expelled by the castle's lord. They had to relocate to the First Man's Finger, where there is currently a shortage of food, and the reconnaissance mission remains incomplete. Hence, Mormont sent me back to the Black Castle to deliver supplies to the First Man's Finger. Samwell Tarly. Tyrion recalled for a moment. I remember now. That rotund fellow with a face like a pig and a belly wider than 3 of mine combined. What sort of mistake could such a coward make? It's a long story, Jon replied. Castle Black has always been a crucial supply station for the Night's Watch beyond the wall. Nearly every time rangers go out on a mission, they lodge there to replenish supplies. Accordingly, Castle Black would charge the Night's Watch a hefty fee. For decades, Castle Black has been able to maintain its position beyond the wall because he sacrifices his newly born sons to the White Walkers. How many sons does he have? Tyrion inquired. I do not know. Jon responded that each of his sons was offered as a sacrifice to the forest upon their birth, but he had dozens of wives. And the daughters de Boer would, in time, give him sons. Disgusting! Tyrion exclaimed, branding him a beast. He had survived for decades beyond the wall through such abhorrent practices. So what transgression had the stout Sam committed? Did he dare to punish that beast, Castor? No, Jon shook his head. Then what did he do? Speak swiftly. Lannister urged impatiently. Chapter 77, The Assassination Squad. He has abducted the daughter of Castor, who has just reached adulthood. Is that not akin to seizing someone's future bride? Tyrion wore a devilish grin. No wonder you were all expelled from Castle Castor. And who would have thought that Samwell Tarly was a romantic at heart? Truly. One should not judge by appearances. Such are the circumstances. Jon nodded. Although the old bear promised to punish Sam, Castor's anger remained unquenched. For the foreseeable future, the Night's Watch could not return to Castle Castor and would be forced to camp at the ancestral feast. How much supplies do you need to transport? At least enough provisions for half a month of food and vegetables. Jon replied, I plan to pack them up and set out tonight. I entrust you with taking care of Rickon at the Black Castle, my Lord Lannister. Do not be so formal with me, Tyrion remarked. I intend to accompany you. Your brother can be entrusted to your Raven brothers. Jon fell silent for a moment, recognizing that Tyrion possessed a keen mind that might prove useful amidst the perils beyond the wall. Very well, given the recent shortage of manpower in the Night's Watch, I can bring you along. However, you must understand that this outing will lack the protection of a formidable ally like Ranger Roland, and if you wish to survive, you must remain closely at my side. I shall not stray an inch, Tyrion chuckled. Speaking of which, after over a year of honing your skills at Black Castle, you should have made some progress. What do you think would happen if you were to face Lord Mormont again? I should not be defeated so easily this time, Jon replied. In the dead of night, Jon brought Rickon Stark to Maester Aemon, requesting that the Maester look after him. The typically irritable blind old man took a liking to Rickon and gladly accepted Jon's request. The supply convoy then departed from Black Castle, consisting of over 10 Night's Watch officers and 3 rangers. Jon led this small group, with Clydas as his advisor, while the unassigned Tyrion trailed closely behind Jon. Under the scrutinizing gazes of the other brothers of the Night's Watch, the ancestral feast sounds like a mountain's name, yet it actually refers to a circular fortress built by ancient ancestors beyond the wall. The entire fortress is situated on a suddenly elevated hill at the edge of the haunted forest, with steep cliffs on the west and north sides, making it easy to defend yet difficult to assault. Its eastern side is somewhat gentler, yet offers an expansive view. The fortress atop the peak stands firm against the biting wind, visible from miles away. Commanders typically stand here to survey the battlefield, allowing them to issue various commands. Surrounding the ancestral feast is a steep, rocky hillside encircled by a chest-high wall made of grey stones, the only reliable defensive structure of the fortress. Archers are usually stationed behind this grey wall. When enemies launch an attack on the fortress, they must contend with a ring of arrows shot from the hillside archers. At dawn 2 days later, the tireless supply convoy finally entered the ancestral feast's circular fortress. The Night's Watch, stationed at the ancestral peak of the First Man, had endured days of hunger and cold. When they saw Jon arriving with supplies, an exuberant cheer erupted. After greeting the brothers of the Night's Watch, Jon led Tyrion to meet the commander, Old Bear Mormont. The old man's temporary quarters were in the warmest chamber of the First Man's fortress. Upon entering, Jon found Old Bear engaged in conversation with a man he referred to as the One-Handed Colin. Jon had encountered Colin a few times and was somewhat familiar with his exploits. According to the old rangers, Colin was the second most skilled swordsman and the most valiant warrior, surpassed only by Benjen Stark. He was an old friend of Benjen's, as both had joined the Night's Watch on the same day, reciting the sacred oath together. In a battle during his youth, Colin single-handedly faced the onslaught of 3 wildlings. He emerged victorious but at the cost of 3 fingers from his right hand. With only his thumb and forefinger remaining, he could no longer wield a sword effectively, prompting him to train himself to fight left-handed, ultimately becoming a legendary ranger of the Night's Watch. After Benjen Stark's disappearance, Old Bear sought to appoint Colin as the first ranger to replace Benjen, but Colin declined, citing that until Benjen's body was found, he could not be considered dead. You returned swiftly, Old Bear remarked, turning to Jon. I knew sending you back was the right decision. Had it been anyone else, we might have waited another 2 days. And by then, the brothers might have erupted in unrest. Oh! Old Bear exclaimed, noticing the dwarf following Jon. I seem to see an old friend. You appear as robust as ever. Tyrion exchanged pleasantries with him. Commander Mormont, when you departed, Maester Aemon urged you to stay, yet you chose to leave. Who would have thought you would return after more than a year? Old Bear chuckled. Life is unpredictable, Tyrion replied with a wry smile. My courtesans in King's Landing have likely aged a decade in my absence. We were discussing the dispatch of an elite team from the Night's Watch to assassinate the king beyond the wall. Mance Raider, Old Bear redirected the conversation, introducing Colin to Jon. Colin, you should be acquainted with him, since Benjen Stark's disappearance. He has been leading our men in search of Benjen beyond the wall. I am most grateful for that, Jon responded. During your journey to Castle Black with supplies, Colin interjected, we captured several wildling scouts, from whom we learned that Mance Raider is preparing to assemble an army of over 100,000 wildlings to attack the wall. Is your plan to assassinate Mance Rayder? Jon asked, astonished. The wildlings are a proud and unruly lot, lacking organization and discipline. Once we eliminate their common leader, Mance Rayder, they will revert to disarray, possibly turning against one another and engaging in tribal warfare to determine their new leader. Consequently, the amassed wildling army will fall apart. Ensuring the safety of the wall, Colin elucidated that he and Old Bear had carefully selected several commendable candidates, among whom you are included. It appears to be a splendid plan. Tyrion chimed in from the side. It is quite unexpected that even the most astute minds of the Seven Kingdoms endorse this scheme. Old Bear chuckled and inquired, My Lord Lannister, do you have any constructive suggestions to offer? To which Tyrion replied, While I possess no constructive suggestions, I am rather inclined to ask if I might join this elite assassination squad. Chapter 78, Undercurrents. Do you wish to join the assassination squad? Colin, known as the Maimed, cast a scornful glance at Tyrion, his derision unmistakable. To attempt to assassinate the king beyond the wall while burdened with a dwarf. You offer no assistance, rather. I must allocate resources to safeguard you. What utter nonsense! Tyrion retorted, his pride wounded by Colin's unrelenting remarks. Initially, his suggestion to join the squad had been made in jest, yet now he felt compelled to assert his significance. You crows incessantly speak of wildlings and White Walkers. But have any of you truly faced them? Have you witnessed their terror firsthand? Tyrion inquired. Have you faced a White Walker? Colin shot back, his irritation evident. I have not encountered a White Walker, yet I aided Lord of Bear Island, the Ranger, Jorah, in slaying one, Tyrion declared, his head held high with pride. Who can attest to that? How do I know you are not simply fabricating tales? Jon Snow was present at the time. Then enlighten us, Colin pressed. How did you assist Jorah? Recalling the events, Tyrion placed his hands on his hips. The Ranger found himself locked in combat with a White Walker. Their struggle initially evenly matched. However, during the fray, the Walker's icy blade rendered the Ranger staggered to dust, leaving him at a severe disadvantage, nearly losing his life. Colin frowned. The dwarf continued, It was only my reminder of the Walker's weaknesses that enabled the Ranger to rally and strike down the creature. Do you know what White Walkers fear? Both Old Bear and Colin shook their heads in unison. Jon stifled a laugh, thinking how adept the dwarf was at boasting. His words made it seem as though the Ranger's victory was entirely his doing. White Walkers fear Valyrian steel and dragonglass. Any harm inflicted by these materials will reduce them to mere puddles of water. Tyrion pointed to his head. Though I cannot wield a massive sword, I possess a clever and knowledgeable mind. I dare say, aside from a few ancient scholars in Old Town, no one in the Seven Kingdoms understands more than I do. Bringing me along will be an asset. Colin turned to Old Bear, who nodded. I am convinced by his argument, but the final decision rests with you. As you are the leader of the assassination squad, let the Lannister join, Colin decided. To infiltrate the wildlings' camp and assassinate the king beyond the wall, Mance Rayder. Mere brute force will not suffice. A day later, the assassination squad, composed of 8 members and well-equipped with provisions, departed from the ancestral peak, journeying toward the icy expanse of the far north, where they aimed to locate the wildling camp. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the recently reinforced roof of the armory in Castle Black threatened to be torn asunder by the violent shockwave. Jorah emerged from the epicenter of the blast, enveloped in dark flames. He has just detonated a standard-sized black egg, entirely filled with refined black powder. Lord Mormont, you must cease experimenting with more powerful black eggs. Blacksmith Arnold exclaimed from within the armory. The explosion radius of such a black egg is already capable of reaching the armory itself. You require a more expensive testing ground. I am aware, Roland replied slowly once the black flames surrounding him had subsided, but within the confines of King's Landing, this is the largest open space available. Just as Aegon Targaryen once conquered the 7 kingdoms with dragons and fire, so too shall you, through the black egg and its explosions, eventually conquer the 7 kingdoms and claim the Iron Throne. Roland smiled and shook his head. Across the narrow sea, 3 great dragons under the command of the Mother of Dragons, Daenerys, were preparing to traverse the ocean, and until he faced her, the outcome remained uncertain. Lord Mormont. Good news. The intelligence chief, Lix, suddenly shouted as he sprinted towards the armory, calling out as he ran. What good news? He gasped. Having led 1,000 Golden Company mercenaries, 500 cavalry, and 7 elephants back home, he plans to land on the shores of the Sunset Sea, and has sent word requesting your assistance upon their arrival. Why only 7? Roland inquired. Was it not said there would be 10? They do not have that many elephants, Lix replied. There were originally 8, but one became severely seasick. And after sailing a few miles, it was sent back. Roland remarked, the Lannister siege army has been unusually quiet. Their formations have shifted incessantly. But the number remains around 2,000. It seems they have suffered losses and are now hesitant to assault the city, preferring to wear us down instead. Lix suggested. Should we not consider sending some of our defensive soldiers from the battlements for training in preparation for a counteroffensive? No, Roland stated firmly. Our forces are already limited. If we withdraw our defenses and the Lannisters decide to strike suddenly, we could find ourselves in dire straits. Though we have held our ground for so long. Even the slightest miscalculation could lead to our demise. You are indeed thoughtful, Lix responded. What of the operational plan to assist the Golden Company soldiers upon their landing? Summon Count Blywood. We shall commence discussions on the battle strategy now. Understood, my lord. King's Landing. Jaime Lannister returned to King's Landing with Brienne of Tarth. He settled Brienne comfortably before hastily spurring his horse towards the Red Keep. He was about to see Cersei, the woman he cherished above all, his sister. An indispensable part of his life. Bam! Jaime pushed through the heavy guard of the King's Guard, rudely and urgently flinging open her chamber door. At her vanity, a woman sat poised, glancing back at him. Her beauty was as radiant as a flower, her skin fair as milk, and even seated, her silhouette was alluringly graceful. She possessed the characteristic golden curls and emerald eyes of House Lannister. She gazed at Jaime, her eyes betraying an unmistakable affection and astonishment. I have returned. Jaime stood at the threshold, declaring that he had lost a hand. Cersei rushed over to embrace him, exclaiming that his return was all that mattered. That his safety was paramount. Since his departure, a multitude of events had transpired in King's Landing, when Stannis led his fleet to besiege the city. She had feared she would never see him again. She had endured hunger and deprivation in the dungeons of Riverrun, all for the sake of this moment. Jaime responded, stating that Stannis had faltered, Renly was dead, the king in the north had perished, and both House Bolton and House Tyrell had submitted. Their son had ascended the throne. She had become the Queen Mother, and he would resume his role as a King's Guard, ever vigilant in his protection of them. And there is another, Cersei interjected. Who? Lord of Bear Island, Ronald Mormont, she replied. He has taken Castle Black and remains entrenched within its walls. I have heard that my father has attempted to besiege it several times, but to no avail. The mountain has sustained grave injuries. Indeed, Jaime replied. I learned of these matters on my journey back to King's Landing. What are your thoughts? Chapter 79, Oath-keeping. I need you to assist our father, Cersei declared. There are 3,000 Lannister soldiers in King's Landing. You must lead them to the Westlands and help him reclaim Casterly Rock. I have only just returned. And you wish to send me away so soon? Jaime retorted. The situation is urgent. Urgent? Jaime scoffed. How long has the conflict in the Westlands been ongoing? Cersei turned to the window. I fear unforeseen events may transpire. You must have faith in our father, Jaime urged. In all of the 7 kingdoms. Who would dare forget the fate of Lord Castamere? The Westlands submit not due to his titles, honors, or accolades, but because he has truly endured the trials of blood and fire, of war and slaughter, emerging as the ultimate victor. A mere Roland Mormont cannot possibly rival our father. Trust me, within a fortnight, Roland's head will be delivered to King's Landing. And if I do not see Roland's head within that fortnight, the Queen Mother inquired, then I shall personally lead the troops to bring it back for you. Very well. Upon exiting the Red Keep, Jaime Lannister sought out Brienne at a tavern, only to discover she had already departed. He promptly made his way to the alleys, bribing several spies to discreetly assist him in locating Brienne. That night, Jaime received word from a spy that Brienne had been spotted on Seed Street, east of the Red Keep. He immediately set out and, as expected, encountered her in the street. Where have you been? Jaime asked. In this vast city of King's Landing, with thousands of guards constantly patrolling. Do you not fear being recognized and captured? I told you I would assist you, and this is a promise I made to Catelyn Stark. I will not renege on it. I know you will not, Brienne replied, but I am anxious. What good is anxiety? Quite useful, Brienne retorted stubbornly. An hour before you found me, I had already made contact with Lady Sansa in the Red Keep. Jaime was taken aback. However, I have yet to ascertain any news about Lady Arya. I still need your help. Arya is no longer in King's Landing, Jaime remarked. No one knows her current whereabouts. She is the cleverest of the Stark children. I have arranged to escort Lady Sansa out of the city tomorrow, Brienne stated. I require your assistance. I will help you smuggle Sansa out of the Red Keep and will aid in diverting the guards at the small gate, Jaime replied. The rest will depend on your own efforts. Brienne expressed her gratitude. Come with me, Jaime said. I have a gift for you. Curiously, she followed him as they discreetly evaded the guard gaze, successfully entering Jaime's residence. He instructed Brienne to wait outside the room while he entered alone. And when he emerged once more, he held a sword in his left hand. It was a 1.5-handed longsword, adorned with undulating patterns of crimson and black, emblematic of Valyrian steel. Yet, for Brienne, this was her first encounter with the red-hued design. The Valyrian blades she had previously laid eyes upon were predominantly silver, with black ripples. This is a Valyrian steel sword. Brienne gasped softly, marveling at its exquisite craftsmanship. Even the scabbard was gilded. I cannot accept such a precious gift. Gold has never been a rarity for the Lannisters. I grew up amidst heaps of it, Jaime replied, wielding the long sword with one hand. The hilt, adorned with a golden lion's head set with a ruby, seemed to come alive under the flickering candlelight, while the blade sliced through the air with a whistle akin to a fierce roar. This is a Valyrian steel sword forged by Tobal Mott, the master blacksmith of King's Landing, Jaime elucidated. King's Landing houses nearly 1,000 blacksmiths, yet only he bears the title of master. Tobal Mott melted down the ancestral Stark greatsword ice and reforged it into 2 swords, of which this is one. So it lacks a name. Jaime nodded, sighing. For long, I yearned to possess a Valyrian steel sword, even at the cost of my own life. Perhaps the Seven heard my prayers and granted my wish. I lost my hand. And this morning, my uncle Kevin Lannister presented me with this blade. Then you should keep it, Brienne urged, pushing the sword back towards him. A fine sword deserves a hero. Even with a severed arm, you felled a bear before me. My right hand is gone. I used a lance to kill the bear, and its attention was entirely on you. I merely struck from behind, Jaime countered. I could drive the lance against my body, but with a sword, how can I wield it without my right hand? You can practice with your left. No need to say more, Jaime interjected. This sword cannot fulfill its purpose by my side, thus it rightfully belongs to you. Under Jaime's earnest gaze, Brienne solemnly accepted the longsword. It deserves a name, Jaime proposed. Oathkeeper, Brienne declared without hesitation. A splendid name, Jaime's eyes sparkled. We both strive to fulfill a poor mother's vow, to return her 2 daughters to the north. Brienne nodded, placing Oathkeeper into its gilded scabbard. As the blade slid into its sheath, a melodious metallic sound resonated. Its voice is far sharper than an ordinary steel sword, Brienne marveled. The following day, with Jaime Lannister's assistance, Brienne successfully departed the city at dawn, escorting Sansa Stark. They rode a swift steed together, galloping towards the north. Sansa had learned of the Red Wedding while in King's Landing and was aware that the north had fallen into the hands of House Bolton. Thus, she inquired tearfully along the way about their destination. Brienne comfortingly brushed her shoulder and asked, Do you have any remaining kin, my lady? My aunt, Sansa replied. Sansa replied that before her marriage she was known as Lysa Tully, and now she is called Lysa Arryn, the Lady of the Eyrie in the Vale. As for my illegitimate brother, Jon Snow, I have heard that he has gone to the wall to join the Night's Watch, though I wonder how he fares now. Where do you wish to go? Brienne inquired, presenting 2 starkly contrasting choices. My intention was to take you to Lord Roose Bolton. Lady Stark herself once praised him as a true man of the North, capable of ensuring your safety. However, I have heard that Lord Bolton is now in dire straits, besieged alone in the Westlands by Tywin's 20,000 men. Let us head north, Sansa contemplated for a moment before responding. That night, Brienne escorted Sansa to a small tavern by the roadside for lodging. Brienne wished to share a room with Sansa to safeguard her at all times, but Sansa insisted vehemently on separate accommodations. The following morning, Brienne knocked on her door, rapping persistently without receiving a reply. Anxious and frantic, Brienne ultimately disregarded propriety and forcibly opened the door. Yet, within the chamber, Sansa was nowhere to be found. Brienne inquired at the tavern's counter, but even the innkeeper was unaware of when Sansa had departed. Regretfully, Brienne stood outside the tavern, at a loss as to what to do next. Several dozen miles away, Sansa Stark rode a small red horse, trailing a man ahead of her. The man, often referred to as Littlefinger, was named Peter Baelish, and following the victory at the Battle of Blackwater, he had been appointed by Queen Cersei herself as the Master of Coin in the small council. Why are you willing to accompany me? Littlefinger asked. I specifically requested her sword, A Valyrian steel blade with a pure gold lion's head pommel, Sansa replied, deliberately emphasizing the word lion. When you infiltrated my chamber to take me away, you mentioned her peculiar relationship with Jaime Lannister. Is that sword connected to the Kingslayer? She continued. She claimed it was a gift from Jaime. Sansa asserted, she did not lie to me, but I still do not trust her. After all that transpired in King's Landing, I will trust no one associated with House Lannister. The two rode onward, making their way towards the area in the Vale. Chapter 80, Landing. Tywin Lannister, much like his son Jaime in King's Landing, believed himself to be in a position of great advantage, convinced that the capture of Casterly Rock was merely a matter of time. However, on this day, scouts unexpectedly reported the sighting of a colossal fleet sailing across the Sunset Sea, advancing towards Casterly Rock. Following the devastating destruction of Stannis' narrow sea fleet by the Emerald Wildfire on the Blackwater, no faction on the continent of Westeros, aside from the Iron Islands, possessed the means to muster such a formidable armada. Yet, the fleet upon the Sunset Sea was not adorned with the golden Kraken banner. Instead, it bore the flag depicting a golden skull impaled on a long spear, an emblem unfamiliar to most Lannister soldiers. Whence does this fleet hail? Sir Adam Marbrand, having been injured on the Mountain of Magic, now served as Tywin's captain of the guard, ever at his side. It is likely the Golden Company from across the narrow sea, Tywin mused, as both men stood upon the sandy shores of the Sunset Sea, gazing into the distance. The Golden Company. Sir Marbrand frowned, the name unfamiliar to him. I have not witnessed it myself, Tywin replied. Over a century ago, during the internal strife within the royal Targaryen family known as the Blackfire Rebellion, it is said that Aegon Ivy's bastard, called Iron Aegon Rivers, fled across the narrow sea after the rebellion's failure and established a mercenary company in Essos, which is the precursor to the Golden Company. Before the Golden Company was formed, numerous mercenary groups existed in Essos, but they were notoriously fickle and ill-reputed. Aegon Rivers altered that narrative. His Golden Company upheld a motto of words like gold, promising never to break their oaths, regardless of the circumstances. Has Lord Mormont hired the Golden Company? Sir Marbrand inquired, astonished. Otherwise, what other plausible explanation could there be for the sudden appearance of such a grand fleet upon the Sunset Sea? Tywin countered. Summon all senior commanders to my tent to deliberate our battle strategy, he commanded, interrupting the conversation. Within the camp of the Golden Lion Legion, Sir Marbrand, Sir Flamant Brax, Sir Reynard Westerling, and other commanders assembled. Even the grievously wounded mountain donned his armor, slowly entering the tent with the aid of several guards. The Golden Company was merely 2 hours away from the shore, with the vanguard vessels poised to make landfall. Sir Marbrand briefed the assembly, stating, the preliminary strategy devised with Lord Tywin is to prevent the Golden Company from landing at all costs, sealing them firmly in the sea. But once we concentrate our forces on the maritime front, Lord Mormont in Casterly Rock will surely seize the opportunity to launch a breakout, Sir Reynard Westerling cautioned. I intend to leave 4,000 soldiers to establish a triple-layered encirclement around Casterly Rock. Even if Lord Mormont manages to break through, his forces will undoubtedly suffer significant losses. Tywin asserted that the crux of this battle lies in preventing the Golden Company from landing. Should this succeed, they would provide formidable support to the forces at River Run, enabling the enemy to launch a counterattack from both the direction of Casterly Rock and the shores of the Sunset Sea. If the battle's dynamics were disrupted, we could easily find ourselves in an irretrievable disadvantage. Why would a disruption in the battle lead us to such a disadvantage? Sir Flamant Brax inquired. The number of Lannister soldiers stationed in various barracks, ready to engage at a moment's notice, exceeds 12,000. Even if the Golden Company boasts 3,000 mercenaries, supplemented by 2,000 defenders from Casterly Rock, their total would only amount to 5,000 soldiers. We still outnumber them by more than 2 to 1. The numerical advantage is not as significant as you might perceive, Sir Brax, Malbrown interjected. In our previous siege, we suffered tremendous casualties, and many of the soldiers in the barracks are wounded. The actual number of combat-ready soldiers barely surpasses 10,000. Lord Tywin has just received intelligence that the Golden Company's vessels have brought elephants. Have you ever witnessed elephants on the battlefield? How many soldiers can one elephant equate to? Who among us can calculate that? You elephants, Flamant Brax stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. The only way to prevent elephants from disrupting the battlefield is to prevent them from disembarking, Tywin concluded. Issue orders to establish a defensive line along the shores of the Sunset Sea, the front ranks with shield bearers, the middle ranks with spearmen, followed by crossbowmen in the rear, and finally, a mobile cavalry of 1,000 and at least 800 archers. This will constitute a 4-tier defense, and there must be no slackening of our efforts. Yes. The assembled company responded in unison as they departed. As night fell, a gentle breeze wafted along the coast, while the Lannister forces meticulously arranged themselves along the shoreline in a defensive formation, accompanied by the stirring sound of horns. The archers of the Golden Lion Legion unleashed a volley upon the first vessel of the Golden Company approaching the shore. A torrential rain of arrows descended, swiftly perforating the ship's white sails with countless holes. With the loss of the sail's assistance, the advancing vessel's speed noticeably diminished, prompting the Lannister archers to launch a second volley. On board, the soldiers of the Golden Company had already raised their large shields, interlocking them like a carapace to shield against the deluge of arrows. Most of the shields bore the ornate design of golden skulls, while a select few featured the emblem of a black-winged red steed upon a golden background. The personal sigil of Aegon Rivers, the founder of the Golden Company. After several rounds of coordinated fire, the Lannister archers uniformly lowered their bows and ceased shooting. For the Golden Company's vanguard vessels had now surged ashore. The soldiers of the Golden Company leapt from their ships, and the two forces clashed fiercely upon the beach. The Lannister soldiers donned their crimson and gold lion armor, while the Golden Company soldiers shimmered in their lustrous gold armor. In the dim light of the night, even the combatants found it difficult to distinguish friend from foe. Stay composed. Do not mistakenly harm our own. Sir Marlborough, commanding the battle at the coastline, was confronted with a perplexing dilemma. Sweating profusely, he shouted orders to have all soldiers yet to engage in combat tie the red silk from their golden lion shoulder plates around their heads for identification. However, before he could finish his command, a dagger swiftly severed his head from his body. The events unfolded with startling rapidity, leaving the guards unable to react. A young guard turned, brandishing his longsword in a quest for vengeance, only to find another Sir Marlborough standing before him. "Who are you?" he inquired. The starred figure, wielding the longsword seized from Marlborough, slowly drove it into the guard's chest, declaring, "I am but a nameless wretch." News of Sir Marlborough's betrayal and the slaughter of his own troops spread rapidly across the battlefield, severely undermining the morale of the Lannister forces and sowing discord among the ranks. Chapter 81. One against thousands. Ladies and gentlemen, how long have we awaited this day? Trapped within the walls of Castle Rock. Led by Luo Ling, 500 heavy cavalry and 700 light cavalry stand ready at the gates, poised to charge forth the moment the sentinels swing open the door. "My lord, we have held out in Castle Rock for 36 days. We have repelled 2 large-scale assaults by the Lannisters and countless smaller skirmishes. I do not yearn for blood and slaughter," Luo Ling proclaimed, raising his arm high. "Yet I thirst for victory. I know that you, like me, have been driven to the brink. Follow my lead and we shall break free. The Lannisters believe they can confine us. Let them learn that a beast cannot be caged. Long life Mormont! Long life Mormont!" Luo Ling's impassioned words elevated the morale of the cavalry to its zenith. The gates of Castle Rock creaked open, and he spurred his steed, leading the charge. Outside, the Lannister forces had already fortified their defenses, awaiting the precise moment Luo Ling would emerge. The great shields emblazoned with the golden lion on a crimson field towered nearly 3 meters high. "Throwers!" Luo Ling commanded, and 7 mounted throwers appeared behind him, one hand gripping the reins while the other held a black egg. Previously ignited with a slow match, the black egg required a flint or match to ignite before use. A few days prior, Einard had a moment of inspiration and modified the black egg, producing a small batch capable of being ignited by a bowstring. These black eggs were a treasure for Luo Ling, as their ease of ignition allowed the cavalry to hurl them while mounted, facing the phalanx of pikemen and shield bearers. The optimal strategy would have been for the heavy cavalry to charge directly through the shield wall. However, Luo Ling had devised a superior plan, to unleash a volley of black eggs before the cavalry advanced. The explosions brought immediate exhilaration and continued to thrill. 7 or 8 black eggs, filled with a mixture of refined gunpowder, arced beautifully into the Lannister ranks, igniting a conflagration amidst the chaos of smoke. Limbs were severed, and cries of anguish filled the air. In the aftermath of the explosions, a clear path emerged, and the heavy cavalry were astonished to find they need not exert themselves in a desperate charge. The Lannister infantry, too preoccupied to reclaim their shields, turned and fled in disarray. Tywin had concentrated his main forces along the coast, leaving 4,000 soldiers at Castle Rock to establish 3 lines of defense: infantry, cavalry, and archers. He anticipated that, even if these lines could not withstand Luo Ling's charge, they would at least delay him for 3 to 4 hours, inflicting severe casualties. Yet the first line of infantry could not hold for even 5 minutes before the soldiers began to break and flee. Along the coast, the Lannister forces were similarly retreating. Influenced by the massacre of allies conducted by Sir Malbran, many Lannister soldiers had lost all spirit, discarding their weapons and surrendering on the spot, leading to the collapse of the first defensive line along the shoreline. As the Lannister forces teetered on the brink of collapse, the formidable Ser Gregor Clegane, known as the Mountain, bravely entered the fray despite his injuries, leading 300 heavy cavalry into the heart of battle, thereby stabilizing the morale of the troops. Witnessing the Mountain engaging valiantly at the forefront, blooded yet unyielding, the Lannister army was invigorated, igniting a fierce spirit of resistance. The cavalry charged forward, while some infantrymen, having discarded their helmets and armor, regrouped behind them, forming an unexpected line of defense. Ser Gregor the Star and the commander of the Golden Company, Sir Harry Strickland, launched several waves of assaults. However, under the leadership of the temporary commander, Sir Reynard Westerling, the Lannister forces managed to regain their footing, skillfully adjusting their defensive lines. Not only did they withstand the onslaught of the Golden Company, but they also gradually pushed the enemy soldiers back toward the shallows. The elephants remained trapped aboard the ships, rendered ineffective, as the soldiers of the Golden Company struggled to fight in the treacherous waters. The collapse of the defense line at Casterly Rock was an eventuality that Tywin Lannister could scarcely have anticipated. In less than 20 minutes, Lord Roose Bolton led his forces to breach 3 layers of defense, advancing directly toward the coast. The final line of defense along the coastline comprised 1,000 mobile cavalry and 800 archers. How did this happen? Tywin inquired of Sir Fleamon Blacks, the infantry commander at his side. Fleamon explained that the cavalry had been incessantly hurling black iron canisters, wreaking havoc among the shield-bearers, spearmen, cavalrymen, and archers alike. Those caught in the blast suffered heavy casualties, rendering them incapable of further combat. But are those iron axes not meant for fortification? How could they be used in an offensive manner? Tywin questioned, perplexed. My lord, how could I possibly answer that? Fleamon replied, clearly agitated. Tywin dismissed him, ordering him to direct the remaining troops into the coastal battle, then personally led 1,000 mobile cavalry to launch a countercharge against Roose. He could not allow Roose to advance unchallenged, for if his cavalry breached the archer lines, it would result in a massacre, leading to the inevitable collapse of the coastal defenses and a reversal of the tide of battle. Though the night was dark and heavy, the flickering light of torches on the battlefield allowed Roose to spot Tywin striking crimson armor and the golden threaded cloak billowing behind him. Legs! Now! Roose commanded. As per our plan, split the light cavalry and heavy cavalry into 2 groups to bypass the battlefield and breach the enemy's coastal defenses. Lord Mormont, Legs shouted anxiously. Do you truly intend to charge into the midst of 1,000 cavalrymen alone? Why not? Roose replied, revealing a corner of 2 massive black eggs filled with refined black powder from his cloak. Having detonated so many at the armory, what is there to fear? Just be careful. I will ensure that a few attendants keep a close watch on your situation, Legs cautioned before riding away. Luo Ling stood firm, gazing at the tide of 1,000 Lannister cavalry charging towards him, suddenly filled with an indomitable spirit akin to that of a lone warrior facing a multitude. The Lannister cavalry watched in disbelief as Luo Ling's forces split into 2 flanks, advancing towards the sides of the battlefield, while he remained solitary at the heart of the conflict. Tywin hesitated for a brief moment, dispatching only 400 horsemen to pursue the light cavalry led by Lycus, while he himself directed the remaining forces straight towards Luo Ling. Mere minutes later, in the core of the battlefield, the Lannister cavalry had encircled Luo Ling entirely. He maintained a serene smile upon his face, as if he were the master of the situation. Tywin Lannister deemed him insane. After all, how could one act so recklessly? Perhaps he believed he was mounted not upon a steed, but upon a mighty dragon. Chapter 82. Breaking the enemy and capturing Rowing Mormont. Tywin Lannister bellowed his command, promising 10 golden dragons and a knighthood to whoever could first capture him alive. Long life Lannister! Echoed the cries of the Lannister cavalry, who believed that whoever reached Rowing Mormont first would have the greatest chance to seize the wealth and status promised by Tywin. Gazing at the oncoming Lannister horsemen, akin to mad dogs in their frenzy, Rowing frowned in displeasure. He abhorred the sensation of being hunted. He retrieved 2 enormous black eggs from his cloak. The first Lannister cavalryman had already charged in front of him, yet the black eggs had not yet ignited. Nevertheless, Rowing remained unperturbed, until a spear thrust toward him, at which point a circle of fiercely burning black flames erupted around him. The Lannister spear aimed at his body melted into molten iron, while the 2 black eggs he held were instantly ignited by the surrounding black flames, the shortened infuses resembling a countdown to death. Harbinger of ashes. A Lannister cavalryman yelled as he discarded the burning remnants of his wooden spear. He has invoked magic again. Blades cannot harm him now. He has lost his sanity. It appeared as though he wielded two black iron axes. A Lannister cavalryman, who had once participated in a siege under the banner of the mountain, shouted. Those things will explode. He intends to take us all with him. Heavens! Those iron canisters are remarkably large. Everyone, scatter. The cries of the Lannister cavalry rang out, only to be drowned by the deafening explosion. All who survived the aftermath would never forget the scene they witnessed at that moment. The flames soared skyward as if consuming the heavens themselves, creating a deep crater in the earth. The shockwave of the explosion swept forth, carrying clouds of dust and debris, birthing a sandstorm that threatened to engulf all in its path. The Lannister cavalrymen, eager to claim glory and charging at the forefront, were thrown to the ground along with their steeds, meeting instant death. Those who had been poised to launch an attack against Rowan at the time of the explosion were vaporized by the intense heat at the epicenter, leaving behind nothing but desiccated husks that were swiftly reduced to ash. Amidst this terrifying explosion, Rowan emerged unscathed. Even his steed remained unharmed. Tywin watched in disbelief as he galloped forth from the center of the explosion, charging toward him. The guards nearby were either injured or dead. Tywin raised his sword, preparing to confront him, yet his mount, terrified by the violent blast, bucked him off and fled the battlefield in panic. Tywin's hand trembled slightly as he held the sword. Although he bore no injuries, he found himself temporarily deafened by the roar of the explosion. A ringing filled his ears as he silently observed Rowan charging toward him. Rowan uttered something, but Tywin could only see his lips moving without hearing a sound. At last, Rowan reached him, and Tywin, filled with rage, swung his sword toward Rowan seated upon his horse. However, the attack missed, and Rowan nonchalantly rode past him, as if he were merely a passerby. After the warhorse galloped for over 10 paces, Roland lowered his head to wipe away a drop of fresh blood lingering on his dagger claw. A faint line of crimson slowly appeared on Tywin's neck. Moments later, warm blood gushed forth from the wound, and he instinctively attempted to cover it with his hands. Yearning for aid, yet only a ghastly gurgle escaped his throat. As the blood drained away, Tywin collapsed to the ground, engulfed in black flames. Without a glance back, Roland hastened towards the coastal battlefield. As Lycos led the cavalry to break through the line of crossbowmen along the coast from behind, the Lannister forces, stationed defensively along the shoreline, descended into chaos. The mountain spearheaded the heavy cavalry charge at the forefront. Although aware of the assault from behind, no reinforcements could be dispatched. The acting commander, Sir Reynold Westerling, ordered the infantry at the front to reform their lines, forming a circular formation of pikes and shields to confront the cavalry that surged from the rear. However, Sir Westerling's voice was hoarse from shouting, and only a handful of infantry fewer than 8 managed to reach his side, armed with pike and shield. It was not that the soldiers disregarded commands. Rather, they were engaged in fierce combat at the front and could not break away. Upon realizing the Lannister rear was under attack, Scar and the captain of the Gold Cloaks promptly orchestrated a formidable counteroffensive, with all Gold Cloak soldiers charging down from their fortified ships to engage in brutal skirmishes with the Lannister forces along the coast. With troop movements stymied and being flanked from both sides, a profound sense of helplessness washed over Sir Westerling. At that moment, Roland burst onto the battlefield, brandishing the furious bear banner of House Mormont, and proclaimed, "Lannisters, heed my words. Your commander Tywin has been slain by my hand. Cease your futile resistance and spare your lives." As Roland's voice echoed across the tumultuous battlefield, the already demoralized Lannister soldiers, further disheartened, began to retreat, fighting only to save themselves. Finally, the elephants of the Gold Cloaks breached the coastal defenses and entered the fray, their massive forms swinging their armored trunks with devastating force, capable of sweeping away large swathes of Lannister infantry. 7 elephants rampaged across the battlefield, each step causing considerable casualties. Not to mention the nearly 10 crossbowmen stationed atop each beast, relentlessly claiming Lannister lives. The terrifying might of the war elephants instilled a sense of dread among the Lannisters, many of whom hastily discarded their weapons, shedding their armor in surrender. The Mountain, having slain a Gold Cloak cavalryman, turned to witness the dispirited Lannister infantry capitulating and retreating. He realized that even if Tywin were still alive, their defeat was inevitable. Therefore, he turned his steed and fled to the outskirts of the battlefield. Lycos rode back to Roland's side, gesturing towards the clearly unfolding chaos. "My lord, behold! The Lannisters, pursued by the elephants, are beginning to flee. Is that not the Mountain?" Roland, with keen eyes, spotted a small detail amidst the chaos. "Has he recovered?" Perhaps he fights while still wounded. With excitement, Roland declared, he survived the last explosion. I cannot allow him to escape again. Quickly, take a few light cavalry and intercept him. Yes, my lord. Lix received orders to lead 3 light cavalry units towards the battlefield. In just over half an hour, the forces along the Lannister coast had entirely routed. Apart from a few who managed to escape, the majority abandoned their weapons, stripped off their armor, and surrendered. Roaring commanded Count Blywood of Raventree Castle to clear the battlefield and assess the casualties. And then he mounted his horse to pursue the direction from which the mountain had fled. After riding for several miles, he encountered Lix, who was returning with his troops. Did you slay them, or did you lose their trail? Roaring inquired. Chapter 83, Lottery X2. I was unable to intercept them, my lord, replied Lix. Our war horses could not keep pace. The mountain must have prepared in advance, leading 2 steeds to escape. He likely changed horses midway and fled toward King's Landing. Roland nodded silently. Though they had slain Tywin, the escape of the mountain left a lingering sense of regret. He turned his horse around, and before him, golden letters began to dance in the air. Achieved ultimate victory in the West. Your command trait, Knight Commander skill, has been upgraded from level 1 to level 2, Knight Commander level 2, when you lead cavalry into a charge against the enemy. Morale is tripled, achievement unlocked, invincible in battle, received 2 fusion points, achievement unlocked, 1 against 1,000, received 2 fusion points, achievement unlocked, there is nothing a black egg cannot resolve. If there is, then blow up 2. Received 3 fusion points, congratulations on completing the side quest King of the West, you have taken Castle Rock, slain Tywin Lannister. And in the realm where the strong rule, the other lords of the cities will soon pledge their allegiance to you. You have replaced the Lannisters as the new King of the West. This prosperous land of the 7 kingdoms shall henceforth be under your dominion. Evaluating mission completion level, SS, distributing rewards for mission completion, received 8 fusion points, reward 1, achieving SS mission completion level grants you 2 lottery draws, reward 2. Would you like to draw immediately? Roland hesitated momentarily before selecting yes. He vividly recalled the last time he engaged with the lottery system, which had offered him nothing but a thank you for participating. After confirming the draw, a colossal wheel materialized once more in Roland's mind, spinning rapidly. Each time the pointer indicated a prize, that prize would shimmer into his consciousness, igniting a sense of anticipation within him. Grant me that unicorn mount. How splendid it would be. Or even that grand gift pack of 1,000 fusion points. Stop. Do not move. The wheel spun for over 24 rotations, repeatedly gliding past Roland's desired prizes until it finally came to rest in a blue section. Congratulations. You have drawn the Mastery Skill gift pack. Your proficiency in Archery Mastery, Dagger Mastery, and Shoulder Armor Mastery has all been elevated to 100. Archery Mastery 100. Your arrows will never miss their target as long as you aim. Dagger Mastery 100. When engaging in combat with daggers, you have a 20 chance to evade magical damage. Shoulder Armor Mastery 100. When executing a shadow strike with your shoulder armor, your speed increases 8-fold in this world. Aside from the Night King and the Three-Eyed Raven, no one can detect your movements at this speed. All mastery skills are maxed out, unlocking new weapon mastery skills. You may choose one from Spear Mastery, Warhammer Mastery, Shield Axe Mastery, or Longsword Mastery. Unexpectedly, the mastery skills had been filled to capacity in such a manner. Roland pondered quietly to himself. Initially, when utilizing a weapon's mastery skill for the first time, proficiency could be enhanced by approximately 20. However, once proficiency exceeded 90, the increase became exceedingly sluggish. For instance, after elegantly dispatching Tywin with a dagger, his dagger mastery merely rose from 93.5 to 94. But typically, when facing minor foes or lesser commanders, the increase was at most 0.1, and at times, it would not increase at all. Likely due to the meager increments being unworthy of a system notification. With the first 3 masteries fully attained, Roland gazed at the 4 options presented by the system. Suddenly beset by indecision. The spear? While undeniably striking and graceful, the fate of pawn wielders has always been fraught with peril, often leading to sudden demise due to unforeseen circumstances. Thus, Roland dismissed the spear option. The warhammer and shield axe, on the other hand, lacked the elegance he desired, failing to align with his combat style. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately chose Longsword Mastery, recalling the promise he had made to Lord Wyman Manderley of White Harbor. He would one day bear the title of knight. It would be rather unbecoming for a knight not to wield a sword. You have completed a draw. Would you like to continue? The first draw was quite fruitful. Perhaps I shall postpone the second for a while, Luo Ling murmured, closing the system interface. Unbeknownst to him, his quiet muttering had been overheard by the nearby Lycos. What did you say, my lord? Lycos inquired, having caught wind of something regarding a fruitful acquisition. I intend to practice swordsmanship. Practice swordsmanship. Lycos was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. What has prompted this sudden interest in swords? Have you not always shunned them? Moreover, your prowess with daggers is exceptional. Why seek further hardship? Swordsmanship is no trivial pursuit. I spent 8 years training under a knight. From the moment I grasped a wooden sword until I was deemed ready. I need not such a lengthy duration, Luo Ling smiled. Do not underestimate the art of swordsmanship. Lycos replied, adopting an air of a master swordsman. The basics of thrusting, slashing, and sweeping alone will keep you occupied, let alone the more advanced sword dances. I have heard that throughout the entirety of Westeros, only Sir Bolistan Selmy, the former captain of the King's Guard, can seamlessly transition sword techniques into a dance. He is a true master of the blade. You seem rather proud of yourself. Shall we engage in a friendly duel upon our return to Castle Kerak? Hey! Lycos scratched his head. I wouldn't dare spar with you. Your skills are so profound that I would likely fall to your dagger in mere 3 moves. Who said I would use a dagger against you? Luo Ling chuckled. I intend to fight you with a sword. You! Lycos exclaimed. That would be rather presumptuous. I am. After all, the renowned cloud rider of the Riverlands. Aside from fearless Bolistan, Mountain of Magic, and the Kingslayer, there are scarcely 5 individuals within the 7 kingdoms capable of besting me in single combat. You, a mere novice with a sword, wish to challenge me. Is that not permissible? Luo Ling inquired, furrowing his brow. Very well, Lycos conceded. Lyx grinned widely. Yet one could hardly deem it a contest, it was merely an inquiry. Do you presume my defeat is inevitable? Can you truly claim victory? Lyx retorted with indignation. If you were capable of winning, I shall refrain from paying you for half a year. Luo Ling interjected. How does that sound? Having been by his side for 6 months. Lyx was well aware of the myriad new terminologies that flowed from Luo Ling's lips. He calculated mentally. The commission for half a year amounted to a substantial 3 gold dragons. You are indeed miserly. This is the hard-earned money I deserve for gathering intelligence on your behalf. Enough of your prattle. Luo Ling inquired. Shall we engage in a duel or not? Chapter 84, The Duel Fight. Exclaimed Lyx. Why not engage? Excellent, smiled Luo Ling as he exchanged glances with him. Spurring their horses back to the battlefield outside Kagan City. The Earl of Blaywood from Crowtree City had already tidied up the battleground. Upon seeing Luo Ling's return, he approached to report the situation. My Lord Mormont, the battle statistics are in. We suffered the loss of 314 soldiers, 186 horses, and over 700 were injured. We have captured over 6,000 soldiers from the Lannister army, the rest either perished or fled. However, we have yet to receive reports from the Golden Company. 6,000 captives. Luo Ling expressed his surprise. Indeed, nodded Tatus Blaywood, this will significantly bolster our forces. As they conversed, the start figure accompanied by Sir Harry Strickland, the leader of the Golden Company, approached. My Lord Mormont, Sir Harry Strickland began, your valor on the battlefield was truly admirable. Almost awe-inspiring. Had you not suddenly proclaimed Tywin's demise by the coast, the situation might have worsened. Tywin Lannister is indeed dead, Luo Ling remarked with a frown. Is it possible that you directly confronted the enemy's battlefield commander? Harry was taken aback, and did so while facing 1,000 cavalry alone. Explosions, Lyx interjected. Surely you noticed the dense smoke rising from the heart of the battlefield. Ah, I see, Harry nodded, but soon realized the gravity of the situation. How did you survive such a terrifying explosion? Luo Ling smiled in silence, unwilling to divulge his secrets to a mercenary leader. The others remained discreet, leaving only Harry in a state of confusion, seeking answers. I have signed a contract with the Golden Company for 3 months, said the start figure to Luo Ling. During this period, Sir Strickland will be entirely at your command, and after 3 months, you may choose to renew or terminate the agreement based on the circumstances. Understood. Luo Ling replied, turning to Harry. Sir Strickland, please arrange for the soldiers of the Golden Company to be stationed at Kagan City. If the elephants are too large to enter the city, let them stay outside for now. I will ensure they receive tents and mats for their comfort. Absolutely, my lord. Sir Strickland responded, leading his troops back to the city. Subsequently, Luo Ling gathered all the surrendered Lannister soldiers and addressed them, gentlemen, Tywin Lannister is dead. And the Lannister family's influence now extends solely to King's Landing. You have surrendered in the Westlands, and the capital will not concern itself with your fate. I now present you with two choices, death or unwavering loyalty to me. I shall soon conquer the Westlands and subsequently the Seven Kingdoms. All who demonstrate valor will be duly rewarded. We are willing to follow the Ashen Messenger. A Lannister officer shouted in response to Rowling's declaration. Subsequently, the soldiers fell into a momentary silence, exchanging glances before yielding one by one. We swear to the seven gods, from this day forth. We shall follow in your footsteps and dedicate all that we possess to you. Excellent, Roland nodded, commanding, all infantry and archers, heed my words, henceforth. Count Blywood of Crowtree Castle shall be your commander, and you will serve under his banner, obeying his orders. As for the cavalry, Lex. Yes, my lord. Lannister cavalry. Step forward. With this proclamation, the cavalry advanced in unison. Lex, you shall lead these cavalrymen first. I will seek a suitable successor for you later. Understood. By the time everything was arranged, Roland was returning with his troops at dawn. He dispatched a message announcing his duel with Lex that afternoon, then retired to his quarters for a restful sleep. Upon awakening and making his way to the training grounds that afternoon, he discovered the area was already filled with spectators. Count Blywood of Crowtree, Sir Strickland, commander of the Golden Company, all the blacksmiths from the armory, the recently surrendered Lannister commanders, the leaders of the Golden Company, and most of Roland's own commanders had gathered. Lex was alone, half-crouched in the training ground, polishing his sword. Noticing Roland's approach, he raised his head and gestured towards the weapon rack on the eastern side of the grounds, saying, "My lord, please select a long sword that suits your hand." Roland smiled as he walked over to the weapon rack, where blacksmith Arnold stood waiting. "Pray tell, which of these long swords is your masterpiece?" Roland inquired with a knowing smile, fully aware of Arnold's purpose for being there. Arnold chuckled softly, lifting a forged steel longsword to present it. "This one-handed longsword is my pride and joy. I hope you will wield it." Roland took the longsword, gripping it with one hand and swinging it lightly a couple of times, finding its length and weight quite suitable. "This will do," he nodded, turning to enter the training ground. A fervent cheer erupted from the onlookers surrounding the area. "My lord, you must defeat Lex. I've wagered 30 silver stacks on you," shouted a soldier from Bear Island. "I hear the Cloud Rider is renowned in the Riverlands. Even if you lose, it is understandable. As this is your first time wielding a sword before us." Another countered. "Nonsense. My lord is superior to Lex Tully, no matter the weapon," the Bear Island soldier retorted, convinced of Roland's unparalleled prowess. As Roland listened to the fervent support from the crowd, he strode over to Lex, who slowly rose to his feet. "My lord." Lex discarded his scabbard. "Shall we begin?" Roland nodded. "I will show you no mercy." Lex replied with a grin. "I've wagered a gold dragon on my victory." "Then you are in for a great loss." Just as Lex smiled and shook his head, he launched the first attack, advancing swiftly to Roland's front and thrusting his sword upward. Roland drew his blade to block, but his execution was clumsy. Lex's wrist flicked, sending Roland's sword flying aside, and his blade ruthlessly descended towards Roland. What a splendid display of swordsmanship! Sir Strickland, the captain of the Golden Brigade, observed the subtle movements of Lex's wrist and applauded in admiration. As a master swordsman, he understood that controlling a long sword with such delicate motions to deflect an opponent's weapon required no less than 2 decades of rigorous practice. Faced with the icy blade aimed at his body, Rowling was compelled to retreat to evade the attack. In combat against a master, the proficiency of longsword mastery has increased to 20. Gazing at the floating golden text before him, Rowling couldn't help but smile to himself. To hone one's skills through battle was his philosophy of swordsmanship. If he could withstand Lex's 10 strikes, he was confident that he could defeat him once his proficiency exceeded 90. Just as Rowling momentarily lost his focus on the golden text, Lex charged forward with his sword drawn, poised to unleash his ultimate technique to vanquish Rowling. Chapter 85. The Dance of Swords in a breathtaking display of speed. Lex charged at close range, almost as if he had teleported beside Rowling, wielding his sword with both hands to deliver a powerful diagonal slash. The steel blade cleaved through the air, emitting a piercing shriek. This was the culmination of decades of Lex's dedication to swordsmanship, a signature move known as the charging slash. As the long sword descended towards his shoulder, Rowling inhaled deeply, gripping his own sword tightly and sweeping it horizontally towards Lex's, engaging in a fierce clash. A resounding thud echoed as the metals collided, the long sword vibrating uncontrollably after the impact. Lixis steadied his weapon with his right hand while using his left to brace his wrist, a common technique employed by swordsmen to stabilize their blades. Despite the tingling pain in his wrist and palm from their recent encounter, Luo Ling gritted his teeth to suppress the discomfort, mimicking Lixis' method to stabilize his own sword. However, the sequence of their actions favored Lixis, who, after regaining control of his blade, swiftly transitioned to a thrust, while Luo Ling was still struggling to quell the tremors of his sword. Every strike Lixis delivered was a lethal gambit. During the execution of the charging slash, he had been confident that Luo Ling would be unable to evade his formidable technique and would be forced to confront it head-on. Yet, he was unprepared for the strength and adaptability Luo Ling displayed, not only weathering the blow but also mirroring his technique to suppress the quivering of his sword. A seasoned warrior with extensive duel experience, Lixis quickly altered his approach. After his charging slash was parried, he initiated a thrust. The sharp, silver-tipped sword lunged towards Luo Ling's neck like a venomous serpent. Aware that this was a vicious attack, he recognized there was no room for evasion. Retreating was futile, as the speed of the thrust surpassed any backward movement he could muster, and lateral dodges were out of the question. However, he understood that surrendering his sword would guarantee that Lixis' blade would halt mid-air. There was no possibility of conceding. He was determined to prevail. Fixating on the approaching sword tip, Luo Ling's vision narrowed to a singular point, his concentration reaching unprecedented heights. At present, his proficiency in the sword mastery skill was below 40. And without reliable support from the system, he had no choice but to trust in his own capabilities. Taking a slight step back, Luo Ling sought to create the last bit of space he could muster, holding his breath and focusing intently as he thrust his sword forward. Lixis' blade was halted a mere half-meter from Luo Ling, their tips meeting in an astonishing display that left Lixis astounded. The points of their swords clashed. Unable to advance an inch, but both combatants exerted their strength simultaneously. The minute pressure point could not withstand the force surging from both warriors, causing the tips to quiver slightly before they diverged with a sharp hiss, the blades grazing past one another. Neither Luo Ling nor Lixis made any evasive maneuvers. They drove their swords directly into each other's shoulders. Lixis, feeling the sting of pain, was the first to withdraw his blade, but without a moment's pause. He pivoted to execute a sweeping strike. Due to the duel's nature, Luo Ling had previously removed his Valyrian steel armor, while ordinary armor could offer some protection against blades. It could not withstand attacks like the Valyrian steel could. Blood continued to flow from his shoulder, yet Lix had already swung his sword in a sweeping arc. Luo Ling bit his lip, concealing his injured hand behind him, and charged at Lix with his sword raised. The two engaged once more at the center of the training ground, where Lix's horizontal slash was deftly evaded by Luo Ling. However, he ultimately seized the offensive advantage in the duel. Though this advantage came more slowly than he had anticipated, it did not hinder his relentless barrage against Luo Ling. With sweeping blows, cleaving strikes, thrusts, and upward slashes, Lix executed a myriad of sword techniques with fluid grace, while Luo Ling could only retreat, barely managing to fend off the onslaught with his sword. The wounds on both their shoulders tore further with each clash, blood gushing abundantly. Amidst this ceaseless exchange, golden letters danced before Luo Ling's eyes. In combat with a master, sword mastery proficiency has increased to 45. In combat with a master, sword mastery proficiency has increased to 55. In combat with a master, sword mastery proficiency has increased to 63. In combat with a master, sword mastery proficiency has increased to 69. In combat with a master, sword mastery proficiency has increased to 74. In combat with a master, sword mastery proficiency has increased to 90. 1. After enduring Lix's frenzied assault, Luo Ling's sword mastery proficiency finally reached 90. Lix halted his movements, resting his sword on the ground, gazing at Luo Ling as he struggled to catch his breath. "My friend, merely evading won't suffice. You will lose," Lix remarked, spitting slightly and grinning. Being passive invites punishment, but there is a limit to how much one can endure. Luo Ling nodded slightly. "Now, it is my turn." Before his words had fully escaped, Luo Ling had already surged forward. With a proficiency exceeding 90, he had ascended to the status of a sword master. The long sword in his hand felt like an extension of his own body, effortlessly maneuvered at his will. It was precisely this sensation that invigorated him. As he charged, Luo Ling rediscovered the familiarity he had felt while wielding a dagger, his movements now fluid and unrestrained. He reached Lix and executed a precise upward thrust, which Lix parried with his sword. In a swift motion, Luo Ling pivoted, but before Lix could mount a counterattack, He unleashed a backward thrust with a decisive flick of his wrist. What technique is this? Lix exclaimed in astonishment. He had prepared for a counterattack the moment Luo Ling turned, his feet already in motion, yet he was unprepared for such an unexpected and unprecedented maneuver. Faced with the long sword thrusting toward him, Lix dared not be complacent. He deflected Luo Ling's blade, but Luo Ling seized the opportunity. Shifting to a two-handed grip and executing a powerful vertical strike without a moment's hesitation. Lix raised his sword to block, yet the shock reverberated through his mind, rendering him momentarily dazed. How could it be that after launching a wave of attacks, Luo Ling seemed to transform entirely? At the very moment when Rolling swung his sword in a vertical strike, he experienced a fleeting illusion, as if an immensely powerful demon mountain stood before him, launching an assault capable of cleaving mountains and shattering stones. Accompanied by a resounding clash of metal, both swords bore a notch upon their blades, resonating with a deep hum. Lix instinctively sought to stabilize the trembling sword, yet Rolling suddenly advanced 2 steps forward, delivering a direct thrust with astonishing precision. Lix stood in bewilderment, questioning how such a feat was accomplished. He had seen no intermediary movements from Rolling. How could he possibly control the violently quaking blade and execute such a seemingly effortless thrust? Chapter 86. Cross-dressing. In a sudden twist, Luo Ling thrust his sword towards Lix's, catching him off guard. To his astonishment, Lix's realized there was no evasion left, so he charged forward, prepared to exchange injuries with Luo Ling once more. Both had sustained wounds from their earlier exchanges, yet they gritted their teeth and persevered, neither willing to concede defeat, each displaying a hint of desperation. This sparring session had escalated into a matter of honor. Almost everyone present knew that Lix's, the Cloud Rider, was one of the foremost swordsmanship experts in the Hejian region, while Luo Ling wielded a sword for the first time. Should Lix's lose this duel, he would lose all faith in Hejian, rendering the title Cloud Rider meaningless. As for Luo Ling, his motivation was equally straightforward. He had never tasted defeat, be it in commanding battles or dueling in the training grounds. He would not allow Lix's to tarnish his undefeated record. With a frenzied glint in his eyes, Lix's lunged at Luo Ling, who aimed his thrust at the inner thigh of his opponent. Lix's had neither the time to block nor to dodge, thus he resolved to inflict mutual harm. Gripping his longsword tightly, he aimed for Luo Ling's lower abdomen. At that very moment, a smile flickered across Luo Ling's lips, as he had anticipated. Lix's would not choose to surrender and would instead engage in a desperate exchange. Seizing the initiative, Luo Ling abruptly retracted his thrusting sword, spinning his body to dissipate the force before launching a flicking motion with his blade. Unlike an upward strike, this flicking movement was minimal. Requiring little arm movement, only the strength of his wrist was needed. Under these circumstances, Luo Ling had ample time to execute this technique. With a sharp clang, the tip of Luo Ling's sword struck the midsection of Lix's longsword. The power of the flicking strike erupted forth, and Lix's let out a muffled grunt, straining to maintain grip on his sword. However, in his frantic attempt to exchange blows with Luo Ling, he had wielded his sword with one hand, while Luo Ling, using both hands for the flick, generated a crosswise force, akin to a spring, driving upward. 2 hands could not contend with 4 fists. A single hand's effort could never surpass the force exerted by Luo Ling's two-handed grip. Lix's hold faltered, and with a sharp crack, his wrist broke, sending his longsword flying from his grasp. Luo Ling elegantly sheathed his sword and effortlessly caught the descending blade of Lix's. I have lost, Lix's admitted, gripping his fractured wrist with his left hand, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Yet, through gritted teeth, he looked up at Luo Ling and asked, Lord Mormon, is this truly your first time wielding a sword? Indeed, Luo Ling replied, returning the sword to him. It is my first time, yet throughout this duel, I have been learning continuously. What a terrifying capacity for learning! Lixis marveled in astonishment. In less than half an hour, you have mastered the extraordinary swordsmanship capable of defeating me. Rolling nodded slightly, yet fearful of undermining Lix's confidence and causing him to falter, she fabricated a story. However, my ability to achieve this is largely due to the dagger techniques I previously learned, many of which are closely related to swordsmanship. Oh, Lix acknowledged with skepticism, yet conceded, even so, to master such exceptional swordplay in such a short time, you are undoubtedly unparalleled across the lands of Westeros. I admit defeat, and I do so willingly. Lix's admission of defeat elicited a thunderous cheer from the onlookers outside the training ground. The men from Bear Island chanted slogans in support of Mormont, their voices resounding fervently. Amidst the crowd, someone began to shout unmatched swordsman, initially catching others off guard, but soon they too joined in the fervor. Rolling accepted this new moniker with grace, smiling at everyone present. Ladies and gentlemen, Lig's performance today was remarkable. He has delivered such an exhilarating match for you all. Please do not hold back your cheers and applause. Blaywood from Crow Tree City hurried into the training ground and approached Luo Ling, inquiring, "My lord, are you alright?" Luo Ling shook her head. "I should be fine. The shoulder injury did not damage the bone. It merely needs to stop bleeding. Please fetch a doctor. Lig has broken his wrist." "Understood," Thetis replied, departing promptly. Luo Ling stood quietly in the arena as golden letters floated before her. "You have defeated the Cloud Rider. Achievement unlocked. A dagger unused for swordplay, Luo Ling. You have gained 2 fusion points. 1 lottery opportunity remains unutilized and will expire in 5 hours, 6 minutes, and 3 seconds. Would you like to draw now?" After a moment's hesitation, she pressed the "yes" button. The dazzling prize wheel began to spin once more in her mind. A foreboding feeling began to wash over her. Half a minute later, the pointer on the wheel gradually came to a stop. "Congratulations. You have won the cross-dressing outfit set. The item has been directly sent to your mall storage and can be claimed at any time." Damn! This deceitful system. Luo Ling couldn't help but curse inwardly. She had suspected that when the system awarded such a peculiar achievement as a dagger unused for swordplay, subsequent events would not bode well. Cross-dressing? There was no way she would ever cross-dress, not in this lifetime. With a thought, Luo Ling clicked on the icon for the cross-dressing outfit in her storage. To her dismay, the icon gleamed with golden light. "This item is classified as S-grade valuable. Are you sure you wish to destroy it?" "S-grade valuable?" Luo Ling was taken aback. She recalled that the dagger, the Wrath of the Black Death, which had granted her the Dragon's Fury skill, had also been an S-grade item. The wall. Beyond the realm. The northern ice fields. An assassination team composed of elite Night's Watch members and Tyrion Lannister trudged laboriously across the vast, desolate expanse of ice. As one ventures further north, the biting cold winds and the relentless snow intensify. They are swathed in cotton fabric, completely enveloped, save for their eyes. Yet they remain powerless against the frigid assault on their bodies. "I feel as though I might perish from the cold," muttered the dwarf, ensconced within the layers of cloth. "Should we not pause to set up camp and warm ourselves by the fire?" "Absolutely not," responded the assassination squad leader, one-handed Colin, resolutely dismissing the suggestion. "We have already penetrated nearly 100 miles into the ice fields. At any moment, we may encounter wild men. To kindle a fire and establish camp here would be tantamount to seeking death. Everyone, master your spirits and heighten your vigilance. Remain ever watchful for potential traps and ambushes." "Yes," several sentinels replied in unison. Just as they spoke, a shadow in the distance approached on horseback. One of the 2 scouts that one-handed Colin had dispatched ahead to reconnoiter. The scout, panting with urgency, spoke, his breath a cloud of white against the cold. "Captain, I have detected a wild man outpost on the hill ahead, with at least 6 wild men present." Chapter 87, The Savages, Go and Take Them Down. "The biting cold is suffocating me." Indeed. What better way to warm up than by slaying a couple of savages? Upon receiving news of the savage watchtower, the Night's Watchmen grew restless. They had traversed this desolate, snow-laden expanse for 3 to 4 days, and their patience had worn thin. Cut Off Colin raised a hand to signal everyone to hold their horses. Clarity of the situation was paramount before proceeding. "How far is the savage watchtower?" A scout returned from reconnaissance and reported, "It lies atop a small hill about 5 miles ahead. The northern side is snow-covered, while the southern slope reveals bare rock. The watchtower is located halfway up the southern incline. They must have just lit a fire. I saw the smoke rising," he added. "Are you certain you weren't detected?" "Absolutely not," the scout assured. "Excellent," Cut Off Colin commanded. "Once the other scout returns from his reconnaissance, we shall directly assault the savage watchtower. Ideally, we can capture one alive to interrogate him about the location of Mance Raider's encampment." By afternoon, another scout returned, confirming the discovery of a savage watchtower ahead. Cut Off Colin instructed the team to consume a small amount of provisions before heading toward the hill. In the frigid expanse of the far north, they took nearly 2 hours to traverse a mere 5 miles. The 8-man assassination squad approached the eastern flank of the hill, with the savage watchtower situated just ahead to their left. As they neared the watchtower, a mere 200 meters away, Cut Off Colin commanded everyone to unsheath their swords and prepare for combat. Tyrion held a short sword, silently trailing behind Jon Snow. The squad crouched behind a protruding rock when suddenly the sound of footsteps echoed on the uneven terrain. A savage patrolled near the watchtower. Cut Off Colin gestured toward Jon. signaling him to carry out the assassination. Jon complied, stealthily moving out from the left of the stone, as the patrolling savage had his back turned. In a swift motion, Jon closed the distance, using his sword to sever the savage's trachea and carotid artery. Warm blood gushed forth, instantly freezing upon contact with the ground, forming a crystalline red blossom. Jon gently laid the savage's body down, and the 8-man squad continued their advance. In a matter of minutes, Jon and his companions had assassinated 4 savages without the watchtower's occupants being the slightest bit aware. The elite squad moved like phantoms, now poised at the edge of the watchtower's tents. Cut off Colin issued his orders. Clydas, take out the enemies atop the watchtower with your bow, the rest of you. Once the enemies are down, follow me into the tents and eliminate the remaining savages. Remember, if the opportunity arises, leave one alive. Understood. Clydas, who previously accompanied Jon Snow in transporting supplies, serves as a Night's Watch officer and is among the few exceptional archers within the Night's Watch Legion. Observing his poised stance as he drew his bow, Tyrion recalled rigor during their escape from Winterfell alongside Bran. He had heard rumors of the Lord of Bear Island battling within the Westlands. He wondered what the situation might be now. An arrow was released, piercing the chest of a wildling stationed at the outpost. Charge! Colin, known as the Broken Hand, bellowed, leading the charge with 4 others into the tent, leaving Clydas behind. Inside the tent, 4 wildlings awaited, one of whom was a woman. Alarmed by the commotion outside, they hastily armed themselves and engaged the assassination team. Aside from the dwarf, the remaining 7 members of the team were elite warriors, meticulously selected for their combat prowess. In the face of the wildlings' fierce counterattack, they maintained their composure, engaging the enemy with discipline. Outnumbered and well-trained, the Night's Watch elite swiftly dispatched 2 wildlings within a minute. Spare the woman. Kill the man, commanded Colin. The 5 team members swiftly surrounded the male wildling, striking him down with a flurry of blades. Witnessing the brutal demise of her companions, the female wildling, grating her teeth, charged at Jon Snow, who stood nearest. With a bow slung across her back and 2 slender but razor-sharp swords in hand, she swung wildly, eschewing any formal technique as she aimed for Jon. Unfamiliar with such an unorthodox approach, Jon raised his long sword to defend himself, yet hesitated to counterattack, resulting in a stalemate between them. Observing Jon's struggle, the other team members retrieved a large net from their packs and cast it over the female wildling. As the net descended, she attempted to resist but found herself ensnared. Seizing the moment when she aimed to slice through the net, Jon lunged forward and positioned his sword against her throat. The others quickly bound her securely. Colin approached, poised to inquire about the king beyond the wall, Mance Rayder, when Clydas abruptly entered, reporting, "Captain, I just climbed the outpost and spotted a small group of wildlings gathering near a makeshift tent to the southwest. It appears to house a minor wildling leader, and we should consider launching a surprise attack there. He likely possesses more information than this female wildling." Colin glanced at the captive woman and commanded, "Jon Snow, the wildling woman is your charge. You and the Lannister dwarf shall remain here to interrogate her and secure the area. The rest of us will proceed to ambush the wildling's tent." Understood. The remaining team members secured their weapons and followed Colin out of the tent. Inside the warm confines, only the Lannister, Jon, and the female wildling remained. With one hand holding his sword at her throat, Jon gazed at her and suddenly noticed her striking features, a long face with slightly pronounced cheekbones that lent a sculpted quality to her visage, and her blue eyes sparkled like gemstones. "What is your name?" he inquired. Tyrion waved at her in greeting. "I recall that the free folk can comprehend our language. Am I correct?" "I am Tyrion Lannister," he introduced himself first, cautioning not to be deceived by my unassuming appearance. "I am one of the most astute minds within the 7 kingdoms." Ygritte, the wildling, mumbled a few indistinct sounds, inquiring how they had discovered this place. "Observing your attire, it seems you resemble the fabled crows. What is your true purpose here? You may as well kill me directly, for I shall divulge nothing, regardless of your inquiries." "Is that so?" Tyrion stepped forward with a smile, declaring, "I hail from King's Landing, not the crows you speak of. And I am well acquainted with the interrogation techniques employed by Jon Snow, which would leave you utterly unprepared." Chapter 88. You know nothing. As Tyrion approached with a mischievous grin, the wildling woman's face gradually contorted into a frown. "Dwarf, I warn you, do not come any closer. Take one more step, and I shall kill you." "How do you intend to do that?" Jon inquired, his hands bound behind his back, while my sword rested against your throat. "Since you are aware that my hands are tied," Ygritte retorted with a smirk, "how can you be certain that I haven't freed myself, Jon Snow?" Upon hearing this, John instinctively leaned to glimpse the ropes behind her, only to regret the motion immediately. Oh no! Tyrion thought to himself, realizing the trap. John, eager to rectify the situation, found himself too late. Ygritte had already swung her head back with force, and John, bending forward to investigate, positioned himself perfectly in her path. There was a dull thought as John felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his consciousness blurring as his body uncontrollably toppled forward. Ygritte, agile as ever, flipped over and pressed her back against John's chest, swiftly reaching behind to seize the long sword from his grasp. She then pressed the hilt of the sword against John and, leveraging the weapon, sliced through the ropes binding his hands. With a flick of her wrist, Ygritte pointed the sword menacingly at Tyrion. I suggest you walk over here and allow yourself to be bound, otherwise, your life may be forfeit. You truly are a cunning woman, Tyrion remarked. It is not my cunning, but rather your youthful crow brother's simplicity that is striking, Ygritte replied. What should I do? The dwarf inquired as he approached her. Sit on the ground, back to back with the crow. Oh, no, wait, you need not sit, simply stand back to back with the crow. Ygritte tugged at a length of rope, binding the standing Tyrion to the sitting John, who resembled a limp puddle on the ground. And then what? Tyrion questioned, unable to suppress his curiosity. What are your intentions? Though I know I ought not to ask, I cannot help but wonder why you do not simply slay us both. You seem to possess the wealth of knowledge, Ygritte replied. I intend to take you to meet the chieftain of my tribe. Minutes later, John stirred back to consciousness. Ygritte pressed the sword to his neck, commanding him to rise. You cannot do this, Tyrion shouted at her. If he stands, I will be lifted off my feet. Quite so. The wildling woman laughed. A rather comical scene, wouldn't you agree? Again, Ygritte coerced John, drawing the blade across his neck to create a shallow cut. Feeling the threat to his life, John reluctantly summoned all his strength to rise, Tyrion seemingly clinging to his back. Ygritte moved behind them, pressing her sword against Tyrion. Move! Descend from the southeastern slope of the hill. Do not attempt any tricks in my presence. Should either of you make even the slightest move, my sword will pierce your bodies without hesitation, akin to shoving a skewer through yak meat. Following the wildling woman's orders, John and Tyrion were forced down the southwestern slope, entirely opposite to the route taken by the other Night's Watch. As they traversed the frozen expanse, the utterly bored wild woman inquired of Tyrion whether his youthful brother, Jon Snow, remained a virgin, for how else could he be so novice? Tyrion, with no attempt at subtlety, affirmed this and complained to Jon, expressing his disbelief that Jon had so easily allowed the wild woman to escape. Had Lord Mormont been in his place, not even 10 of her would have succeeded. Jon offered no retort, burdened by the weight of his grave misstep. Ygritte stepped closer, teasingly remarking, Do not fret, little Jon, after your first experience. You shall not be so easily deceived, much like the pain of a first encounter. Jon grimaced in distaste, yet Ygritte seemed thoroughly entertained by his discomfort. Akin to a playful jibe at a young boy, her words growing ever more audacious. Having walked scarcely 7 or 8 miles, Ygritte had already whispered no fewer than 50 risky anecdotes into Jon Snow's ear. Even Tyrion, well versed in the tales of brothels and their patrons, was taken aback by her vivid recounting. He believed this wild woman possessed enough wit to rival his own. Meanwhile, Jon's cheeks, having flushed at her teasing, had yet to regain their normal hue. Ah, Jon! Ygritte exclaimed, playfully pinching his cheek, still rosy. Surely, this warmth cannot merely be from the cold. Allow me to pose you another question, one that many free folk might not even know the answer to. Should you answer correctly, I shall cease my teasing. After a brief pause, she posed her query. A noble maiden had once been kidnapped by bandits, and 3 men united to rescue her, a fallen noble knight, a robust blacksmith apprentice, and a thief. In gratitude, the maiden vowed to marry one of them. Which man do you suppose she chose in the end? The fallen noble. Jon replied without hesitation, for they are of equal standing. Tyrion chuckled heartily. Jon, surely you jest. How can it be so simple? Must you always be so literal? Perhaps consider it from another perspective then. It must be the blacksmith apprentice, Jon declared with newfound conviction. Given his strength, it stands to reason the maiden would select him. Ygritte erupted in laughter. So, a bit of muscle in the bedroom is the extent of your reasoning. Is that all you can conceive? Jon's face turned crimson. Of course not, Tyrion laughed. The noble maiden would undoubtedly choose the thief in the end. Why? Ygritte grinned, remaining enigmatic, and Tyrion, disinterested in elaborating further, left Jon in a state of confusion. Undeterred, Jon pressed on. She had just escaped the clutches of bandits, only to marry a thief? That is akin to escaping from the wolf's jaws only to fall into the tiger's embrace. Surely, a noble maiden would not be so foolish. Ygritte sighed and approached him, whispering softly in his ear. Jon immediately flushed crimson, rendered speechless. You understand nothing, Jon Snow, Ygritte remarked with a smile as she turned away. The following day at sunset, Ygritte escorted both individuals to the encampment of her wildling tribe, swiftly leading them to meet the tribe's leader, the king beyond the wall. What sort of useless prey have you brought back, Ygritte? Inquired the king, adorned with an array of ornaments crafted from various animal and human bones. Chapter 89. The king beyond the wall, a young crow, a dwarf. Ygritte, he replied, perhaps they might divulge some intelligence. Which is why I have endured great effort to bring them before you. What intelligence could they possess? The king beyond the wall inquired impatiently. A young crow holds no standing within the Night's Watch, and as for a dwarf, they are utterly devoid of knowledge. Bring them forth, and have them executed. Sliced and roasted. Upon hearing this, Tyrion immediately protested, do not act so rashly. I am no ordinary dwarf. I am an envoy from House Lannister in King's Landing, tasked with inspecting the defenses of the wall. You intend to assault the wall, do you not? Spare my life, and grant me an audience with Mance Rayder. The king beyond the wall. I possess crucial information regarding the wall and the deployment of forces at Castle Black. I know everything. An envoy? The king beyond the wall gazed at him, perplexed. When did the wall ever have an envoy? What era do you believe you inhabit, my lord? Tyrion replied. Ever since the death of King Robert and the ascension of Joffrey Baratheon, there has been a heightened focus on the defenses of the wall. Supplies have been sent to the Night's Watch multiple times, and many new recruits have joined their ranks. The Night's Watch is now formidable, without my intelligence. Your efforts to breach Castle Black would be utterly futile. Tyrion spoke these fabrications with remarkable composure, fully aware that the king beyond the wall was far removed from the reality of the wall as defenses. Thus he remained unaware of the true state of affairs regarding the Night's Watch. As long as he held the king beyond the wall's belief, not only could he preserve his life, but he could also potentially gain access to Mance Rayder. The king beyond the wall scrutinized Tyrion's demeanor, noting his unwavering confidence, and nodded. If indeed you can provide us with intelligence regarding the defenses of the wall and Castle Black, I shall take you to see the king beyond the wall. However, how do you intend to substantiate your claims? The Night's Watch currently boasts 3,000 Black Knights stationed at Castle Black, the Shadow Tower, the Night Fort, and other fortifications. Within Castle Black alone, they have stockpiled 30,000 pounds of boulders and 7,000 pounds of logs. As for further intelligence about the other strongholds, I shall only divulge that upon meeting Mance Rayder. Tyrion spun his tale with panache, yet it bore the semblance of truth. Excellent, the king beyond the wall remarked, his skeletal mask concealing an invisible expression, yet his tone betrayed a hint of amusement. Dwarf, according to custom, would you not request that I spare the life of this young crow? Indeed, Tyrion nodded. If he perishes, how shall I ascertain my own fate? A wise man. The king beyond the wall replied. You are one of the most astute individuals I have encountered, regrettably a dwarf, otherwise I would gladly keep you by my side to witness the free folk's conquest of the Seven Kingdoms. With that, the king beyond the wall waved his hand, signaling Ygritte to escort the two away. After spending a night in a disheveled tent within the wildling camp, the two were once again escorted deeper into the icy expanse by Ygritte. They trekked for a total of 3 days, and at midday on the final day, they beheld the distant site of an extensive wildling encampment sprawling across nearly 100 square miles of the frozen landscape. The tents, fashioned from deer skin, resembled clusters of grey mushrooms sprouting on the pristine white ice. Wisps of smoke curled upward from the fires, where wildling warriors, women, and children rested and lived their daily lives. Ygritte guided them through the bustling camp until they arrived at a grand tent at its center. However, before they could meet the king beyond the wall, Mance Rayder, Jon Snow, and Tyrion Lannister encountered the bound figure of the broken man, Colin, outside the large tent. As Ygritte entered the tent to announce their presence, Jon approached Colin and inquired softly about the situation. Colin hesitated, revealing that Ygritte had already departed and returned. They waited, knowing that Mance Rayder would soon arrive. Ygritte casually remarked and stepped aside. Before long, a tall man clad in a deerskin coat approached them, flanked by several robust wildling guards. His hair was a mix of grey and brown, his shoulders broad, and he held a staff symbolizing his status. As he approached, his gaze was fixed not on Jon Snow or the dwarf, but rather intently on the broken man, Colin. Who would have thought we would meet again? Mance Rayder smiled at him. You have not changed at all. Traitor, Colleen spat back, for a mere cloak, you have forsaken the sacred vows of the Night's Watch. Before becoming the king beyond the wall, Mance was a distinguished ranger of the Night's Watch. During one of his patrols beyond the wall, he was wounded and unexpectedly cared for by a wildling woman, who healed his injuries and stitched up his black Night's Watch cloak with red thread. However, the cloak, which was conventionally required to be entirely black, was deemed unacceptable by the then commander of the Night's Watch upon his return to the Black Castle, who demanded that Mance replace the red threaded garment. Mance refused, leading to the commander throwing the cloak into the fire. That night, Mance abandoned the Night's Watch, journeying north to join the wildlings, where he gained significant influence and eventually rose to become the king beyond the wall. It was the Night's Watch that betrayed me, not I who betrayed the Night's Watch, Mance asserted. Stubborn individuals, unable to accommodate even a cloak mended with red thread, cling to their so-called rules. A traitor is a traitor. No justification can alter that reality. Mance scoffed, dismissing Colleen's words and turning his attention to Jon Snow. Young Crow, how long have you been with the Night's Watch? 1.5 years, Jon replied. Very well, Mance responded. Mance nodded, seizing 2 swords from the hands of his guards and casting them aside with a flourish. One blade spun gracefully through the air before embedding itself with a resounding clang into the hard ground of the icy expanse, landing directly before Jon. The other sword fell neatly in front of the broken column. Do you wish to survive, Crow? Jon inclined his head in affirmation. Then pick up the sword and duel with the broken. Should you triumph, your life shall be spared, otherwise, you will perish upon this frozen plain. Jon glanced towards the broken column, who signaled to him with a subtle nod. With determination, Jon extended his bound hands and grasped the long sword that lay embedded in the earth. Chapter 90. The death of Corin. Corin and Jon stood in the arena, their hands untied, ready to engage in combat. With swift determination, Corin, known as the Broken Hand, wielded his sword and launched an immediate assault on Jon, who stepped forward and raised his weapon to parry the attack. Yet, Corin pressed against Jon's sword, advancing several steps until their bodies were nearly entwined. Why did you signal for me to fight you? Jon inquired softly. After I led my team away from the wildling outpost, we were ambushed by the wildlings lurking below the mountain, resulting in the near total annihilation of my squad. Corin replied. I was captured by them. I had hoped you would escape back to the ancestral stronghold, but I see you two have been ensnared. Jon began to explain. But Corin, without mercy, thrust his sword into Jon's thigh. The bloody skirmish appeared strikingly authentic to onlookers, as the two exchanged blows before once again becoming entangled in close combat. You must kill me, Corin insisted. Only by slaying me can you gain Mance Rayder's trust, enabling you to infiltrate his inner circle and complete your assassination mission, or perhaps find an opportunity to flee. No, Jon refused. I cannot commit such an act. Cannot? If you cannot, then we shall both perish here, Corin spat, his teeth clenched. Mance, a traitor to the Night's Watch, eagerly desired to see another traitor arise among their ranks, hoping to vindicate his own choices. Once you kill me and pledge your allegiance to him, he will undoubtedly believe you. Jon Snow hesitated, torn by indecision. Yet Corin suddenly altered his attack, thrusting towards Jon. Reacting instinctively, Jon raised his sword to counter. But Corin unexpectedly withdrew, allowing Jon's blade to pierce his chest without hesitation. A smile crossed Corin's face, as if a burden had been lifted. To enhance the authenticity of their deadly performance, Jon gritted his teeth and struck Corin twice more with his sword. Witnessing this spectacle, Mance Rayder, the king beyond the wall, applauded with hearty laughter. Excellent, young Crow. Your will to survive is fierce, and your skill is commendable. To have slain the legendary ranger the Broken Hand in such a brief encounter speaks volumes of your superiority over most of your peers. Jon cast a glance at the blood congealing into ice crystals on his sword. Tyrion, standing nearby, exclaimed, My Lord Mance, your judgment is truly remarkable. This young Crow is Jon Snow, a man who has only been bested once in the duels at the Black Castle since joining the Night's Watch. Snow? Mance queried. Are you still a bastard? Jon nodded. My father is Eddard Stark. Very well, Mance declared. Having slain the Broken Hand, I offer you a chance at survival. The terms are simple. You must be willing to stand by my side. Jon hesitated, but Tyrion approached him, offering gentle persuasion. The two of them staged a brilliant performance before the king beyond the wall. Tyrion, unaware of the underlying plans between Corin and Jon, understood that ensuring Jon's survival was paramount to any scheme. The sole means of securing that survival was to submit to the king beyond the wall. I accept. After a prolonged silence, Jon nodded at Mance. Ygritte, standing nearby, felt an inexplicable surge of joy. Unbeknownst to her, she had developed an affection for Jon. In the ensuing days, Jon and Tyrion remained at the Luo Ling camp, exhibiting no unusual behavior. Mance Rayder gradually came to believe in their genuine allegiance, lowering his guard against them. "I must kill him," Jon declared one night, gripping his sword as he sat up in the tent. "No!" the dwarf exclaimed. "I understand your desire for vengeance for Corin. But a gentleman's revenge is best postponed 10 years is not too late. This is not an opportune moment. While Mance Rayder has lifted his watch over us, his tent is heavily guarded, making assassination impossible. In my view, we should take advantage of the night to return to the Feast of the First Men and report everything to Commander Mormont, preparing adequately for the challenges ahead." Jon shot him a glare, still intent on assassinating the king beyond the wall. "Use your not-so-bright brain and think it through, Jon Snow," Tyrion retorted, "before you come to a conclusion. As long as it's not dawn, we still have a chance to escape." By midnight, Jon ultimately acquiesced to the dwarf's counsel. The two quietly slipped out of the tent, secured a swift horse, and galloped southward without looking back. However, their theft of the horse alerted several wildlings, including Ygritte. Urgently, Ygritte spurred her horse to pursue them. After riding for over 3 miles, seeing Jon grow increasingly distant, she drew her bow and aimed at Jon Snow. With 2 swift arrows, she accurately pierced Jon's shoulder blade, nearly knocking him off his mount. Lowering her bow, Ygritte cried out with sorrow, "Traitor! Jon Snow! You deceitful turncoat! You know nothing." The two shared a horse, with Jon severely injured and barely able to grip the reins. Tyrion had no choice but to lay him across the horse's back and guide their steed southward. It was only 5 days later that they arrived at the Feast of the First Men. Due to hunger, cold, and his injuries, Jon fell into a state of unconsciousness. Tyrion had several night as watchmen carry him directly to the healer. In the afternoon, Jon Snow slowly regained consciousness and personally reported the events of their journey to Old Bear, requesting punishment for his act of killing Corin Halfhand. "You did nothing wrong," the Old Bear reassured him. "You survived and brought back vital intelligence regarding the wildlings. Even in death, Corin would find solace in that." "But I killed a brother who swore the sacred oath," Jon protested. "No," the Old Bear interrupted, "that does not count. Focus on your recovery." Rising to his feet, he continued, "I will have men organize a defensive line at the Feast of the First Men to counter the initial assault from Mance Rayder. Do not worry. Although the wildlings claim to number 100,000, the vast majority are non-combatants, women and children. Only about 30,000 are truly capable of fighting. With the fortifications of the wall, we can undoubtedly withstand their advance." "I hope you speak true," Jon replied. As the two conversed, the clarion call of the Night's Watch suddenly reverberated from the peak of Chunfeng. The horn of the Night's Watch, a single blast signifying the arrival of allies, and 2 blasts indicating an incursion by wildlings. Jon and Old Bear perked up their ears in quiet attentiveness. It was not until the 3rd blast that they realized the gravity of the situation. In an instant, Old Bear's complexion turned ashen. The 3rd blast of the horn, a sound that had not been heard for millennia, heralded the invasion of the others. Chapter 91, The Battle of the Ancestors Feast Peak. Upon hearing the sound of the horn, Jon disregarded Old Bear's protests and, despite the agonizing pain in his shoulder, rose resolutely to assess the enemy's movements alongside Old Bear. They ascended to the highest fortress of Ancestors Feast Peak, gazing northward. Less than a few dozen miles away, a dark horde of whites was marching forward, led by several White Walkers. Jon and Tyrion Lannister, having encountered the White Walkers before, quickly discerned that there were at least 3 among the undead army. "Send the orders, prepare the defensive formation. Archers, take your positions along the fortress walls. Once the enemy is within range, launch an immediate assault." "Understood." The messenger hastened away. Under Old Bear's command, the Night's Watch station at Ancestors Feast Peak readied themselves, each soldier assuming their positions with vigilance. Jon led Tyrion into the fortress and said, "Lannister, in the face of the White Walkers, your assistance may not prove substantial. Please remain here and aid the healers in attending to the wounded. Do not engage recklessly. Even if Ancestors Feast Peak falls, we still have the Black Castle." Tyrion nodded in agreement as Jon turned to depart. The advance of the undead was excruciatingly slow, however. This very slowness instilled within the Night's Watch a profound sense of suffocating dread. Confronted by the legendary White Walkers, every soldier's heart raced with fear. Yet an undercurrent of excitement coursed through them. The horde of whites finally entered range. At Old Bear's command, 1,000 arrows were loosed. a torrential downpour of projectiles descending upon them. The staggering whites were pierced by the arrows, their decaying bodies collapsing onto the icy plain. Yet, mere moments later, they struggled to rise again, lurching forward with renewed determination. Arrows are ineffective. Jon shouted, recalling the words of Lionel Mormont. Use fire arrows. Do not employ ordinary bolts. These whites fear fire. Upon receiving Jon's orders, the archers produced their limited supply of fire arrows, igniting the oil-soaked tips with flint before drawing their bows to unleash them upon the encroaching undead. The whites, highly flammable, ignited like pine wood dust in oil, rapidly engulfed in flames upon the slightest spark. As the fire arrows were released, the cold, desolate plain transformed into a raging inferno. The closely packed whites ignited one after another, crackling like kindling. Within mere minutes, nearly half of the undead army had been reduced to ashes. However, the remaining whites surged crazily towards Ancestor's Fist Peak, already beginning their ascent. Follow me, Jon cried, raising his sword and leading the charge up the mountainside. The archers at the wall were ill-equipped for close combat. If the whites reached them, the Night's Watch would undoubtedly suffer severe casualties. Jon could not permit this to occur. So he rallied 200 rangers to serve as vanguard, rushing down the slope to intercept the whites. The war drums beat fiercely. As the two forces clashed, Jon, nursing a wound upon his shoulder, grit his teeth against the excruciating pain with each swing of his sword. A corpse demon surged before him, and he swung his sword, severing its head in a single blow. Yet, the creature's assault did not cease. Its headless body lunged at Jon, ensnaring him like an octopus. The remaining corpse demons instinctively launched their attacks on Jon, forming a synchrony by sheer coincidence, leaving him momentarily immobile as one of them opened its foul maw, aiming for his neck. At that critical moment, a long sword sliced down with great force, cleaving the demon in half before it could bite Jon. Seizing the opportunity, Jon freed himself from the clutches of the demon and thrust his weapon, piercing through the skulls of two overlapping corpses. Sam! Jon turned to see that it was Samwell Tarly, the timid one known to all Night's Watchmen, who had saved his life. And no, don't he thank me? Sam stammered. I just happened to see this. No sooner had Sam spoken than a fallen Night's Watchman suddenly erupted with a chilling blue light in his eyes. He sprang to his feet, wrapping his arms around Sam's neck, ready to bite. In a split second, Jon hurled his sword with all his might, the blade piercing through the man's skull and pinning him to another corpse demon that charged forth. What is happening? Sam exclaimed in shock. The dead. How can they attack me? Any deceased creature is transformed into a corpse demon by the others, Jon thought, grasping another sword from the ground. Unless the body is burned. Just then, two more corpse demons advanced towards Jon, and Sam, gritting his teeth to overcome his fear, rushed to fight alongside him. Gradually, the number of demons on the battlefield dwindled, and the casualties among the Night's Watchmen lessened, although corpses still transformed into new demons incessantly. Yet, the rate of creation was far outpaced by the rate at which the Night's Watchmen dispatched their foes. As the tide of battle turned, Commander Mormont led all the men stationed at the ancestral peak down the slope, charging like a pack of fierce wolves, tearing apart any enemies they encountered in the ranks of the undead. Observing that the demons were nearly annihilated, two others commanders, expressionless, retreated from the battlefield, riding their terrifying corpse steeds northward. However, one other, noticing Jon Snow amidst the retreat, chose not to follow his comrades. Instead, he let out a piercing, agonizing shriek and charged at Jon. Having just dispatched the last corpse demon beside him, Jon swiftly turned to face his new adversary. The other's ice sword, shimmering with a crystalline blue light, struck Jon's sword with tremendous force. A series of faint cracking sounds echoed as Jon's blade became encased in a layer of frost, intricate spider web-like patterns spreading across it. With a sharp crack, Jon's steel sword shattered into icy fragments that scattered across the ground. However, Jon, who had witnessed the battle between the others and the living, was well prepared for the shattering of weapons. The instant his sword transformed into shards of ice, he swiftly turned, knelt down, and seized another weapon from the ground, thrusting it towards the body of the white. Yet, Jon's assault proved utterly ineffective. The gaunt, desiccated skin of the other was, in fact, an exceptionally formidable armor, capable of withstanding any damage inflicted by weapons other than Valyrian steel and dragonglass. With a sweeping motion of its weapon, the other rendered the sword Jon had just picked up into a scattering of ice once more. Suddenly, Sam, who was watching from the sidelines, recalled something and retrieved a sharp piece of black stone from his bosom, throwing it towards Jon Snow, exclaiming, "Use this." Chapter 92, A Battle with Me. At this critical moment, a seemingly inconspicuous stone was hurled by Samwell Tarly. Jon reached out and firmly grasped it in his hand. The stone exhibited a lustrous black sheen, exuding a chilling, slippery texture. Its overall shape was oval, tapering sharply at one end, with edges honed to a razor-like sharpness as if meticulously crafted. This black stone resembled a dagger made of stone. As the White Walker swung its icy sword towards Jon, he remained undaunted, gripping the stone dagger tightly and thrusting it towards the creature's body. In this life-and-death moment, he chose to place his trust in Sam. With a soft sound, the stone dagger pierced effortlessly through the White Walker's armor, akin to a blade slicing through soft cheese. A piercing, agonizing scream erupted from the White Walker, causing a sharp pain in Jon's ears as its sword halted mid-air. The creature's skin fissured from the outside in, and a torrent of icy blue blood gushed from the wound inflicted by the stone dagger. Its already gaunt skin rapidly disintegrated and melted away, followed closely by its muscles. In mere moments, only a skeletal structure, resembling white glass fibers, remained before Jon. Rising to his feet, Jon kicked the skeletal remains, which collapsed onto the ice and instantly transformed into a pool of cold blue liquid. Puffing and panting, Samwell Tarly approached Jon with a jovial smile. "Where did you acquire that?" Jon turned to him with a grin, inquiring about the origin of the black stone capable of slaying White Walkers, suspecting it to be the legendary dragon glass. Sam appeared visibly anxious. "You see, my father sent me to the wall for training. I have always preferred books over brawling, but my father believes it tarnishes the honor of House Tarly. However, I did come across tales of the White Walkers in my readings. So, before heading north, I spent a gold dragon to have someone procure a piece of raw obsidian from the black market. I initially intended to have a dragon glass dagger for self-defense, but the craftsman raised the price, claiming it would cost 2 gold dragons to craft one. Good heavens! Where was I to find such money? In the end, I had no choice but to accept this unfinished product." "Oh, I see." Jon returned the dragon glass to him, but Samwell Tarly refused to take it. "Why don't you keep it? It seems of no use in my hands. I can hardly stand the sight of the dead, let alone confront White Walker," he confessed. "This is a vital tool for survival. I cannot accept it," Jon insisted, forcefully placing the dragon glass into Sam's plump hand before turning away. Not far off, Old Bear, who was clearing the battlefield, sighed as he gazed out over the far northern ice fields. The king beyond the wall still eyed the black castle with intent, yet he could not have anticipated that, at this critical juncture, the long-absent White Walkers would suddenly launch an assault. Although the Night's Watch had managed to repel the White Walkers due to the advantageous terrain of the ancestral stronghold, they suffered significant casualties in the process. Considering the issues of the wounded and the supply of resources, Old Bear issued an order for all Night's Watch members to withdraw from the ancestral peak, ceasing to obstruct the wildlings and instead returning to the Black Castle to maintain their defense. The Night's Watch, accompanied by their horses and provisions, gradually retreated from the ancestral peak. On the very night of their departure, a fierce blizzard descended from the heavens. The younger generation, including Jon Snow, had never witnessed such a violent storm. The enormous snowflakes danced in the air, completely obscuring visibility, while the biting cold wind cut like daggers, penetrating even the thickest deerskin coats and infusing the body with chill. Only the blind Maester Aemon, stationed in the Black Castle, understood the significance of this ferocious snowstorm. The long summer was at an end, and winter had arrived. News of winter's arrival would soon reach the scholars of Old Town and spread across every corner of Westeros through the ravens. Meanwhile, in the Riverlands, Sandor Clegane, known as the Hound, was preparing to take Arya Stark to Casterly Rock to meet with Lord Roose Bolton, intending to exchange her for a bounty to replenish his empty purse. However, news of Roose Bolton's decisive victory over the Lannister forces at Casterly Rock, including the execution of Tywin Lannister, reached him midway, leaving the Hound in disbelief. "Your Lannister lord has been slain," Arya remarked with a smile. "Dog. I advise you against going to Casterly Rock. What does his death have to do with me?" The Hound replied. "Whether the Lannister forces are defeated or victorious, as long as Roose is alive, it matters little to me. The Lannisters are besieging the castle. I can take you into Casterly Rock regardless. If the Lannister army is obliterated, it will be even easier to bring you inside." Arya fell silent, aware that the Hound had made up his mind, and she could no longer escape. She could only venture to Casterly Rock and test her fortune, curious to see what the fabled Roose Bolton was truly like. "When you escaped from the Brotherhood without banners, did you steal a dagger and a slender sword?" "That was a gift from my brother," Arya frowned. "It's called Needle. Do not harbor any ill intentions." The Hound chuckled softly. "Needle, a rather effeminate name. Anyone who names a sword that must be a coward. Before he could finish, a towering knight rode up and blocked their path. Is the girl on your horse the Lady Arya Stark? The knight inquired. The Hound looked astonished. This towering figure, who bore a striking resemblance to him, was revealed to be a woman. She is Arya Stark. And you are? He asked. I am Brienne of Tarth, a member of the Rainbow Guard under King Renly Baratheon. Ha! The King of the Dead has a guard. I should have been dead myself. But Lady Catelyn Stark saved me. The woman unsheathed her sword with a clang. I vowed to Lady Stark to protect her 2 daughters with my life. Dog! Draw your sword. If I emerge victorious, allow me to take Miss Arya with me. If I am defeated, I shall not trouble you today. I just heard you claim that those who name their swords are effeminate, so let me witness how the nameless warriors display their valor. I never strike women. The Hound replied, but if you insist on challenging my bounty, I shall gladly deliver a sound thrashing. Do you have any notion of the worth of a girl upon a steed? The Hound extended 5 fingers. Come, Brienne, raise O Keeper and engage me in battle. Chapter 93. Exhausted from mushroom foraging, confronted by Brienne, who had drawn her sword, the Hound unsheathed his long blade without uttering a word, and both charged forward, engaging in close combat. Arya silently observed the duel from a distance, noting with astonishment that the skilled warrior from the Stormlands was holding her ground against the formidable Hound, even seeming to gain the upper hand after several exchanges. Suddenly, Brienne executed a swift upward strike that deflected the Hound's attack, following it with a powerful horizontal sweep. The Hound, taken aback, hastily raised his sword to defend himself, but Brienne's strength was overwhelming. Despite managing to parry the blow, he was forced back several paces. Their battleground was not a flat plain, but rather a rocky hillside. As they closed the distance once more, they found themselves precariously positioned at the edge of the slope, with a deep ravine plunging 7 or 8 feet beside them. Both warriors recognized the perilous terrain, and their strategies shifted accordingly. Their attacks became not only physical but also aimed at maneuvering each other towards the cliff's edge, intent on forcing their opponent into the abyss. Seated impassively atop her towering steed, Arya watched as Brienne swung her sword toward the Hound's shoulder, causing him to stagger. He had lost. Arya shook her head and turned away. True to her thoughts, the moment her words faded, Brienne charged with a shoulder slam, her massive frame striking the Hound squarely in the chest. His sword flew from his grasp as he let out a bellow, tumbling down the rocky slope and crashing into the depths of the ravine below. Brienne smiled, turning to seek Arya, only to find that she had already vanished from sight. She called out, but only her voice echoed back from the mountains. In the ravine, Arya Stark approached the battered Hound, who lay bloodied and breathless, his hair matted with crimson. Are you going to kill me? He rasped. Arya remained silent, her dagger resting at her side. The Hound coughed heavily, blood spilling from his throat and splattering onto the stones. If you must, make it swift with your sewing needle, he urged, desperation lacing his tone. Yet Arya said nothing. As she reached for his waist, the Hound smirked, anticipating her to retrieve the dagger, only to be taken aback as she lifted his coin pouch instead. It was nearly empty, containing only a handful of silver stacks, the rest seized by the Brotherhood. Arya weighed the pouch in her hand before turning on her heel to leave. Why won't you kill me? The Hound yelled after her, confusion and anger mingling in his voice. What does this mean? Arya Stark, don't you leave me to my fate. End it. However, no matter how fervently he called, Arya's silhouette remained resolute as she rode away, her steed carrying her farther from the riverlands. Clutching tightly to a gold coin, a ticket for a voyage across the narrow sea to Braavos, bestowed upon her by Jaqen H'ghar, she arrived at a harbor by the seaside in the Stormlands, where the sea breeze caressed her face, bringing a refreshing sense of ease. She spotted a sailboat preparing to set sail for Braavos, with the captain and his crew busily engaged in loading and unloading cargo. Arya approached, and the captain turned to regard her. Is this vessel bound for Braavos? She inquired. What do you want? He replied. I wish to board. Little girl, this is a cargo ship, not for passengers. Arya paused for a moment and produced a gold coin from her pocket, extending it toward the captain. Where did you get that gold coin? He asked. A friend gifted it to me, Arya answered. He also shared a saying. The captain's expression faltered. Valor Morghulis, she stated. My lady, the captain responded with newfound respect, ushering her aboard the ship. Feel free to make any requests. In the Riverlands, Brienne and Loras rode forth, having recently received word from a scout that the Hound, Sandor Clegane, was wandering the plains with a young girl. They traveled from the Westlands to the Riverlands, searching for 2 or 3 days but finding no trace of anyone. Until today, they encountered a female warrior. Who are you? She asked, standing with her sword drawn. Despite the scars on her face, she exuded an air of formidable strength. Before you stands Lord Loras Tyrell of the Stormlands and Harrenhal, Loras introduced. And you are? You are Lord Tyrell of the Stormlands. Brienne exclaimed in surprise, having heard Catelyn Stark mention Loras as a true man of the North, graceful, powerful, and confident. Do I not appear so? Loras countered. Just a bit unexpected, Brienne replied, shaking her head. You are nothing like those burly men of the North. You are so handsome and elegant. I almost think King Renly pales in comparison. Loras smiled, aware of Brienne's unspoken thoughts. Perhaps, he mused. Brienne fell silent for a moment, acknowledging that he had become the new lord of the Westlands, while Renly's remains had long since decayed. You must have faced some trials, Loras observed, noticing the scars on her cheek. I encountered the Hound and Lady Arya. Oh. And where are they? I cast the Hound off a cliff. He is unlikely to have survived. Brienne hesitated, but Lady Arya is missing. Take me to the place where you fought the Hound, Loras commanded. Fully aware that the Hound had not perished, as Arya had not killed him, and he had subsequently been rescued by the Brotherhood without banners. This was an unparalleled opportunity to reclaim the Hound. Brienne paused, nodding, torn between words. Loras, let her ride your horse ahead to guide us, he ordered. Loras immediately dismounted. You shall ride with me. No, I shall simply run behind you, Brienne replied. Fortunately, they were not far from the cliff. Galloping for 4 or 5 miles, they arrived at the very location where Brienne had previously battled the Hound. Rhaegar swiftly made his way towards the rocky ravine, exploring approximately 200 to 300 meters within. Indeed, he soon spotted the Hound lying not far off. Though he had sustained injuries to his bones, there were no fatal wounds at this moment. He managed to shakily rise to his feet. Upon hearing the commotion, he turned around and caught sight of Rhaegar approaching on horseback. Your attire does not suggest that you are a knight, yet your steed is a fine one, he rasped towards Rhaegar. Kneel before me, Hound. The Hound curled his lips in a derisive smirk. Why should I, my lord? Because I am Rhaegar Mormont. Chapter 94. Northward. Even if you are Lord Mormont of Bear Island, the Hound inquired, why should I pledge my loyalty to you? The answer is quite straightforward, replied Roland. At this moment, I hold the power to determine your fate. The Hound fell silent. If that reason does not suffice, allow me to elaborate further, Roland continued. I am now the Lord of Castle Black, commanding the fealty of the great lords of the West. Though I may not bear the title of Protector of the West, who among the 7 kingdoms dares to claim that I do not govern the land beneath their feet? The Hound regarded him, exhaling a heavy breath, and asked, Did you slay the mountain? I did not. Are you certain you did not kill him? The Hound furrowed his brow. Roland nodded earnestly. Good. Excellent. The Hound suddenly erupted in laughter, pointing to the scarred half of his face. The mountain's life is mine to take. This enduring pain must be repaid with his blood. As long as you promise that if we encounter the mountain on the battlefield one day, you will not kill him but capture him alive and bring him before me. I wish to have a duel with him to end his wicked life myself. Agreed, Roland nodded. I swear to the old and new gods that as long as you faithfully follow me, I shall fulfill your request. I am willing to become your protector, Lord Mormont. Sandor Clegane knelt on one knee, declaring, May the 7 witness my vow at this moment. From this day forth, I shall be your sharpest sword and your indomitable shield. I offer my life to you, your glory shall be my glory. Roland dismounted and helped him rise, then turned to Brienne. Lady Brienne, what of you? Me? Brienne hesitated, somewhat perplexed. What do you require of me, my lord? Of course, I wish to inquire if you share Sir Clegane's desire to follow me. No, my lord. Brienne quickly waved her hand. You are indeed remarkable, but I cannot. I bear a heavy responsibility. I have sworn to protect the 2 ladies of House Stark. As it stands, they are both missing, and I am destined to search the entirety of Westeros, even across the narrow sea. Please forgive my inability to pledge my loyalty to you. That is of no consequence, Roland replied, nodding. In light of your unwavering loyalty, I shall inform you of Sansa Stark's whereabouts. By the 7? Brienne exclaimed. You have news of her? She is in the area of the Vale, Roland responded. If you hurry, you may yet find her. Thank you. Lend her your steed. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude, Brienne said earnestly. I vow that once I fulfill my promise, I shall return to serve you. I look forward to that day, Roland nodded. We shall meet again. After a nod of acknowledgement, Brienne mounted her horse and rode away. Subsequently, Roland returned to Castle Black with the Hound and Light. The Hound was taken to the physician for treatment, while Roland sought out Lord Blythewood of Crow's Nest. The Earl of Blythewood rose to greet him. Are you truly determined to march north with your troops? After I depart, all matters concerning the West will rest upon your shoulders. Rory nodded. It should not be a daunting task for you. However, Blythewood replied, at present, the West has only just stabilized. I fear further upheaval may ensue without your presence. I trust in your ability to manage, Rory reassured him. He patted Blythewood's shoulder. The wildlings are poised to invade. I must lead troops north to support the wall. This is no longer a time for vying for power and territory among the Seven Kingdoms, but rather to focus on the true enemy. You speak of the others, Blythewood remarked. The others are no mere legend, believe me. I naturally trust you, the Earl of Crow's Tree affirmed. In that case, how many soldiers will you require for your northern expedition? How many troops do we currently possess, including the Golden Company mercenaries and the Lannister defectors? We have a total of 8,000 soldiers. I need to take half of them, Rory stated, and all the cavalry must accompany me. If that is the case, how am I to defend the West? What if House Tyrell from the south or House Frye from the Riverlands pose difficulties for us? The Freys would not dare to attack the West, Rory analyzed. Since the Red Wedding, they have become pariahs, having openly violated the sacred law of guest right. Few houses remain willing to pledge their loyalty to them. As for House Tyrell, should they march against the West under the orders of King's Landing, you should concentrate all forces to defend Casterly Rock. Once I have dealt with the North, I shall return promptly to assist. Just remember, Casterly Rock is the foundation of our power in the Seven Kingdoms. It must not be lost. Understood, my lord, Blythewood vowed. I shall defend Casterly Rock with my life. I will leave Ser Gregor behind to assist you. He is a capable commander, and you can keep him as your guard once he has recovered. Thank you, my lord. Blythewood then inquired, however, the Freys will certainly not allow you to pass through the Twins. How will you proceed north to support the wall? Why would I need to go through the Twins? Roaring chuckled. The Golden Company possesses ample ships and transport vessels. I shall put them to good use. Are you planning to sail directly from Lannisport, circumventing the Bay of Flames and the Bay of Ice to reach the newly gifted lands? Blythewood suddenly understood. Roaring smiled knowingly and nodded. Meanwhile, in King's Landing, Jaime Lannister had not seen Cersei for several days. Ever since the news of Tywin Lannister's defeat in the West and subsequent execution at Roaring's hands reached her, Cersei had been consumed with rage, attributing all blame to Jaime. She believed that it was Jaime's reluctance to march to the west to aid Tywin that had led to this dire situation. Jaime found himself unable to defend his actions. He could hardly fathom that his once mighty father had been defeated by Roaring, even when holding a significant advantage in numbers. Since Cersei's absence, he had succumbed to daily indulgence in alcohol and revelry, feeling himself a mere shadow of his former self. Deprived of his dominant hand, he finds himself unable to best even the most ordinary of city guards. He once endeavored to practice swordsmanship with his left hand. Yet he harbors doubts that the tales of mastering swordplay with the left are anything but fanciful fabrications. When attempting to wield a sword with his left, he struggles to even hold it aloft, his arm trembling with the effort. Thus, after a few days of tentative practice, Jaime conceded defeat and abandoned the endeavor. In the days to come, the grand wedding of Joffrey I is to take place. Given the unique nature of his relationship with Joffrey, where he is both father and subject, Jaime traverses the upscale gift shops of King's Landing in search of a fitting present. Chapter 95. The death of Old Bear. 3 days later, the noble elite gathered in King's Landing to celebrate the marriage of King Joffrey I. The prominent families from the Riverlands, Stormlands, and the Southern Realms were in attendance. At the banquet, Sir Jaime Lannister presented the king with an exquisitely crafted glass goblet, fashioned by artisans from across the narrow sea, along with a Valyrian steel sword. This blade was forged by the master smith Tobal Mount of King's Landing, created from the ancestral great sword ice of House Stark. Its twin, Oathkeeper, had been gifted by Jaime to Brienne of Tarth. King Joffrey presided over the wedding feast, adorned in lavish golden brocade and crowned regally. He examined the Valyrian steel sword Jaime offered, noting its striking resemblance to Oathkeeper, albeit slightly shorter, Oathkeeper being a standard 1.5-handed sword while this one could be deemed a one-handed longsword. The blade bore the same mesmerizing crimson and black wave-like patterns as Oathkeeper. As Joffrey wielded the sword, slicing through the air, a sharp whistle echoed. Excellent! Joffrey exclaimed, pleased. I thank you, Sir Jaime, for this magnificent sword. Has it yet to be named? It awaits the king's decree, Jaime replied. Esteemed lords present, do you have any suggestions for the sword's name? Joffrey inquired, glancing at the gathered nobility. The lords whispered among themselves. Some proposed lightning, for its blade was as swift as a flash, while others suggested viper, due to the sinister red gleam of the sword. However, Joffrey dismissed each suggestion. The name viper is appealing, yet lacks elegance. A king's sword deserves a title that embodies both grace and power, Joffrey declared. I have decided to name it Widow's Kiss, a splendid name, your grace. A noble from the Riverlands flattered. It signifies that with each strike, it claims an enemy's life, leaving behind a widow in this world. Indeed. Joffrey laughed heartily, raising his cup to invite the lords to drink. He downed sweet Dornish wine, the crimson liquid lingering at the corners of his mouth. The banquet hall was filled with mirth and revelry. Suddenly, however, King Joffrey collapsed from his seat, sprawled upon the ground, spewing blood. His queen, Margaery Tyrell, formerly wed to Renly Baratheon, looked on in shock. Cersei Lannister rushed to lift her son, only to find his eyes bloodshot and rolling back. He had drawn his last breath in an instant. Who dares to poison the king? Cersei shrieked in hysteria. Guards! Seal all exits. Search every guest thoroughly. In that moment, chaos erupted in King A's Landing, Iron Islands. On a fateful night, King Balon Greyjoy of the Iron Islands fell from the iron bridge connecting two castles at Pike, meeting an inexplicable demise. The following day, after years of seafaring, the esteemed Balon Greyjoy's younger brother, Oren Greyjoy, announced his return to the Iron Islands, vying for the title of the new king against Balon Greyjoy's eldest daughter, Osha Greyjoy. Thus, the three false kings, once cursed by the Red Woman the king in the north, Robb Stark, the usurper from House Lannister, Joffrey I, and Balon Greyjoy himself have all met their demise. The political landscape of Westeros is once again in flux. Meanwhile, far from the southern lands in the frigid north, the Night's Watch has just secured a hard-won victory at the ancestral stronghold of the First Men. Commander Mormont wishes to lead his men back to the Black Castle, yet they are beset by an unforeseen winter. A ferocious snowstorm obscures their vision and buries their path. Reluctantly, Mormont orders the entire Night's Watch to seek refuge at the nearby Castle Castor. Lord Castor, still resentful over Samwell Tarly's elopement with his daughter, demands a price for allowing the Night's Watch entry. Mormont promises that upon their return to the Black Castle, they will deliver 2 wagons of food as a token of gratitude. For the sake of sustenance, Castor permits the Night's Watch to rest within the fortress. However, he secretly withholds a substantial amount of the supplies and bedding desperately needed by the Night's Watch, resulting in many of the already injured men succumbing to hunger and the cold, witnessing their comrades perish not at the hands of the White Walkers, but within the walls of Castle Castor. Unrest brews among the Night's Watch. They question whether Commander Mormont truly has their best interests at heart. Having just triumphed over the White Walkers, why are they now subjected to starvation and freezing in such a wretched place? Some suspect that Mormont is in collusion with Lord Castor. Otherwise, how could he allow such a travesty? Indeed, what is Castor but a mere lord of a fortress? They could easily overpower him and seize the stronghold. Yet, Mormont urges them to endure this humiliation. The sentiment grows that they should not tolerate such indignities. An impassioned voice calls for decisive action. Why not eliminate Mormont as well? They could flee back to the south, away from this bleak and sunless wall. The current state of the north, having broken free from the Stark family's dominion, is rife with conflict, as many lords refuse to recognize House Bolton's rule. Now is the perfect time to escape southward, to shed their identities as crows and begin anew. If necessary, they could even venture across the narrow sea. There is a vast world before them. In a surge of unity, hundreds of the Night's Watch conspired under the cover of night, launching a rebellion. Commander Mormont was swiftly beheaded, and Lord Castor's body was dismembered into 8 parts, displayed alongside Mormont's remains. The rebellious members of the Night's Watch plundered Castle Castor of all its food and warm clothing, leaving no regard even for Castor's daughters and wives. Jon Snow and Tyrion Lannister stood aghast at the blood-soaked and chaotic scene within the fortress. They did not partake in the insurrection, rather, over 2/3 of the Night's Watch remained steadfastly loyal to Mormont. Yet, Old Bear met his demise at the hands of those traitors. They hastily fled towards the Black Castle, likely intent on reclaiming it and fortifying their defenses. Jon nodded thoughtfully, then turned to the remaining brothers of the Night's Watch. My comrades, the rebels have violated the ancient and sacred oaths of the Night's Watch. They are disloyal and treacherous. Are you willing to accompany me back to the Black Castle to bring them to justice? A resounding chorus of agreement erupted from the Night's Watch. Yes, Let us honor the noble spirit of Old Bear with their filthy blood. Chapter 96. I have been quite occupied these past few days. But there will be an update tomorrow. Rest assured, this story will not be abandoned. Currently, it does not generate any income, and the author is driven solely by passion. At the very least, the narrative of the Game of Thrones will be completed. Please be at ease. Chapter 97. The power of vows following the insurrection at Castle Black. Jon Snow and Tyrion led the remaining Night's Watch back to the stronghold. After the demise of Old Bear, the treacherous Night's Watchmen sought refuge within Castle Black, hoping to defend against Jon Snow's onslaught. However, their calculations were thwarted. The venerable Maester Aemon commanded the scant 100 defenders, utilizing the strategic advantages of the watchtower and the treacherous terrain of the wall to repel numerous waves of assault from the insurgents. Aemon, tirelessly directing the battle, succumbed to illness due to the frigid conditions, passing away in the dead of night 5 days later. With Aemon's departure, the Night's Watch within Castle Black lost its steadfast leader, plunging their battle plans into disarray. Within mere hours, both massive gates of Castle Black were breached. The traitorous Night's Watchmen surged into the fortress, brandishing their blades against their former brothers. In the darkness of night, every loyal Night's Watchman was mercilessly slaughtered, their blood staining the ground. The corpses lay scattered, while the betrayers, indifferent to the fallen, busied themselves with pillaging supplies, horses, and provisions. As dawn broke, the betrayers prepared to flee northward from Castle Black, only to be met by Jon, who led the remaining loyalists back into the stronghold. A fierce battle ensued, a clash where it was either their demise or that of the traitors. Jon led the charge, with Tyrion resolutely at the forefront, both eager to exact vengeance for the fallen Old Bear. Within Castle Black, steel clashed against steel. The betrayers, already weary from their previous brutal encounters under Aemon's leadership, were devoid of spirit and solely focused on escape. In contrast, Jon's men were united in their righteous fury, determined to exact a brutal reckoning upon the traitors. Thus, despite their numbers being comparable, the tide of battle swiftly turned in favor of Jon and his loyalists, leading a cadre of Black Knights into the heart of the fray. Jon swiftly dispatched the leader of the insurgents. Some of the traitors knelt in supplication, yet Jon remained silent, delivering a swift blow that sent them to meet the Old Bear. The exhilaration of revenge invigorated the Night's Watch, igniting their fervor. Kill! Annihilate all traitors! They cried, their eyes aflame with rage, transforming into relentless engines of slaughter. Blood splattered upon their faces, and instinctively, they did not shy away, but rather extended their tongues to taste it. This internecine conflict among the Night's Watch raged until midday. Winter had descended, and Castle Black had not seen the sun for a fortnight. Yet on this day, the sun hung high, though it offered no warmth, symbolizing the unwavering light of the Night's Watch. Jon commanded that the bodies be gathered, the remains of those who had perished within Castle Black, left unattended, along with the corpses of the traitors, were piled in the open grounds of the encampment, forming a small mound. They ought to have died on the blood-soaked battlefield against the wildlings, not by the hands of their brothers. Jon raised a torch and sighed heavily. How many of us remain? He called out. 215. A Night's Watchman replied. In merely a month, the Night's Watch has lost both its commander and its chief scholar, with its ranks dwindling from 1,500 to just over 200. As the bodies blazed fiercely within the Black Castle, Jon ascended the king's tower, pausing to gaze into the distance. What are you pondering? Tyrion quietly approached his side. I assume you are here to counsel me. Indeed, the dwarf nodded. Give it up. 200 men cannot halt the advance of 100,000 wildlings. That is merely a claim. Even if they boast of 100,000, the majority are women and children. Yet, the fighting force among the wildlings numbers at least 20,000, Tyrion interjected. We have both witnessed the sprawling camp of Mance Rayder, the king beyond the wall, stretching for miles. Are you mad to think 200 could confront 20,000? Lord Mormont faced formidable foes in the west and successfully held off Tywin's 20,000 with just 2,000. And you think 200 can take on 20,000? Seeing Jon's silence, the dwarf continued, Flee with me, let us leave this place. I swore an oath to the old gods before the weirwood tree, Jon stubbornly replied. I shall not abandon my post, even in the face of death. I must try. But I implore you for one thing. Speak. Take Rickon and leave for Lord Mormont's side, Jon said. You refuse to depart, yet wish to send me away. Tyrion queried. How many trials have we endured since we ventured north of the wall? Twice. Thrice? Jon shook his head. I cannot recall clearly. If you cannot remember, then do not dwell on it. In any case, I shall stand with you until the end. As for your brother, let others ensure his safety, the dwarf said. The two gazed out beyond the wall, where the swirling snowstorm rose like a tumultuous tide, the sound of iron hoofs echoing in the air. They understood this was not a mere blizzard. The wildling army was approaching. The night's watch horn sounded twice, and Jon Snow descended from the king's tower. Do not clear the battlefield just yet. Gather only the usable bows and arrows, he commanded, assuming the role of the new leader of the night's watch. The wildling horde was imminent. They must first seal the Black Castle's gate with massive stones, then take their defensive positions. Although the battle had just concluded, the night's watchmen were filled with fervor. By dusk, the wildling army stood ready outside the Black Castle, thousands arrayed beyond the wall, war drums thundering, a formidable presence. The gate had been barricaded, and Jon led a dozen men as the first line of defense, their bodies forming the only passage connecting to the castle. Should the gate be breached, they would confront the enemy head-on. As night fell, the wildlings launched their assault. The massive stones blocking the gate trembled violently under relentless impacts, dust and debris cascading into the passage. As the gate's movement intensified, the stones were forcefully dislodged, and the sturdy oak door began to splinter. Jon raised a torch in one hand and brandished his sword in the other, beginning to recite the oath he had vowed to uphold with his life. The long night is upon us. From this moment forth, I shall stand watch until death takes me. As the long night approaches, I shall commence my vigil from this moment until death claims me. The dark night behind him echoes the sentiment. I shall take no wife, grant no lands, and sire no offspring. No wife shall I take, no lands shall I grant. No offspring shall I sire. Their voices rise in fervor, gradually synchronizing. I shall don no crown of jewels, nor vie for glory and accolades. I shall remain steadfast in my duty, facing life and death here. I am the sword in the darkness, the sentinel upon the wall. I am the flame that withstands the cold, the light at dawn, the horn that awakens the slumbering, the steadfast shield that guards the realm. I dedicate my life and honor to the night's watch. Thus it shall be tonight, and every night thereafter. With a thunderous crash, the gates are breached at this very moment.